my previous life, I personally presented the foundation-building elixir to my junior brother. She even gave up all her cultivation to help her 5 senior sisters become peerless empresses. But when they had mastered their skills, the first thing they did was to join forces to kill me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn to the moment when my senior sister and master forced me to hand over the red flame fruit to my junior brother. In this life, I will no longer give easily. I am determined to make those who have hurt me pay the price they deserve. I want to stand at the top with those who love me and make those who owe me pay it back 100-fold. At this time, on a towering mountain of the Tonda League, Feng Qingxue looked at me, her eyes full of anxiety and persistence. Li Changfeng, are you still not going to admit your mistake? Junior brother, you can't be so selfish. Your improvement is temporary, but the growth of our Tonda League is long-term. Don't fall into personal heroism. You must consider the overall situation. I've already pleaded with the leader. As long as you hand over the red flame fruit and apologize to junior brother Tang Wu in front of everyone, this matter will be forgotten. But if you persist in your wrongdoing, you may be expelled from the Tonda Alliance. Her tone was concerned, but threatening. I could hardly suppress my anger when I heard these words. In my last life, I was humiliated and became their tool because I believed these lies. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes in my next life. I agree to apologize. I said coldly, with a hint of icy sarcasm in my eyes. Feng Qingxue was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect me to agree so readily. However, she didn't think much about it. She just thought that if I didn't agree, it would be unreasonable. Okay, I'll go inform the leader right now. You prepare your apology and gather at the Tonda League Square tomorrow. Feng Qingxue turned and left without any hesitation. I let out a sarcastic smile. I knew these people's faces very well. Their so-called apology was just a means to suppress me, fearing that if I grew up too fast, I would threaten their status. I was once plotted against because of my ignorance, but now I have seen through everything. Isn't it just a Tonda League? Do you really think I can't live without you? I looked down at the spiritual cultivation manual floating in my dantian, as well as the various skills I carried with me. Refining elixirs is easy. Refining weapons is at the pinnacle. Talismans, one talisman is enough to suppress a powerful enemy. With these abilities, who needs to be a dog for others? In this life, I want to be my own emperor. I sneered, took out the red flame fruit without hesitation, swallowed it into my stomach, and began to refine it. Don't you want a red flame fruit? If I haven't digested it completely, you can go to the toilet to look for it. The next day, I opened my eyes, feeling refreshed, my dantian full, and my foundation built perfectly. I stood up and walked towards the Tonda League Square. Everything had been arranged, and I was the protagonist today, so I couldn't be missing from the show. Along the way, people around him were talking about it. It was him, the disciple who was once the most valued by Alliance Master G, who actually snatched the opportunity of others for his own practice. He just relied on his strong background and high cultivation. Without the protection of the 5 senior sisters, would he be where he is today? Look at his smug look. He is not worthy of being an enemy of junior brother Tang Wu. I really don't know why the 5 senior sisters would like him. I heard that the 5 senior sisters are on junior brother Tang Wu's side this time, and the public apology was also senior sister Qian Xingxuan's idea. So that was Qian Xingxuan's intention. I sneered in my heart and headed straight for the square without stopping. The people of the Tonda League had already gathered in the square. Ji Buchang walked forward slowly and nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, you're the top talent selected from various major forces. You joined the Tonda League for justice and for the peace of the cultivation world. The strength of one person is not enough. The overall strength of our Tonda League is the most important. But not long ago, a disciple used the resources that other disciples in the League urgently needed in order to make a personal breakthrough. This behavior violates the purpose of our Tonda League. Now, he has realized his mistake and decided to apologize publicly today. I hope everyone will learn from this and not harm the interests of the Tonda League for personal gain. Ji Wuchang turned to me and said, Li Changfeng, Tang Wu, come up. I walked onto the stage calmly with a nonchalant expression on my face. Jibo frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy, as if I seemed different from usual. Li Changfeng, now you apologize to Tang Wu and hand over the red flame fruit, and the matter will end here. I won't pursue the matter any further. Ji Wuchang's tone was a bit condescending. I can apologize, but I have already eaten the red flame fruit and cannot hand it over. I looked indifferent, without any guilt. Senior brother Changfeng, how could you do this? You knew I needed the red flame fruit, so why did you use it? Tang Wu's face was pale, his eyes full of disbelief. I sneered, the red flame fruit is originally mine. Why should I give it to you? You still want to become the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. So ask Alliance Leader Ji if he can give it to you. Asshole, Li Changfeng, you are so selfish. Ask the ancient god cult to send me a red flame fruit right now. Otherwise, I will expel you from the Tonda League. Ji Wuchang was furious. He didn't expect that I would eat the red flame fruit directly. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and I said calmly, okay, I agree. A smile appeared on my face, as if I had expected this moment to come. Ji Wuchang sneered, Humph, Li Changfeng, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the ancient god cult backing you up. Tang Wu must get your apology for what happened today. Ji Wuchang thought that I would continue to hand over the red flame fruit and was about to continue scolding me. At this time, Feng Qingxue came out and looked at me coldly. Junior brother, you promised me that you would apologize to Tang Wu. Why do you regret it? I'll go and apologize now. I sneered and walked towards Tang Wu. Junior brother Tang Wu, I stood in front of him, my eyes cold. I spent a lot of effort to get this red flame fruit. I really can't give it to you. I've already eaten it. I apologize for this. I glanced at Tang Wu with an extremely apologetic expression, then scanned the entire audience. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Did I hear correctly? This red flame fruit belongs to Li Changfeng? Didn't they say that Li Changfeng stole this red flame fruit from Tang Wu? What's going on? Didn't you see it? Li Changfeng was wronged. I've always wondered why, as a direct disciple of the ancient god sect, he would be entangled with a red flame fruit. The Tonda League is composed of various forces. The disciples on the field are sharp-eyed and saw the mystery at a glance. I listened to everyone's discussion, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. In the past, I silently endured and dared not refute, which made them think that I was narrow-minded. Today, I want to make the truth public and let everyone see the true faces of Tang Wu and others. Tang Wu stood on the stage, his face pale, and couldn't believe that I would be so straightforward. He didn't even understand why I, a usually taciturn person, suddenly became a different person. Logically, shouldn't everyone sympathize with me? I ignored his thoughts and turned to Feng Qingxue, senior sister. I have apologized. Now, can I leave? Stop. Didn't you just promise the ancient god cult to send you another red flame fruit? Send a message back now. Junior brother Tang Wu is waiting for you to build your foundation. Feng Qingxue's voice was stern. Although she was dissatisfied with me, she also had to consider Tang Wu. I was stunned. When did I agree to take another red flame fruit from the ancient god cult? Stop quibbling. Everyone present heard it clearly. Are you going to deny it? Ji Wuchang's face turned gloomy. I sneered. Alliance leader misunderstood. What I meant was that I agreed to withdraw from the Tonda Alliance instead of giving Tang Wu another red flame fruit. The whole audience was in an uproar. They knew best how much effort I had put into the Tonda League, and they never thought that I would choose to quit. You? Li Changfeng, are you crazy? Feng Qingxue's face changed instantly. They wanted to pressure me to continue to provide resources, but who would have thought that they would force me to withdraw from the Alliance? I looked at Feng Qingxue and smiled faintly. Senior sister, I have done what I promised, and my disappointment has accumulated enough. I now officially announce my withdrawal from the Qiang Xingxuan team, and you can all bear witness to it. My voice carried the power of true energy, shaking the entire audience. On the field, everyone looked at Feng Qingxue and Tang Wu with complicated eyes. They all understood. The reason why I quit was because these people took advantage of others and slander me at will. Otherwise, with my usual efforts, how could I have made such a decision? Junior brother, calm down. A cold voice came. In the distance, a young girl came riding a sword, her white skirt fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. She had a perfect face, deep eyes under her eyebrows, and glittering black hair draped over her shoulders, which was breathtakingly beautiful. It's senior sister, Xing Xian, everyone exclaimed. I looked at her, clenched my fists, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in my eyes. When Feng Qingxue saw Qian Xingxuan arriving, she hurried forward and repeated what had happened. Qian Xingxuan frowned slightly and looked at me. Junior brother Changfeng, I know you've been wronged. Since you have already apologized, I will not pursue it. I will ask the leader to show some leniency. No need, I said coldly, without any reluctance. Li Changfeng, don't be so smart. Do you really think I dare not punish you? Ji Wuchang's face suddenly became more gloomy, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Punish me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? I have already withdrawn from the Tonda League. Why are you punishing me? I looked at Ji Wuchang with disdain, without any fear. Have the support of the ancient god cult behind me, and my master is a powerful person in the god transformation realm. If they hadn't been brainwashed in their previous life, Qian Xingxuan and the others wouldn't be worthy of carrying my shoes. Ji Wuchang was so angry that his face turned blue. He raised his hand, but did not put it down. I chuckled and said, since the leader has nothing to say, I will take my leave. We will meet again in the future. Before I finished speaking, I turned and walked off the stage. Junior brother, are you really going to leave us? Qian Xingxuan couldn't help but speak. She knew that if I left, their cultivation would become extremely difficult. I used to provide them with resources, but their special physical conditions made it difficult for them to improve on their own. I understand what she is thinking, but now I have come to my senses, and I will never let them succeed. Hide from God's will, avoid cause and effect, all kinds of shackles trap my true self. Follow God's will, accept cause and effect. Today, I know that I am myself. Once I realize the truth and see my true self, what are the old shackles? The shackles in the world are just dreams, without form and without self. I laughed loudly, with great momentum, and walked toward the distance. Is this an epiphany? It's more than just an epiphany. It looks like transcendence. I thought senior brother Changfeng was a loser, but now it seems that he is a real monster. To be able to attain sudden enlightenment at the foundation establishment stage is simply a monster. Qian Xingxuan and Feng Qingxue looked at the huge change in Li Changfeng, feeling mixed emotions. The man who used to obey them in everything was gone now, as if they had lost something important. Ji Wuchang and Tang Wu watched me leave, their eyes full of jealousy. They knew how outstanding my talent was. If not, why would they go to such great lengths to suppress him? However, I didn't expect that this time. Not only did it fail, but it also made me realize my potential. It was simply reaping what I sowed. Feng Qingxue said reluctantly, Senior sister, what should we do? If junior brother Changfeng really leaves, we... Shut up, you can't practice without him. Qian Xingxuan scolded coldly. However, she knew in her heart that her cultivation still depended on my help. So what right did she have to say such a thing? No, I must find a way to get him back. Qian Xingxuan was panicked. This time, I walked for a long time in a state of enlightenment. When I came to my senses, I was already standing at the foot of the Tonda League mountain. At this moment, I just felt relaxed all over, without any discomfort at all, and even the foundation that I had just completed became more solid. Brother, you're awake. A middle-aged man dressed in ancient god religion clothing walked forward and bowed respectfully. He is a disciple of the outer sect of the ancient god religion, who is here to take care of me. Although these people are not young, their cultivation has reached the golden core realm. Due to their limited talent, they have not been able to obtain the true inheritance of the ancient god religion and can only stay in the outer sect. It's okay, let's go. I don't plan to go back to the Tonda League. Yes, senior brother. The middle-aged man responded respectfully, and then flew me towards the direction of the ancient god sect on his sword. In the moon temple of the ancient god cult, Fairy Bright Moon is wearing a moon-white fairy dress. Her expression is stern, and her eyes are full of pity. The middle-aged outer sect disciple had already told her about the Tonda League. As my master, Jiayue was naturally furious. But fortunately, I woke up in time and it was not too late. You've only managed to build your foundation in 3 years. I really don't know how you've been living these years. Jiayue stared at me with disappointment. I lowered my head silently, feeling a bitter feeling in my heart. In my previous life, Jiayue had scolded me for my slow practice, but I was lost in thought at the time, and I was so focused on the Tonda League that I didn't listen to her advice at all. I even distanced myself from Jiayue because of my 5 senior sisters. Later, when I was besieged, it was she who protected me, but in the end, because we were outnumbered, she was brutally killed by Ji Wuchang. This made me feel confused and gave the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. If I could do it all over again, I swear that I would never let Master get hurt again. Master, I know I was wrong. From now on, I will focus on cultivation and will never let you down. Jiyue nodded slightly and smiled. Go and practice. There are disciples cleaning the cave every day. You can go back directly. Hearing this, my nose was sore. Where can I find such a good master? I was really blind in my previous life. After saying goodbye to Jiyue, I went straight to my cave and began to practice hard to prepare for the future. I remember that the Sect competition will be held in a month. In the previous life, with my help, 5 senior sisters shined brightly and made the Tonda League unrivaled. This time, without my help, I really want to see how they can shine. Tonda League, 10,000 Poison Pond. A graceful figure slowly walked out of the dark green pond. The girl was dressed in a dark green gauze, with her hair tied up, looking heroic. Senior sister Ingyu, have you come out of retreat? The errand disciple nearby had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Chang Ingyu coming out of retreat, he hurried forward. Did Li Changfeng deliver the Sunluo poison? Chang Ingyu asked casually. She thought that since I didn't come to pick her up, the stuff must have been delivered long ago. The errand disciple hesitated for a moment. Senior sister, senior brother Changfeng. He is gone. Gone? When did you come back? I need the Sunluo poison urgently. Chang Ingyu raised her eyebrows, revealing a look of displeasure. Senior brother Changfeng has returned to the ancient god Sect. I'm afraid he won't be back. The errand disciple recounted what had happened. After hearing this, Chang Ingyu's face instantly darkened. The errand disciple looked at her gloomy face and hurriedly advised, Senior sister, please don't be angry. I know that this is what junior brother Tang Wu did. Li Changfeng is going too far. Junior brother Tang Wu just wanted a red flame fruit, but he was embarrassed because of such a small matter. He is such a mean person. Chang Ingyu's tone was cold, as if I should have handed the thing over. The errand disciple was stunned and a little frightened. He originally thought that the sisters were approachable, but he didn't expect that each of them was abnormal. If he stayed any longer, he would be dragged down. He was just a chores disciple with a meager monthly income, so why should he work so hard to serve these people? Chang Ingyu did not realize that her words made the menial disciple want to leave, and after sorting out everything, she flew straight in the direction of the ancient god Sect. She no longer needed the red flame fruit, but she couldn't delay the Sunluo Gu. The Sect competition would be held in a month, and without the Sunluo Gu, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight. I returned to my cave and began to practice. Feeling the power in my body, I couldn't calm down for a long time. In my previous life, I delayed my cultivation because of them. Although I had a chance encounter that made my cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, is still not as good as following the routine. In this life, I must consolidate my cultivation and reach the pinnacle. This time, I want to sit on the throne of the saint myself. There was a cold light flashing in my eyes. Junior brother Changfeng, I'm here to find you. Just as I was thinking about how to move forward, a familiar voice came. Chang Ingyu? What is she here for? I was slightly stunned, and then I suddenly realized. With a sneer, I stood up and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Chang Ingyu was looking down at the open cave door with an impatient look on her face. Isn't this senior sister Ingyu? What brings you here? I said coldly. Chang Ingyu ignored my cold tone and instructed, I have run out of Sunluo Gu worms. The Sect competition will be held next month. I need to practice in seclusion. Please refine another batch for me. Also, the sky poison orchid I need for my practice is almost used up. Please go to the secret realm and pick some for me. I need it urgently. No time. I ignored her arrogance and responded coldly. I have no good feelings towards Chang Ingyu. She has a natural poisonous body, and it is extremely dangerous to practice. She must use the sky poison orchid to fight poison with poison in order to make rapid progress. If you want to take action, you need to use the Sunluo insect to absorb the toxins in her body, otherwise she will not survive. In my previous life, I endured the pain of being devoured by all kinds of poisons to find her the heavenly poison orchid and raise Sunluo Gu worms, but the result was a siege. In this life, whoever wants poison can take it, and whoever wants to raise Gu worms can raise them. What did you say? Chang Ingyu looked at me in astonishment. She didn't expect that I would refuse so decisively. Are you deaf? Look at my lip movements. There's no time. I responded word by word without mercy. Li Changfeng, I asked you to take the Sunluo poison because I am giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Do you really intend to make senior sister Xingxuan completely disappointed in you? Chang Ingyu showed an expression of control over everything, as if she was completely unaware of the disgust in my eyes. I took a deep breath, suppressed the nausea in my heart, and said coldly, Chonging you, I'll say it again, get lost. From now on, I won't bother to care about not only you, but also your group of sisters. You bastard. How dare you call someone a bitch? Chonging Yu was furious when she heard this. In the past, I didn't dare to talk to her like this. Now, this sudden change is totally unacceptable to her. My eyes turned cold and my voice was stern. What? Did I say something wrong? The whores in the brothel know how to please the customers. But what about you? I'm nice to you, but what do you get in return? You're worse than the whores in the brothel. I also thought about getting rid of these people, but wouldn't it be too easy for them to just let them die? No one knows their flaws better than me. Without me, these so-called goddesses are nothing but trash. I want to make these people fall from the altar and let them die miserably amidst the scorn of countless people. Chonging Yu was so angry that she was shaking all over, her eyes full of resentment. Just wait. I will never forgive you this time. Don't even think about coming back in this life. After saying that, she turned and flew away. I sneered. Go back. Dream on. Someone come here. I summoned the gatekeeper disciple next to me. Brother, what do you want me to do? A disciple asked respectfully. They were all outer disciples, most of whom were between the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage. They guarded the gate just to earn spirit stones for cultivation. I said coldly, if anyone from the Tonda League comes again, just drive them away. Seeing them makes me sick. Yes, senior brother. The disciple nodded quickly, excitement unconcealed in his eyes. He heard the conversation between Chonging Yu and me just now. The ancient god sect is much higher than that of other sects, but the women of the Tonda League have always looked down on them. In the past, they didn't take it seriously just to save my face, but now that I have spoken, they don't have to put up with those women's arrogance anymore. I left the mountain gate and headed straight towards the ancient god mountain. Ancient God Mountain is where our disciples obtain resources and organize teams for training. If you want to improve quickly and participate in the Sect competition, coming here is the best choice. As soon as I arrived at the square, I saw various recruitment information. The Sect competition is coming soon, urgently recruiting strong team members 6-1. A Foundation Establishment Realm Swordsman will lead the team and ensure they are among the top 10. Secure the third place and fight for the first place. The whole team is building a foundation. If you're interested, please contact me. I took a quick look, shook my head, and turned away. Not every cultivator in the foundation establishment stage can make it into the top 3. Walking along the way, I soon arrived at the main hall. On the bulletin board of the main hall were posted information on the sale of various medicinal materials and spiritual treasures, as well as the need to collect them. I scanned the area and finally stopped at the topmost item. The innate sword embryo? I just built my foundation, and I need a sword embryo to condense my innate flying sword. This innate sword embryo is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. However, in addition to the innate sword embryo itself, what attracts me more is its owner, Chu Yulan. In my previous life, Chu Yulan was one of the strongest opponents in the Sect competition. In the end, I helped 5 senior sisters improve their combat power and was able to defeat her. At that time, she was fighting against 5 people alone. If it weren't for her teammates' weakness, she would never have failed. Interesting. Maybe there will be a different opportunity this time. I smiled faintly and turned to head towards Chuanfang Mountain. Chu Yulan is the favorite disciple of the immortal monarch of flowers and has close ties with Moon God Mountain. Who dares to break into Chuanfang Mountain? A handsome figure suddenly appeared in front of me and blocked my way. I saw the man in front of me with a certain temperament, and I recognized him immediately. It turns out to be Senior Brother Pei Xian. I didn't expect that you were on duty today. Are you? Li Chongfeng from Yueshan Mountain. A hint of surprise flashed in Pei Xian's eyes. My talent is well known throughout the ancient god sect. It takes 1 day to draw qi into the body, 2 days to train qi to a higher level, and half a year to reach the great perfection of qi training. As disciples of Chuanfang Mountain, they have naturally heard of it. Hello, Senior Brother. I bowed and smiled. Pei Xian quickly returned the greeting. You are too polite, Junior Brother. What brings you to Chuanfang Mountain today? I saw Senior Sister Yulan holding an innate sword embryo in Ancient God Mountain. I have just established my foundation and was planning to use it to make my own flying sword. I did not hide anything and directly stated my purpose. Okay, please come in. If Senior Sister knew you were here, she would be very happy. Pei Xian looked excited and pulled me into the mountains. I was a little confused. I was just here to get a sword blank. Was there any need to be so excited? Chuanfeng Mountain, green forest, and bamboo sea. The dense bamboo forest covers the entire mountainside. The bamboo leaves rustle in the wind, and the emerald green bamboo leaves overlap like waves. It is really poetic and picturesque. Pei led me through the bamboo forest. As soon as we landed, he shouted, senior sister, come and see, junior brother Changfeng is here." At this time, a woman in a white fairy dress came out of the bamboo house. Her fairy dress was like white clouds, and the green of the bamboo forest set off her fairy-like face. Her slender and beautiful figure was so beautiful that it was speechless, and everything in front of her seemed to be eclipsed. When Chu Yulan turned around and looked at me, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "It's junior brother Changfeng. I wonder what brings you here." Her voice was ethereal and melodious, and the bamboo forest seemed to become even more mysterious because of it. I just felt my heart fluttering, and I couldn't come back to my senses for a while. It is undeniable that she is too perfect. Not only her figure and appearance, but also her temperament and voice are intoxicating. I was so blind in my previous life. I couldn't help but whisper. Chu Yulan was stunned. What did junior brother say just now? I realized that I'd lost my composure and said quickly, "Nothing, nothing." Pei Xian smiled and interjected, "Junior brother must be amazed by my senior sister's beauty, right?" I smiled awkwardly and didn't deny it. Chu Yulan couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, looking somewhat proud. "I heard that senior sister has an innate sword embryo. I have just established my foundation, and I need a natal flying sword. I wonder if senior sister can give it up. I am willing to exchange it for a magic weapon." I spoke quickly to hide my embarrassment. Chu Yulan looked at me deeply, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. With junior brother's talent, he should have established his foundation long ago. How come he has just established his foundation? I smiled bitterly. I was a little lost before and almost got taken advantage of, but now I have come to my senses. Chu Yulan suddenly realized that she didn't know anything about the Tonda League. I do have the innate sword embryo, but it cannot be easily exchanged. Sister, please tell me what your requirements are. I will do what I can do, and I will never refuse. I said seriously. The natal flying sword is extremely important to a cultivator, so I'm also particularly cautious. Chu Yulan smiled, but her next words left me completely confused. I'm still short of a teammate for the Sect trial. If you are willing to join, I will exchange my innate sword embryo with you. What? I stood there in a daze. Although I had thought about joining Chu Yulan's team, I never expected that she would take the initiative to invite me. This scene was incredible. The opponent in the previous life became a teammate today. What a wonderful fate. You don't want to? Chu Yulan's voice trembled slightly. I hurriedly shook my head. No. I am willing, of course I am willing. Senior sister thinks highly of me and invites me to join the team. How can I refuse? Facing her invitation, I accepted without hesitation. In my previous life, the reward for the Sect competition was a secret trial. There were not only countless natural treasures, but also opportunities for enlightenment. It was a rare and precious opportunity. Among the teams below the Foundation establishment realm, only Chu Yulan could compete with Qian Xingxuan. If one wanted to obtain the opportunity to participate in the secret realm trial, Chu Yulan was undoubtedly the best choice. In that case, this innate sword embryo will be considered as a gift for me to invite you to join the team. Chu Yulan took out a 3-meter-long sword-shaped embryo from her storage ring. It was the perfect embryo for nurturing her natal flying sword. This innate sword embryo came from the sword pavilion. It was given to me by my grandfather. I hope you will cherish it. Her voice was gentle, as if she was handing over something of vital importance. Don't worry, senior sister. Changfeng will live up to your trust. I nodded solemnly. Then, I took out a fairy robe from my storage ring. This is the fairy robe I wove with silk thread from the golden silkworms of the western regions. It is engraved with a defensive formation that can withstand the attack of the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm for an hour. I will use it as an exchange for senior sister's innate sword embryo. How can this be possible? Chu Yulan immediately waved her hands, obviously a little surprised. She didn't expect me to take out such a precious item. This immortal robe is at least a mid-grade spiritual weapon, which can defend against the attack of the great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm for 1 hour, and is almost invincible. I advised, Sister, it's rare to find an innate sword embryo in 1,000 years, and this immortal robe is far inferior. If you don't want to accept it, this deal will be canceled. Chu Yulan had no choice but to nod. In that case, I will accept the immortal robe. I finally smiled with satisfaction. In the previous life, Qian Xingxuan relied on the invincible defense of this fairy clothing to fight against Chu Yulan and win the competition. But in this life, the offense and defense have switched positions, and the situation is very different. Tonda League, in a room of Qiang Xingxuan team. Tang Wu stood aside, looking at the four senior sisters cautiously. The four senior sisters sat together, all with unhappy expressions. Senior sister Xingxuan, senior brother Changfeng is really not coming back, right? Tang Wu asked tentatively. He's just throwing a tantrum. Who else can want him except us? Feng Qingxue sneered, her eyes full of contempt. Tang Wu smiled awkwardly. He had only been here for half a year and didn't know much about my abilities. At the moment, he just thought that these senior sisters were very powerful, and it was just a convenience for them to take me with them. He didn't expect that I would leave the team directly. However, this is also a good thing. The benefits of the team and several beautiful senior sisters will all be his in the future. Xing Xian, we must not let Li Changfeng stay in the team this time. If he comes back, he must pay the price. Chang Yingyu said angrily, the rise and fall of her chest becoming more obvious. Tang Wu stared at it intently, thinking to himself, how cruel. Did you go find him? Qian Xingxuan only took a glance and knew that Chang Yingyu had looked for me. Chang Yingyu was furious. I ran out of Sinluo poison and asked him to prepare some, but he said he didn't have time. This is too much. How could this be possible? Feng Qingxue was the first to jump out. Yes, if he comes back this time, he must not be allowed to join the team again. Chang Yingyu said indignantly. Does he really want to leave? Qian Xingxuan frowned. She didn't care about Chang Yingyu's attitude. She had the final say in the team's affairs. Seeing this, Tang Wu said, Senior sister, this matter is because of me. If it is because of me that I have a conflict with my senior brother, I am willing to leave. Junior brother, you are too kind. It was Li Changfeng's fault. We asked him to join the team so that he could contribute to the Tonda League. Since he is ungrateful and even wants to leave, it means that we have been too good to him. Feng Qingxue's tone was full of resentment. Qian Xingxuan also spoke to comfort him. Junior brother, you just joined not long ago. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will contact him and ask him to come back and apologize to you and Yingyu. She took out the jade talisman for transmitting sound, but it still didn't connect. Everyone was stunned. Xing Xian, could it be that Changfeng broke your jade slip for transmitting sound? Jin Xiangyu couldn't help but ask. The others were also shocked. In the past, even if they had troubled me, they could calm me down with just a few words of coaxing. But now I was obviously determined to cut off all ties. Senior sister, the Sect competition is coming soon. If Changfeng is not here. Chang Sunjing finally couldn't help but express her concern. The other four looked at each other with complicated expressions and seemed to be somewhat regretful. Tang Wu was restless, cursing in his heart. Li Changfeng, I really underestimated you. In the Changfeng Valley of Yueshan Mountain, Jin Xiangyu and Chang Sunjing came flying with swords. Stop! This is the important place of the ancient god cult. Who dares to trespass? The gatekeeper disciple shouted sternly with a trace of disdain in his eyes. However, when he saw who was coming, the contempt in his eyes became even more obvious. Are you blind? Don't you know who we are? Hurry up and let Li Changfeng come out. We have something to ask him. Jin Xiangyu shot a cold gaze over, not taking the gatekeeper disciple seriously at all. The gatekeeper was furious. How dare you make trouble here, you bastard? Where do you think this place is? Before he finished speaking, a brilliant sword light flew straight towards the other party. In the past, they might have tolerated the arrogance of those women, but now, since I no longer wanted to see them, he would naturally not miss this opportunity for revenge. Boom! With a loud noise, Jin Xiangyu hastily drew her sword to block the opponent's attack, but her body was blown away 100 meters and blood spurted out of her mouth. Bastards! How dare you attack us? Where's Li Changfeng? Let him get out. Chang Sunjing's anger almost consumed her. In the ancient god sect, they had never suffered such humiliation. The gatekeeper sneered and stared at the two men, his eyes full of contempt. You really don't know how high the heaven is, how deep the earth is. Do you think senior brother Changfeng will still pay attention to you? What do you mean? Jin Xiangyu asked angrily. Don't you understand yet? My senior brother treated you sincerely back then, but you didn't appreciate it and drove him away. Do you think the ancient god cult is polite to you because you are of noble status and high cultivation? If it wasn't for my senior brother's sake, I would feel disgusted even by looking at the likes of you. The gatekeeper's words were filled with disdain and contempt. The two women trembled slightly when they heard this, their anger almost burning out their reason. We are disciples of the Tonda League. The Tonda League controls the entire cultivation world. How dare they do this to us? Tonda Alliance. The gatekeeper disciple laughed as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha! The Tonda Alliance is just a dog trained by several of our forces. How dare they claim to have faith in our ancient god sect? You. Jean Xiangyu was so angry that she hadn't finished her words yet. Get lost! The gatekeeper shouted coldly, and with a wave of his sword, he directly knocked the two men back and sent them flying out of the mountain gate. From now on, if you dare to come here again, my sword will show no mercy. The cold voice echoed in the air, like a needle piercing into the hearts of the two people, making them unable to move for a moment. They wanted to fight back, but they felt the murderous aura coming towards them and instantly became afraid, like two quails. Damn it! How dare the ancient god cult do this to us? Li Chanfeng, how dare he do this? Jean Xiangyu's eyes were red as she looked at Yueshan mountain angrily. Chang Sun-jing took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Let's go first. The sect competition is about to begin. This time, we must let the people of the ancient god sect understand the consequences of offending the heavenly Tao Alliance. After saying that, the two left silently. Mountains of flowers, green forests, and bamboo seas. I don't know anything about Changfeng Valley yet, and I'm concentrating on practicing in seclusion. After obtaining the sword embryo, I immediately started practicing. Relying on the memories and vision of my previous life, my practice progressed unexpectedly smoothly. The surrounding spiritual energy began to flow into my body crazily. The skills in this instructions for spiritual cultivation are truly amazing. I secretly sighed in my heart. The technique recorded in instructions for spiritual cultivation is called Chaos Wuji Sutra. In my previous life, it was this technique that made the 5 senior sisters and Ji Buchang want to kill me. This technique not only allows practitioners to lay a supreme foundation, but also allows them to devour the essence of others and use it for their own benefit. When used in a righteous way, it is righteous. When used in an evil way, it is evil. It is a supreme magical skill that can transcend heaven and earth. In my previous life, I died before I could complete my cultivation, but in this life, I will use this method of transcending the 3 realms to find the strongest path. Chu Yulan was shocked when she saw my powerful aura. Although her cultivation was not high, her vision was different from that of ordinary people. The technique I practiced not only improved my cultivation, but also greatly improved my physical state. My natal flying sword also merged with me under the effect of this technique. You know, it usually takes a long time to cultivate and practice the flying sword of one's destiny before it can be cultivated together with the practitioner's life, but I have achieved this by just practicing the technique. This is simply unbelievable. Soon after, the fluctuations in spiritual energy gradually subsided, and my momentum dissipated as well. Thank you, senior sister, for your protection, I said gratefully. Chu Yulan smiled and said, we are from the same team. Why should we be so polite? However, I wonder what plans junior brother has for the sect competition. I pondered for a moment and replied, I have a senior brother on Yuesha Mountain. If I can get his help, I will definitely win the championship. Chu Yulan was stunned, as if she had thought of something, and asked, Junior brother, are you talking about senior brother Guyu? Yes, senior brother Guyu was seriously injured many years ago, and his cultivation fell to the foundation establishment stage. But his combat power is almost invincible in the foundation establishment stage. I did not deny it. Chu Yulan shook her head. I heard that after senior brother Guyu was injured, his personality became withdrawn, and he didn't interact with others very much. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get him to leave the mountain. I smiled and said, others may not be able to invite him, but I have a way. Oh, junior brother, do you have a solution? Chu Yulan's eyes flickered with hope. I smiled and said, sister, just wait for my good news. Others may not be able to invite Guyu, but I do have a way. Because in the secret realm exploration during this sect competition, there is a pill, Nirvana Golden Pill. This pill can heal injuries, reshape meridians, and restore lost talents. which is exactly what Guyu needs. Our team currently only has 3 people, plus Pei Xian. Facing the challenge of 7 people is too risky. In order to ensure our chances of winning, I decided to invite Guyu to join us. After all, his fighting power is on par with Qian Xingxuan's, and with Chu Yuan and I, our chances of winning will be greatly increased. After the two decided to invite Guyu, they flew to Moon God Mountain on their swords. The Crescent Moon Pond in Yueshan Mountain is the only pond there. According to legend, on every full moon night, the pond will attract the moonlight to descend and help practitioners temper their bodies, making it a holy place for cultivation. At this time, beside the Crescent Moon Pond, a young man in gray cloth sat quietly. There was no trace of true energy fluctuation in his body, just like an ordinary mortal. Brother, junior brother Chongfeng, is here to visit you. He said he has something to discuss with you. The gatekeeper disciple of Yueyao Lake came to report. No. Guyu's voice was hoarse and magnetic, revealing an indifference that could not be rejected. But the gatekeeper disciple of Crescent Moon Lake wanted to say something. Guyu's eyes turned cold, and his terrifying aura was released instantly. The gatekeeper disciple was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Junior brother Chongfeng said that he knows the whereabouts of the Nirvana Golden Pill and can cure your injuries. The gatekeeper disciple trembled and told the truth without hiding anything. Upon hearing this, Guyu's expression suddenly changed and his body trembled slightly. Let him in. After a moment of silence, Guyu's hoarse voice sounded again. With the blessing of my past life memories and with the help of Guyu, I was able to do it with ease. Of the ancient god cult, Jiao Yu's eyes were as cold as ice. The leader of the heavenly Tao must be replaced. Ji Buchang is a man of deep thoughts. If he gains power, it will bring immeasurable harm to the cultivation world. Junior sister, I understand that your disciple has suffered injustice in the Tonda League, but this matter cannot be associated with personal feelings. Tianlei Xinjuan frowned, unwilling to get involved. Do you think I'm taking revenge on someone I don't like? Jiao Yue sneered and threw out a photo-taking stone. Lights flickered, and the screen showed broken limbs and body parts like hell on earth. The bones of babies less than a month old were piled up in a pool of blood, and the scene was horrific. Where is this? Baiwa Immortal Lord was furious, his eyes full of murderous intent. Among the many elders of the ancient god cult, Baiwa Immortal Lord hated injustice the most. Jiwa said in a low voice, in Beixiang Mountain, there are thousands of floating corpses. Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with shock. Beixiang Mountain, the jurisdiction of the Tonda League. How could such a thing happen? Why wasn't it reported? Tianlei Xinjuan's face was gloomy, and murderous intent surged out. As the most powerful religion in the world of cultivation, the ancient god cult would never tolerate such a massacre of mortals. Everyone, just as everyone was about to ask further questions, an elegant voice came from the main seat. The leader of the ancient god cult finally spoke. Ji Buchang is good at formations, which is what the ancient god cult urgently needs. Over the years, the formations that the ancient god cult can use have become increasingly scarce. I'm afraid we will have to rely on him in the future. Although the words were not fully expressed, the meaning was already very clear. Jiao Yu's cold light flashed. Brother, is this really your decision? The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and frost began to cover the stone pillars. Junior sister, calm down. I am just putting forward an opinion. Don't get excited. A soft voice suddenly sounded, and a man in a black and gold robe quietly appeared. With his appearance, the cold air around him gradually dissipated, as if the spring sunshine was shining into the hall. Lord Liang. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they breathed a sigh of relief. When Jiyue saw the person coming, she restrained her momentum and turned to look at him unhappily. Junior brother, you want to get involved in this matter too? The leader obviously didn't expect that Lord Liang would intervene. Lord Liang, the most powerful person in the ancient god sect and the rumored Taoist partner of Fairy Jiyue. The relationship between these two people has always been unclear. Liang Xinjuan smiled and said, Brother, the ancient god cult does need a formation master, but we can't just find anyone, right? The leader's eyes darkened. There is no other way. Captain Jibo has offended me. You can decide for yourselves. Jiyue said impatiently and turned away. True Lord Liang wanted to say something but stopped himself, but when he saw the leader was present, he finally gave up. Moon God Mountain, Chongfeng Valley. Chu Yuan exclaimed. Junior brother, your attainments and formations are truly extraordinary. Even the formation elders in the sect may not be able to reach this level, right? At this time, Changfeng Valley was already covered by a huge complex formation. The formation included spirit gathering formation, trapping formation, killing formation, poison formation, teleportation formation. Even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage might not be able to escape unscathed from this formation. An immortal at the spiritualization stage would even face a great threat. In the world of cultivation are divided into Qi training, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, refining emptiness, unity with the Tao, Mahayana, and overcoming tribulations and ascending. The cultivators above the spirit transformation realm are called immortal lords. The power of the formation I set up based on my memories from my previous life can be imagined. This spirit gathering formation is far superior to similar formations commonly used by the ancient god cult. Guyu looked around with emotion and found that his injuries had stopped getting worse under the nourishment of the rich spiritual energy of the formation. This place is really magical. I smiled and said, in another month, the Sect competition will begin. We will practice the formation here for this month, and we will definitely be invincible by then. Chu Yulan and the other two nodded in agreement. Then I took out the formation diagram I had prepared. Heavens will four symbols battle formation. You also have this formation. Pei Xian opened his eyes wide in surprise. I smiled and said, we don't have many people and we don't have a combined attack formation, so it won't be easy to win. After saying that, I looked at Guyu and said, Brother Guyu, your injury has not healed yet. The Azure Dragon position is most suitable for you. The Azure Dragon represents vitality and will be beneficial to you. Thank you, junior brother. Guyu nodded gratefully, his eyes full of gratitude. When I found him yesterday, he was still wary of me, but one pill relieved his injuries, which made him trust me deeply. Now, after seeing the formation I set up, he is even more convinced. Finally, I stood at the position of Sizkou. Chu Yulan stood at the position of Baihu, and Pei Xian, who had the weakest combat power, was naturally at the position of Xuanwu. Of the four symbols of heavens, wolf formation was completed, and the four began to practice. The roars of tigers and dragons resounded throughout the Changfeng Valley, and strange phenomena in heaven and earth appeared. In Tonda League, Qian Xingxuan frowned as she looked at her four junior sisters who were looking unhappy. Senior sister, please agree to us. You go there, and as long as you coax Li Changfeng, he will definitely come back. Without the sky poison orchid, I can't practice at all. Chang Yu pleaded with a bitter face. She had been away for 5 days and had not been able to practice for 5 days. If she didn't have the sky poison orchid, her practice would be suicide. Feng Qingxue couldn't help but say, Senior sister, my flying sword is also broken. The Sect competition is coming up soon. If I don't have a new flying sword, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight. And us. Chang Sunjing and Jin Xiangyu looked embarrassed. They didn't want to speak, but for the sake of practice, they had to speak. They had never realized the value of Li Changfeng before, but now they understand that without him, their practice would be difficult. Feng Qingxue needs to constantly change her flying sword to filter out the true essence of swordsmanship. Chang Sunjing has a congenital medicinal body and needs a large amount of elixirs to improve his cultivation. Jin Xiangyu was born with a body that was weak to gold and could not use any spiritual tools, but talismans could enhance her true essence. In the past, I prepared everything they needed. Now that I am gone, their cultivation resources have been cut off. The Sect competition is coming soon, and they urgently need him to provide them with what they need. Qian Xingxuan looked at them with a frown on her face. Look at you guys. Without Li Changfeng, will you stop practicing? Senior sister, it's so easy for you to say that. Wasn't your formation also set up by him? Chang Sunjing couldn't help but complain. Yes, the star stones you use every year are given by him. What's the difference between you and us? Chang Yu said sourly. Feng Qingxue saw that Qian Xingxuan looked unhappy and hurriedly stepped forward to ease the situation. Stop talking. Senior sister didn't say not to let him come back. Qian Xingxuan sneered and said, Go back first. I'll find a way to get the cultivation resources. The other four wanted to say something, but when they saw Qian Xingxuan's expression, they finally remained silent. Chapter 8. Liang Xinju in shock. Tonda League. Tang Wu slowly put away his skills. The true energy in his body had reached perfection. Damn Li Changfeng. If he hadn't taken the red flame fruit, I would have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Tang Wu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Don't be angry about this. Your team is very strong. If you use it properly, you will definitely be able to get a place to enter the secret realm. It won't be too late to build your foundation by then. A voice sounded in Tang Wu's sea of consciousness, and the heart-protecting mirror on his chest began to emit a light red bloodlight. Tang Wu's eyes were firm. I understand, Master. I will definitely get a place to enter the secret realm. The mysterious voice continued. In addition to the foundation-building elixir, there is also most of my body in the secret realm. If you can get it, it will definitely increase your combat power. Master, rest assured, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Tang Wu's eyes were filled with excitement as he listened to the mysterious man's words. Is junior brother Tang Wu here? Just as the two were talking, Qian Xingxuan's voice was heard from outside the door. Disciple, now is the critical moment of the Sect competition. This girl will definitely have some requests. Remember, agree to her request no matter what it is. The mysterious man spoke decisively, fearing that Tang Wu would mess things up. Tang Wu nodded repeatedly. Master, don't worry. I know the severity of the situation. Then he stood up and opened the door. The light from the breastplate on his chest faded away, and everything returned to calm. When he opened the door, Qian Xingxuan was standing not far away, dressed in white, with an outstanding temperament, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Senior sister, do you have something to talk to me about? Tang Wu couldn't help but ask. Qian Xingxuan nodded. Indeed, there are some things about you and junior brother Changfeng. Tang Feng's face changed slightly when he heard this. At this time, Qian Xingxuan looked embarrassed, as if he had encountered a difficult situation. But Tang Feng knew that this woman was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Senior sister, I know that I was wrong in the matter of junior brother Changfeng, but he openly slandered Master and several senior sisters. I will never forgive him. Tang Feng looked righteous and spoke up for Jibwa Chang, Qian Xingxuan, and others. Qian Xingxuan's eyes flashed with calculation, and she said softly, I know that junior brother is doing this for our own good, but Li Changfeng is also very important to our team, so? Qian Xingxuan seemed to be hesitant to speak, looking embarrassed. Tang Wu naturally saw through Qian Xingxuan's intention, but there were only 6 places in the secret realm, otherwise he would not have plotted against Li Changfeng. Senior sister, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Tang Wu spoke decisively, saying that he must enter this secret realm. Qian Xingxuan sighed. You should go and apologize to junior brother Changfeng and ask him to come back, otherwise it will be difficult for us to win the championship this time. No, I will never allow such a person to come back. Senior sister, just tell me what you need and I will prepare it. Tang Wu had a calm attitude, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. Qian Xingxuan spoke with difficulty. Actually, I don't want him to come back, but these things are really... As he spoke, Qian Xingxuan took out a piece of paper and handed it to Tang Wu. Tang Wu quickly took it, glanced at it, and responded decisively. Don't worry, senior sister. I can prepare these things without Li Changfeng. I will give them to you in 7 days. Qian Xingxuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. In that case, I'll have to trouble junior brother Tang Wu. Tang Wu smiled confidently. You are too polite, senior sister. It is just a small matter. Qian Xingxuan exchanged a few more words with Tang Wu before leaving. Tang Wu looked at Qian Xingxuan, who was leaving, then looked at the list in his hand. His eyes turned cold. It seems that we need to block Li Changfeng's way back. Mount Luna. The immortal Lord Liang walked out of the void, looked around furtively, and made sure that no one noticed him before he straightened his clothes and put on the appearance of a hermit. He is here to coax people. Brother, what a fool. Is there anything that brothers and sisters can't discuss together? You have to make junior sister Jiayue angry and ask me to comfort her. Immortal Lord Liang sighed helplessly and went straight to the Moon Temple. Junior sister. Roll. Okay. Before the immortal Lord Liang landed on the Moon Goddess Mountain, he was driven out with a cold rebuke. A silky track flashed by, and the immortal Lord Liang fell towards the direction of Changfeng Valley in panic. There is no way. My junior sister has such a strong aura. How dare she confront the leader directly? Looks like I'll have to come back in a few days. The figure of the immortal Lord Liang stopped in the void, silently looking at the Moon Temple, groaning in his heart. Damn you. Captain Jibo, if you hadn't offended my junior sister, would there have been so many problems? You deserve to be ostracized. Immortal Lord Liang complained and turned to leave. Just as the immortal Lord Liang was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the Changfeng Valley. Because of the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy of the entire Moon God Mountain is converging here. The spiritual energy here seems to be surpassing that of the Moon Temple. You know, there's an ancient spirit gathering formation in the Moon Temple, which is a legacy left by the ancient gods. Coupled with the accumulation of so many years, the spiritual energy therein is simply incomparable to anywhere else. But now the spiritual energy of Changfeng Valley is actually not inferior to that of Moon Temple, which is really shocking. Could it be that junior sister gave the spirit gathering array to her disciple? That shouldn't be the case. She doesn't have the ability to do that. Lord Liang descended from the clouds, his eyes full of surprise. Interesting. I'd like to see who created this spirit gathering formation. True Lord Liang smiled slightly and walked straight towards the Changfeng Valley. Interesting. There's even a maze so interesting. Master Liang found it more and more interesting as he walked. The ancient god cult has studied ancient formations, so their vision is naturally much better than that of ordinary people. So I could tell the formation at a glance. Of course, seeing it is one thing, breaking the formation is another. Then, 10 minutes later, Immortal Lord Liang stood outside the Changfeng Valley again. Immortal Lord Liang stood outside Changfeng Valley, stunned for a long while. I was sent out by the maze. True Lord Liang was no longer calm. Although he is not an expert in formations, he is also a master in the spirit transformation realm. How is it possible that you can't even get through a maze? If I don't tell this to others, won't people laugh at me to death? I just don't believe it. Immortal Lord Liang snorted coldly and walked in again, taking every step extremely carefully. Then, he came out again. Yes, this time it came out faster. It only took 20 steps in total and it came out. Hey, I don't believe it. Immortal Lord Liang was so angry. I have been in the world of cultivation for hundreds of years and have never felt so aggrieved. So the immortal Lord Liang went to Moon God Mountain and never came back. So there are more rumors about the immortal Lord Liang and the fairy Bright Moon. It was said that the two of them were inseparable and stayed at the Moon Temple. Well, that's all for later. Chapter 9, Tang Wu's Pain. There is no time in cultivation and no 60 years in the mountains. A month passed in a flash. The day of the Sect competition arrived as scheduled. Li Changfeng didn't know that the immortal Lord Liang had been hanging around the entrance of his valley for nearly a month. The four of them had completed the practice of the formation within this month and were just waiting for the day of the competition. Of course, this month is just a blink of an eye for them, but for some people, it feels like a year. This person is naturally Tang Wu, who replaced Li Changfeng. During this month, he also saw the true nature of this team. He originally thought that there were 5 talented senior sisters and 1 rubbish junior brother. Who knew that the real situation was Li Changfeng was alone with 5 encumbered senior sisters. One leads 5 and builds a famous team in the world of cultivation. Just thinking about the value of this, Tang Wu felt a chill down his spine. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of achievements Li Changfeng would make in the future if he practiced alone. During this month, Tang Wu had hardly any rest. After helping Feng Qingxue find the flying sword, he began to help Chang Sunjing find elixirs for cultivation. Then he helped Jin Xiangyu find the talismans needed for the battle, and Chang Yingyu needed the Tiandu orchid and Senluo poison. He originally thought that Qian Xingxuan had such high level of cultivation that he shouldn't need any help. Who knew that Qian Xingxuan was the real big player? Qiang Xingxuan is the body of a star and cannot absorb spiritual energy. He can only absorb the power of stars to improve his cultivation. The star formation that Li Changfeng had arranged for her was still usable, but it consumed a huge amount of star stones. During this month, Tang Feng spent all his family assets. If the person in the heart-protecting mirror hadn't said that the journey to the secret realm was extremely important, he would have left long ago. How can they be called a group of talented senior sisters? They are a bunch of vampires. Master, can they really help me win a place to enter the secret realm? Tang Wu still didn't quite believe it. The mysterious man said calmly, "Don't worry. These people have special physiques. Although it is not easy for them to practice, their combat power can crush those of the same level. It should not be difficult to win the Sect competition. It's best this way, Otherwise, I will really lose a lot. Tang Wu felt a pang of pain when he thought of his efforts over the past month. Don't worry, as long as you can find my other body, I can recover. By then, the little you paid will be worthless. The mysterious man looked calm, as if he had seen a lot of things. Tang Wu nodded slightly, praying that everything would go well. Tonda League, Luoying Mountains. People from all sides gathered here. The Sect competition is held every 10 years, and all forces will come to participate. The main purpose is to test the cultivation results of the Foundation establishment realm, select good seedlings, and focus on training them. Jian Pavilion, Immortal Fachin has arrived with his disciples. Bailian League, Tianju Xianjun has arrived with his disciples. The 10,000 Demons Cave, Fairy Bailan has arrived with her disciples. Ancient God Sect, Fairy Bright Moon has arrived with her disciples. Apart from the Tonda League, those whose names were mentioned are all true superpowers in the world of cultivation. As for other small sects, no one will care about them at all. As Li Changfeng and others appeared, everyone's eyes turned to them. Is he Li Changfeng? He doesn't look like an ungrateful person. Yes, I heard that he took away all the resources of several senior sisters before he left. I don't know if it's true or not. It must be true. When he left, he was still in the chi refining stage, but now he is in the foundation establishment stage. Without the resources, could he have cultivated so fast? Everyone pointed at Li Changfeng and talked in low voices. Seeing this scene, Tang Wu sneered in his heart. Of course he was the one who said this. The purpose was to ruin Li Changfeng's reputation and make him completely hostile to his senior sisters. Jiwa listened to everyone's discussion, frowned slightly, and looked at Ji Bucheng. Alliance Leader Ji, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Ji Bucheng sneered. What? Your apprentice can do it, but we can't say anything. You bastard. Fairy Jiayue became furious upon hearing this. When Li Changfeng returned to Yueshan Mountain, she checked the storage ring, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was empty. The rumor spreading now is simply too much. Junior sister, calm down. It's wrong for him to slander our disciples. He is uneducated. How can you argue with him? What a bastard he is. The Fairy Lord of Flowers tried to mediate the fight in a sarcastic way. People from several forces couldn't help but laugh after hearing what the Fairy Lord of Flowers said. The mouth of this Fairy Lord of Flowers is really too poisonous. Upon hearing this, Ji Bucheng said angrily by Hua Xianjun, do you want to test whether my flying sword is sharp? My sword is not bad either. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Fairy Lord of Flowers, and he looked at Ji Bucheng with murderous intent. This month, the ancient god cult has thoroughly investigated the Tonda League, and what they have done is simply too numerous to list. If it weren't for the overall situation, he would have skinned Ji Bucheng alive long ago. Now the other party actually dares to speak so wildly, it's like an old lady hiding in the quilt. It makes me laugh. You too. The competition is coming up soon. Please don't cause any more trouble. Fachin, Immortal Lord of Jiang'a, began to persuade. The two men glared at each other, but in the end did not take action. Ji Bucheng knew that they had broken with the ancient god cult since the day Li Changfeng was taken away, which was why they were so unscrupulous today. Fairy Bright Moon looked at the disciples of the ancient god cult and said, listen carefully. If you see anyone from the Heavenly Tao League, beat them to death. Li Changfeng looked calm and nodded silently. Chu Yulan and the other two were ready to go. During this month, Li Changfeng has provided them with tremendous help. Although they have given Li Changfeng a lot of benefits, it is still far from what Li Changfeng has paid. So when they heard that Li Changfeng was slandered, they were even more angry than when they themselves were wronged. Everyone, the Sect competition is about to begin. Disciples from all the major sects, please get ready. Ji Bucheng Langsheng spoke and asked the disciples of the Tonda League to guide the disciples of other sects towards the trial site. People from several forces took their seats one after another, and a huge light curtain in the sky showed the scene of the trial site clearly. It is the secret technique of large-scale espionage, holography. Ji Bucheng said in a loud voice, this competition is an encounter battle. The team that can finally stand on the trial stage will be the winner of this competition. As Ji Bo waved his hand, 3 rays of light appeared in front of him. Champion rewards: the top-grade spiritual weapon, Soul Calming Bell, the high-grade elixir, Yuan Nourishing Pill, and 6 secret realm tokens. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Bucheng placed the championship reward on the podium beside him. Li Changfeng looked at the spiritual weapon on the stage and felt very excited. According to the memories of the previous life, this soul-calming bell is not ordinary. It is a powerful killing weapon even in the entire world of cultivation. If there is no magic weapon to protect the primordial spirit will be lost if you are not careful, and finally you will be at the mercy of others. And the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the power. In his previous life, Tang Wu relied on the soul-suppressing bell to kill countless powerful enemies above his level. In this life, he wants this thing. Chapter 10, The Competition begins. Entrance to Luoying Mountain. Disciples from various forces gathered here. A huge teleportation array was suspended on the edge of the cliff before my eyes. This is the entrance to the trial ground. After entering, the contestants will be teleported randomly. Once you enter, life or death is up to fate. Li Changfeng and others were waiting at the entrance of the teleportation array at this time, and people around them cast unfriendly glances at him. Junior brother, I think they seem to have a lot of opinions about you. Pei Xian was very good at observing people's expressions and could tell something was wrong at a glance. Li Changfeng frowned. It was obvious that the rumors outside had made these people hostile to him. It seems that this competition is not so easy. Li Changfeng looked solemn. He is not afraid of 4 against 7, but if it is 4 against a group, even if they have a combined attack formation, they may not be able to be the match. Senior sister, after we go in, you will separate from me. Li Changfeng thought for a long time and then spoke. Can't. Chu Yulan and the other two spoke at the same time. They have already felt the hostility from the people around them, which is all directed towards Li Changfeng, but they are not afraid. Now that we have decided to be teammates, we will not abandon anyone. Gu Yu smiled and said, Junior brother, I am still waiting for you to win the championship with me and get the Nirvana pill. If you leave, it doesn't matter if you don't participate in this competition. That's right. If we can't make it to the end together, then we might as well not participate in this competition. Chu Yulan has changed from her previous weak appearance. Her long hair is tied up with a light blue headband, making her look quite heroic. Pei Xian looked at Li Changfeng and said with a smile, Don't look at me. I'm the weakest in our team. I don't have the right to speak. Li Changfeng looked at the 3 people and felt a warm feeling rising in his heart. In his previous life, he was devoted to his 5 senior sisters, but they killed him without hesitation. In this life, several senior brothers and sisters faced powerful enemies, but still stayed with him. This contrast had a huge impact on him. I'm grateful to my brothers and sisters for not abandoning me. Li Changfeng cupped his hands and bowed deeply to the 3 people. The 3 of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. They didn't expect Li Changfeng to have such a big reaction. Just as the 3 of them were helping Li Changfeng up, 6 figures walked over from not far away. Li Changfeng, I haven't seen you for a month. You've really gone backwards. You actually bowed to 3 pieces of trash. Feng Qingxue looked at Li Changfeng with sarcasm, feeling that Li Changfeng was nothing without them. When Li Changfeng saw the person coming, his face suddenly darkened. These people are really haunting. Qian Xingxuan looked at Li Changfeng coldly. If you are willing to apologize in public and never disobey me again, I can consider letting you return to the team. If you follow them, you are destined to have no future. Li Changfeng looked at the arrogant Qian Xingxuan and felt extremely disgusted. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are worthy enough for my junior brother to apologize to you? Gu Yu's face was gloomy. Although he didn't ask about what was happening outside, he still knew about Li Changfeng's affairs. If he hadn't been injured, with his temper, he would have torn these people into pieces long ago. Not only did he cheat his fellow apprentice, but he also ruined his reputation. This is an unforgivable crime. Chang Yingyu sneered. What qualifications does a seriously injured and dying waste have to challenge her senior sister? Guyu, you don't really think you are still the peerless genius you were back then, do you? That's right. A man half buried in the ground still comes out to show off his abilities. He's not afraid of not being able to go back. Jin Xiangyu echoed from the side, looking at their team with contempt. That's enough. Li Changfeng said coldly. You should know what kind of people you are. When you talk about others, think about your own future first. Chang Sunjing sneered and said, Don't bother with that. Don't think that without you, we could do nothing. As he spoke, Chang Sunjing took out a pill from his storage ring. This is the pill that junior brother Tang Wu prepared for me. Even without you, our team is still strong. That's right. Junior brother Tang Wu is much more generous in giving things than you are. We are willing to let you come back because we pity you. You don't know what's good for you. Feng Qingxue also took out a flying sword and waved it around to show off. Senior sisters, there's no need to waste time talking to him. The competition is about to begin. Let's go quickly. Tang Wu smiled faintly, very satisfied with the performance of several senior sisters. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible for Li Changfeng to come back. The 6 people turned and left, not taking Li Changfeng's team seriously at all. In their view, with 6 against 4, the advantage was on me. Li Changfeng looked at Tang Wu, who was leaving, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know why Tang Wu gave resources to 5 people, he was very clear that Tang Wu was definitely not the kind of person who would give in vain. So his purpose is Secret Realm Spot. Almost in an instant, Li Changfeng figured out the key. In his previous life, Tang Wu's cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds only after he entered the Secret Realm, and it was even much stronger than his natural talent for cultivation. It seems that the opportunities in this secret realm are greater than imagined. Li Changfeng's mind also became active. In his previous life, he only knew about some opportunities in the secret realm, but he had only a vague understanding of what the real benefits were. Now it seems that the opportunities in this secret realm are far more than he knows. Since you want to get a place in the secret realm so badly, I can't let you get your wish. Li Changfeng sneered in his heart. His current preparation was enough to crush the opponent. The 4 of them walked straight towards the teleportation array. The space around them was turbulent, and the 4 people were instantly teleported to an unknown place. Since it's a big fight, naturally not everyone will be in one place. The location of the teleportation array is random. If you are lucky, there will be no one around. If you are unlucky, you may encounter more than a dozen people. As the turbulence in the space subsided, Li Changfeng and his 4 companions finally landed. The 4 of them looked up at the sky. In the northeast direction, a huge golden beam of light shot straight into the sky. That is the end point of the competition and also the place where the final battle will take place. What should we do next? Chu Yulan looked at everyone. Find someone to fight. Get rid of those small fry first, then take a break and head directly to the final battle site. As a veteran, Guyu has participated in the Sect competition more than once and is the most experienced. Agree. Li Changfeng and the other 2 nodded. They have been practicing battle formations for the past month. Isn't it just for a good fight? Afterwards, the 4 of them did not stop, and after sensing the situation, they rushed straight in one direction. Half an hour later, several figures appeared not far from the 4 people. The other party also discovered them at the first opportunity. Is it Li Changfeng? One of them recognized Li Changfeng, his eyes full of contempt. Humph, before I came in, I said I would find a way to teach him a lesson. Now here's my chance. After we beat him half to a pulp and then eliminate him, Senior Sister Xingxuan will definitely look upon us with new eyes. When this group of people saw Li Changfeng, they were not afraid, but wanted to teach Li Changfeng a lesson. Li Changfeng and the other 3 listened to the conversation between the few people, but a trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. The strongest among this group of people is only in the initial stage of foundation building. How dare they say such things? Junior brother, I leave it to you. Guyu smiled slightly, with no intention of taking action at all. Even the weakest Pei Xian looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Li Changfeng was helpless. These 3 people obviously wanted to give him a chance to vent his anger. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Chapter 11. Liang, Immortal Lord. I can't break this formation. The leading man saw that Chu Yulan and the others had no intention of taking action, and he burst into laughter. Li Changfeng, it seems that your teammates are ready to give up on you? A traitor is a traitor. Senior Sister Xingxuan and the others were so kind to you, but you stole their resources and went elsewhere. You deserve to be abandoned. Trash, today we will let you know the price of betraying your teammates. As they spoke, everyone rushed towards Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, raised his palm, and slapped out. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a huge handprint fell from the sky and hit them hard. It is the ancient god cult's famous skill, the star-picking hand. How is this possible? The leading man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Li Changfeng in disbelief. The others also widened their eyes in horror. No one had expected that the trash in their eyes would suddenly become so strong. The leading man is in the early stage of foundation establishment. Can't even catch a slap? This must be a lie, right? Li Changfeng smiled faintly. Is it possible that they didn't take action because you are too weak and not worth it? The leading man was filled with anger, but he had no way to refute, because what Li Changfeng said was true. Puff! The man spurted out blood again and passed out on the spot. Li Changfeng naturally would not let them go just like that. After taking off their storage rings, he knocked them unconscious. As several people lost consciousness, the void formation sensed something and teleported them out. Chu Yulan and the others smiled slightly and continued to rush in another direction. Outside, Luoying Mountain. Fairy Bright Moon and Fairy King Hundredflowers sat cross-legged on the side, quietly looking at the light curtain in the sky. When they saw Li Changfeng easily defeat the opponent, smiles appeared on their faces. During this month, Li Changfeng's growth rate was faster than they had imagined. Junior sister, why didn't senior brother Liang come this time? Fairy Lord Baiwa looked at Fairy Bright Moon with a gossipy look on his face. The immortal Lord Liang has been missing for a month, and the last place he went was Moon God Mountain. The answer is obvious. As the other party's junior sister, Fairy Bright Moon naturally understood the other party's dirty thoughts and rolled her eyes at him unhappily. He came to see me once, but after I drove him away, he never showed up again. That's impossible. He has never come out since he entered Moon God Mountain. If he's not with you, where else could he be? The Fairy King of Flowers was stunned. Although they like to make trouble, they never lie. Judging from Fairy Jiyua's attitude, she really doesn't know. What do you think that is? Just as the two were talking, a golden light flew straight towards Luoying Mountain. This is senior brother Liang. The Fairy King of Flowers was stunned at first, but soon recognized the person. Master Liang appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. At this time, his clothes were disheveled, his hair was unkempt, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely exhausted. Brother, what's wrong with you? Jiyue stood up quickly. The Fairy King of Flowers also looked worried. They couldn't imagine who else would dare to attack true Lord Liang. Where's that kid Li Changfeng? Master Liang was breathing heavily and was on the verge of going berserk. Fairy Jiyue quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Brother, Changfeng has gone to participate in the competition. Calm down. What's going on? As he spoke, he transferred a stream of pure, true energy into the body of true man Liang. Feeling the true energy of his junior sister, Master Liang finally calmed down, and his aura gradually became stable. 1 month. Do you know how I spent this month? Master Liang let out a long roar toward the sky, and then collapsed to the ground. People from other sects cast curious glances at him. They didn't know what had happened to make this immortal king at the peak of the spirit transformation realm lose his composure like this. Feeling the gazes from all around, true man Liang's face darkened, and then he summoned a stream of his true energy, which turned into a barrier that isolated everything outside. Seeing this, everyone reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Inside the barrier, Fairy Jiyue couldn't help but ask, Brother, what's wrong? What are you doing? Immortal Lord Liang took a deep breath and told his experiences over the past month. During this month, he has been trying to break the maze in Changfeng Valley, but it failed completely. When he was about to break the formation with force to look for Li Changfeng, he found that the other party was gone. After calculating the time, he found out that it was the day of the Sect competition, so he rushed over in a hurry. Brother, are you stupid? Fairy Lord Baiwa looked at true Lord Liang with disdain. Idiot, it's not contagious, right? Immortal Lord Liang said angrily. What I said is true. The spirit gathering array in Changfeng Valley is comparable to that of the Moon Temple, and the maze is the only one I have ever seen in my life. I can't break it. You can't even break it? Fairy Jiyue was stunned. Baiwa Xianjun was full of disbelief. Brother, I know you like junior sister Jiyue, but you can't belittle yourself just to flatter his disciple, right? Aren't you too flattering? Baiwa, if you feel itchy, just tell me. True Lord Liang looked at immortal Lord Baiwa angrily. This bastard, when he gets angry, he really deserves a beating. Fairy Bright Moon hastily tried to smooth things over. Don't argue. There's no rush for this matter. We can discuss it after the Changfeng competition is over. The two men nodded when they heard this, knowing that arguing now would be fruitless, so they stopped. True Lord Liang removed the barrier and looked at the light curtain with fanatical eyes. Inside the light curtain, Li Changfeng and his 4 companions were constantly eliminating other teams. 3 days later, in a cave, the 4 of them set up a barrier here and prepared to make some adjustments. During these 3 days, they continued to eliminate disciples from other sects and collected a lot of supplies. We haven't seen teams from other sects for a long time. Do we still need to eliminate others? Li Changfeng looked at Guyu. Guyu shook her head. Not for now. Many teams have already gone to the final battle site. We have earned enough. Let's take a break and go to the final battle site. The three of them's eyes lit up when they heard this. They had this idea a long time ago. The place where the final battle takes place is where they will eventually go. After the four of them distributed the stolen spirit stones and cultivation resources, they began to recover. Li Changfeng practiced the Chaos Wuji Sutra, and the spirit stone in his hand quickly shattered. His momentum also increased. He was originally in the early stage of foundation establishment, but after a period of turmoil in his body, he directly reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. The speed of cultivation is even faster than that of a flying sword. Qian Xingxuan, Tang Wu, wait for me. It won't be too late for us to meet. Li Changfeng murmured in his heart. During the Sect competition, although you cannot kill the opponent, you will not be punished if you injure few of them. Besides, the opponent was very strong, so it was normal for me to use all my strength and accidentally injure him seriously. Chapter 12. The heart is really dirty. The final battle site. The golden light enveloped the entire mountain, and the surrounding towering ancient trees were dyed with a layer of golden light. When Li Changfeng and his three companions arrived here, they already felt several terrifying auras lurking around them. Senior brother, what should we do next? Pei Xian looked at Guyu. Guyu shook her head. When I participated in the competition before, there were always 7-person teams. There were not many teams with 6 people, let alone 4. In this situation, I don't know what to do. Chu Yulan said in a deep voice. How about we launch a sneak attack? Kill some first, and then escape quickly. No, all the people who can come to the final battle site are in the foundation building stage. It is difficult for us to leave immediately. If we are entangled, we may be besieged. Guyu shook his head decisively. This is where the 4-person team's awkwardness lies. I can't kill with one strike, and it's frustrating to hide. It's very uncomfortable. Then what should we do? Pei Xian was a little depressed. Li Changfeng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. I have an idea. Hearing this, the three of them looked at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng chuckled. Can we let them fight among themselves? Let them fight among themselves? The three of them were stunned at first, and then they looked at Li Changfeng with strange eyes. Pei Xian laughed and said, Junior brother Changfeng, if we talk about cunning, you are the dirtiest one. Li Changfeng's face turned dark. Do people say so? This is clearly a plan of mine. Why is it dirty? Chu Yulan smiled sweetly. I think junior brother Changfeng's method is very good. This golden light will get shorter and shorter over time. If we wait until the final battle, the 4 of us may not have the advantage. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled wickedly. Chu Yulan looked at Li Changfeng with a more inquiring look. During this period, Li Changfeng behaved very properly and did nothing but practice. Now that he suddenly proposed such a method, she felt that Li Changfeng had become much more lively. At least Li Changfeng is not the kind of idiot who only knows how to practice. After some discussion, the 4 of them split into 3 teams. Li Changfeng and Pei Xian are in one team, while Guyu and Chu Yulan are in a separate team. What they have to do is very simple, which is to sneak attack one team, then lead them to the other team, and then watch the 2 teams fight. It sounds easy, but it is not easy to do in practice. In addition to having sufficient strength and speed, one also needs to have a powerful breath-concealing technique. And these, they all have. Outside, Luoying Mountain. Fairy Bright Moon looked at the 4 people who had dispersed, frowning. What are they going to do? They're already few in number. If they separate now, won't it be more dangerous? The Fairy Lord of Flowers was also a little confused. Ji Buichang sneered. They must have realized they had no chance, so they gave up. How could a team of just 4 win the championship? That's right. I heard that Li Changfeng even quit Qiang Xingxuan's 7-man team, which is the favorite to win the championship. Isn't he cutting off his own future? Fairy Bailan from the Cave of 10,000 Demons looked at Jiu Yue with a mocking expression. The conflicts between women are so inexplicable. The immortal Lord Baiwa couldn't bear to see his junior sister being bullied, so he complained, I don't know if she's cutting off her own future, but the people in the 10,000 Demons Cave have basically been defeated by my nephew. You! Fairy Bailan was choked and speechless. Her fingers clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. The Fairy Lord of Flowers laughed and said, Hey, I was just joking. Fairy Bailan, don't take it seriously. After all, this is not a battlefield. Otherwise, you guys in the 10,000 Demons Cave wouldn't dare to give away so many heads, right? Fairy Bylan gritted her teeth, and her eyes were about to spit fire. There were no talented disciples in the Wanma Cave this year, so she could only bear with it. Look, they're actually provoking other teams. Jibuchang shouted excitedly. It seemed as if in the next, second one would be able to see Li Changfeng being torn to pieces by countless attacks. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Li Changfeng came to a team not far away, formed seals with his hands, and a flying sword flew out from his dantian. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and Li Changfeng's flying sword directly sent one of them out. I thought he would continue to attack other people, but he grabbed Pei Xian, turned around, and ran in another direction. The team that was ambushed naturally would not let them go and quickly chased after them. On the other side, Chu Yulan did the same thing. The destination of their escape turned out to be the same. Fairy Bylan sneered. Idiots, if they do this, they will surely die if they're besieged by two teams. Jibuchang laughed and said, as expected, trash is trash. Without the Tonda League, Li Changfeng is nothing. Fairy Jiayue wanted to refute, but she didn't know how to start. Because what Li Changfeng and the others did was too dangerous. If they run into it, it's about to happen. They're done. Jibuchang smiled coldly, his eyes full of mockery. But in the next second, everyone's expressions were stunned. Li Changfeng and Pei Xian, who were running in the mountains, both felt Chu Yulan's breath at the same time. Brother, I have eliminated one of their men. They are outnumbered, so take this opportunity to destroy them. Li Changfeng shouted loudly, then dived into the dense bushes. The breath also disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Chu Yulan's operation was exactly the same as his, and the three of them disappeared from the sight of the two teams in the blink of an eye. By the time the two teams met, their eyes were already red. The team that was ambushed by Li Changfeng took action without saying a word. He used sword techniques and magic skills to attack his opponent without caring about his life. In an instant, the two teams fought together. Everyone watching the show outside was stunned at this moment. Jibo was stunned for a long time and said indignantly, This is a foul, right? Fairy Bylan also agreed. How can they do this? This is against the rules, right? Aren't you a reputable and upright sect? How can you use such means? At this time, the several people in the ancient god sect who were in the god transformation realm had their mouths opened harder than those of AK. Junior sister, your disciple's teaching is good, simply too good. The immortal Lord of Flowers laughed loudly. I've always felt that the disciples of the ancient god cult are too old-fashioned and don't know how to adapt. This kid has a really dirty heart, but I like him, haha. Master Baiwa, you are encouraging unhealthy practices. What they're doing is unfair to other teams. Jibuchang spoke in a stern voice. Obviously, he didn't want Li Changfeng to win so easily. Baiwa Xianjun sneered. Fairness? In the world of cultivation, strength has always been respected. When has fairness ever been mentioned? Alliance Leader Ji, are you getting worse as you get older? How come you're even less tolerant than a child? Jibuchang was so angry that his face turned red. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Look, Guyu also went there with a group of people. The immortal Lord Liang had been staring at the sky and spoke quickly. Everyone's attention was attracted again. Chapter 13, there are so many old six. Another team appeared again on the originally chaotic battlefield. Guyu, who was running in the front, disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash, and his breath was restrained. This method is exactly the same as that used by Li Changfeng and the other two. The originally chaotic battle became even more chaotic due to the joining of another team. The powerful fluctuations also attracted other teams to approach quickly. Captain, something's wrong. They weren't the ones who attacked us. Why did they start fighting? Yeah, why is this fight so inexplicable? Some of the people who were fighting have already reacted, but they have already been trapped, and if they want to stop the war, they have to see whether the other side agrees. Don't even think about it. Now is not the time to think about this. We will have to deal with them in the end anyway. We will have to face each other sooner or later. Let's eliminate them first. The captain in the lead quickly interrupted his teammates' thoughts. At this point, even if they knew they were being plotted against, they couldn't explain it clearly. The battle is fierce, and any distraction will lead to elimination. Those who can enter the place of final battle are not weak. If they don't concentrate on fighting the enemy, the consequences will be very serious. on the towering ancient tree not far away. The four figures have come together. At this moment, they are holding their breath and looking at the melee below with smiles of success on their faces. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. A battle directly attracted more than half of the people here. Pei Xian looked at the increasing number of people in surprise. Guyu smiled and said, "The situation in the final battleground is already very delicate. As long as one side starts fighting, the other teams will wait to reap the benefits. Once they meet, they will fight sooner or later. We just have to wait. It won't be long." Li Changfeng smiled faintly. He didn't expect the effect to be so good this time. Outside, Luoying Mountain. People from all forces were shocked by the sudden battle. No one expected that a small fight would attract half of the people in the final battleland. Baiwa Xianjun was watching this scene and was already laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up. Great, great. This will solve nearly half of the people. This nephew is really a pleasant surprise. Brother, stop bragging. Using tricks is not the right way after all. Zhu Yue couldn't stand it anymore. She wanted to see her disciple win the championship fairly. Baiwa Xianjun smiled and said, "Junior sister, I know you're doing this for his own good, but I think junior brother Changfeng is quite capable. Not weak." Ji Buchang sneered. He was only at the Qi refining stage a month ago. Even if he had resources, he would be at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage at best. How strong do you think he can be? Fairy Bylon agreed. That's right. If he really had the strength, he wouldn't use such a shameless method. Baiwa Xianjun pursed his lips and said, Yes, there are many people who were eliminated from your group. What you said is right. Is that okay?" Ji Buchang snorted coldly. "Baiwa Xianjun, you don't have to be complacent. Qiang Xingxuan's team is still at the final battle site, and their strength is obvious to all. Even if the four of them are strong, it is impossible for them to fight 4 against 6. This Sect competition is destined to be won by our Tonda League." Baiwa Xianjun sneered. "Master Ji, you were just so confident when you said that my nephew gave up on himself." Puff! The immortal Lord Liang couldn't help laughing out loud. "I have to say that my junior brother knows how to make people angry." Li Changfeng didn't know that people outside were watching his masterpiece. At this time, they held their breath and stood on the tree trunk with no intention of taking action. "Junior brother, when are we going to start? They're almost done fighting." Guyu looked at the few people left and couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. Li Changfeng quickly shook his head. "Brother, don't be anxious. Look over there." Upon hearing this, everyone looked in the direction Li Changfeng pointed. "You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking." There were at least 3 fully strength teams lurking in that direction. I have to say, there are really a lot of Lao Lu. Guyu, who originally wanted to finish it, suddenly lost the desire to do so. Pei Xian adjusted his breath and asked, "So are we just going to wait like this?" Li Changfeng shook his head. "Let's go to the central area and leave this place to them." "What? This is obviously our plan. Why should we give it to them?" Guyu found it a little hard to accept. What a great harvesting scene. This wave can eliminate at least 3 teams. Li Changfeng explained, "Brother, our ultimate goal is to win the championship. Eliminating so many people will only bring us hatred, and there is no benefit." Forehead. Guyu was stunned. He was so focused on eliminating others that he almost forgot about the main business. Walk. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them turned around and headed towards the central area. It's not that Li Changfeng doesn't want to take action, but the risk is really great. There are only 4 of them. Who knows if there's a 6th person keeping an eye on them besides these 3 teams? What if I become a fish stick and someone else takes advantage of me? Since their goal has been achieved, there is no point in waiting any longer. As for whether people eliminate themselves or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the championship is not won by head count. The 4 people who left still did not make a big fanfare, but continued to restrain their breath. They knew very well that there was no need to waste energy here. There is still a tough battle to be fought in the heart of the land of final battle. With Qian Xingxuan's charm, there must be too many people willing to be your pawns. No matter how hard they try to hide, they will still have to face many people in the end. After all, they had been targeted before they came in. Heartland. Tang Wu followed Qian Xingxuan. Now he was still in the Qi refining stage, but he was not worried at all. In addition to Qian Xingxuan's team, there were 5 other teams from the Tiandao alliance following them. These are all people who admired Qian Xingxuan and were lured here by Tang Wu. There are 5 teams, plus their team of 6, a total of 41 people. Don't be surprised, Qian Xingxuan definitely has such appeal. Otherwise, Li Changfeng in his previous life would not have been fooled by her and become a tool for his whole life. Senior sister, are we really going to attack senior brother Changfeng? He was supposed to be on our team, Tang Wu asked tentatively. Even now, he still worries about Li Changfeng. Qian Xingxuan said in a deep voice, our goal is to become the champion. Since he dares to block our way, he must be prepared to be liquidated. Tang Wu nodded silently, and his heart was completely relieved. A team of 41 people. No matter which team comes, they will probably be crushed, right? Senior sister, the barrier we set up has been triggered. Jin Xiangyu suddenly spoke, looking towards the southwest. It's a Changfeng's aura. Qian Xingxuan's eyes shone. I didn't expect that he would go this far. Well, let him see how well we are doing without him. The others nodded, wanting to vent their anger. Chapter 14, Meeting at Last. When Li Changfeng approached, he already felt the fluctuation of the barrier. Although this is not a barrier that blocks others from entering, it is a sensing barrier used to detect the enemy situation. It seems they got here earlier than us. Li Changfeng was alert. Although the characters of these 5 people are average, they have many tricks up their sleeves. At least at the Foundation establishment stage, they still pose a threat to the 4 of them. We have been discovered. Be careful. Li Changfeng reminded quickly. Chu Yulan and the other 2 nodded when they heard this, without any doubt. They all knew that at this point, they had to be more cautious. It's just that they want to be cautious, but others are unwilling to give them this opportunity. Just after they walked a short distance, dozens of figures appeared not far from them. Even though the 4 of them hid their bodies, the previous sensing barrier had already left its aura on them. Jin Xiangyu hardly stopped and found their location directly. At this time, the dense crown of a towering ancient tree blocked the sight of countless people. Jin Xiangyu sneered at the giant tree and said, Brother Changfeng, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that we meet an old friend, are you really not going to meet him? Li Changfeng looked helpless, but finally jumped down from the tree. After all, he still underestimated the difficulty of these 5 senior sisters. As Li Changfeng walked out, Chu Yulan and the other 2 also walked out. The 4 of them stood in position according to the 4 symbols formation in case of emergency. Feng Qingxue came out at this time and sneered. Li Changfeng, weren't you very arrogant before? Not only did you quit the team, but you also dared to humiliate us. You didn't expect this day to come, did you? Pei Xian said disdainfully. Were you so proud of? You were just relying on your numbers. If we fight alone, my sister will beat you by 3 streets. Court death. Feng Qingxue shouted coldly, and a brilliant sword energy went straight towards Pei Xian. Li Changfeng was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he instantly summoned his own flying sword to block Feng Qingxue's sword energy. When everyone saw Li Changfeng take action, their eyes fixed. Middle stage of foundation building? How is this possible? Feng Qingxue widened her eyes in surprise. They knew that Li Changfeng was extremely talented, but in just 1 month, he advanced from the great perfection of Qi training to the middle stage of foundation building. This is simply unbelievable. Tang Wu, who was still in the Qi refining stage, was so jealous when he saw this scene that his eyes were about to spit fire. Qian Xingxuan's eyes flickered. Junior brother Changfeng, we have been together for 3 years, and we have some friendship after all. If you are willing to return to the team, like before, we can forgive you for what you did. No, if he wants to come back, he has to apologize to us. Feng Qingxue reacted after a brief shock. Chang and Yu also echoed. Yes, he humiliated us before. We must not let him return to the team so easily. After hearing what the 3 people said, Tang Wu's face became even uglier. He had emptied his family savings to help these women this month, but he didn't expect that as soon as Li Changfeng showed his talent in cultivation, they actually wanted him to come back. How could he accept this? Then what is my contribution worth? At this time, Tang Wu was completely disappointed with these 5 senior sisters. Don't think too much about it. As long as we get the quota to enter the secret realm, these people can be abandoned at any time. It's not worth worrying about them. The mysterious man's voice rang in Tang Wu's mind, and Tang Wu quickly woke up. Master is right. They are just tools for me to achieve my goals. Once I get the quota, I can abandon them at any time. Tang Wu sneered in his heart, and his eyes became cold. Li Changfeng, senior sister Xingxuan has already given you a chance. Why don't you kneel down and apologize? The bootlicker on the side started clamoring. Qian Xingxuan raised his proud head and looked at Li Changfeng with a condescending gaze, waiting for him to bow his head. But he was destined to be disappointed. Li Changfeng smiled coldly. Why do you think I'll go back? Just relying on these rotten fish and shrimp? Since when has the victory or defeat in the cultivation world been determined by the number of people? What did you say? Who are you calling a rotten fish or a rotten shrimp? You are ready to die, boy. Li Changfeng's words angered everyone. Qian Xingxuan frowned, and her eyes became gloomy. Her originally cold face was even colder. You don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, don't blame me for not cherishing our friendship. After she finished speaking, she just gave everyone a look. More than 30 people rushed up in a swarm. Li Changfeng sneered. Do you really think that I haven't prepared anything? As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed in Li Changfeng's hand, and several talismans appeared out of thin air in his hand. Boom crack! Thunder flashed, and countless lightning bolts appeared in front of him. The few people rushing in the front were instantly engulfed by thunder. The space formation sensed quickly and teleported several people out. Being hit by lightning at such a close distance would at least leave you with a layer of skin peeled off, even if you don't die. For a moment, no one dared to move forward. Jin Xiangyu looked at the thunder talisman in front of her and became furious. Such a powerful talisman should be given to her. Li Changfeng actually dared not to give it to her. He is so despicable. Ignoring Jin Xiangyu's murderous look, Li Changfeng once again cast out several thunder talismans. But this time everyone was prepared, and the effect of the talisman was weakened a lot. Get started. Li Changfeng shouted softly, and the four of them summoned their flying swords at the same time. At such a close distance, those people covered by the talismans were sent out almost instantly. In the blink of an eye, only more than 20 people were left in the team of 40. Everyone looked gloomy, obviously not expecting such an outcome. Senior sister, this Li Changfeng doesn't seem as vulnerable as you said. Isn't this method too terrifying? The Tonda League disciple nearby couldn't help but speak. He was not afraid of being eliminated, but Li Changfeng's methods were too strong, and all of them were teleported away after being seriously injured. The consequences are simply not something they can bear. Originally, I thought I could easily deal with Li Changfeng and also gain some favor in front of Qian Xingxuan. Who knew that Li Changfeng would be so strong? You useless thing. His talismans are limited. What are you afraid of? When his talismans are used up, won't we eliminate him? Chang and Yu scolded harshly. These people are really too soft-hearted. Sister, we are only here to help. This is too risky and we cannot afford it. Goodbye. The disciple who was scolded looked unhappy. He turned around and left, crushing the competition token without hesitation, and chose to give up. The other people also looked unhappy and took several steps back. Li Changfeng sneered when he saw this. These women have always been pampered, and they have to provide whatever they need themselves. They're used to accepting help from others while belittling them. Therefore, they didn't take these suitors seriously at all. Just because they don't care doesn't mean their suitors don't care. What they want is a devoted Taoist partner, not an ancestor who bosses them around. So when faced with a huge threat and being scolded by Chang and Yu, their hearts were not as firm as before. Chapter 15. The Powerful Li Changfeng. Qian Xingxuan looked at the unhappy people and bowed respectfully. Everyone, my sister was just irritated by Li Changfeng. I didn't mean to offend you. Xingxian is grateful for your help this time. Regardless of success or failure, Xingxian will remember your kindness. As Qian Xingxuan finished speaking, everyone was slightly moved. Obviously, they didn't expect that the fairy-like Qian Xingxuan would be so polite to them. Sister, you don't have to do this. Others may give up, but I won't. Li Changfeng, let's try if you have the guts. That's right. Senior sister Xingxuan gave you a chance to come back, but you didn't cherish it. You really don't know what's good for you. Several disciples who were obsessed with Qian Xingxuan became angry again because of Qian Xingxuan's action. Seeing this, Li Changfeng couldn't help but sigh at Qian Xingxuan's clever methods. Just a few words are enough to make these bootlickers fight for him. Junior brother, these guys have gone insane. Don't hold back. Just chop them up. Gu Yu finally couldn't help it. These people really had no brains at all. I can only say that bootlickers are scary, and bootlickers with love brains are even scarier. Attack together. Qian Xingxuan spoke quickly, and more than 20 people attacked Li Changfeng and others at the same time. More than 20 flying swords instantly enveloped the four people. The four of them did not dare to be careless, and quickly flew away. Outside, Luoying Mountain, Jiwei, and others looked at the battle on the sky with solemn expressions. Although they had anticipated this, They did not expect Qian Xingxuan to have so many helpers. Fairy Jiayue, how long do you think Li Changfeng can hold out under this situation? Ji Buchang looked at the people of the ancient god sect with a smug look on his face. Alliance Master Ji, the sect competition is to test the personal abilities of the disciples. It's a bit too much for the Tiandao Alliance to let so many people besiege for people. Feichen, immortal lord of Jiang'a, finally couldn't stand it anymore. Fairy Bailan sneered. Feichen, when did you also stand on the side of the ancient god cult? Feichen, immortal lord, said in a deep voice, I am just discussing the matter at hand. If all future sect competitions are like this, what is the point? Ji Buchang retorted. Immortal Feichen, when Li Changfeng provoked other teams to fight, you didn't say a word. Li Changfeng can provoke other teams to fight. That's his ability. Feichen, immortal lord, had a gloomy face. Cultivation of Taoism requires more than just practice. Scheming and tactics are also essential. Ji Buchang sneered at this. According to Feichen Xianjun, the fact that Qiang Xingxuan has so many suitors is also his ability. What's the problem? You. Immortal Lord Feichen was so angry that he was speechless. The nature of these two things is completely different. Fairy Jiue smiled and said, Lord Feichen, don't be angry. My disciple may not lose. Fairy Bright Moon is so arrogant. I really don't know what chances your disciples have of winning in this situation. Fairy Bailan sneered and watched the changes in the sky with interest. At this time, Li Changfeng and his 4 companions were fleeing in a panic as they were surrounded and attacked by the crowd. Be careful, the air around you is poisonous. Li Changfeng sensed something strange in the air around him and quickly gave a reminder. Li Changfeng, don't waste your time. There is no antidote for my natural disaster poison. If you admit defeat now, I can still detoxify you. Chang Yingyu smiled coldly. She was the one who secretly spread the poison. That's ridiculous. All things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive. How could there be an uncurable poison? Pei Xian sneered, took out a detoxification pill from the storage ring, and put it into his mouth. Li Changfeng and the other 2 moved in unison. Chang Yingyu's pupils shrank when she saw this scene. This is impossible. My natural disaster poison body is so powerful. How can you detoxify it? The ignorant are fearless. You really don't know anything. You are ignorant yourself, so why can't you let others learn more? Gu Yu sneered disdainfully. These detoxification pills were naturally refined by Li Changfeng. In order to help Chang Yingyu practice in his previous life, Li Changfeng had already found the antidote for the natural disaster poison, but he did not make it public. In this life, Chang Yingyu's natural poisonous body has not been fully developed, so this amount of toxin is not worth mentioning at all. Even if you're not afraid of the poison, what can we do? With our strength, we can still eliminate you. There was a flash of cold light in Feng Qingxuefeng's eyes, and the flying sword attacked the 4 people with fierce murderous intent. The body is carried by a sword and has extremely strong attack power. I'll hold them off. You guys take care of the trash first. Chu Yulan finally spoke and flashed in front of the 5 people. She swung out the emerald green bamboo, sword in her hand, and a strong vitality spread out. Qian Xingxuan and the other 4 did not dare to be careless and attacked Chu Yulan at the same time. Chu Yulan wielded the bamboo sword slowly and steadily, and every attack she made was able to repel one of them. When the 5 men's attacks landed on Chu Yulan, they didn't even scratch her clothes. Jin Xiangyu frowned. How could this happen? What kind of tricks did she use? She was able to resist our attacks. His clothes looked so familiar. Feng Qingxue was shocked and suspicious. The next second, her expression suddenly turned ugly. This is the fairy clothes that Li Changfeng wanted to prepare for senior sister Xing Xian. How could it be on him? Upon hearing this, Qian Xingxuan paused, and her eyes darkened. Chu Yulan smiled faintly upon seeing this. Speaking of which, I have to thank you all a lot. If you didn't know how to cherish me, I wouldn't be able to be so close to junior brother Changfeng. If you can't catch them, I'll take them all. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yulan swung the bamboo, sword in her hand, a little faster. Although she didn't talk much during this period, she found out everything about Li Changfeng's previous experiences, especially these people's slander against Li Changfeng. This is simply too much. Now that she has the chance, she naturally wants to avenge her junior brother. On the other side, Li Changfeng and his 2 companions had already faced off against several masters in the Foundation establishment stage. It's just that their talents are average and their fighting power is not high. Faced with Guyu, who fell to the foundation establishment stage, and Li Changfeng, who was reborn, he had no power to resist at all. The moon goddess is coming. Guyu shouted softly, his hand seals changed, and a full moon condensed from behind him. A pure white light spread out. Guyu's figure flashed, and his speed increased by more than 3 times. The enemies he attacked were eliminated before they had time to react. Wind and thunder, 7 killing swords. Li Changfeng's hand seals changed, and the sounds of wind and thunder on his natal flying sword fluctuated. In the blink of an eye, he eliminated 3 people. Although Pei Xian's combat power was not high, he was able to hold back 3 Foundation Establishment Masters. In less than a minute, Li Changfeng and Guyu eliminated more than a dozen Foundation Establishment Realm Masters. The situation was originally 40 against 4, but it became 6 against 4. No, it should be 5 against 4. Tang Wu has not built his foundation, so he can be ignored. As for the mysterious man, he definitely didn't dare to take action, as there were several immortal kings watching him outside. Impossible, impossible. How could Li Changfeng be so strong? He was obviously very weak before. Feng Qingxue is going crazy. None of them expected that there would be such a big change after Li Changfeng left. Chapter 16, Winning the Championship. Weak? Do you really think junior brother Changfeng is weak? That's ridiculous. Pei Xian sneered at Feng Qingxue and said, my junior brother Changfeng can draw qi into his body in 1 day and reach the first level of qi training in 2 days and the great perfection of weapon refining in half a year. If it weren't for you delaying him, it wouldn't be impossible for him to form a pill now. Only you, a bunch of parasites, would think that my junior brother Changfeng is weak. How is this possible? Feng Qingxue widened her eyes in surprise. Except for Qian Xingxuan, everyone else looked horrified. No one expected Li Changfeng to be such a genius. Chu Yulan said coldly, why waste time talking to them? Just eliminate them. The champion this time must be us. Humph, you wish for it. Do you really think I'm not prepared at all? Qian Xingxuan's cold voice was heard, and a blood-red light burst out, enveloping everyone. It's the blood curse. Li Changfeng recognized this method instantly. But he didn't expect Qian Xingxuan to be able to do it when he was in the Foundation Establishment stage. In his previous life, when everyone besieged him, they were killed by this blood curse. Its power should not be underestimated. Humph, I paid a lot to win the championship this time. Now, you could be eliminated. Qian Xingxuan was as aloof as usual. However, there was no trace of panic on the faces of Li Changfeng and others. Form a formation. Chu Yulan shouted softly, and Li Changfeng and others quickly moved towards him. Roar, roar, woo, cry. As 4 roars were heard, 4 terrifying shadows suddenly condensed. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The moment the 4 divine beasts appeared, the power of the blood curse on them was cut off. Qian Xingxuan, it's too early for you to be complacent. Chu Yulan spoke coldly, and the White Tiger Phantom went straight towards the other party to bite it. Almost in an instant, Qian Xingxuan's blood curse was torn apart. Puff! Qian Xingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. The blood curse was a technique that Ji Buchang taught him specifically for his chance to win the championship. He didn't expect it to be broken so easily. Everyone, act together, show no mercy. Li Changfeng called out, and the Suzaku Phantom that was in charge also attacked. Almost in an instant, Qian Xingxuan and the other 4 were put into a passive position. Tang Wu watched this scene from a distance and was about to collapse. Master, what should we do? They are about to lose. Tang Wu felt like he was not feeling well. The mysterious man was so shocked that he was speechless. With his vision, he could naturally see the strength of Qian Xingxuan and Chu Yulan. If the blood curse was used, the outcome would still be a close call. But now suddenly a 4 symbols battle formation appeared and crushed everyone in an instant. Give up, there's no hope of winning. As for entering the secret realm, we can only think of another way. The mysterious man didn't hesitate too much. There is no suspense in the battle now. Outside, Luoying Mountain. Okay. The Fairy King of Flowers clapped his hands excitedly. The moment Qian Xingxuan used the blood curse, he was in despair. But when he saw the 4 symbols formation of Heaven's will, he stood up excitedly. This was simply beyond his understanding. He knew that Li Changfeng and others had been preparing for the competition for this month. But I didn't know it would be such a powerful trump card. He dared to say that with such a battle formation, almost no one in the same realm could be their opponent. Li Changfeng, do you really want to completely sever ties with me? Qian Xingxuan finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. But what responded to him was a powerful attack from the Suzaku fandom. Boom! The horrifying flames instantly invaded Qian Xingxuan's body, and the horrifying power of the flames continued to burn his body. This attack destroyed most of the meridians in his body. It would take some effort to recover them. The same scenario is true. Before the competition, Li Changfeng had already greeted his senior brothers and sisters. If you meet these 5 people, you must cripple them. This is the interest they paid for harming themselves in their previous lives. As for their lives, it would not be too late to take them when he felt they had been tortured enough. I quit. Tang Wu looked at the miserable appearances of his 5 senior sisters and decisively admitted defeat. But how could Li Changfeng let him go so easily? Almost in an instant, the shadow of the vermilion bird had enveloped him. Li Changfeng frowned slightly. Because the previous attack did not cause any harm to Tang Wu, but instead of force helped him block it. It seems that Tang Wu has more secrets than I thought. Li Changfeng did not continue to attack, because the space formation had sensed the failure of the crowd and teleported them out. The 4 men dispersed from the battle formation, feeling extremely excited. 4 against 40, and they won, which was something they could never have imagined. Great, the championship is definitely ours this time. Pei Xian jumped up excitedly, his eyes full of joy. Gu Yu's hands were trembling as she looked at Li Changfeng with eyes full of gratitude. Getting a place in the secret realm means that his injuries will be completely healed. This is definitely the best news for him. Outside, Luoying Mountain. Ji Buchang looked at the people who were teleported out with an unpleasant expression. Fairy Jiyue, the Sect competition prohibits killing people. Li Changfeng and his men have already gained the upper hand. Why do you want to be ruthless next time? Fairy Bright Moon looked at Ji Buchang with disdain and said, You also said that it is forbidden to hurt people's lives. Your apprentice even used the blood curse. My apprentice only seriously injured them. It was already very merciful. Ji Buchang's face was gloomy, but he had no way to refute. Once you are hit by the blood curse, all the blood in your body will collapse. Even if it is lifted, you will need a major blood transfusion. If you're not careful, you will lose your life. It is definitely an extremely vicious method. This is also the reason why Li Changfeng attacked them without any scruples. If you were the first to act ruthlessly, don't blame me for destroying you. There will be no suspense in the following battle. With the existence of the 4 symbols formation of Heaven's Will, other teams basically have no power to resist. Outside, Luoying Mountain. A golden light flashed, and Li Changfeng and the other 3 were teleported out by the formation. Before Fairy Jiyue could say anything, Fairy Lord Liang had already walked over. Boy, come with me later. I have something to ask you. The immortal Lord Liang came here this time just to find Li Changfeng. The formation of Changfeng Valley really opened his eyes. If this formation was really set up by Li Changfeng, then Li Changfeng's significance to the ancient god sect is not just that of an extremely talented disciple. Li Changfeng, are you worthy of the care that the sisters have given you? You actually used such harsh force on them. Do you know that you destroyed their meridians? Ji Buchang shouted angrily when he saw Li Changfeng appear. Master Ji, shut up right there. You are still confusing right and wrong. Do you really think that the ancient god sect is easy to bully? Immortal Lord Liang's face darkened, his eyes full of threats. If Li Changfeng was just an ordinary disciple, he might not be so excited, but now the formation of Changfeng Valley has involved the future of the ancient god sect. He must eliminate all threats. Chapter 17, just give a try. Immortal Lord Liang, I know that your ancient god sect is powerful, but our Tonda League has also done a lot for the immortal world. Li Changfeng has dealt such a heavy hand to his former senior sister. We can't just let it go like this. Ji Buchang did not notice that there was something wrong with immortal Lord Liang's expression, and he continued to speak up for his disciple. Captain Ji, I wanted to save your face, but since you were so ungrateful, you should blame me. Immortal Lord Liang felt that his authority was challenged, and his aura exploded instantly. A powerful pressure that enveloped the heaven and earth enveloped the entire Luoxia mountain. Everyone felt their hearts sink, as if they were being pressed down by a huge force. Ji Wuchang was the first to be targeted. He lost his balance and fell heavily to his knees, with the rocks shattered into several pieces. Ji Wuchang looked at the immortal Lord Liang in horror, his heart filled with fear. Is this still the big boss in the world of cultivation who is like the warm spring sun? Isn't he always easy to talk to? What's going on? Ji Wuchang was filled with fear. Immortal Lord Liang said in a deep voice, "Injuries are inevitable in sect competitions. If you want to blame the champion just because someone is injured, why bother to participate in the competition? Wouldn't it be better to go back and retreat on your own? Anyone else who thinks my nephew was too harsh, feel free to step forward." When Immortal Lord Liang glanced at everyone, no one dared to look up and meet his gaze. Since no one has any objections, Alliance Leader Ji, please announce the results. The Immortal Lord Liang smiled coldly, then retracted his aura. Immortal Lord Feichen and Fairy Bylin both looked solemn. At this moment, they all thought of the terrifying and ruthless man who killed half of the cultivation world 100 years ago. Although the immortal Lord Liang appears to be gentle and elegant, the fierce in his name is not just talk. Ji Wuchang handed Qian Xingxuan and others over to the disciples of the Tonda League and walked up to the podium with a sullen face. Today's Sect competition ends here. The rewards will be distributed among the champion team. After saying this, he didn't stay for long. He gave the 3 items away and then left the stage. Chu Yulan took the reward, her eyes full of joy. As for how the rewards are distributed, that is another story. I have something else to do inside the sect, so I won't chat with you anymore. Goodbye. The immortal Lord Liang bowed to everyone, then flew towards the ancient god sect with Li Changfeng and others. He was eager to know what the formation of Changfeng Valley was all about. Changfeng Valley, Fairy Bright Moon, and Fairy Lord Hundred Flowers followed. They also wanted to know what the formation that could make immortal Lord Liang lose his composure looked like. Brother, this spirit-gathering array is indeed very powerful. But isn't this maze a bit exaggerated? The Fairy Lord of Flowers could not help but speak. For the immortal king-level missions, their attainments in battle formations are quite high. They really didn't believe that there was a maze that could stump the immortal Lord Liang. There was a hint of amusement on the corner of Liang Xinjuan's mouth. If you don't believe me, you can go in and try. Just give it a try. The Fairy Lord of Flowers was unhappy when he heard this. Who are you looking down on? Having said that, he walked straight in. Then, in less than 2 minutes, the Fairy King of Flowers was sent out of the maze. The immortal Lord of Flowers felt his entire body numb. Junior brother, how do you feel? Immortal Lord Liang couldn't help but ask. No feeling. The Fairy King of Flowers blushed with embarrassment. Yes, he didn't even know he had entered a maze. Fairy Jua looked at her beloved disciple at this time. Changfeng, tell Master, what is going on? Li Changfeng looked innocent. It's just a compound formation. There's an illusion array inside the maze. If it's deeper, there's a trap array. If that doesn't work, there's a teleportation array. Stop. Immortal Lord Liang stopped him immediately and said, there is also a teleportation array? The reason why he didn't come out for a month was that he was trapped in the formation. When I heard about the teleportation array, I felt terrible. So I've been trapped in there for more than half a month, and I haven't even reached the last level of this formation. Is there any justice in this world? No, this matter must be reported to the leader. Immortal Lord Liang spoke decisively, and Li Changfeng's current importance was once again elevated. I don't want it. Fairy Jiayue's face turned cold. Obviously, she didn't want her disciple to attract too much attention. He is only at the foundation establishment stage. How can he practice cultivation if you do this to him? Baiwa, Xianjun hurriedly persuaded. Junior sister, this matter concerns the future of the ancient god sect. Your disciple is extraordinary. Then I don't agree either. It's because he made me angry. Fairy Bright Moon is still angry about what happened at the last elders meeting. Liang Immortal Lord said softly. How about this? I will let senior brother, the leader, personally apologize to you and give you, my disciple, a copy of the ancient god's inheritance. Fairy Bright Moon raised her proud head and said, doesn't my moon god mountain have any inheritance? What do you want? Immortal Lord Liang could hardly bear it any longer. Fairy Bright Moon smiled faintly. I heard that the true fire of the sun on your Liang mountain is the source of all fires. I think it is suitable for me to be my disciple. That's the true fire of the sun, which can burn everything in the world. He is only at the foundation building stage. Immortal Lord Liang couldn't help but retort. Fairy Bright Moon said calmly, "Then don't worry about it. Just give it to him. I will help him refine it." Liang Xianjun said helplessly, "Okay, I agree." Fairy Bright Moon smiled slyly. "Tell Brother Leader not to come empty-handed." The expression of the immortal Lord Liang froze, and he felt unwell all over. This junior sister is not just a simple trap when it comes to cheating people. Tonda League. Qian Xingxuan and others sat in the hall and looked at Ji Buchang. "Master, what should we do? How can we recover?" Ji Buchang comforted them. "Don't worry. The ancient god cult needs a powerful formation master, and I am one of the few formation masters in this cultivation world. They will come to me for help soon." "But Fairy Bright Moon is Li Chongfeng's master. Can the ancient god cult come?" Qian Xingxuan was a little unconfident. Ji Buchang said confidently, "Don't worry. The inheritance of the ancient god cult is in those ancient god formations. If the formation cannot be opened, the inheritance of their ancient god cult will be cut off. The ancient god cult master has invited me to help more than once, and the reason I didn't agree was because I didn't find the right bargaining chips." Qian Xingxuan and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. "Master, if they come to you again, you must make them expel Li Chongfeng from the sect." "Yes, without the protection of the ancient god cult, I will make Li Chongfeng pay the price." "Yes, he must pay the price." Several women spoke up one after another, their eyes full of resentment. Until now, they no longer think they are wrong. They think Li Chongfeng should give in to them. Little did they know that their plan at this moment had completely failed, because the ancient god cult master is currently in the Moon Temple, apologizing to Fairy Bright Moon. Chapter 18. The ancient god cult leader appears. "Junior sister, I was wrong before. I spoke too loudly. Please don't hold it against me. This is an ancient god inheritance that I prepared specially for my nephew Chongfeng. Can you forgive me?" The ancient god cult leader held a jade slip in front of Fairy Bright Moon with a fawning look on his face. Fairy Bright Moon was not convinced. "Brother, I still like your previous rebellious look." The leader of the ancient god cult was embarrassed. "Junior sister, you have to understand me. I'm also thinking about the ancient god cult. You told me that junior brother Chongfeng has talent. Why did I beg Master Jibo?" Fairy Bright Moon sneered. "So what do you think should be done with Ji Buchang?" The ancient god cult leader said in a deep voice, "When I meet with junior brother Chongfeng and understand the situation, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." "Old fox." Fairy Bright Moon sneered. The ancient god sect leader didn't want to know the situation. He just wanted to see the depth of Li Chongfeng's attainments in formation. After determining Li Chongfeng's value, decide whether to help him vent his anger. My senior brother has always weighed the pros and cons. Without sufficient benefits, don't even think about getting him to take action. The ancient god cult leader didn't care that his thoughts were seen through, and he chuckled. "Junior sister, do you agree?" Fairy Juyue nodded. "My disciple is in Chongfeng Valley. If you go in, you will naturally see him." "What? I'm going to find him?" The ancient god leader looked a little unhappy. After all, he is the leader. It is a bit unreasonable for him to condescend to meet a disciple, right? "I also want to see if you, as a formation master, can break the formation of Chongfeng Valley." Fairy Jiayue spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the ancient god cult leader also showed a curious look. He already knew about the affairs of the immortal Lord Liang and the immortal Lord Baiwa, and was also curious about what the formation of Chongfeng Valley was like. "Okay, then I'll go take a look." The ancient god cult leader smiled faintly, turned around, and disappeared. In the Chongfeng Valley, Li Chongfeng, Chu Yulan, and the other two were distributing the championship rewards. "Brother, this Pei Yuan pill can strengthen your body and replenish your essence. It will be very useful to you. Don't refuse it. I am already very satisfied that I can get a place in the secret realm." Pei Xian looked at the Pei Yuan Dan in front of him and refused decisively. Gu Yu shook his head. "The Nirvana pill in the secret realm is my goal. It is useless for me to have this Pei Yuan pill." Pei Xian looked at Chu Yulan, wanting his senior sister to make the decision. Chu Yulan smiled and said, "Junior brother, you are the weakest among the four of us. This Pei Yuan pill can just help you improve your talent, so you won't be left behind by us in the future." Li Chongfeng also nodded. "Yes, senior brother, don't refuse. Pei had no choice but to accept the Pei Yuan Dan. Li Changfeng pointed at the remaining soul-suppressing bell and said, "Brother, sister, I am willing to exchange the elixir and spiritual weapon for this soul-suppressing bell. What do you think?" Gu Yu and Chu Yulan laughed and said, "If it weren't for your heavenly will 4 symbols formation, we wouldn't be able to break the blood evil curse. The soul-suppressing bell should have been yours." Li Changfeng waved his hand quickly. "It's better to make it clear. We will have a lot of gains as a team in the future. If we are weak, it will be easy to have problems due to uneven distribution." The two looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. Li Changfeng figured it out and took out all the points from the sect and the elixirs and spirit stones collected from this competition, which was barely enough. A soul-calming bell almost consumed all his wealth. Without any worries, Li Changfeng no longer hesitated. A drop of blood flew out and landed directly on the soul-calming bell. After dripping blood to recognize its master, the soul-calming bell turned into a stream of light and entered Li Changfeng's dantian. From then on, Li Changfeng had another trick up his sleeve. "Junior brother Changfeng, can you come out and see me?" A loud voice was heard, startling the 4 people. "You know, this formation has an isolation effect. Otherwise, the immortal Lord of Flame would not have been isolated for such a long time. Who can transmit the sound through the formation?" Li Changfeng did not dare to hesitate. His hand seals changed, and the formation disappeared. A man dressed as a Confucian scholar appeared not far from the 4 people. Li Changfeng stiffened when he saw the person coming. "Disciple Li Changfeng, greetings to the leader." The ancient god cult leader smiled slightly. "No need to be polite. Your formation is very interesting. It's just some small tricks, not worthy of the leader's praise." Li Changfeng didn't dare to be arrogant. The ancient god leader looked at the humble Li Changfeng and nodded with satisfaction. "Look, this is a good disciple. Unlike Jiao Yue, she actually dared to turn her back on me, the leader. I think your formation is quite mysterious. It seems that there is something I haven't discovered yet. Can you explain it to me?" The ancient god cult leader spoke in a kind tone, like a junior who cared about his disciples. Li Changfeng nodded quickly. "Disciple is willing." As he said this, he was about to lead him away, but soon he saw 3 people behind him. Chu Yulan said quickly, "Junior brother, don't worry about us. We have to go back and prepare for the trip to the secret realm. We won't stay for long." The ancient god patriarch nodded slightly, very satisfied with their performance. After seeing Chu Yulan and the other 2 off, Li Changfeng began to explain the formation to the ancient god sect leader. The combination of different formations, and even the display of killing formations, made the ancient god leader astonished. He had just felt a strong murderous intent in the formation, but he did not expect that there were so many changes in this formation. The 2 of them spent a whole day in the formation, and the ancient god leader was like a student seeking knowledge, constantly asking questions. At this moment, he truly saw the value of Li Changfeng. "Yes, your formation has really benefited me a lot. This is my thank you gift. Please take it." The ancient god cult leader casually handed over a jade slip, which was exactly what he had given to Fairy Brightmoon before. Li Changfeng waved his hand quickly. "Master, you are too polite. This is what a disciple should do." The ancient god leader smiled slightly and said, "This is what you deserve. Take it." As he said this, he placed the jade slip in Li Changfeng's hand. By the time Li Changfeng opened his mouth to express his gratitude, the ancient god leader had already disappeared. "Prepare well for the trip to the secret realm. The opportunities there are greater than you think. When you come back, I have something to talk to you about." The voice of the ancient god leader sounded in Li Changfeng's ears. Li Changfeng nodded quickly and finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the ancient god leader had left. Then he looked at the jade slip. The 3 words on it made him stunned. Jinghong technique. Rumor has it that the Jinghong technique is the famous escape technique of the ancient powerful Golden Crow Emperor. It is the fastest flying technique in the 3 realms. I didn't expect that the ancient god leader would spend so much money. That's good. With this Jinghong technique, I should have no problem protecting myself in the secret realm. Compared to the ancient god cult's happiness, the Tiandao alliance was filled with gloom and sorrow. Ji Wuchang spent a lot of rare treasures to repair the meridians of the 5 people, and finally succeeded. But what made him depressed was that the ancient god leader, who had originally agreed to come and see him, was late. He originally wanted to blackmail someone, but now he has no chance at all. In addition, Tang Wu is also extremely anxious. The secret realm opens once every 100 years. If he doesn't get a spot, he will completely lose the opportunity. It's impossible that he won't form a pill for 100 years, right? Chapter 19, Selling Quotas. Master, what should we do? I'm afraid this trip to the secret realm will be ruined. Tang Wu asked depressedly to his chest. The mysterious man said helplessly, if you hadn't tricked Li Changfeng before, there might be room for recovery. But now I'm afraid there is no chance of redemption. Tang Wu said depressedly, what should I do? If I can't find your body, it will be impossible for me to improve my talent. If all else fails, we can only ask Li Changfeng for help. There are a total of 6 places in the secret realm. There will definitely be 2 extra places for the 4 of them. Perhaps you can go talk to him. The mysterious man is now at his wit's end. If he wants to get his body back, he must enter the secret realm. The same is true if Tang Wu wants to soar into the sky. By now, they have no other choice. Changfeng Valley. Li Changfeng continued to practice the Jinghong technique, and his entire temperament was changing. No, I always feel like something is missing. Li Changfeng frowned, always feeling that something was missing when he performed the Jinghong technique. Changfeng. The gentle voice of Fairy Jiyue came. In front of Li Changfeng's cave, Fairy Jiyue landed on the ground in a gauze dress, looking at Li Changfeng with eyes full of doting. Master, you're here? Li Changfeng came forward with surprise. It has been half a month since the competition ended, and this is the first time that Fairy Jiyue has come here to see him. Fairy Bright Moon smiled and said, I heard that senior brother the sect leader gave you the shocking rainbow technique. I guess your practice is not going well, so I came here to guide you in your practice. Li Changfeng said in surprise. As expected, nothing could be hidden from Master. When I perform the Jinghong technique, I always feel like something is missing. Fairy Bright Moon smiled and said, of course. The shocking rainbow technique is the most powerful escape technique in the 3 realms. If anyone could master it, wouldn't it be a joke? Please help me solve my doubts, Master. Li Shangfeng bua respectfully. Fairy Jiyue smiled slightly, raised her hand casually, and a golden flame ignited out of thin air. Li Changfeng exclaimed, the sun is really hot. You do have some knowledge. Fairy Jiyue said softly, I found this from your uncle Liang. With it, your ability to refine pills, refine weapons, or use them to injure people will be improved several times in the future. Come, I will help you refine it. Thank you, Master. Li Shangfeng nudda excitedly. Fairy Bright Moon laughed and scolded. You are being polite to Master. Li Changfeng followed the instructions of Fairy Jiyue and sat on a huge rock. I will suppress the sun's true fire to a safe level, and you will introduce it into your body for refining. Fairy Bright Moon gave a reminder and began to suppress the sun's true fire. Li Changfeng hurriedly practiced his skills, and a devouring force came, and the sun's true fire actually began to sway. Fairy Bright Moon widened her eyes in surprise. Is this technique a divine art? Li Changfeng was unaware of Fairy Jiyue's surprise. He just kept absorbing the power of the sun's true fire. The Chaos Wuji Sutra also showed its terrifying power at this moment. The sun's true fire, which originally required great effort to refine, directly devoured the origin of the sun's true fire under the operation of the technique. Bear! A muffled sound was heard. Li Changfeng's body was instantly enveloped by the true fire of the sun. The clothes on his body were also burned clean at this moment. Pooh! Fairy Jiyue spat lightly, turned around, and disappeared on the top of the mountain. Since Li Changfeng has already mastered the true sun fire, there is no need for her to stay any longer. At this time, Li Changfeng was still immersed in the joy of the sun's true fire and had no idea of his own situation. Junior brother Changfeng, an ethereal voice was heard, and Chu Yulan passed through the formation and came on a sword. Senior sister? Li Changfeng woke up slowly after hearing the voice. But the next second, both of them were stunned. At this time, Li Changfeng had already taken back the sun's true fire and was completely naked. Ah! Chu Yulan screamed, quickly covered her eyes, and turned away. Her pretty face instantly turned red. I'm sorry, senior sister. Don't come over here. Chu Yulan looked at Li Changfeng, who was approaching, and quickly reminded him. Li Changfeng finally reacted and quickly took out his clothes and put them on himself. Senior sister, it's okay. Li Changfeng was so embarrassed that he could dig a cave out his feet. Chu Yulan then put down her hand, but her pretty red face was even more attractive than her usual calm look. Li Changfeng was also stunned for a moment. Senior sister is so beautiful. Chu Yulan looked at Li Changfeng's dazed look, and a hint of joy appeared in her heart, with smiles in her eyes. Junior brother? Chu Yulan called softly. Li Changfeng finally reacted. Ahem, senior sister. What is it that you came to see me for? Chu Yulan smiled and said, That's true. Since we won the championship this time, we have 2 more places for the competition. I wonder how junior brother plans to deal with it. Li Changfeng was stunned. He had never thought about this question. What are your plans, senior sister? Junior brother, the slander against you has not been resolved yet. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to do something about it. Chu Yulan expressed her thoughts. Li Changfeng was stunned when he heard this, and Tang Wu's name popped up in his mind. This guy has a close connection with the secret realm. If we let him in, we might get different results. With this thought in mind, Li Changfeng said, I have an idea, senior sister. I will take care of the quota issue. Chu Yulan smiled and said, It's good that you have a plan, junior brother. Although we cultivators don't care about our personal reputation, we still have to protect the face of the ancient god cult. Thank you for your teachings, senior sister. Li Changfeng bowed to express his gratitude. Because of being betrayed in his previous life, although Li Changfeng can accept the people around him, he is somewhat repulsive to the outside world. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has some social phobia. Now that Chu Yulan had spoken the truth, he had become more open-minded. On the second day, news spread that the ancient god cult was selling places in the secret realm. There are also requirements for those who want to purchase a place. 1. The disciples must be below the foundation establishment stage. 2. One must have high moral character, be upright, and have the courage to face up to injustice. After seeing this news, many disciples from famous and upright sects rushed to the ancient god sect. Although these 2 rules are a bit strange, they do not affect their desire to enter the secret realm. After Tang Wu received the news, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. But he was about to cry. In the past month, he has spent all his money to help his 5 senior sisters improve their strength. How could he have any extra spirit stones to exchange for places in the secret realm? No, these women took my food for nothing and haven't won the championship yet. I will make them give me back what they ate. As he said that, Tang Wu went towards Qian Xingxuan's residence. Tang Wu originally joined the Qiang Xingxuan team for the sake of profit, and now he is sold out to them for the sake of profit again, which is normal. It was just a pity for Qian Xingxuan. Her meridians had just recovered, and her cultivation was only 1/10 of what it was, and she was being asked to pay back the debt. In the meeting hall of the Qiang Xingxuan team of the Tonda League, Tang Wu's face was gloomy. Senior sisters, when you asked me for things, you said that you would definitely win the championship. Now that you haven't won the championship, you should return my things to me, right? Tang Wu, we've been so good to you, yet you're nitpicking with us. Do you think you deserve our kindness? Feng Qingxue was the first to jump out again, looking at Tang Wu with eyes full of indignation. Tang Wu sneered. Be good to me? You are only being good to yourself. There is no point in saying so much. Return the things quickly. We have already used the things you gave us. Why don't you take them back? Chang Yu said coldly, as if she didn't care. Tang Wu sneered. Do you think I am Li Changfeng? If the things are not returned, then use spirit stones to pay for it. If there are no spirit stones, the sect contribution points will also be fine. In short, you must give me my things. Qian Xingxuan looked at the aggressive Tang Wu with a gloomy face. Tang Wu, we forced junior brother Changfeng to leave because of you. Don't you feel guilty for doing this? Because of me? Why did Li Changfeng leave? Don't you have any idea? Tang Wu laughed and said, I always thought that the growth of this team was all thanks to you senior sisters, until a month ago when I found out that it was all cultivated by Li Changfeng. How dare you mention him? Without him, who would you be? You. How can you say that to us? Chang Sun Jing finally couldn't bear it anymore. Tang Wu said angrily, Stop talking nonsense. If you can't return all my things to me today, none of you can leave this door. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong murderous intent burst out from Tang Wu. The 5 people were shocked when they saw this, and their eyes were filled with horror. They never expected that Tang Wu would actually want to kill them. Qian Xingxuan was the calmest one and said, Since junior brother Tang Wu wants something, we will give it to him. As he spoke, he took out many star stones from his storage ring. Seeing this, the others also took out a lot of good things from their storage rings. Chang and Yu had already used the Sinluo insect and finally paid it back with Sect points and spirit stones. Tang Wu looked at these things and nodded with satisfaction. I will withdraw from your team, and from now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. Having said that, without waiting for the 5 people to react, he turned and walked outside. After Tang Wu's figure completely disappeared, Feng Qingxue finally couldn't help but said, "Senior sister, are we just going to let it go?" Qian Xingxuan's eyes were grim. Of course we can't just let it go like this. Li Changfeng didn't take anything with him when he left, and he got into trouble. He took so many things. How can we let him off easily? Senior sister, do you have a solution? Feng Qingxue couldn't help but speak. Qian Xingxuan smiled and said, "You have quite a few suitors. If you reveal a little, someone will naturally teach him a lesson." Senior sister, it's a good idea. Several people smiled after hearing Qian Xingxuan's words. Outside the Tiandao Alliance, the mysterious man reminded Tang Wu Dao, "If you leave like this, Qian Xingxuan and the others will not let you go easily. Their suitors will definitely come to you by then." Master, don't worry. They have been in seclusion these days to heal their wounds. I have already spread the news about them. I am leaving now because they are greedy, not because I am taking advantage of their misfortune. Tang Wu's face was full of pride. After the competition ended, he had already decided to leave, so he had already made the arrangements beforehand. 3 days later, Qian Xingxuan and the other 5 sat together with gloomy faces, no longer having the confident expressions they had before. There is no other reason. During these 3 days, none of their suitors came, and when they went to find each other, they were turned away. After some private investigation, they found out that their exploitation of Li Changfeng and Tang Wu had already been exposed. In addition, the previous rumors about Li Changfeng were also spread by their pursuers. The reversal of wind direction is now more violent than before. Even their previous supporters were affected and distanced themselves from them. It is true that everyone wants to find a companion, but they cannot accept finding a group of vampires. Thinking about the gifts they gave me before, I feel a little regretful. As for Tang Wu, after leaving the team, he went directly to the ancient god Sect. Li Changfeng cares more about the sale of secret realm quotas than anyone else. 10 days later, the ancient god Sect's mountain gate was surrounded by many practitioners. Chu Yulan and Li Changfeng flew there, swords in the sky, looking at the people waiting below. Chu Yulan asked, "Junior brother, have you decided who to sell the quota to?" Li Changfeng smiled and said, "Of course it's for my former teammate Tang Wu, because he exposed the ugly faces of Qian Xingxuan and others." Chu Yulan was a little curious. Li Changfeng shook his head and said nothing. To be honest, the fight between Tang Wu, Qian Xingxuan, and others can only be considered a pleasant surprise. Li Changfeng originally planned to let Tang Wu in. After all, there are too many things in the secret realm, and it is hard to say where the real opportunity is. Since Tang Wu knew where the opportunity was, there was no reason for him to leave this treasure-hunting rat unused, right? As for the opportunity being taken away by someone else, that is even more impossible. He has the vision and means from his previous life, plus his cultivation is 1 level higher than the other party. If Tang Wu had plotted against Li Changfeng, he would have been finished. In his previous life, he was often schemed against by this bastard. After his rebirth, he was afraid that it would affect his spiritual heart if he didn't kill him. Seeing that Li Changfeng was unwilling to explain, Chu Yulan stopped asking. Since Li Changfeng had already made the decision, they naturally would not object. Everyone, now that everyone is here, we will start the auction today. The highest bidder wins. Pei Xian stood in front of the mountain gate and presided over the entire sale. Since taking the Pei Yuan pill last time, Pei Xian's talent has been greatly improved, and his strength has also increased by leaps and bounds, enough to intimidate these people. I'll offer 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the shouting began, the price of the spots skyrocketed. I'll offer 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Tang Wu spoke loudly, immediately shocking everyone. Everyone looked sideways. You should know that spirit stones are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. 100 low-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 high-grade spirit stone. And so on, 100 is the base. 50,000 high-quality spirit stones simply increased 100-fold. Pei Xian was also shocked by the sudden high price and looked around at everyone. Is there a higher price? Everyone shook their heads. To be honest, there were not many people in the Foundation establishment stage who could have 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, let alone mid-grade spirit stones. Tang Wu smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. This was all the assets his master had given him. This is also his last chance. Chapter 21, A Sudden Confession. Pei Xian looked around at everyone. Since there is no higher position than this position, etc. Gu Yu suddenly interrupted Pei Xian. Dan Wu Dao Wen. He couldn't make any mistakes at this time. Pei Xian smiled and said, Senior brother Gu Yu, is there any problem? Gu Yu smiled faintly. We said before that those who get the quota must be of high moral character, upright, and dare to face injustice. This Tang Wu. Everyone looked sideways when they heard this. No one had expected such a reversal. Tang Wu was angry, but he didn't dare to get angry. His face flushed red. I wonder what you think is qualified, brother. Gu Yu said indifferently. You were a member of Qian Xingxuan's team before. The news about you has spread throughout the Tonda League. Do you still think you are qualified? Tang Wu's face darkened when he heard this, and he was speechless for a moment. Since you're not qualified, just leave. Gu Yu's voice was cold and unquestionable. Etc. Tang Wu saw that the other party was trying to drive him away, and he immediately became anxious. The matter of Qian Xingxuan's team is not my fault. I just met the wrong person. Please give me a chance to prove myself. Gu Yu looked at the other person with interest. Okay, tell me what you think. Tang Wu cleared his throat and looked at everyone. Everyone, since you are here to buy a quota, you should know that my senior brother Changfeng has a quota, right? Everyone nodded. They naturally knew about this matter. Tang Wu said in a deep voice. Not long ago, junior brother Changfeng left Qiang Xingxuan's team, and the outside world was buzzing with rumors. Many people said bad things about junior brother Changfeng. It's true. I heard that it was senior brother Changfeng who took away the resources of Qiang Xingxuan's team, someone echoed. Nonsense, Tang Wu said in a stern voice. The resources that Qian Xingxuan and the others have used to practice over the years were all provided by senior brother Changfeng. It is also thanks to senior brother Changfeng that they are able to achieve their current level of cultivation. Not only were they ungrateful, they also threatened senior brother Changfeng to continue working for them. I couldn't stand it at the time, so I had to intervene and force junior brother Changfeng to leave. Since junior brother Changfeng left, they have been cut off from cultivation resources, and I have become their next target. I know their ugly faces very well, and I left decisively. Is there anything wrong with what I did? When everyone heard Tang Wu's words, their pupils shrank and their eyes were full of disbelief. No one expected this result. Gu Yu said calmly, You said you wanted to join the game with your own body? Yes, it was me who asked to snatch senior brother Changfeng's red flame fruit. Qian Xingxuan and the others supported me in order to suppress senior brother Changfeng. Alliance leader Jibuchang was also involved in this matter. Tang Wu's words were so powerful that everyone couldn't believe it. I didn't expect the Tonda League to be so unbearable. Yes, the five sisters in Qian Xingxuan's team looked aloof and pure, but I didn't expect that they would be like this in private. Fortunately, I admire them very much. Now it seems that my love for them is better than being fed to the dogs. For a moment, the voices of people attacking Qian Xingxuan's team rose one after another. Gu Yu was not in a hurry and said indifferently, These are just your one-sided words, which can't prove anything. I have a photo stone, Tang Wu said quickly and took out a photo stone from his storage ring. As the true energy flowed in, a ray of light emerged. In the picture, Ji Buchang's face was gloomy. Li Changfeng is a rare genius. I wanted to recruit him, but he was obsessed with the ancient god cult and rejected me. Don't blame me for being rude. Qian Xingxuan asked respectfully, Master, how are you preparing? Of course it is endless suppression. I see that boy has a good impression of you, and you're doing this and that. Ji Buchang showed a cunning smile and began to give instructions to Qian Xingxuan. How dare the Tonda League do such a shameless thing? Yes, this Tonda League is simply abominable. After watching it, everyone was filled with indignation. The reputation of the Tonda League also plummeted. Gu Yu and Pei Xian looked at each other and nodded slightly. They performed this double act just to force Tang Wu to tell the truth. The current effect is better than they imagined. Ahem. Everyone, since junior brother Tang Wu is so righteous, we will give this position to him. Do you have any objections? Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Gu Yu interrupted everyone's discussion. No problem, we agree. Yes, we have no objection. They heard that Tang Wu had already begun to clear Li Chongfeng's name for this spot. Anyone who objected would have no chance of getting the next spot. As everyone started talking, Tang Wu felt relieved. Although Qian Xingxuan and others were sold out, the quota was finally obtained. As long as he gets that thing then, he will surely soar to the sky. Li Chongfeng clenched his fists at this time, and his hatred for Ji Buchang deepened. He never expected that his miserable life was actually arranged by Ji Buchang. At this time, Chu Yulan looked at Li Chongfeng with heartache. He didn't expect that his junior brother would be treated like this in the Tonda League. Junior brother, what are your plans next? Chu Yulan looked at Li Chongfeng deeply. Li Chongfeng's expression eased slightly as he said, "There is still half a month before the secret realm opens. I am going to refine a magic weapon to conceal my aura and use it in the secret realm." Junior brother, can you also refine weapons? A strange light flashed in Chu Yulan's eyes. She knew that Li Chongfeng was powerful in formation, but she didn't know that he could also refine weapons. Li Chongfeng showed a hint of smile on his face. Senior sister, I know more than you can imagine. Then I want to see what junior brother can refine. As he spoke, he moved closer to Li Chongfeng. Li Chongfeng blusha. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had such close contact with the opposite sex. Master, senior sister, Li Chongfeng was so nervous that he was speechless. Chu Yulan's eyes flashed with a wicked smile. Junior brother, you are not in love with senior sister, are you? Li Chongfeng didn't expect that Chu Yulan, who was always quiet, would ask such a question. Chu Yulan looked at the bewildered Li Chongfeng and whispered to him, "Don't be nervous, senior sister likes you too." After saying that, Chu Yulan flashed and flew towards the green forest and bamboo sea. Li Chongfeng was already standing there in a daze, his mind full of Chu Yulan's last words. Senior sister likes you too. It was unknown how long it had been before Li Chongfeng slowly came back to his senses. Looking at the direction Chu Yulan had left, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After spending some time together, Li Chongfeng had already been attracted by Chu Yulan's excellence. Whether it was the combat power that far exceeded that of her peers, or the beauty that captivated everyone, Li Chongfeng was impressed. Not only that, after getting along with her, Li Chongfeng discovered that although Chu Yulan looked quiet, she was actually a little playful in her bones. Occasionally, they would play some harmless pranks on him. Overall, Li Chongfeng and Chu Yulan get along very comfortably. If you haven't seen each other for a long time, you will still miss each other. When Chu Yulan expressed her feelings to him just now, his heart seemed to be beating as if it was about to jump out. The whole person didn't react. Thinking about it now, I really missed the opportunity to get close to her. No ruse. We have to refine a magic weapon anyway, so let's prepare one for senior sister as well. Li Chongfeng smiled slightly, turned around, and flew towards the ancient god mountain. He can get what he needs there. As for the spirit stone, Fairy Jiayue has no shortage of this thing. But now he has left. Chu Yulan looked at Li Chongfeng, who had not caught up with her for a long time, and her mood instantly fell. Am I too straightforward? Or is he not like me? Chu Yulan was already in self-doubt at this time. He had no idea that Li Chongfeng had already thought of preparing a gift for him. There is no way. In his previous life, Li Chongfeng was PUA'd by Qian Xingxuan all his life. He really doesn't know how to face this feeling. Chapter 22. Jade Emperor's Secret Realm. Time flies, and the day of the entrance to the secret realm finally arrives. The matter between Li Chongfeng and Chu Yulan was finally made clear. Ever since Chu Yulan confessed her love, Li Chongfeng has been refining magic weapons. This refining process took 7 days. During these 7 days, Chu Yulan had no appetite, and Pei Xian became anxious. When he went to find Li Chongfeng, the magic weapon had just been refined. Although it is only a mid-grade spiritual weapon, it is definitely a top-grade one in the Foundation establishment realm. After Li Chongfeng learned of Chu Yulan's misunderstanding, he decisively took the spiritual weapon to the green forest and bamboo sea. Chu Yulan realized she had misunderstood only after she met Li Chongfeng. So she said something that Li Chongfeng would never forget. I like you, not because of how strong your cultivation is, nor because of how many cultivation resources you can give me. I like you just because you're Li Changfeng. The moment he heard these words, Li Changfeng's mind exploded. Memories of his past life replayed in his mind like slides. In his previous life, he had always lived under the suppression of Qian Xingxuan and others. Even after he awakened after his rebirth, the influence of his previous life still existed. The kind of character of giving without hesitation has not changed. Even when someone confessed his love to him, the first thing he thought of was to refine a spiritual weapon for the other party, rather than responding to the other party correctly. Now, after listening to Chu Yulan's words, he finally realized his problem. Chu Yulan also saw it, but she didn't say it out loud. Because she didn't care. As he said, he only liked Li Changfeng, and he would like him no matter what he was like. It doesn't matter if Li Changfeng doesn't understand feelings. She can teach him and accompany him as he grows. Ancient God religion, in front of the mountain gate. 6 figures appeared here at the same time. Today is the day when the secret realm opens. Everyone, this Jade Emperor's secret realm is very serious. I hope everyone will be careful. No matter what happens, safety comes first. Fairy Jiayue looked at Li Changfeng. What he was most worried about was his little disciple. It's almost time, let's go. Master Liang said in a serious tone. Li Changfeng nodded slightly and looked at Chu Yulan, his eyes almost tearing. Pei Xian and Gu Yu looked at each other, both showing expressions of disgust. Is there anyone who cares? Someone is abusing the dog. Tang Wu was led by the immortal Lord Liang and stood at the front of the team. Looking at Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan who were riding on a flying sword, the flames of jealousy engulfed him. Why can Li Changfeng be favored by a beauty of this level, while he has to spend all his money just to have a future? He just felt that the world was too unfair. Don't worry, my disciple. Once you enter the secret realm, you will soar to the sky. What kind of woman can you want in the future? The mysterious man sensed Tang Wu's mood fluctuations and spoke up to remind him. Tang Wu nodded. I will listen to Master. The secret realm they went to this time was called the Jade Emperor's Secret Realm, which was the place where an ancient god fell. It's just that because it is too far away from the ancient god cult, and the ancient god cult cannot fully control it, it is made public. It is rumored that this secret realm is alive, and if someone can control it, they will gain unexpected benefits. The ancient god cult did explore the Jade Emperor's secret realm, but only gain a little. The final conclusion is very simple. That is, the chances of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage being recognized by the secret realm are greater. The group flew on their swords at an extremely fast speed. In less than half a day, they had landed on the top of a mountain. Li Changfeng looked up. All they saw was a huge circle of light flashing in the void, and the overwhelming pressure made everyone dare not look directly at it. That's the entrance to the secret realm. If you can't get the secret realm's approval, you must bring the token back. True Man Liang reminded from the side. Everyone nodded, took the token, and flew towards the secret realm. Tang Wu looked at immortal Lord Liang awkwardly. He is still at the Qi refining stage and cannot fly with a sword. Now that they have arrived at the destination, immortal Lord Liang has no intention of sending him in. Li Changfeng naturally saw Tang Wu's expression, but when he thought of his own plan, he decided to help. Junior brother Tang Wu, let me help you. As he spoke, he lifted Tang Wu up with one hand, and in the surprised gaze of everyone, he threw him directly into the secret realm. Fuck! Tang Wu disappeared at the entrance of the secret realm before he could finish his words. Li Changfeng smiled faintly and flew in on his sword. Liang, immortal lord, smiled bitterly. Junior sister, your disciple is really vindictive. Fairy Bright Moon spread her hands innocently. Cultivating immortals is all about following your heart and letting your thoughts flow. I don't think there's a problem with that. Immortal Lord Liang shook his head helplessly. It is true that like master, like disciple. In the Jade Emperor's secret realm, after Li Changfeng entered, he saw Tang Wu escaping quickly. But he can fly the sword, while Tang Wu can only rely on his legs, so he is naturally not afraid of getting lost. Long Wen, Chu Yulan, and the other two did not leave, but waited here. Li Changfeng observed the surroundings and looked at Gu Yu. Brother, the Nirvana pill you want is in the Phoenix Hall, in the northwest. You should be careful. Gu Yu nodded excitedly. Thank you, junior brother. I'll leave first. After saying this, he bowed to everyone and flew away on his sword. Li Changfeng continued, Yulan, you are practicing the way of all things. There is 1,000 treasures garden in the east, which contains countless natural treasures. It is suitable for you. I'll listen to you. Chu Yulan nodded without hesitation. Li Changfeng looked at Pei Xian again. Brother, although your talent has been improved, it is still difficult to fight against opponents of higher levels without a special physique. There is a war god temple in the west. If you can obtain the war god's inheritance, you will surely soar to the sky. Okay, I'll go. Pei Xian nodded excitedly. Li Changfeng looked at the two and said, We have already discussed this before. Although there are many opportunities in this secret realm, there are dangers everywhere. You must be careful. Don't worry, junior brother. We'll be careful. Pei Xian nodded repeatedly. After seeing the two off, Li Changfeng looked towards the north. This was exactly the direction Tang Wu left. Li Changfeng touched the ring on his hand and transferred his true energy into it. A subtle wave came and completely concealed Li Changfeng's breath. After doing all this, Li Changfeng used the Jinghong technique and quickly chased in the direction Tang Wu left. Tang Wu, it's time for you to pay back the debt from your previous life. There was a flash of murderous intent in Li Changfeng's eyes, and memories of his past life began to emerge in his mind one by one. The oppression of his 5 senior sisters was certainly hateful, but if it weren't for Tang Wu's instigation and wanton slander, he wouldn't have become a rat that everyone wanted to kill. Tang Wu definitely played a decisive role in his miserable and repressed life in his previous life. This time, he wanted to return all the tragic fate of his previous life to them. When they're extremely miserable and depressed, they will be tortured to death. Only in this way can he vent his resentment from his previous life. Don't say things like you won't care about anything anymore since you're reborn. If I didn't care, wouldn't I have suffered so many years of torture in vain in my previous life? Chapter 23, Destiny Treazula Huntingrat. Tang Wu followed the mysterious man's instructions and quickly headed north. He stored all the treasures he found along the way into his storage ring. I made a lot of money. I didn't expect that there would be so many treasures in this secret realm. Tang Wu's eyes were full of excitement. The mysterious man smiled and said, I said, once you enter the secret realm, it will be my home ground. Master is right. Tang Wu was excited. He seemed to have seen himself soaring into the sky and ruling the world forever. Isn't this junior brother Tang Wu? A surprised sound was heard, and Tang Wu was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. Li Shengfeng. Tang Wu looked at the person in surprise. Why are you here? He didn't even notice it at such a close distance. Li Changfeng walked over with a smirk on his face. Junior brother Tang Wu, I heard that this secret realm is dangerous and there are evil demons lurking. I'm very worried about you. Tang Wu pretended to be calm. Thank you, senior brother Changfeng. I'm fine. You can't say you're fine. As your senior, I have to check you carefully. Come, let me see your storage ring first. There was a flash of coldness in Li Changfeng's eyes. As long as Tang Wu showed any resistance, he would kill him directly. Tang Wu was worthy of being trained by a mysterious man. He felt Li Changfeng's murderous intent almost instantly. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. This is my storage ring. Please use it as you wish. Tang Wuyin suppressed the anger in his heart and handed the storage ring to the other party. Li Changfeng opened the storage ring, and his face instantly darkened. Junior brother, many of the things in your storage ring are evil things. You can't keep them. I will help you destroy them. After saying that, he directly put everything in the storage ring into his own storage ring. Tang Wu took the empty storage ring, and his back teeth were almost broken. Li Changfeng chuckled. Junior brother Tang Wu, I'm doing this for your own good. Okay, go ahead. I also want to find my own opportunity. Tang Wu showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Senior brother, take care. Li Changfeng smiled and nodded, then turned around and flew away on his sword. Damn you, Li Changfeng. I'm going to kill you. Dang Feng Zhao An Vi Li. But he is only at the qi refining stage now, and cannot be a match for Li Changfeng. The mysterious man comforted him softly. Don't be angry. I know of a palace with a foundation building pill. After you take it, you will build your foundation directly. You will definitely be no worse than Li Changfeng. Master, why didn't you kill him just now? Tang Wu asked puzzledly. The mysterious man said in a deep voice, there are still many dangers ahead. If I use my power here, how can you obtain my body and inheritance? Tang Wu clenched his fists, furious and helpless. Okay, then I'll wait a little longer. I wasn't paying attention just now. This time I will keep an eye on your surroundings. If he comes again, I will notify you in advance. The mysterious man gave another assurance. Tang Wu nodded and set out on his journey again. Not far away, Li Changfeng watched Tang Wu talking to himself, with a sneer on his face. He put away the photo stone and continued to follow. The spiritual weapon he specially refined for this trip to the secret realm was used to conceal detection. He was confident that even if a great Mahayana master came, it would be impossible to detect him through the spiritual weapon unless he saw him with his own eyes. Half an hour later, a large hall was visible from afar, and Li Changfeng knew what it was based on what he had heard in his previous life. He used the Jinghong technique and surpassed Tang Wu in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to enter the palace, a formation suddenly rose up, blocking him outside. There are also formations? Interesting. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, stepped on the 7 stars, and with a flash of his figure, he entered the formation directly. After a few flashes, Li Changfeng arrived in the hall. When he saw what was inside, even Li Changfeng was shocked. There turned out to be an alchemy room inside, which contained many top-grade elixirs. Dragon blood body tempering pill. Top-grade foundation building pill. Quenching the infant golden pill. Li Changfeng was filled with excitement and put the pill into his storage ring without hesitation. This thing is rare in the world of cultivation for thousands of years. After putting away the things, Li Changfeng looked around again, and after making sure that nothing was left out, he nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, if this palace could be taken away, I would really like to move it away. Li Changfeng felt regretful as he looked at the palace where even the wall paint had disappeared. Squeak! Bone! Just as Li Changfeng was about to leave, a muffled sound was heard. The entire door of the hall collapsed with a loud bang. Why didn't I think of that? The door can't be left down. As he said that, he put the gate into the storage ring. Tang Wu was standing outside the door at this time, his eyes dull. The entire hall was so clean that even the wall paint was gone. Li Changfeng looked at Tang Wu, who had just come in, and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, it's junior brother Tang Wu, sorry, you're a little late." Tang Wu finally reacted. "This? You did all this?" Li Changfeng smiled awkwardly. "This place is too good. Even the wall is made of top-grade fairy crystals ground in a powder. I couldn't help it." "Impossible. The formation outside is clearly still there. How could you get in?" Tang Wu screamed wildly, not believing what he saw. Li Changfeng chuckled. "You were talking about formations. My attainments in formations are not low. I don't need to break the formation to get in. If you don't believe me, just look." Having said that, Li Changfeng didn't wait for Tang Wu to react and walked out directly the same way he came. Only an empty room was left for Tang Wu. This. Tang Wu stood there, not coming back to his senses for a long time. "No, how can this be possible? My foundation building pill, my chance." Tang Wu's mentality completely collapsed at this moment. "There's nothing I can do. I spent all my fortune to get this opportunity, but now I have nothing in return." No matter who it is, he would collapse. "Calm down. This Li Changfeng is a little weird. We can't wait any longer. Let's go find my real body now. As long as we get to the Qiongyu Palace, I have plenty of ways to deal with him." The mysterious man's voice sounded again, pulling back Tang Wu's Taoist heart that was about to collapse. "Master, do I really still have a chance?" Tang would become unconfident. The mysterious man quickly comforted her. "Don't be discouraged. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. When you reach the top in the future, look back, and these will be nothing." Tang Wu nodded deeply and regained his confidence. Then, under the guidance of the mysterious man, he left the ruined palace. Li Changfeng, who was hanging outside far away, looked at Tang Wu leaving, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. "You are really a treasure-hunting rat. I made a lot of money this time." Li Changfeng suddenly felt less inclined to kill Tang Wu. Where can I find such a good tool person? Chapter 24, The Mirror World. Following the mysterious man's instructions, Tang Wu quickly headed towards the extreme north of the secret realm. Just when he was halfway there, 3 rays of light shot up into the sky, and the terrifying pressure almost enveloped the entire secret realm. Li Changfeng also stopped at this time, looking at the 3 rays of light in surprise and doubt. When I felt the breath of it, a smile appeared on my face. Aren't these 3 people Chu Yulan and the others? I didn't expect they would have such an opportunity. Li Changfeng sighed in his heart. This aura was none other than the inheritance of an ancient god, and it was exactly the same as the instructions for cultivating the spirit in his dantian. It seems I have to work harder too. Li Changfeng raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Tang Wu. Tool man, please don't let me down. The demoted Tang Wu didn't know that he was placed with high hopes. Now he was shocked by the changes in these three auras. Tang Wu couldn't help but ask, Master, what's going on? Didn't you say that there was only your inheritance in this secret realm? Were these three? The mysterious man was surprised and said, That's impossible. Is he hiding something from me? Master, Tang Wu couldn't help but speak when he saw that the mysterious man didn't respond to him. The mysterious man pretended to be disdainful and said, You call this inheritance? When you see what I give you, you will know what the real inheritance is. Tang Wu was overjoyed when he heard this. If such a terrifying pressure was not considered an inheritance in the eyes of his master, then what he would get in the future. When he thought that he was about to receive an even more terrifying inheritance, Tang Wu's pace quickened several times. Li Changfeng looked at Tang Wu's fast-moving figure and followed him silently. The treasure-hunting mouse has begun to take action. Half an hour later, Tang Wu stopped in a desolate depression. Master, are you sure it's here? But there's nothing here. Tang Wu looked at the depression full of dead grass with a look of despair on his face. Could it be that I have come to the wrong place? The mysterious man smiled faintly. It can't be wrong. I can already feel the existence of my real body. What you see now is just the appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light appeared on Tang Wu's chest, and then an irregular bronze mirror the size of a breastplate floated out. As the light fell, the originally desolate depression began to flood with water. Tang Wu was soon submerged in the lake. Li Changfeng was flying on his sword, looking at the lake that suddenly appeared below, feeling conflicted. It seems that the opportunity is under this lake. No matter what, he is not afraid of a chi refining stage expert. So why should I be afraid of a foundation establishment stage expert like me? Li Changfeng made up his mind, put away his flying sword, and dived into the lake. Plop! With a slight sound, Li Changfeng felt himself being wrapped by a sticky liquid and soon lost consciousness. After Tang Wu was submerged in the lake water, he quickly lost consciousness. When he came to, he was already in a huge space paved with mirrors. The sky and the earth are the same color in the space, and the shadows under your feet are clearly visible. Master? Master, are you there? Tang Wu kept shouting. Don't shout. I'm here. This is where my real body is. A figure in a tattered black robe floated out from the void, exuding a suffocating, evil aura. Master? Tang Wu looked at the person who came with some disbelief. It was also the first time he saw his master's appearance, and he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The mysterious man said, Disciple, this is the world inside the mirror, which was transformed from my original body back then. I want to merge with my original body, and I need your help. Master, what should I do? Tang Wu couldn't help but ask. Now that Li Changfeng is no longer interfering, he has the confidence to do anything well. The mysterious man smiled and said, Go less than 10 miles ahead. There's a formation. If you activate it, you can suppress the power of this world, and I can merge with it smoothly. Okay, Master, I'll go right away. Tang Wu said decisively and turned to go over. No. A loud shout was heard, and a man in a golden nine-dragon robe appeared out of nowhere and stopped Tang Wu. The mysterious man was shocked when he saw the person coming. Jade Emperor? You're not dead yet. The Jade Emperor smiled coldly. You're not dead. How could I die? I didn't expect that you would dare to come back here after being silent for nearly 10,000 years. The mysterious man smiled sinisterly and said, Why shouldn't I dare? This is my body. What right do you have to expel me? You colluded with evil demons and spread cholera throughout the three realms. I should have destroyed you from the beginning. The Jade Emperor spoke coldly, with a hint of regret in his eyes. The mysterious man laughed and said, I just want freedom. You imprison me for your own selfish reasons. What's wrong with me wanting freedom? The Jade Emperor said angrily, I told you that I would give you freedom when the three realms are pacified. Why did you want to use the blood of countless lives to buy your freedom? The mysterious man sneered. The three realms are pacified? You actually still have such an unrealistic fantasy. Don't you understand? As long as there are people, there will be fighting. If you want to pacify it, you have to kill them all. I am helping you. You. The Jade Emperor was trembling all over because of the mysterious man's anger, his eyes full of disappointment. The mysterious man chuckled and said, Disciple, Do as I say. I will stop him. No. If he gets the true body, the three realms will never be at peace. The Jade Emperor tried to dissuade him. The mysterious man smiled and said, My disciple, what does the unrest in the three realms have to do with you? We just want to reach the top. So who cares if there is a flood? Tang Wu nodded when he heard this. Master, rest assured, I will definitely fulfill my mission. As he said that, he quickly flew towards the formation. Jade Emperor, once I get my true form, you won't have any chance at all. Ha ha ha. The mysterious man laughed loudly, and streams of evil energy burst out, attacking the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor looked solemn. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me. As he spoke, the Jade Emperor also took action and engaged in a fight with the opponent. Jade Emperor, give up. Once I activate the formation, I will be able to reconnect with my true self. Your remnant soul cannot stop me. The mysterious man laughed wildly, showing no fear of his former master. Excuse me, where is this place? A sudden voice was heard, and Li Changfeng's figure walked out from the void, just in time to see the two people fighting. Li Changfeng, why are you here? When a mysterious man saw Li Changfeng, his pupils shrank, and he had an ominous premonition. You know me? So the person behind Tang Wu is you. Li Changfeng recognized the other person almost instantly. He held the photo stone in his hand without hesitation. The evil aura on this black shadow is too obvious. Good material. When the Jade Emperor saw Li Changfeng coming, his eyes lit up. My friend, are you a descendant of the God clan? Li Changfeng was stunned. Sorry, I'm not. Impossible. I clearly felt the breath of God on you. When the Jade Emperor saw Li Changfeng's denial, he became anxious. Li Changfeng shook his head. I'm really not, but the one opposite you is my enemy. Do you need help? Jade Emperor laughed loudly upon hearing this. It is necessary, very necessary. 10 miles ahead, there is a formation. Destroy it. Li Changfeng smiled faintly. It seems that my treasure-hunting rat has passed by goodbye. After saying that, he flew after him on his sword. Don't leave. The mysterious man wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the Jade Emperor. Jingling, your death is coming. Chapter 25 Conspiracy. The distance of 10 miles was too close for Li Changfeng, who was flying the sword. It only took a few breaths to get here. Li Changfeng stopped in the air. Looking at Tang Wu, who was still coming, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The long sword was swung, and a sword energy hit Tang Wu hard. Li Changfeng. Tang Wu finally reacted at this time, looking at Li Changfeng, who was blocking his way, his eyes full of anger. Why? Why couldn't he just let himself go? Didn't I just want a red flame fruit? You've already left. Why are you still targeting me? Tang Wu didn't understand Li Changfeng's behavior. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Junior brother Tang Wu, that mysterious man is full of evil spirit. I advise you not to be bewitched by him. Li Changfeng, this is my last chance. If you don't stop me, I promise that we will not interfere with each other. But if you make a move again, we will fight to the death. Tang was too lazy to pretend anymore. It was already this time. If he continued to be timid, he would really have no chance at all. Li Changfeng looked at the tough Tang Wu and couldn't help laughing. Junior brother, if you say so, I will be more excited. As he spoke, the long sword in Li Changfeng's hand was infused with true energy, and a golden flame instantly covered it. Wind and thunder, 7 killing swords. A cold light flashed in Li Changfeng's eyes, and with the power of wind and thunder, he instantly killed Tang Wu. Asshole! Tang Wu cursed loudly, turned around, and ran away. He really didn't expect that Li Changfeng would attack him without hesitation. Want to run? I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Li Changfeng smiled coldly, and the power of wind and thunder became even stronger. Tang Wu only felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. He turned around quickly, and a mirror appeared in front of his chest. Clang! There was a loud noise, and Li Changfeng's sword, which was sure to succeed, was blocked by the bronze mirror. Tang Wu retreated quickly with the help of the recoil force, and after a few breaths, he arrived in front of the mysterious man. Master, save me! Master, save me! Tang Wu shouted for help. Waste! The mysterious man cursed inwardly, then flashed in front of Tang Wu and protected him. The Jade Emperor looked at Li Changfeng puzzledly and asked, My friend, why don't you destroy the formation? Why should I destroy the formation? Li Changfeng was speechless. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Do we know each other well? The world of cultivation is a place of intrigue and deception. If you don't know anything and just listen to others, not many people can survive. What if the Jade Emperor is also a black-hearted person and he doesn't even know how he died? Upon hearing this, the mirror spirit laughed out loud. Jade Emperor, it seems that this helper of yours is not close to you either. Seeing Li Chongfeng's reaction, Jingling knew that he still had a chance. As long as the formation is still there, he'll have a chance to get his body back. The Jade Emperor frowned, obviously not expecting Li Chongfeng to play so unconventionally. My friend, this world is the creation of a divine weapon, which is the true body of this mirror spirit. If you don't destroy the formation, we will all die when he takes back control of the true body. A divine artifact? This is the Jade Emperor mirror? Li Chongfeng widened his eyes in surprise. Li Chongfeng had seen Tang Wu use it in his previous life, but he didn't expect to get it so early. As expected of you, you are the treasure-hunting rat of destiny. I want this thing. Li Chongfeng chuckled and looked at the Jade Emperor. Senior, he called you the Jade Emperor. I guess you know how to refine this artifact, right? The Jade Emperor nodded. Of course I know, but... The Jade Emperor remained silent, seeming a little embarrassed. The mirror spirit laughed and said, Li Chongfeng, you actually want to refine my body? Do you know that this world is where the Jade Emperor nourishes his soul? If you refine it, how will he cope with it? Li Chongfeng finally understood. No wonder the Jade Emperor didn't tell him. If I say this, wouldn't I be leaving my life and death in the hands of others? Tang Wu turned his eyes to the Jade Emperor and said, Jade Emperor, how about we have a discussion? Tang Wu spoke at this time. You who associate with demons are worthy of trading with me. Get out of here. But the Jade Emperor didn't give him any face at all. Li Chongfeng sneered. This Tang Wu really took himself seriously. The mirror spirit said in a deep voice, Jade Emperor, as long as you let me return to my original form, I can let you live. How about that? Let me live. The Jade Emperor sneered. Instead of trusting the mirror spirit, he might as well give the chance to the young man next to him. After all, he has the aura of a god, so it can't be wrong. Boy, I will pass on the two-word method to you. After refining it, let me rest my soul here. How about that? The Jade Emperor gave his last bargaining chip. Can't you kill him, senior? Li Chongfeng asked the question that concerned him most. Tang Wu has that breastplate on him, so it would take some effort to kill him. Kill me? The mirror spirit sneered. Just relying on his soul that is about to dissipate? Ridiculous. Li Chongfeng's face changed slightly. He had just seen the Jade Emperor's unparalleled power and thought that the other party was very powerful. Don't listen to him. Refine the Jade Emperor mirror as soon as possible. I will stop him. The Jade Emperor's hand seal changed, and a golden light hit Li Chongfeng's sea of consciousness. This is the method of refining the Jade Emperor mirror. Disciple, you go too. The mirror spirit gave Tang Wu the refining method without hesitation. Li Chongfeng's expression changed slightly, and a barely perceptible vigilance flashed in his eyes. Please wait a moment, senior. I will be back soon. After saying that, Li Chongfeng went towards the direction of the formation again. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the three people. Oh no, he went to the ceiling formation. The mirror spirit seemed to have discovered something important, and it flashed and chased after him. The Jade Emperor was also shocked when he saw this, and did not stop the mirror spirit, but chased after Li Chongfeng. You little brat, do you really think I'm stupid? If Li Chongfeng didn't have the memory of his past life, he might have been deceived by the other party. This is not a method of refining a divine weapon at all. It is clearly a method of emptying one's own spirit. These two bastards want to take over my body. My friend, please stay. The Jade Emperor still maintained his upright image and tried to win back Li Chongfeng. I don't trust you. Li Chongfeng used the Jinghong technique to its full potential and entered the formation in the blink of an eye. By the time the two men caught up, everything was over. What should I do? A trace of panic flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes. Why rush? That old thing has been sleeping for 10,000 years. It's still unclear whether he can survive. Mirror Spirit spoke coldly. Master, what is going on? Only then did Tang Wu rush over, panting. There was a flash of displeasure in the Mirror Spirit's eyes. No need to say more. Quickly practice the skills and refine the artifact. Tang Wu looked at his master, whose attitude changed drastically and did nothing for a moment. What? You don't even listen to what your master says? Mirror Spirit looked at Tang Wu, who didn't move, and his expression became even uglier. Tang Wu asked weakly, "Master, what is the relationship between you two? You don't even know that much." The mirror spirit obviously didn't want to explain. "Stop him." The Jade Emperor, who had been paying attention to this side, spoke quickly. The elves were well prepared and had already taken action when Tang Wu moved towards the formation. "I wanted to save your life, but now it seems unnecessary." The mirror spirit was filled with evil energy and devoured Tang Wu in the blink of an eye. "Master, you can't." Before Tang Wu could finish his words, he died. Chapter 26, Refining the Jade Emperor Mirror. As the evil energy dissipated, the mirror spirit's body gradually dissipated, and finally all entered Tang Wu's body. After a moment, Tang Wu slowly opened his eyes. "What a waste. I originally wanted to improve my aptitude before taking over another body, but now it seems that I can only do it in advance. Master Xieta, what about me? What should I do? If the master escapes, I will never be able to leave." The Jade Emperor is now extremely anxious. Xieta, who had taken over Tang Wu's body, sighed helplessly. "I originally wanted to trick Li Changfeng into destroying the formation, but I didn't know that I was discovered. I can't do anything about it. If it doesn't work, you should abandon your original body." "No, I can't bear to give up this life." The Jade Emperor decisively refused. If he wanted to leave, he could have left 10,000 years ago. But now, 10,000 years have passed, and what he has accumulated has reached a point where he cannot give it up. It's too difficult to give up. Xieta glanced at the Jade Emperor and said, "I really don't understand. You are a spirit, and it takes who knows how long it will take for you to transform. Why are you so persistent?" "Yes, the person dressed as the Jade Emperor is the spirit of the Jade Emperor Mirror, the real Jade Emperor Mirror spirit. The formation they wanted to destroy was the thing that truly sealed him. He has been waiting here for 10,000 years. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's think about how to deal with that kid first. If he meets that person..." The Jade Emperor Mirror Spirit couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. After all, he really felt the breath of God in Li Changfeng. "I'll try. If I succeed, you still have a chance." Xieta shook his head helplessly, summoned his flying sword, and began to attack the formation. However, Tang Wu's realm is only the Qi refining realm. If he wants to destroy this formation, he must at least reach the Foundation establishment realm. This is also the reason why Xieta was so anxious to let Tang Wu build his foundation. Not to mention the two people who were anxious outside. Li Changfeng, who had entered the formation, was already walking towards the center of the formation. Although he had the vision and memories of his previous life, the mystery of this formation could not be seen through a glance. "Keep going, don't stop." A weak and hoarse voice sounded in Li Changfeng's ears. "Boo!" Li Changfeng became alert. This place was too weird. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I just don't want you to die here." The hoarse voice sounded again, with a more soothing tone. Li Changfeng was still alert. "Why should I trust you? I don't have much time left." The weak voice came again. "Listen to me. You'll be here soon." Li Changfeng hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to go over and take a look. Following the guidance of the voice, Li Changfeng soon arrived in front of an altar. At this time, in front of a huge altar, a ragged man was sitting on the altar with countless chains wrapped around his body, imprisoning him tightly. The moment the man saw Li Changfeng, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. "You were actually a descendant of a god?" Li Changfeng was stunned. The previous Jade Emperor also said the same thing. "I am not a descendant of gods." Li Changfeng denied it directly. "Have you ever seen such a weak descendant of gods?" Seeing Li Changfeng's denial, the man did not pursue the matter. "I don't have much time left. Those two outside will not let you go. They may not be able to kill me." Li Changfeng remained calm. Although the Jade Emperor's aura was very strong, he looked like just a remnant soul. He has the soul calming bell, so he may be able to fight. The reason he came in was for the Jade Emperor Mirror. The man looked at Li Changfeng's confident appearance and felt a little dazed for a moment. Once upon a time, he was also a loyal young man. Since when did I stop being so confident? He can no longer remember. Li Changfeng said without hiding anything. "I want the Jade Emperor Mirror. Tell me how to get it. Once I get the Jade Emperor Mirror, I can let you go." The man shuddered when he heard that. Then he started laughing. "Ha ha, great. It's rare to see someone as straightforward as you." The man turned his head and looked at the southwest corner of the altar. The Jade Emperor Mirror's body is sealed under this altar. The method of refining it is also in it. If you want, you can go and try it. Li Changfeng walked to the southwest corner of the altar and found a gap under the altar. He could vaguely see a mirror. This altar is really used to seal the Jade Emperor mirror, but this offering... Li Changfeng's pupil shrank, and he looked at the man on the altar. The sacrifice speaks for itself. Li Changfeng didn't say much, but continued to look at the refining method on the side. But soon his brows furrowed. The Jade Emperor mirror is a divine artifact. It would take an immeasurable amount of time to refine it. With his current strength, there is no telling how long it will take. Besides, this man may not be able to persist. It seems that I still need to read the Chaos Infinite Sutra. I hope it will be useful. Li Changfeng ignored the man and sat down cross-legged. As the primal Chaos Infinite Sutra was activated, Li Changfeng's true energy seemed to be empowered by a mysterious force and soon invaded the Jade Emperor mirror. The Jade Emperor mirror, which was originally difficult to refine, seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and the force that blocked the refining collapsed in an instant. This is... The man's eyes widened in surprise, and his originally dead look now had a little more spirit. It's him, there's no doubt about it. Apart from their lineage, no one else can practice this technique. The man laughed excitedly. After waiting for 10,000 years, he finally saw a chance to survive. Needle method. The two people who were thinking of a solution suddenly stopped. The Jade Emperor mirror spirit's body suddenly stiffened, and fear appeared in his eyes. Oh no, the Jade Emperor mirror is being refined. How is this possible? Even if he enters, it is impossible for him to refine my body so quickly. The Jade Emperor mirror spirit widened its eyes in fear. Oh no, he has taken over most of my body. How'd he do that? Impossible, impossible. The spirit of the weapon roared in fear, and the next second, his body began to fall apart. Spirit of the weapon. Sect cried out in surprise and tried to grab the other person, but he only grabbed air. The spirit of the weapon actually disappeared right in front of him. No, we can't stay here anymore. We have to leave. Sect was not a fool and made the decision instantly. At the same time, the originally boundless mirror world began to collapse, and the desolate swamp gradually emerged. Sect seized the opportunity and quickly fled outside. At the same time, the formation in the mirror world also disappeared. The man who was originally sealed by the altar finally escaped. Li Changfeng frowned as he looked at the broken mirror in his hand. It is true that he refined the Jade Emperor mirror, but it was a broken one. Looking at the missing space on the mirror, Lin Feng remembered the armor on Tang Wu's chest. The shape is exactly the same. It seems that it is necessary to meet this treasure-hunting rat again. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, and he already had a plan in mind. Chapter 27. Inheritance? Is it difficult? The man looked at Li Changfeng, who was full of calculations and couldn't help but said, I am still very weak and need to recover. You enter the Jade Emperor mirror first, and you can handle the rest by yourself. After saying this, he turned into a stream of light and entered the broken Jade Emperor mirror. Li Changfeng didn't care and soon felt Sietuo's breath. The evil aura was so obvious, like a beacon in the dark night. Li Changfeng summoned his flying sword and flew quickly towards Sietuo. After a few breaths, they were already blocking him. Li Changfeng, you have already got the opportunity. What else do you want? Sietuo's face was full of anger. The trip to the ruins should have been smooth, but because of Li Changfeng, he didn't gain any benefit and even lost an ally. Li Changfeng smiled faintly. My mirror is not complete yet. You should know what I want. Don't even think about it. Sietuo roared, covering his breastplate with both hands. This was his last chance to turn the tables, but it was broken. If it was gone, it would be all over. I'm very satisfied with your answer. Li Changfeng smiled cruelly. He was really afraid that Sietuo would get scared and he would have no excuse to take action. Then a crisp bell sound was heard. An invisible sound wave instantly enveloped Sietuo. The soul, which had not yet stabilized due to the possession of another body, suddenly became turbulent. The next second, the flying sword swept across and directly cut off Sietuo's head. The terrifying evil spirit spread rapidly. Boy, you destroyed my body, so give me yours in return. Sietuo's soul energy ran out of Tang Wu's body, and the terrifying evil energy rushed towards Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng sneered. Humph, it's just evil spirit. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? As soon as the words fell, A golden flame instantly rose up. Go! Li Changfeng shouted softly, and the true fire of the sun turned into a stream of light and fell on Xieta. Asshole, how come you have the true fire of the sun? Xieta was really scared this time. Although his evil energy was powerful, it had no effect at all against the true fire of the sun. This is the source of all fires and the beginning of light. Even if Li Changfeng cannot exert its full power, it is enough to deal with the remaining soul of Xieta. Ding ling. There was another soft sound, and Xieta only felt his soul tremble, and the evil energy dissipated even faster. Damn it, this kid's soul-calming bell is too restraining for me. At this time, Xieta had already begun to think about escaping. But Li Changfeng didn't give him this chance at all, and the bell rang again. Wind and thunder, 7 killing swords. Li Changfeng took advantage of Xieta's distraction and used his own flying sword to perform 2 tasks at once. Swoosh! The long sword cut through the void, and Xieta's soul was completely destroyed. The evil spirit slowly dissipated under the scorching heat of the sun's true fire, and the surroundings returned to clarity. Li Changfeng came to Tang Wu and took off his breastplate. The Jade Emperor mirror seemed to sense something, and light flowed. The breastplate slowly shrank and merged into the Jade Emperor mirror. This thing is too badly damaged. It won't be easy to restore it. Li Changfeng felt emotional. Although the Jade Emperor mirror is powerful, it has now lost most of its power. Kid, be content. Although this Jade Emperor mirror is broken, it is still a top-grade magic weapon in the lower world. It is enough for you to use until you ascend to heaven. The man's words came again. Li Changfeng smiled slightly. I wonder what your name is, senior? The man laughed. You finally remember to ask me. I am the original owner of this mirror, the Jade Emperor. Although he already had the answer in his mind, Li Changfeng was still a little surprised to hear the other party admit it. Boy, you saved my life, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future. When I recover a little, I'll be able to give you a great opportunity. So, just wait patiently. The Jade Emperor drew a pie, and then there was no sound. Li Changfeng didn't care at all. He had the Chaos Wuji Sutra, and he didn't care about any more inheritance. What's more, he got the Jade Emperor mirror, which was already his biggest gain. Junior brother. Just when Li Changfeng was thinking about how to leave, an ethereal voice was heard. Chu Yulan had arrived without knowing when. Li Changfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the person coming. Senior sister, what inheritance did you get? Chu Yulan nodded. Yes, I got the inheritance of the ancient god, the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. Li Changfeng was shocked. The inheritance of this big man was extraordinary. Don't be surprised. There are 4 inheritances in this secret realm. In addition to my inheritance, there are 3 more. However, they're not so easy to obtain. The Jade Emperor's voice came again. Li Changfeng's mouth twitched. Are you sure it's not easy to get? Do I have to lie to you? The Jade Emperor was speechless. That is the inheritance of the great emperor. Not everyone can get it. Junior brother, junior sister. Guyu's voice came, full of excitement. This is impossible? How could he possibly obtain the inheritance of the great Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole? The Jade Emperor's tongue was almost bitten. I said it wasn't that easy to get just a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, 2 of them came. Senior brothers and sisters. Before the Jade Emperor could recover, Pei Xian had already flown over from a distance. The Jade Emperor's tongue was about to curl. Li Changfeng looked at Pei Xian. It seems that senior brother has also gained something. Pei Xian smiled shyly. Thanks to my junior brother's guidance, I have obtained the inheritance of the Western Emperor Gochun. Li Changfeng's mouth twitched when he heard this. Senior Yu Huang, it seems that the inheritance you mentioned is not difficult to inherit. You little brat, stop showing off. When you inherit my legacy, you will know how powerful I am. The Jade Emperor pursed his lips, but he was not at peace at all. The inheritance of the 3 great emperors was all inherited, and all revolved around Li Changfeng. This is something worth pondering. Boy, who are you? The Jade Emperor couldn't help but speak. Li Changfeng smiled and said, should I be the one asking you this question? According to the names of my 3 senior brothers and sisters, each of them has a title of a great emperor behind him. Yu Huangwenyan was silent for a moment. This was something he had overlooked. You are right. I am the great emperor of Beiji Ziwei. Some people also call me the great emperor of Jade. Although Li Changfeng was mentally prepared, he He still couldn't help but gasp when he heard the name. The person I saved turned out to be this old immortal. I'm sorry, Junior, Li Changfeng said respectfully. As disciples of the ancient god religion, they know best the importance of these emperors. If the elders knew about their inheritance, they would probably be directly listed as key training targets. Okay, stop pretending. I still like your previous rebellious look. The Jade Emperor spoke lightly, not moved at all. He has fallen to this point. What's the point of all those red tapes? Chu Yulan looked at Tang Wu, who was lying on the ground, and said, Junior brother, did you kill this man? Li Changfeng nodded. He has been possessed by another spirit. There is nothing I can do. Where's the other person who bought a spot? Guyu couldn't help but ask. When I came over, I saw him going out. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Pei Xian gave the answer. Then let's go too. Guyu spoke slowly. They all got what they wanted, so there was no need to stay any longer. Chu Yulan looked at Li Changfeng. Changfeng, what did you get? Li Changfeng smiled and said, Don't worry, I got more than you can imagine. The three of them smiled upon hearing this. Chapter 28. Changes in Beixiang Mountain. True Lord Liang, who was guarding outside, looked at the disciples coming out of the portal and asked, Why are you the only one coming out? Where are they? The disciple said respectfully, Your Excellency, all of my brothers and sisters have received great opportunities. The secret realm is very turbulent. I was worried that I would not be able to handle it, so I escaped. Lord Liang was delighted at first, but soon showed a look of worry. Great opportunities mean great dangers, and those here are all talented disciples of the ancient god religion. Buzz! Just when true Lord Liang was worried, a buzzing sound was heard, and 4 figures walked out from the void. Li Changfeng and others walked out of the entrance to the secret realm. Huh, why is one missing? Where is Tang Wu? True Lord Liang frowned slightly. Although he didn't like Tang Wu, he was the one he brought here after all, so he had to ask him a question. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, Junior brother Tang Wu was possessed by an evil cultivator. I had no choice but to kill the evil cultivator. Junior brother Tang Wu has already died. Evil cultivators? How could there be evil cultivators in this secret realm? Are you okay? Lord Liang's face changed drastically when he heard that. Li Changfeng quickly said, It's okay, the evil cultivator has been killed. Upon hearing this, Master Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to say something, a stream of light came rapidly towards them. Brother Liang, something bad has happened. The fairy king of flowers ran over in a panic, his eyes full of anxiety. Don't be anxious. Tell me what happened. True Lord Liang hastened to comfort. Baiwa Xianjun said anxiously, It's Beixiang Mountain. Junior sister Jiyue discovered that Beixiang Mountain, which is under the jurisdiction of Tonda League, was littered with corpses. She was worried that some powerful evil spirits might appear, so she went to pray for the souls to be reborn. As a result, what happened in the end? True Lord Liang couldn't help but ask. Baiwa Xianjun said in a deep voice, The corpses all over the mountains and plains disappeared overnight. When we went there, only ruins were left, and even the bloodstains have been cleaned up. What did my master say? Li Changfeng suddenly asked. According to the memory of the previous life, the incident at Beixiang Mountain was not a small matter. Later, several major forces took action at the same time to kill the evil creature. Fairy Jiyue also sustained damage to her foundation in that battle, and her path to cultivation was cut short. This also gave Qian Xingxuan and others the opportunity to kill Jiyue. But shouldn't this happen decades later? Could it be the influence of my rebirth? Li Changfeng wasn't sure. Junior sister is fine, but this scene is too weird. Senior brother leader asked us to get over there as soon as possible. The Fairy of Flowers did not explain too much. Li Changfeng did not ask any further questions, as there must be something he didn't know. Chu Yulan also came to Li Changfeng's side at this time. Changfeng, don't worry, Master and the others are here. Nothing will happen. Li Changfeng felt the warmth coming from his arm and knew that Chu Yulan was comforting him. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm Fine. Let's go back first. Although Li Changfeng could not tell others about the matter, it did not affect his advance arrangements. Soon, the 4 followed True Man Liang back to the ancient god Sect in the Changfeng Valley. Li Changfeng then locked himself in the house. If you want Master to survive this crisis, you must give her a way to save her life. Starting with my current cultivation, Li Changfeng frowned and began to make plans for Fairy Jiyue. It seems that this is the only thing I can use. Li Changfeng looked at the sign in front of him, took a deep breath, and decided to make that thing. He saw 5 signs in front of him with different words written on them. Formation plates, elixirs, talismans, spiritual weapons, and poison. Li Changfeng took out the sign with the word poison written on it. This is the only thing that has no cultivation limit and has great lethality. I didn't expect that the poison refining method I practiced for Changing Yu in my previous life would become a way to save my master's life. Li Changfeng laughed at himself and began to take out a piece of paper and prepare the materials. Boy, how can you use such a vicious method as poison? The Jade Emperor's voice came, interrupting Li Changfeng's actions. Li Changfeng smiled faintly when he heard this. Vicious? Then let me ask you, was the evil cultivator vicious when he lied to me before? The Jade Emperor nodded. Of course they are vicious, but they are evil cultivators, and we are a reputable and upright sect. Stop. I didn't say I was from famous and upright sect. I just want my master to be safe. If you don't like it, just close your eyes. Li Changfeng did not give the Jade Emperor a chance to continue speaking and interrupted him directly. You make me so mad. The Jade Emperor jumped up in anger upon hearing this. Li Changfeng said coldly, there is no distinction between good and evil in this world. There are only people who use them. I have seen demon cultivators saving people with their medicines, and I have also seen immortal cultivators slaughtering people. You high and mighty gods will not know these things. Tinting. The Jade Emperor was speechless. He didn't expect that Li Changfeng would have such a vision. The Jade Emperor was a little unwilling to admit defeat and said, Boy, you're only a teenager. How come you have seen so much? Are you trying to frame me? Believe it or not, Li Changfeng rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to this old stubborn man. After finishing writing, Li Changfeng turned and headed towards the ancient God Mountain. After exchanging most of the things, Li Changfeng returned to Changfeng Valley again. But just as he came back, he was stopped by Fairy Bright Moon. You little bastard, you came back from your training and you dared not come and greet me. I think you are itching for trouble. As he spoke, without waiting for Li Changfeng to react, a long white whip condensed from moonlight fell directly on Li Changfeng's butt. Li Changfeng's face changed drastically and he dodged quickly. But he is only at the foundation establishment stage. How can he be a match for someone at the spirit transformation stage? 10 minutes later, Li Changfeng was lying on the ground with tattered clothes. There were red whip marks on his body. Or just ignore her. Li Changfeng looked as if he had lost all desire to live. Boy, will you remember this lesson next time? Fairy Jiyue's beautiful eyes widened, and her long eyelashes were particularly clear. Master, have you been upset by something? Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask as he looked at Fairy Jiyue's appearance. Fairy Bright Moon said angrily, How dare you say that? 2 of Fairy Monarch Baihua's disciples received the inheritance, but I only have 1. Fairy Monarch Baihua, that bastard is so arrogant. How can I not be angry? Tinting. Li Changfeng wailed. He knew that his master would not beat him for not paying his respects. Boy, can't you show some fighting spirit? Others have inherited the legacy, what about you? Fairy Jiayue was very disappointed. What they got was the inheritance of the ancient gods. Can I say that I got an ancient god? Li Changfeng secretly complained his heart. This is really hard to explain. Jade Emperor, how about giving me a copy of your inheritance? Li Changfeng tried to communicate with the old stubborn man in the Jade Emperor's mirror. The Jade Emperor raised his head proudly. You weren't so polite when you confronted me just now. Well, both of them were offended. What a sin. Chapter 29, Accepting the Mission. Master, let's go in and talk first. Li Changfeng did not continue to argue. He had already been beaten, so he would not go back no matter what he said. Fairy Bright Moon couldn't help but ask, By the way, what did you gain from this trip to the secret realm? Li Changfeng casually took out the Jade Emperor mirror and said, This is it. A broken mirror? Fairy Jiyue's mouth twitched. I feel like I hit it too lightly just now. Li Changfeng quickly explained, This is the Jade Emperor mirror. Although it is a little damaged, it is still powerful. As he spoke, Li Changfeng activated the Jade Emperor mirror. A white light flashed, protecting Li Changfeng in the middle. Jue said disdainfully, What's so great about this? As he spoke, he condensed a ray of moonlight again and shot it towards Li Changfeng. Bang! With a slight sound, the moonlight dissipated, but Li Changfeng was fine. So strong. Fairy Bright Moon widened her eyes in surprise. Although she did not use her full strength, The moonlight she condensed was genuine essence from the spiritual transformation realm, yet it was shattered so easily. Li Changfeng put away the jade emperor mirror and said, "My current cultivation is too low. I can only use the method I just used 30 times at most. If I use it more than that, my true essence will be exhausted." Fairy Bright Moon smiled and said, "That's enough. You know, this weapon of yours can resist a master of the spiritual transformation realm. It is definitely a divine weapon." "It is a divine weapon," Li Changfeng corrected. Fairy Bright Moon nodded in satisfaction. "No wonder you kept it to yourself. It seems that I have wronged you. You just found out about this?" Li Changfeng's mouth twitched. He felt so tired. This master was a bit unable to lead him. Fairy Jiwei also knew that she had done something wrong, and smiled awkwardly. "Okay, you should practice well, and I will leave first." "Master, wait a moment." Li Changfeng hurriedly called out to Fairy Jiwei. "Oh, is there anything else?" Fairy Jiwei looked at her apprentice in confusion. Li Changfeng said softly, "Master, this evil cultivator's matter is of great importance. If it is impossible to do anything, you must protect yourself and not damage your foundation." Fairy Jiwei was startled when she heard this, and a hint of tenderness appeared on her indifferent face. "I didn't expect that my little Changfeng would also know how to care about others." "Master, I'm serious." Li Changfeng looked at Fairy Jiwei with a serious expression. "I understand. I will do my best." Fairy Jiwei laughed, turned around, and disappeared. Li Changfeng looked at his indifferent master and shook his head helplessly. It seems that this thing can't be delayed. Outside Changfeng Valley, Fairy Jiwei raised the corners of her mouth and her eyes sparkled. After raising an apprentice for more than 10 years, he finally learned how to care for others. She was also very touched. "Stinky boy, it's so windy today." Fairy Jiwei showed a happy smile on her face and turned back to the Moon Temple. Beixiang Mountain is located in the belly of the mountain, a huge cave filled with countless broken limbs. The strong smell of blood and resentment intertwined with each other, making the originally bloody scene even more weird. "Alliance leader, do we really want to do this? This is against the harmony of nature." A man in black nightgown asked respectfully. Bang! Ji Buchang slapped the man and said, "How many times have I told you that you have to become a position?" "Yes, sir, no, sir." The man was so dazed after being beaten that he almost couldn't react. The ancient god cult has completely abandoned the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and even the Sword Pavilion has done the same. The Heavenly Tao Alliance will not be able to hold out for long with the 10,000 Demons Cave alone, so this must be done. There was a cold light flashing in Ji Buchang's eyes. The ancient god leader came to see him a few days ago. He thought they came to ask him to study the ancient god formation, but what he got was the news that the ancient god cult had withdrawn from the Tiandao Alliance. Also coming with him was Feichin, Immortal Lord from Jiang'a. This incident was a huge blow to the Tiandao League. He originally wanted to let the evil spirits in Beixiang Mountain evolve naturally, but time did not allow it. His plan can only be advanced. Ji Buchang looked at the disciple kneeling on the ground and said, "Qian Fan, you have to fight for what you need in the world of cultivation. Since you have decided to follow me, put away your womanly kindness. Do you understand?" Guo Qianfan nodded. "Master, rest assured, I will definitely live up to your expectations. After the evil spirit is trained, I will release it directly to the territory of the ancient god cult. This time I will make sure they suffer heavy losses." Ji Bo's eyes flickered coldly. "Jiwei, Li Changfeng, I will make you pay the price." He also collected a lot of information during this period. When he learned that the ancient god sect leader did not ask him to study the formation because of Li Changfeng, he almost went crazy. He never dreamed that a disciple who was bullied by him would cause such a big impact. Changfeng Valley. A month later, Li Changfeng and his 3 companions got together again. During this month, Chu Yulan and the other 2 have stabilized their realm and absorbed the inheritance. In the future, you just need to practice step by step. Junior brother, you want to go to Thousand Buddha Temple? The relationship between our ancient god sect and Thousand Buddha Temple is not very good. Guyu was a little worried. Li Changfeng explained, "I don't want to go either, but I have a magic weapon that requires the red dust sand from the Thousand Buddha Temple, so I have to go." "Then let's go together. We are a team. It's a good opportunity for us to take on a mission and earn some contribution points for the sect." Pei Xian agreed. After their team was established, they have not yet carried out any sect missions except for the sect competition. Chu Yulan nodded. "All right, Even if it is an experience, it is a preparation for Danjia. Li Changfeng had recently broken through to the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Although he had not yet reached the great perfection of the Foundation Establishment Realm, he was almost there. Seeing that the three of them agreed, Guyu also agreed. All his current achievements are due to the guidance given by Li Changfeng. Naturally, the main focus is Li Changfeng. Okay, then let's go take the mission first, and then go to the 1,000 Buddha Temple. After reaching a consensus, the four of them quickly headed towards the ancient God Mountain. Soon, the four received the mission regarding the 1,000 Buddha Temple. But their faces didn't look very good. Mission name: Friendship between God and Buddha. Successfully ease the relationship between the ancient God Sect and the 1,000 Buddha Temple and establish sufficient trust. Mission reward: 100,000 contribution points and 4 top-grade spiritual weapons. Li Changfeng looked at the task in front of him, and 10,000 spirit beasts rushed through his mind. The expressions of the other 3 people were also extremely ugly. They just want to take on an ordinary mission, but who knew that they would run into the leader of the ancient gods? Then the task fell directly on them. It's not that they don't want to refuse, but given the relationship between the ancient God Sect and the 1,000 Buddha Temple, they can't get in without the leader's visiting card. So they had no choice but to accept it. As for whether the mission is completed or not, it depends on your luck. Chapter 30 Encounter. Defo County. Li Changfeng flew on his sword with a nervous look on his face. It was the first time for several of them to take on such a sect mission, and they had no experience at all. The friendship between God and Buddha is very wonderful, neither too strong nor too flattering. The scale must be just right. Li Changfeng has never done such a thing even in his 2 lifetimes. Senior brother, do you have any ideas? Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask Guyu. Guyu smiled bitterly. If you let me fight and chop people, it's fine, but this kind of thing? Master, junior brother, how about I give it a try? Pei Xian spoke after a moment of hesitation. They have discussed it all the way, but there is really no suitable candidate. All 3 of them look surprised. In the entire team, Pei Xian has the lowest presence. Now, he suddenly spoke, but the 3 of them didn't understand what was going on. Pei Xian said awkwardly, "My talent was average before. My master wanted me to inherit Chuanfang Mountain. I have learned a little about how to treat people, but I have never put into practice." The 3 of them looked at Pei Xian strangely when they heard this. As expected, the Fairy King of Flowers is the one who knows how to have fun. How can someone who is not good at cultivation become the peak master? This operation is unique. Junior brother, what do you see there? Just as everyone was discussing, Chu Yulan seemed to have discovered something and pointed to a place not far away to remind them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Buddha's light flashing in the sky not far away, and rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. They are Buddhists. They seem to be fighting with others. Guyu soon discovered something was wrong. Let's go over and take a look. This might be an opportunity. Pei Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly reminded. Soon, the 4 of them arrived in front. I saw 5 Buddhist disciples in robes surrounding a man and a woman and attacking them. The man among them was actually a bald man with extremely strong cultivation. He was able to fight against 5 people at once without being at a disadvantage. The woman's cultivation level was not very high. She had been hiding behind the man, looking very pitiful. Chang Sunjing. Li Changfeng was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting to see her here. Junior brother Changfeng? Chang Sunjing also saw Li Changfeng at this time and exclaimed in surprise. The 5 people naturally also saw the 4 people. When they saw that they knew them, their faces suddenly turned ugly. Brother Jingjua, you stole the Buddha's bone relics for this evil woman. This is a serious crime. Come back with us and admit your mistake to Master. Don't be stubborn and refuse to change your ways. The leading monk spoke in a stern voice. Jingjua's face darkened slightly when he heard this. His eyes were full of coldness, and his hands moved a little lighter. Junior brother Jinglan, Miss Chang's son has a special physique, and she needs this Buddha bone relic to save her life. Please help me. He is still stubborn, brother. There is no need to say more to him. Just waste his cultivation and take him back. The disciples standing by became furious upon hearing what Jingjua said. Junior brother Changfeng, save me. Seeing that the other party had the intention to kill him, Chang Senjing didn't care whether it was useful or not and began to ask Li Changfeng for help. Jinglan frowned and said to his fellow apprentices, "Hold them back. I will chase them away." As he said this, He turned and looked at Li Changfeng and others. The disciples of Qinfu Temple are doing business here. I hope you will not interfere. Jinglan Langsheng opened his mouth and directly introduced his home address. Everyone looked at Pei Xian, hoping that he would come forward. I told you when I came here that external affairs should be left to him. Pei Xian lived up to everyone's expectations and took 2 steps forward. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. We are disciples of the ancient god Sect, and we are here to pay our respects to the mountain on the orders of the Sect master. We have no ill intentions. Jinglan finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Since you are a fellow Taoist from the ancient god Sect, I feel relieved. Junior brother, do you really not care about our old friendship? Chang Sun Jing, who was surrounded in the middle, spoke again. Jinglan's gaze fell on Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng frowned. They had a mission to accomplish. If any misunderstanding was caused by Chang Sun Jing's few words, they would probably fail. Li Changfeng stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist, I see that you can't do anything to the other party. I am willing to help. I wonder if it is convenient. Jinglan's eyes lit up when he heard this. That couldn't be better. To be honest, Jing Zhua is the senior brother of our generation. He has already reached the late stage of foundation building. We are still relatively inexperienced, so we can only fight him. It will not be easy to take him down. Then I am offended. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng no longer hesitated and summoned his own flying sword, heading towards Jing Zhua to kill him. How dare you? Jing Zhua became furious when he saw that Li Changfeng actually dared to attack them. He showed mercy to his fellow junior brother out of brotherhood, but he certainly didn't do that to Li Changfeng. Wind and thunder, 7 killing swords. Li Changfeng's hand seals changed, and the sound of wind and thunder exploded. 1,000 Buddha hands. Jing Zhua used his killing move without hesitation, and a huge handprint slapped towards Li Changfeng. Changfeng, be careful, Xu Yulan exclaimed. Junior sister, don't worry. Although my junior brother's cultivation is lower than ours, his fighting power is not weaker at all. Gu Yu reminded from the side. Sure enough, the momentum of Li Changfeng's natal flying sword increased greatly, and the sound of wind and thunder actually turned into substance and collided with the Buddha's palm. Boom! There was a loud bang, and everyone was pushed back several meters. Jinglan's eyes lit up. Catch the witch. The aftermath of the attack had already blown Chang Sun Jing several meters away, and Jing Zhua had no way of taking care of him. Stop! Jing Zhua was furious and wanted to attack his fellow disciples. You should think about yourself first. Li Changfeng's face was cold, and a large handprint came out and smashed towards Jing Zhua fiercely. It is the signature skill of Yueshan Mountain, the star-picking hand. Boom! Jing Zhua's attention was originally on Chang Sun Jing, and he was caught off guard and seriously injured by Li Changfeng. Chang Sun Jing was also captured by the people from Thousand Buddha Temple. Li Changfeng, you were the one who asked me to steal the Buddha's bone relic, but now you are trying to be a good person. You will not die a good death. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Chang Sun Jing simply passed the blame to Li Changfeng. The faces of the people in Thousand Buddha Temple changed slightly, and they looked at Li Changfeng with a little more vigilance. You bastard, do you think you can bite my junior brother? Pei Xian stood up and scolded loudly. Pei Xian saw that everyone looked unhappy, so he quickly said, Fellow Taoist, don't listen to this evil woman's nonsense. If we really wanted to seize the Buddha's bone relic, we would have attacked you by now. As he spoke, he took out a visiting card from the ancient god cult. After reading the visiting card, Jinglan finally believed that the 4 people had no ill intentions. I'm worried too much. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. Jinglan apologized quickly. It's okay, but we are sorry for coming here. I hope you can say a few good words for us. Pei Xian showed a friendly smile. Jinglan said quickly, You are too polite. If it weren't for you, the Buddha's bones and relics in my temple would have been stolen by thieves. We should thank you. You're too polite, fellow Taoist. Pei Xian quickly waved his hand modestly. The group chatted as they headed towards the Thousand Buddha Temple. Chapter 31. The Strangeness of the Thousand Buddha Temple. Amiba, fellow Taoist Changfeng, I was wrong before. I actually believed the words of the witch and was wary of you. It was really wrong. Jinglan chanted a Buddhist name and bowed to Li Changfeng to express his apology. Li Changfeng smiled and said, You don't have to be like this, my friend. This witch has always deceived others. I have been deceived by her many times before. If I hadn't come to my senses, I would have made a big mistake. Oh, there is such a thing? Can you tell me in detail? Jinglan was surprised and wanted to find out what happened. Li Chongfeng's face darkened, and he didn't want to mention it. Are monks nowadays also so gossipy? Jinglan quickly explained. Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand me. Jingzhua is my senior fellow Buddhist brother after all. Now that he's been deceived by the evil woman, we also want him to repent, so we asked this question. Li Chongfeng looked Jinglan up and down, as if to say, do you think I believe it? Pei Xian smiled bitterly and said, Dao Yu, this matter is not urgent. We will have to stay in the temple for some time. There will be plenty of opportunities. Jinglan nodded quickly. It's me, the poor monk Meng Lang. Chong Sun Jing's eyes seemed to be spitting fire as he looked at the people who were chatting happily together. But her mouth was sealed now, and she couldn't say anything, otherwise she would have started cursing. When everyone arrived at the Thousand Buddha Temple, a team of monks were already lined up to greet them. It was Jinglan who passed the news back in advance. At this time, a middle-aged monk in a cassock stood at the door. Seeing everyone coming, he hurried to the front of the mountain and said, I am very grateful to you for coming from afar to help my disciples. Jinglan quickly introduced, This is the great abbot of my Thousand Buddha Temple, Zen Master Huaining. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed immediately. Pei Xian handed over a visiting card. Greetings, Zen Master. This is a visiting card from our leader. Zen Master Huaining nodded and took the invitation. Thank you all. The temple has already prepared a meditation room. Please stay here first. Take me to deal with the affairs in the temple, and then we will discuss it. Master, please do as you please. Pei Xian also knew that Jingzhua's problem was not easy to handle, so he was not in a hurry. Soon everyone was arranged into a guest room. Senior brother, can we accomplish this mission? Li Chongfeng couldn't help but ask. Pei Xian laughed and said, Don't worry, we have helped them so much, we will definitely not return empty-handed. That's the best. Li Chongfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is true that he wants the red dust sand, but the mission is also the top priority. It's impossible that after this training, he is the only one who gets the benefits, right? Led by Jinglan, the four of them came to a Zen temple. Jinglan said respectfully, Fellow Taoist, there are other things to deal with in the temple these days. If you need anything, please tell me. If there's nothing else, please do not leave here. Thank you for telling us. We won't wander around. Pei Xian nodded and agreed. Jinglan finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the other party's affirmative answer. After seeing Jinglan off, the four of them sat down again. Do you feel that there is something weird about the entire Thousand Buddha Temple? Chu Yolan's face looked a little solemn. Gu Yu nodded. Yes, I'm a little bit obedient. I always feel that they are hiding something. Li Chongfeng said, Don't you think it's strange? The members of the Qiang Xingxuan team always act together. This time we only saw Chong Sun Jing. Don't you think it's strange? Pei Xian thought it was normal. Without you to provide them with cultivation resources, they will naturally separate. What's the problem? Li Chongfeng shook his head. You may not understand them. They were already a team before I joined them, so it is impossible for them to be separated just because of my departure. Junior brother, what you mean is that the current situation of Qinfu Temple is because of Qian Xingxuan and the others. Gu Yu quickly grasped the crux of the problem. Chu Yulan nodded and said, This is very possible. We are only at the foundation establishment stage, but we have to ask the Grand Elder of the nascent soul stage to come and greet us. Even if we have a visiting card, it's too formal, isn't it? That's right. Even though we are all direct disciples, we don't deserve such treatment. You may not have noticed that the disciples standing on both sides were all masters of the Golden Core realm. This is very telling. Li Chongfeng added again. Gu Yu is even more puzzled. Then what does this have to do with us? Pei Xian said with an unpleasant expression, Brother, have you forgotten our mission this time? Gu Yu was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Pei Xian explained, We want to gain the friendship of the Thousand Buddhas Temple, but now we can't even leave the door, and they look at us with hostility. What do you think of our mission? Gu Yu finally reacted. Li Chongfeng looked solemn. It seems that we should make this matter clear. How do you say that? They may not believe it, right? Pei Xian was at his wit's end. Li Chongfeng thought for a moment and said, Perhaps we can make that senior brother repent. What? Junior brother? You were the one who captured the senior brother, and you still want to persuade him. Will he listen to you? Pei Xian couldn't believe it. As a victim myself, I know better how to wake him up. Li Chongfeng's eyes were firm. Okay, then I'll go to Hao Jinglan and tell him about the situation. Pei Xian nodded and planned to give a try. If we do nothing, this mission will really be over. Jinglan, who received the news, quickly broke the news. This action made them even more certain that something was really happening in the Thousand Buddha Temple, and that the situation was very serious. When Jinglan came back again, he had a subtle hint of vigilance. Dao Yu Changfeng, are you sure you want to do this? Li Changfeng nodded. Only when he sees the true face of that woman can fellow Taoist Jing Zhuo truly wake up. I hope so. Please follow me. Jinglan nodded helplessly and took Li Changfeng towards the back mountain of Thousand Buddha Temple. The back mountain is where evil spirits and monks who have made mistakes are imprisoned. After walking along a long and narrow path, the two figures stopped in front of a small Zen room. Senior brother is inside. Please go in. Jinglan pointed to the meditation room in front, his tone sounding a little more helpless. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, pushed the door, and walked in. After he entered the room, the door creaked shut again. Sure enough, this is a more comfortable prison. No need to persuade me anymore. If you want to kill me or chop me up, I will bear the consequences alone. Jing Zhuo didn't even raise his eyes, as if he was fed up with the constant stream of lobbyists coming to him. Li Changfeng chuckled. I didn't expect that the eldest brother of Qianfu Temple is such a romantic man. It's you? Jing Zhuo recognized Li Changfeng at a glance, and there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Li Changfeng said with a smile, Master Jing Zhuo, I heard that it is forbidden to be emotional in Buddhism. Are you breaking the precepts? I have never cracked it. Jing Zhuo said sincerely. Li Changfeng asked in disbelief. Then why did you steal the Buddhist treasure for a woman? I've already said that Miss Chang's son is seriously injured and needs Buddha's bone relics to heal. I am saving her. Jing Zhuo's eyes remained firm. Ridiculous. It's obviously cracked, yet you say it so eloquently. There was a hint of disdain in Li Changfeng's eyes. Asshole, I'm saving people. Do you know that? Jing Zhuo was already anxious at this moment. Chapter 32, Demon Ceiling Diagram. Okay, I'll assume that you're saving people. If you're saving people, why do you need things from the Thousand Buddha Temple? Li Changfeng did not dwell on this issue, but raised another question. The Buddha's bone relics are meant to save lives. Why shouldn't I take them? Jing Zhuo still insisted. Li Changfeng did not expect that Jing Zhuo had been poisoned so deeply. The two have only known each other for a few days. It looks like we need to take some drastic measures. Li Changfeng thought about it, and his attitude changed a bit. Dao Yu, you are confused. You, what do you mean? Jing Zhuo was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Li Changfeng said helplessly, Do you know where Changsun Jing learned his skills? Jing Zhuo sneered. You don't have to sow discord between me and Miss Chang Sunday. She is a disciple of the Tonda League, a famous and upright sect. A famous and upright sect. Li Changfeng sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Just as I expected, fellow Taoist has indeed been deceived. Li Shangfeng sigal Blesley. Jing Zhuo said coldly, Stop playing tricks here, just say what you want to say. Li Changfeng looked distressed. I know that you have a deep grudge against me, so I won't say anything. This is the photo stone. You will know after you take a look at it. As he spoke, Li Changfeng took out the photo stone and transferred his true energy into it. A scene quickly emerged. It was a scene where Li Changfeng was forced to apologize in public. This, fellow Taoist, you have been treated so unfairly. Jing Zhuo was also angered by the scene. Li Changfeng said with a smile, Changsun Jing is Qian Xingxuan's teammate. They did everything they could to obtain cultivation resources. Do you still think that Changsun Jing has no ulterior motives? Jing Zhuo's heart trembled when he heard this. The fog in front of me also dissipated a lot. Seeing that the situation was effective, Li Changfeng continued. Let me remind you again, fellow Taoist, the people of the Qiang Xingxuan team never act alone. If you reveal the secrets of the Thousand Buddha Temple, I am afraid it will bring disaster. Wait, you mean? Jing Zhuo seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned pale. I want to see my master. I want to see my master. Hurry, it will be too late if you are late. Jing Zhuo screamed loudly like a madman. Li Changfeng was also stunned by the scene before him. He didn't expect Jing Zhuo to be so excited all of a sudden. Senior brother, what's wrong? Jinglan rushed in from outside after hearing the noise. Jing Zhuo said excitedly, Go to the demon ceiling map quickly. There is danger there. Jinglan was stunned when he heard this, and then he was shocked. Brother, are you talking about the demon ceiling diagram? That woman knows about the demon ceiling diagram. If she has accomplices, our Thousand Buddha Temple is in danger. After all, Jingzhu was raised in Thousand Buddha Temple and knows what is important and what is not. Jinglan's face changed drastically, but the abbot and his men got a Buddhist treasure before, and they all went into seclusion to meditate. Now I'm afraid they can't come out. Li Changfeng was shocked when he heard this. Is the temple under such strict martial law because of that treasure? Jinglan lowered his head in embarrassment. Don't blame me, Taoist friend. This matter is of great importance. We have to conceal it. There must be some masters in the spirit transformation realm in your temple, right? Li Changfeng's face became increasingly uglier. Except for the Zen master Huining, who is receiving you and is in the nascent soul realm, there are only a dozen or so brothers left in the Golden Core realm. The rest have gone to meditate. Jinglan's voice became smaller and smaller. Today, the high-end combat power of the Thousand Buddha Temple has been tied up. Li Changfeng looked at Jinglan with a look of disappointment. What kind of person are you? You don't even want your family anymore. Yes, it's the Tripitaka. Jinglan lowered his head helplessly. The Tripitaka is the sacred text of Buddhism and has been lost for a long time. Otherwise, it would not have made the people at the Thousand Buddha Temple so excited. Don't waste time. Lead the way quickly and go to the demon ceiling map. If something really happens, I'm afraid none of us will survive. Li Changfeng said no more and pulled Jinglan to walk out. Suddenly, Li Changfeng stopped and said, "What are you still standing there for? Follow me. I'm still in prison. You are talking too much nonsense. If you can save the Thousand Buddha Temple, you will be released from prison." Li Changfeng cursed and quickly asked Jinglan to lead the way. At the same time, the people from the Thousand Buddha Temple also noticed something strange here and flew up to stop them. Uncle Huining, go get the demon ceiling map immediately. This matter concerns the life and death of the Thousand Buddha Temple. Please trust me. Jinglan spoke loudly, using the Buddhist technique of lion's roar. As his voice fell, a figure flew towards the direction of the demon ceiling diagram without hesitation. At this moment, a terrifying true energy burst out from the east of the Thousand Buddha Temple, and then evil spirits rose into the sky. Ha ha, I'm finally out. A sharp laugh was heard, and the Thousand Buddha Temple was soon shrouded in evil spirits. Monster, you're looking for death. Huining did not hesitate to use a huge hand seal to smash the evil demon to pieces. Set up the formation. The Thousand Buddha Temple was indeed a powerful force on par with the ancient god religion, and it responded almost instantly. Brother, it's bad. The three demon girls broke the seal of the demon ceiling diagram. Brother, it's bad. The cell was robbed, and that which escaped. Cries of surprise were heard one after another, and the entire Thousand Buddha Temple was in chaos. Yulan, two brothers, come and help me. Li Changfeng shouted loudly, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Fellow Taoist. Jinglan looked at Li Changfeng with confusion. What are you standing there for? If you don't solve the problems in your temple, how many of us can survive? Li Changfeng was also angered by Jinglan's stupid behavior. The Buddhists, who do not care about worldly affairs, really have no sense of crisis at all. Just as Jinglan was hesitating, three figures came flying with swords. Form a formation. Li Changfeng shouted loudly, transformed into Vermilion Bird, and rushed straight to the east. The other three were not to be outdone. As the formation was completed, the combat power of the four of them soared, and was in no way inferior to that of a Jindan Realm Master. Jingzhu was stunned as he looked at the scene in front of him. It's me. It's me who destroyed the Thousand Buddha Temple. At this moment, Jingzhu's face was filled with despair and pain. Brother, you have to cheer up. We still have a chance. If we seal these evil demons again, we can't survive. Jinglan looked at his depressed senior brother and spoke quickly. After hearing this, Jingzhu gradually became more confident. There is still a chance for me. As he spoke, he flew up, and golden rays of Buddha's light spread out. Kill! Jingzhu shouted loudly and rushed towards the evil spirit. Suddenly, the entire Thousand Buddha Temple was engulfed in chaos. Brother, I will take the lead. Li Changfeng shouted softly, his hand seals changed, and golden flames spread instantly. It is the true fire of the sun bestowed by Lord Liang. In the four symbols formation, Vermilion Bird belongs to fire, and when combined with the true fire of the sun, its power can be maximized. Boom! After the Vermilion Bird Phantom killed an evil cultivator, people from the Buddhist sect also rushed over. Quickly notify the abbot to come out of seclusion, otherwise we will be in danger. Huaining looked grim. He never expected this would be the result. Chapter 33, Asking the Jade Emperor to help. After Huaining finished shouting, he rushed straight towards the direction of the demon ceiling diagram. The evil energy in the sky dissipated a lot under his Buddha's light, but soon more evil energy ran out from the demon ceiling diagram. Li Changfeng's face was solemn. In his memory of his previous life, the 1,000 Buddha temple was indeed destroyed, but it shouldn't be now, right? Is it really because of me that this world has been affected? Li Changfeng's dugt dapanat. Changfeng, do it within your ability. After all, this is not the business of the ancient god call, and it is not worth getting yourself involved. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Li Changfeng gave Chu Yulan a reassuring look. Don't say it's for the sake of all people in the world. They practice cultivation for the purpose of immortality, and the lives of the people in the world are incidental. If they have the ability, they will certainly not stand idly by. But if they don't have that ability, they naturally won't rush to die. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and Huaining had already started fighting with the escaped demon. Several Buddhist disciples in the Jindan realm followed closely behind, and the Buddha's light and evil energy collided with each other and eliminated each other. Fellow Taoists, you guys should flee. The demons in the sealed demon map have just been unsealed and have not recovered yet. It's not too late to flee now. Jingzhou also rushed over at this time and told what he knew. Li Changfeng looked at him and said, "If we leave, what will happen to your 1,000 Buddha temple?" Jingzhou showed his determination to die. Among the demons sealed in the demon sealing map, there are many great demons in the Mahayana period. I am afraid that we will not be able to pass the 1,000 Buddha temple. Li Changfeng fronat. If the 1,000 Buddha temple was gone, would the red dust sand that he wanted also be gone? Junior brother, are you still thinking about the red dust sand? Pei Xian saw what Li Changfeng was thinking and asked. Li Changfeng nodded. Red dust sand is very important to me. Jingzhuo's face froze. I'm afraid this matter will disappoint fellow Taoist. What do you mean? Li Changfeng was puzzled. Jingzhuo explained. The red dust sand is in the treasure house behind the demon ceiling map. Now that the treasure house has been lost, the red dust sand is likely to be contaminated by evil spirits. Damn it! Li Changfeng's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the trip would be in vain. All disciples form the 1,000 Buddha formation, hold back the evil spirits, and wait for the abbot to return. Huaining's voice came from the depths of the evil spirit. An array of Buddha's light soon shone out from it. The disciples of 1,000 Buddha temple took action one after another, and the Buddha's lights connected to form a barrier, blocking the entire space. Li Changfeng frowned upon seeing this. You can't do this. Jingzhuo was helpless. This is probably the only way. If not, it will be even more troublesome if the evil spirit leaks out. Junior brother, do you have any solution? Guyu couldn't help but ask. Jingzhuo was stunned after hearing Guyu's words. Why do you say that, Daoist friend? Daoist friend Changfeng, do you have a solution? Guyu didn't say anything, but looked at Li Changfeng. Fellow Daoist, if you really have a way, please help me with the 1,000 Buddha temple. Jingzhuo asked hurriedly, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw. Li Changfeng sighed deeply. I do have it, but I'm afraid you guys have to withdraw this battle formation. Wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I will take you to see Uncle Master Huaining. Jingzhuo did not continue listening. He pulled Li Changfeng and walked into the formation. Jingzhuo, what are you doing here? Get out. Huaining shouted harshly. If Jingzhuo had not led the witch into the 1,000 Buddha temple, the demon ceiling map would not have been broken for no reason. Jingzhuo said respectfully, Uncle Master, I have committed serious sins and do not ask for your forgiveness. Fellow Taoist Changfeng can resolve this crisis, so please listen to me. Huaining was furious when he heard this. You bastard. What can a foundation establishment stage junior like him do? It's already this time, and you're still causing trouble. I really want to kill you with one slap. Elder, I do have a way, but I have conditions. Li Changfeng didn't waste any words and admitted it decisively. Huaining sneered. This is my only solution now. If you can solve this crisis, I will agree to any conditions you have. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Thank you very much, Elder. What do you want to do? Huaining looked at him puzzledly. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Elder, please remove the formation. Nonsense, Huaining shouted. What joke? If the formation is removed, the evil energy will spread and the entire 1,000 Buddha temple will be in trouble. Li Changfeng said respectfully, "Elder, please believe me." Jingzhua also echoed from the side. "Uncle Master, there is no other way now. If we wait for a stronger demon to come out, I'm afraid we will all die here. Okay, I'll go crazy with you guys for once." Huaining hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to believe Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, took out the Jade Emperor mirror, and said in a voice transmission, "Senior, I'm counting on you." The Jade Emperor nodded and responded, "If it were anything else, I would naturally not care, but this evil spirit is causing chaos in the 3 realms, so I have to take action." "What do you want to do, Senior?" Li Changfeng asked. The Jade Emperor said calmly, "You sacrifice the Jade Emperor mirror and don't worry about the rest." "Okay, Senior, be careful." As he spoke, Li Changfeng transferred most of his true energy into the Jade Emperor mirror. With the infusion of true energy, the Jade Emperor mirror also lit up with a soft white light. The next second, the Jade Emperor mirror turned into a stream of light and rushed straight towards the demon's ceiling diagram. Is this the end?" Huaining was surprised when he saw Li Changfeng stopped. "Okay, Elder, just wait." Li Changfeng nodded up vaguely. He had consumed most of his true energy, so it would be strange if he didn't feel exhausted. After swallowing a Guyuan pill, the true energy in his body gradually recovered. "Uncle Master, it's bad. A nascent soul realm demon is rushing out with hundreds of demons." A Jindan realm disciple pointed at the evil spirit and exclaimed. Only then did everyone finally see the scene before them. Hundreds of bizarre monsters emerged from the evil energy. Although this time was short, many demons still escaped. Seeing this, Huaining no longer hesitated. "My fellow disciples, follow me to kill the evil demon." "Disciple obeys your command." The disciples of the 1,000 Buddha temple echoed one after another, and rays of Buddha's light rose up and rushed towards the demons. However, their numbers were clearly not at an advantage, and they were suppressed by the demons almost as soon as they came into contact. If Huaining had not been there to help, these disciples would have suffered heavy casualties. "Junior brother," Pei Xian rushed over shouting. The 3 of them looked at the people from 1,000 Buddha temple who were at a disadvantage and showed concerns. "Take action." Li Changfeng rushed forward without any hesitation. "Form a formation." Chu Yulan gave a reminder, and the 4 symbols formation of heavens was instantly condensed. 4 huge phantoms appeared, and the true fire of the sun devoured the 2 demons in the foundation building stage in the blink of an eye. "Little thing, you are looking for death." A Jindan-level demon quickly noticed the 4 people forming a formation and quickly rushed towards them. "Kill!" Li Changfeng shouted loudly and fought with the opponent. Chapter 34. A strong enemy attacks. The evil spirit that rushed over was wrapped in evil energy, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But this did not mean that Li Changfeng intended to kill him. Suzaku burns the sky. Li Changfeng's hand seals changed, and his natal flying sword merged into the virtual shadow of the vermilion bird. "Umph, you are just a Foundation establishment stage resident, and you dare to attack me? You are courting death." The evil demon in the Jindan realm roared, and terrifying evil energy suddenly erupted. Boom! With a muffled sound, the flying sword carrying the true fire of the sun directly penetrated the body of the evil demon. As the original body was killed, the evil appearance was revealed. It turned out to be a monkey covered with scales. "Kill these 4 first." No one knew which evil spirit discovered the situation here, but it directly attacked Li Changfeng and the other 3. Following the demon's warning, more than a dozen Jindan-level demons rushed towards them at the same time. "Everyone be careful." Li Changfeng quickly reminded them, and the 4 of them quickly gathered together. Boom! Dozens of attacks fell on the 4 people at the same time. "Dao you!" Jingzhua's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene in front of him. The other people in the 1,000 Buddha temple were also furious. No one expected that Li Changfeng and his men would be besieged. "Don't be distracted. Kill the evil." Although Huaining looked unhappy, he had to take it seriously. Fortunately, no more demons came out. I just don't know if that kid's method will work. Huaining is still much stronger than others. He knew that Li Changfeng and others were not in danger of life. At least not now. Cry. Sure enough, the next second, a bird's cry was heard, and a golden vermilion bird flew out and pounced on the Jindan realm evil spirit that was attacking them. In the blink of an eye, 5 of them were burned to ashes. Are they okay? Jinglan's eyes widened in surprise, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. That's great, that's great. Everyone in the 1,000 Buddha temple burst into laughter. Roar! The white tiger roared to the sky. A hurricane flashed by, and the strong, murderous aura dispersed the evil spirit. A white tiger with emerald green light on its body rushed out from the formation. The demons and evil spirits around were all killed before they had time to react. In terms of lethality, the white tiger, which is in charge of killing, is slightly stronger. How can they be so strong? Everyone was so shocked when they saw this scene that they were speechless. There were more than a dozen Jindan-level demons, and they were killed instantly by 4 Foundation establishment-level cultivators. What a concept! The ancient god cult is truly full of talented people. When Huaining saw this scene, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Escape. The demons in the nascent soul realm also realized how powerful Li Changfeng and the others were at this time, and quickly ordered the demons to escape. Stop them! Huaining quickly opened his mouth to stop it. But how could this evil demon in the nascent soul stage let him get his wish? The evil spirit came towards Huaining with overwhelming force. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Huaining shouted loudly, and pure Buddha's light spread out all over the sky. The strong, evil energy was also purified in an instant. Only at this moment did Li Changfeng finally see the appearance of these evil spirits. There are tigers with human heads and tiger bodies, humanoid octopuses covered with tentacles, and foxes covered with emerald green scales. Anyway, it doesn't look like a normal creature. So disgusting. Li Changfeng's expression changed slightly, and he almost vomited. These things seem to be pieced together. Now, don't hold back. Guyu gave a reminder, and the power of the Azure Dragon exploded, killing one of the Jindan realm demons. Peixian did not use his full strength, but just controlled the black snake on Xuanwu's head to continuously attack the approaching enemies. Although Xuanwu is quite powerful, he is responsible for defense, so he naturally has to restrain himself. A quarter of an hour later, a white light flashed and directly entered Li Changfeng's body. I am so tired. The Jade Emperor's voice was extremely weak. Li Changfeng hurriedly asked, Senior, what's going on? Aren't you talking nonsense? Is it possible for me to take action? The Jade Emperor looked at Li Changfeng with contempt. You little bastard, how dare you doubt me? Li Changfeng quickly thanked. Thank you for your help, Senior. The Bodhi fruit of Buddhism is good. Remember to bring it to me to quench my thirst. The Jade Emperor gave instructions and then fell silent. Li Changfeng knew that the Jade Emperor had consumed a lot of energy this time, so he stopped disturbing him. The demons and evil spirits around were almost all killed by them. Although the demon in the nascent soul realm was powerful, the Buddhist methods had great restraint on him, and he was soon killed by Huaining. The chaos finally came to an end. Amitabha, thank you all for your help. When Huaining arrived, the 4 were too tired to stand up. After all, he is only at the Foundation establishment stage, and it would still be very exhausting to kill enemies above his level by relying on formations. Li Changfeng quickly stood up and said, You are too polite, Elder. Now that we have come across this, we cannot just stand by and watch. Huaining looked at the handsome Li Changfeng and couldn't help but sigh. The ancient god sect has really produced an extraordinary disciple this time. You're too polite, Elder. Li Changfeng quickly shook his head. Huaining smiled and said, I have seen the seal of the demon's sealing diagram. The seal is even stronger than before. How did you do it? Li Changfeng smilata quarterly. You can't say that there's an ancient god living in my mirror, right? Huaining realized that he had asked too much and said quickly, I'm sorry for being rude. Li Changfeng smiled and said, It's okay. Now that the matter is settled, I hope the Elder will not forget the previous agreement. Of course, monks don't tell lies. Huaining nodded quickly. Ha ha. Do you really think this matter is over? Just as the 2 were talking, an arrogant laugh sounded above the 1,000 Buddha temple. A strong, evil energy burst out, covering the entire 1,000 Buddha temple. Huaining's face changed when he heard this. A demon in the state of transformation? How is this possible? Li Changfeng looked solemn. Chu Yulan and the other 2 also came to his side. As long as the situation was not right, they would form a formation immediately. I thought this catastrophe would destroy your 1,000 Buddha temple, but I didn't expect that a little thing in the foundation establishment stage would ruin it. The man looked at Li Changfeng coldly, with a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Junior brother, did you steal his magic weapon? I think he seems to hate you very much. Pei Xian joked on the side. Guyu warned in a deep voice. Be careful. This is a master in the spiritual transformation realm. We cannot deal with him. 4 of you. This is my 1,000 Buddha temple's business. It has nothing to do with you. You have done enough. I will hold him back for a while. You can take this opportunity to leave. Huaining conveyed the message to the 4 people with a serious expression. The message was secret, and only 4 people could hear it. Elder, I know you mean well, but I don't think we can leave. Li Changfeng looked around and sensed a familiar breath from the evil energy in the air. Qian Xingxuan, have you fallen to the point of associating with demons? Li Changfeng looked towards the evil spirit in the east, his eyes full of murderous intent. The memories of the past life are clearly visible. Qian Xingxuan and his companions colluded with evil spirits. He could finally kill the other party with a legitimate reason. Chapter 35. The Battle Formation of the 1,000-Star Squad. Li Changfeng, at this point, do you still think you can leave alive? Qian Xingxuan's cold voice came from the void. Li Changfeng's eyes were cold. I also want to know, after you fell into the evil practice, how much of your former fighting power you still have. You will know. There was a murderous look in Qian Xingxuan's eyes. Ever since Li Changfeng left, the reputation of their team has plummeted. Coupled with Tang Wu's backstab, there were even fewer male monks willing to lick them. Their practice was already extremely resource-intensive, and now they had lost a large part of their source. What's even more abominable is that the formation that Li Changfeng set up for her actually needs maintenance, and ordinary people can't do it. This also caused her practice to come to a complete halt. If not for this, she would not have turned into an evil cultivator. Qian Xingxuan now hates Li Changfeng to the core. Boy, you are very good. I will give you one chance. Submit to me, and I will give you everything you want. The leading man spoke proudly, with a hint of alms in his tone. Li Changfeng said with a smile, I'm sorry. I'm used to being a human being, and I can't get along with animals. You should ask for help from someone else. Court death. The man was furious, and the terrifying evil spirit rushed straight towards Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng summoned the Jade Emperor Mirror without hesitation and dispersed all the opponent's attacks. Walk. Upon seeing this, Huaining also took action, and Buddha's light appeared, which kept the evil spirit out. Let's retreat. Li Changfeng led everyone to retreat. A war broke out instantly. The 1,000 Buddha temple disciples, who had been severely injured by the previous evil demon, joined the battle again. But their current situation is really not very good. Wake up. You have no chance. When I unlock the demon ceiling diagram again, you will die. The man laughed loudly, and his evil spirit madly attacked the Buddha's light of Monk Huaining. Let's go to the demon ceiling map. Li Changfeng seemed to have thought of something and turned around to chase in the direction of the demon ceiling diagram. Junior brother, aren't we leaving? I'm afraid the people from 1,000 Buddha Temple can't defeat the other side. Pei Xian couldn't help but speak. Li Changfeng nodded. Everyone take the Guyuan pill first. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle this time. Changfeng, do we really have to go through thick and thin with them? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. After all, they were just disciples of the ancient god cult. They could have seen a glimmer of hope before, so they offered their help. But according to the current situation, they have no chance of winning at all. Activate the Sect protection formation. As the voice fell, countless array patterns suddenly rose from the ground of 1,000 Buddha Temple. Rays of Buddha's light rose up and tore the evil spirit into pieces. Li Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. I've finally waited for this. Junior brother, do you know that the 1,000 Buddha Temple has a protective formation? Guyu looked at Li Changfeng in surprise. The Sect protection formation is the secret of every sect. How did my junior brother know about it? Li Changfeng did not explain, but led everyone to the demon ceiling diagram. The demon ceiling map is on a stone wall in the backyard of 1,000 Buddha Temple. The strange-looking monsters were tightly wrapped by the stone wall and could not move at all. Those ferocious faces are intimidating. Changfeng, what are we doing here? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask as she looked at the evil spirit on the stone wall. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Wait for someone. Who? Pei Xian was puzzled. Here they come. Li Changfeng looked up at the sky and saw 5 figures flying on swords, and soon they came in front of the 4 people. It's you. Gu Yu's face was grim. These 5 people are the weirdos of the Qiang Xingxuan team. Li Changfeng, quickly get out of the way, or else when the leader breaks the formation, he will make you live a life worse than death. Feng Qingxue spoke in a harsh voice, with hostility in her eyes. What a big tone. Do you think that you 5 people can break this magic seal from us? Gu Yu sneered and waved his hand casually. His true essence turned into a barrier that enveloped the entire demon sealing diagram. You are looking for death. Qian Xingxuan's face darkened. You are the ones who are seeking death. You have fallen into evil cultivation and dared to appear in front of me. Do you really think I won't kill you? Li Changfeng's eyes were cold, and murderous aura began to gather little by little. Do you really want to kill us? Chang Sunjing's heart trembled, and he looked at Li Changfeng in disbelief. You have to know that Li Changfeng had always obeyed them before, so even if he left, he shouldn't be so hostile to them. The dead don't need to know so much. The true energy in Li Changfeng's body circulated, and the true fire of the sun rose up. Kill him. Qian Xingxuan took the lead without any hesitation. Form a formation. Chu Yulan shouted softly, and the hand seals of the 4 people changed, and the 4 symbols of heaven's will array came together again. Boom! Qian Xingxuan's attack was blocked by the Xuanwu Phantom. Roar! The phantom of a white tiger flew out instantly, and the blood-red, murderous aura dyed the white tiger's hair red. Kill! Chu Yulan changed from her usual calmness, and a strong, murderous aura burst out from her body. Don't underestimate us. Qian Xingxuan shouted coldly, and 4 figures appeared behind her at the same time. 5 evils chaos heaven formation. The 5 of them actually formed a battle formation. I saw 5 weird octopus tentacles spreading out from their bodies. Combine. Qian Xingxuan shouted loudly, and the 5 tentacles merged into one. Then a giant octopus walked out of the void. It's the projection of the evil god from outside the domain. The Jade Emperor instantly sensed the power of this evil god. Li Changfeng frowned. Very strong. I haven't fought it, so I'm not sure. The Jade Emperor did not give an accurate answer. Kill. Qian Xingxuan did not give Li Changfeng and the others a chance to think, and his 4 tentacles slapped the 4 sacred beasts fiercely. Don't get tangled up with him. Li Changfeng gave a reminder, and then activated the sun's true fire to start burning the attacking tentacles. However, the expected effect did not appear. Almost in an instant, the phantom of Suzaku was knocked away. Of the other 3, except for Xuanwu, Baihu and Qinglong were able to hold out, while Baihu and Qinglong were both beaten back. Li Changfeng, give up. You won't stand a chance. We have mobilized part of the body of the extraterritorial evil god. This power cannot be resisted by a small battle formation. Qian Xingxuan looked at the 4 people proudly, with joy in her eyes. She became furious when she recalled the previous Sect competition where they were easily defeated. Now I can finally vent my anger. Senior, is there any way to deal with the other party? Li Changfeng couldn't help asking. He also didn't expect that the other party could get part of the body of the evil god from outside the domain. Junior brother, let's dismantle the formation. Gu Yu's eyes were calm, with a hint of determination flashing in them. Brother, what are you going to do? Li Changfeng suddenly had a bad feeling. We have the inheritance of the great emperor. We can break the formation and give full play to our own advantages. Gu Yu spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. But Li Changfeng felt something was wrong. If they were really strong, they would not have agreed to form a formation just now. Chapter 36. Life and Death. There must be something wrong here. How dare you be distracted during a fight? You're courting death. Qian Xingxuan's voice was filled with murderous intent. The tentacles slammed heavily on the battle formation of 4 people. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the 4 of them spat out blood at the same time. Li Changfeng, if you hadn't made a big fuss and made us lose face, how could we have fallen into the evil practice? Today we will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin, and let you suffer to the utmost. Feng Qingxue's resentful voice came, looking like a victim. Chang Yingyu echoed. Yes, he will suffer today. I heard that he and Chu Yulan are going to become Taoist couples. After I have severely injured them, I will ask all the male evil cultivators to come over. I will let them watch their beloved women being raped by those monster-like evil cultivators. We will pay him back 100 times for our pain. Jin Xiangyu also echoed. All 5 women had ferocious smiles on their faces, and they no longer looked like fairies. Junior brother, quickly disperse the formation, otherwise we will all die here. Guyu spoke quickly. Li Changfeng did not agree, but instead looked at the Jade Emperor mirror. Senior, do you have any ideas? The reason why their battle formation is so powerful is because it contains parts of the body of the extraterritorial evil god. If you can chop the evil demon's body into pieces, you may still have a chance of survival. The Jade Emperor spoke slowly. Li Changfeng was speechless. Senior, can we be more practical? Since they rely on the bodies of evil spirits, they will not easily reveal themselves. How can I stand a chance? If you watch them carefully, you will find it. The Jade Emperor only said a few words and then stopped talking. Boom! The tentacle attacks are becoming more and more frequent. The 4 of them had been forced to retreat to the vicinity of the demon ceiling diagram. Brother, hurry up, or it will be too late. Guyu spoke quickly. Brother, please stop talking. I know you want to destroy us all together, but please believe me, we can win. Li Changfeng interrupted Guyu. Junior brother. Guyu obviously didn't expect Li Changfeng to be able to see through his thoughts. Pei Xian said helplessly, Brother, you have to believe in junior brother Changfeng. Chu Yulan also nodded. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Now listen to my command. Let's avoid their attack first. Good. The 3 of them looked at each other and regained their confidence. How ridiculous. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are false. Li Changfeng, accept the fact that you are about to be defeated. Qian Xingxuan smiled coldly and slapped down with his tentacles at a faster speed. But this time, Li Changfeng did not resist head-on, but controlled the formation to avoid the opponent's attack. At the same time, Li Changfeng also began to observe the giant octopus in front of him. He soon discovered something was wrong. They clearly have 5 tentacles, so why do they only use 4 to attack? Was it because of self-confidence? No, considering the hatred shown by the other party, they should not hold back. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. Li Changfeng soon had the idea of testing it. Brother Pei Xian used the black turtle to block the attack, and used the black snake to attack the 5th tentacle. Pei Xian nodded. Okay. Then the 4 of them stopped dodging and collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, the black snake rushed towards the 5th tentacle at lightning speed. Hiss! An icy breath came out of the black snake's mouth and landed directly on the 5th tentacle that had never moved. Retreat! Qian Xingxuan exclaimed. The 5 people retreated to the back at the same time. Li Changfeng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, you guessed it right. Senior, you are really amazing. That tentacle is the body of the evil god. As long as we destroy that body, we can break their battle formation. Li Changfeng gave a reminder and began to turn his attack towards the tentacle. Court death. When Qian Xingxuan saw that her weakness was discovered, she became furious. The 4 tentacles came together and slapped towards Li Changfeng and the other 3. I'll fight them. You guys destroy their tentacles. Pei Xian shouted loudly, and the shadow of Xuanwu instantly became more solid. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Pei Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, looking listless. On the other side, Qian Xingxuan and others were not much better off. The attacks of Li Changfeng and the other 2 fell on the tentacle at the same time. The evil god's body was instantly defeated, and their formation dissipated. The battle formation was broken, and the backlash force fell on the 5 people. Walk! Qian Xingxuan gave a delicate cry and turned to leave. Leave? Did I let you go? Stay! Li Changfeng roared. A ray of golden light came crashing down, and the shadow of the vermilion bird slammed heavily into the 5 people. Just when Li Changfeng thought that the 5 people were definitely dead, an explosion sounded from the void. The Buddha's light in the sky shattered, and terrifying evil energy surged in. A black light fell, knocking the shadow of the vermilion bird away. Azure Dragon and White Tiger wanted to continue attacking, but were repelled by the terrifying evil energy. Boy, I underestimated you. The man's arrogant voice made the 4 of them feel as if they were falling into an icy cave. The one who stopped the 4 people's attack was the evil cultivator in the spirit transformation realm who had led the group just now. Yes, after a short battle, the 1,000 Buddha temple's protective formation was still broken. After all, without the support of practitioners at a high level, no matter how powerful the formation is, it will not be able to exert its power. Escape. Li Changfeng broke the battle formation without hesitation, protected the 3 people behind him, and let them leave. Escape? None of you can escape. The man laughed loudly and slapped the 4 people. Looking at the huge palm formed by the evil energy, Li Changfeng wanted to take out the Jade Emperor mirror to resist. But now he has very little true energy left and is unable to use the Jade Emperor mirror at all. Li Changfeng instinctively turned around and held Chu Yulan in his arms, wanting to bear more harm for her. Is it really going to die? Is it still impossible to avoid death, even if you live your life again? Looking at Chu Yulan in his arms, Li Changfeng suddenly felt relieved. Maybe it wouldn't be bad to die with the one you love. Chu Yulan hugged Li Changfeng tightly at this time, with crystal tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. At this moment, there was no fear in her heart, only regret. It would be great if I could be with Changfeng sooner. At this time, the 4 of them had closed their eyes and waited for death. Umitba, just when the 4 of them accepted death calmly. A Buddhist chant was heard. The golden Buddha light transformed into a giant bell, covering the 4 people. Clang! A bell rang, and the 4 men stood there intact. The evil hand was actually shattered by the sound of the bell. Donor, you rashly attacked my 1,000 Buddha temple. Do you really think that there is no one in my 1,000 Buddha temple? A vigorous and powerful voice was heard, and an old monk in a green jade-colored cassock stood in front of the 4 people, with a look of neither joy nor sadness. The man saw the newcomer's expression change slightly and sneered, Okay. I didn't expect that after several plans, they were broken by 4 inconspicuous Foundation establishment realm guys. I'll remember this now. As soon as he finished speaking, the man left with Qian Xingxuan and the other 4. Don't leave if you dare. Li Changfeng pointed at the man who was leaving and shouted. The man trembled and almost fell down. Chapter 37. Generous Abbot Huiyin. Cough. Pei Xian couldn't hold back his laughter, which aggravated his injury and caused him to cough violently. My junior fellow apprentice knows how to make people angry. Senior brother. Li Changfeng hurried over to check the situation and took out healing pills from his storage ring. Pei Xian finally recovered a little after taking the pill. Umitba, I am the abbot of Qianfua Temple, Huiyin. Thank you for your help for donors. Zen Master Huiyin chanted the Buddha's name and bowed to express his gratitude to the 4 people. Li Changfeng quickly supported the other party. Senior, please don't frustrate us. If you hadn't intervened in time, we would have died. The donor is too modest. Huiyin looked at the 4 people with admiration, his eyes full of gratitude. Li Changfeng was puzzled and asked, Senior, you come out? Why do you want him to leave? It's not that I want him to go, but I have to let him go. Huiyin smiled bitterly and pointed at the demon ceiling diagram behind him. If we take action here, the demon ceiling diagram will definitely be broken. He may have some concerns, so he left. Li Changfeng nodded suddenly. It turned out that both sides had concerns. Huiyin smiled and said, You 4 must have been badly injured after the fierce fight. Go back and rest first. I will receive you after I have arranged the affairs of the temple properly. All is subject to the abbot's orders. Li Changfeng nodded. During the battle, they were hit by the tentacle monster several times, and their bodies were already injured. If not treated in time, it may leave hidden injuries. 3 days later, Li Changfeng and the other 3 withdrew from their practice. All the injuries on his body were healed under the effect of the elixir. The cultivation level has also been improved to a certain extent. Junior brother, what's going on? Guyu walked out of the room and saw Li Changfeng sitting next to the stone table. Li Changfeng smiled and said, I have already reached the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage. I should be able to complete the core formation stage within half a year. How about senior brother? Guyu smiled and said, I'm almost there about 3 months, but I'm not ready yet. The formation of the elixir in our ancient god sect requires a heavenly tribulation, and I'm not sure yet. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Brother, you are being modest again. Everyone knows that you were already at the golden core stage before you were seriously injured. Guyu smiled but said nothing. Chu Yulan and Pei Xian also came over at this time. After the 4 of them talked for a while, they were all happy for each other. They have all reached the pinnacle in the Foundation establishment stage. All you need to do is prepare well, and you can overcome the tribulation and form the elixir. Fellow Taoists, the abbot invites you. Jinglan had arrived in the courtyard without anyone noticing. Thank you, Brother Jinglan. Li Changfeng nodded gratefully. Jinglan waved his hands in panic. Fellow Taoist, please don't embarrass me. If it weren't for the four of you during this disaster, the 1,000 Buddha temple would have ceased to exist. Why would you bother me? Li Changfeng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Pei Xian. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist. Jinglan nodded quickly. The four of you, please. As he said this, he led the four people towards the main hall of the 1,000 Buddha temple. Pei Xian explained to Li Changfeng through voice transmission. Junior brother, we have done a favor to Qianfu Temple. Although we cannot repay the favor, we cannot belittle ourselves. If you do good things but are always modest, others will think you are cheap and will not value you. Li Changfeng's expression froze. Wasn't this exactly what he had done before? In my previous life, I was always so humble that everyone felt that my efforts were their due. That is what Pei Xian said, cheap. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Li Changfeng looked at Pei Xian gratefully. Pei Xian's words made him suddenly enlightened. Sure enough, if you do good things, you have to report them. Li Changfeng nodded secretly, and a certain idea was growing wildly in his mind. Pei Xian saw that Li Changfeng had come to his senses and ignored him. Little did he know that because of his words, Li Changfeng went further and further on a certain path. That's all for later. When the four of them arrived at the main hall, Huiyin was sitting upright on a cushion with a visiting card from the ancient god religion in his hand. Seeing the four people coming, Huiyin stood up and greeted them. Are your injuries feeling better? Thank you for your care, Abbot. We are much better now. Pei Xian stepped forward and responded. Huiyin smiled and said, during the 1,000 Buddha temple disaster, junior brother Huining was seriously injured. Before he went into seclusion to recover from his injuries, he gave me the visiting card and told me the purpose of your visit. Has the abbot made a decision? Pei Xian's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but admire the efficiency of 1,000 Buddha temple. We just experienced a catastrophe 3 days ago, and today, 3 days later, we can now communicate with the outside world. This is really efficient. Huiyin smiled and said, the four of you have done a favor to our temple. We at Qianfu Temple should always remember this. Although gods and Buddhas are not from the same system, they're all members of the three realms after all. We should live in harmony. With the abbot's words, it will be easier for us to explain when we return. Pei Xian nodded with a smile, very satisfied with Huiyin's performance. Huiyin took out a relic from the storage ring and said, this is a Buddha bone relic, a treasure of our Buddhist sect. I am giving it to the ancient god sect today as a token of friendship between the 1,000 Buddha temple and the ancient god sect. How about that? Pei Xian smiled and said, if that's the case, then thank you very much, Abbot. I will send a message back and ask the leader to send someone to form an alliance with the 1,000 Buddha temple. That's great. Huiyin nodded with satisfaction. As he spoke, Huiyin took out a small bottle from his storage ring and looked at Li Changfeng. This is the infinite pure bottle, which has a very large space. I heard that donor Changfeng wanted red dust sand, so I filled a bottle with it. I wonder if it will be enough. It's enough, it's enough. You are so polite, Abbot. Li Changfeng quickly took it and nodded excitedly. After so much effort, I finally got the thing. Brat, my Bodhi fruit, Bodhi fruit. The Jade Emperor muttered in the Jade Emperor mirror. Chu Yuan smiled and said, Abbot, I heard that there is a Bodhi tree in the 1,000 Buddha temple. The Bodhi fruit in it can help people attain enlightenment. My brothers and sisters are about to reach the dance stage. Can you give us some? Huiyin laughed and said, it's impossible to exchange them, but I can give some to the donors. Then he took out a box from the storage ring. This box is made of polished Bodhi tree branches. It can ensure that the medicinal power of the Bodhi fruit will not leak out. There's a lot of space inside. These should be enough for the four of you to eat. Thank you, Abbot. The four of them bowed at the same time. Huiyin quickly supported everyone and said, everyone, in fact, I invited you here this time not only to express my gratitude, but also to ask for a favor. The four of them looked at each other, puzzled. You are a master in the spiritual transformation realm. How can we help you? The four donors for Jingzhua's matter should have arrived by now, right? Huiyin sighed deeply. He is my direct disciple, with excellent comprehension. I have high hopes for him, but I didn't expect that he would cause such a disaster. Abbot, Jingzhua was just confused for a moment. I believe that after this incident, he will have a sudden enlightenment. Li Changfeng advised. Abbot Huiyin shook his head helplessly. The country has its own laws, and the temple has its own rules. He made a mistake and must be punished. Considering that he is my direct disciple, we can preserve his cultivation, but he can no longer stay in this 1,000 Buddha temple. The four of them looked surprised when they heard this. Abbot Huiyin is going to entrust his orphan to the care of others. Chapter 38. Become one with me. Really? Abbot Huiyin said, I raised my disciple since he was a child. It would be a lie to say that I have no feelings for him. I'm really worried about him being alone outside. I hope you four can let him join you. Pei Xian, Chu Yulan, and Guyu were all silent and looked at Li Changfeng. Although Pei Xian was an external contact, they all knew that the real core of this team was Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng played a decisive role in their team's current strength. Huiyin also saw the key to this and looked at Li Changfeng with a little more sincerity. Donor, as long as you can get Jingzhou to join the team, I'm willing to give you a chance. What kind of fortune? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. Huiyin took out an ancient jade slip from the storage ring. I got this jade slip from an ancient relic. It records a secret technique for refining the Dharma image. If the donor agrees, I will give this secret technique to the four of you. Condensing the Dharma image? The four of them frowned slightly when they heard this. After a practitioner reaches the nascent soul stage, he will condense the Dharma image. However, the ancient god sect has a long tradition, and what it lacks the most is the secret technique of condensing the Dharma image. Seeing that the four people were unmoved, Huiyin added, this Dharma image is a 10-foot Dharma image. 10 feet. The four of them exclaimed when they heard this. You should know that the Dharma images in the world of cultivation are generally 6 zhang in height. Even though there are many inheritances of the ancient god sect, the highest is only 9 zhang in height. 9 is known as the extreme number, and no one has ever heard of anyone who can condense a Dharma image of 10 feet. Promise him. The Jade Emperor's voice sounded in Li Changfeng's ears. Why? Li Changfeng couldn't help but speak. The Jade Emperor reminded, ask about the origin of this jade slip. It would be best if you know the location of the ancient ruins. This is definitely a great opportunity. Li Changfeng nodded suddenly. Abbot, I agree to your request, but I have another request. Huining's eyes widened in surprise. Young friend, please speak. Li Changfeng hesitated slightly, and the way he addressed Huining changed so quickly. I am very interested in the remains of this Dharma image. Could you tell me where it is? Huining smiled and said, these are all trivial matters. The ruins have been explored now, so they are nothing new. As he spoke, he took out another map and handed it to Li Changfeng. It's actually on Kirigikure Island. Li Changfeng frowned. That is a no-man's land and extremely dangerous. Young friend, do you have any other requests? Huiyin couldn't help but ask, fearing that Li Changfeng would go back on his word. Li Changfeng shook his head. No, we will leave in a few days and let Taoist Jingzhou follow us. Then I'll trouble you all. After Huining thanked the four people, he turned and looked towards the side hall. Evil disciple, why don't you come over here? Yes, master. Jingzhou walked in from behind the Buddha statue with a decadent look on his face. At this moment, Jingzhou no longer had the high-spirited look he had before, and all his sharpness had been drained away. The original aura of Buddha's glory has disappeared, replaced by a look of decadence. Li Changfeng's expression froze. He finally understood why Huiyin was so generous. If Jingzhou still has the same spirit as before, he might be a great help. But in this situation, it is a question whether I can continue to practice. Jingzhou, you heard what I said before. From now on, you're no longer a disciple of Qianfu Temple. Young friend Changfeng is a rare genius, and the people in his team are also geniuses of their generation. You should practice well with them and don't do stupid things again. There was a hint of sob in Huiyin's voice, as if an old father was admonishing his child who was about to leave his hometown. Jingzhou was in tears at this time, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. Master, I am an unworthy disciple, and I have disappointed you. Abbot Huiyin helped Jingzhou up and patted him on the shoulder. Fool, you are the most intelligent person I have ever seen. As long as you practice hard, you will definitely succeed one day. Remember, don't waste your talent. Disciple, please remember this. Jingzhou calmed down and responded respectfully. Let's go. Huiyin waved his hand and sent everyone away. Jingzhou followed Li Changfeng and others back to their residence, looking back every few steps. Tonda League. This is outrageous. Li Changfeng, it's Li Changfeng again. Damn Li Changfeng. Ji Buchang roared madly, his eyes full of anger. Qian Xingxuan and the other four knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. You five are useless. I gave you the body of the evil god, but you still let others break the battle formation. What use do I have for you? Ji Wuchang looked at the 5 people angrily, his body shaking constantly. If these 5 people were not still useful, he would want to kill them now. Master, please forgive us. We know we were wrong. Please give us a chance to atone for our sins. Qian Xingxuan was the calmest and spoke immediately. Ji Wuchang's eyes were cold. Atoning for your sins? Do you have a plan? Master, the Tonda League is in decline now, and those small sects are ready to make a move. I am willing to suppress them. Please give us a chance. Qian Xingxuan spoke with certainty, seeming to be very confident. Ji Wuchang sneered upon hearing this. Just you? You're just an ant in the Foundation establishment stage, and you want to suppress other sects? You are just dreaming. Qian Xingxuan knelt on the ground and said, Master, we are willing to enter the demon cave again. We will never come out until we succeed in cultivation. Senior sister, Feng Qingxue and others trembled after hearing Qian Xingxuan's words, their eyes filled with fear. Ji Wuchang looked at Qian Xingxuan meaningfully. He didn't expect that his disciple would be so courageous. You know, not everyone dares to enter that demon cave. If you're not careful, you may die in there. If they're a little luckier and survive, they will become neither human nor ghost. The 5 of them had already been in there once, and although they still maintained their human form, their bodies were filled with evil spirits. No one can guarantee what will happen if we go in again. I have made up my mind. Please grant my wish, Master. Qian Xingxuan's eyes were firm, and she did not back down. No, I don't want to go in. I want to quit. I want to quit. Feng Qingxue suddenly screamed, stood up, and was about to walk out. Puff! Before she could run a few steps, a bloody hand pierced through her chest from behind. Junior sister, we are a team. How can we be without you? Merge with me. Qian Xingxuan's sinister voice made the entire hall seem a little more eerie. Feng Qingxue looked at Qian Xingxuan in disbelief. She didn't expect that she would die like this. The next second, Qian Xingxuan pounced forward and bit Feng Qingxue's neck. The blood in Feng Qingxue's body was quickly sucked dry, and she finally turned into a dried corpse. Looking at Qian Xingxuan again, 2 more arms appeared behind her, and her figure became taller. Qian Xingxuan raised her arms behind her back and lifted up the hair on the back of her head, revealing a sleeping face. A careful look reveals that it is Feng Qingxue. Chapitre 39, Alliance achevée. 5 days later, Fairy Bright Moon and Fairy King of Flowers descended upon Thousand Buddha Temple. When they learned that Li Changfeng and others helped Thousand Buddha Temple resolve the crisis, they were all frightened. Kid, didn't I tell you to act within your capabilities? Why are you so impulsive? Fairy Jiayue looked at Li Changfeng with a hint of reproach. Li Changfeng was raised by her since he was a child. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is her adopted son. No wonder she is so worried. Li Changfeng looked at his anxious master and smiled. Master, I'm fine now. I promise you, I won't take risks again next time. I'll send for. As he spoke, Li Changfeng raised 3 fingers, obviously not intending to send for seriously. Fairy Bright Moon chuckled. You little brat, you still dare to act funny. This time I went back to prepare for seclusion, and I am about to form a pill, but I'm still not in shape. In the world of cultivation, the Jindan realm is a watershed, and ordinary Jindan realm masters can establish their own sects. Only a superpower like the ancient god cult would send out ancestors in the incarnation realm at any time. Senior, the abbot invites you. Jinglan walked in from outside and respectfully handed over the luggage to Fairy Jiayue. Wait a minute, I'll be right there. Fairy Bright Moon nodded and looked at Li Changfeng again. You did a great job this time. The relationship between our ancient god sect and the Thousand Buddha Temple is delicate. After this incident, the relationship will definitely improve. You have made an indelible contribution. I have already applied for a reward from the leader, and you will get a lot of reward for this mission. Thank you, Master. Li Changfeng hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He is on the verge of forming a pill. If he can be given some resources to overcome the tribulation, his chances of forming a pill will be much better. Junior brother, Master is gone? Guyu walked out of the room quietly. Li Changfeng's face darkened. Brother, you are very skilled in selling me? Guyu smiled apologetically and said, Junior brother, everyone in the ancient god cult knows that Master loves you the most. If she knew that I took you to do such a dangerous thing, I would be beaten to death. Is that why you're pushing everything onto me? Li Changfeng had a dark face. We all take on the mission together, and we all fight together. When it came time to get scolded, they all took the blame on themselves. Is this fucking normal? This is fucking abnormal. Li Changfeng felt a chill when he thought of the murderous look in the eyes of the fairy king of flowers. He also wanted to become a Taoist couple with Chu Yulan, but now it seems that the road ahead is long and arduous. Junior brother, you need to think differently. Although you got scolded for us, you also became famous. Now everyone in the senior leadership of the ancient god cult knows your name. Yu continued to quibble. Thank you so much. They know me even if you don't tell them. Li Changfeng rolled his eyes and didn't want to pay attention to this senior brother. This matter cannot be solved without a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Fairy Baiwa and Fairy Bright Moon chatted with Abbot Huiyin for half a day, discussing in detail matters concerning the ancient god religion and the Thousand Buddha Temple. Eventually, the two sides reached a cooperation, formed an alliance, and helped each other. As a powerful force as ancient as the ancient god sect, the alliance between the two parties has a huge impact on the entire world of cultivation. When Fairy Baiwa and Fairy Bright Moon came back, their expressions had relaxed a lot. Master, uncle! Li Changfeng bowed respectfully to the two of them. Baiwa Xianjun nodded calmly. You did a good job this time. If the demon ceiling diagram is destroyed, the entire cultivation world will be in turmoil. I was wrong about you before. Fairy Bright Moon said proudly. I told you that my disciple is the most sensible one and would never act rashly. You still blame me for teaching you poorly. How despicable. Junior sister, that's not what you said before. Fairy Lord Baiwa wanted to retort, but when he saw Fairy Jiyue's threatening look, he immediately lost his temper. Fairy Bright Moon smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Li Changfeng. Disciple, it's all your uncle's fault. I was also misled by him. Don't think your master is too strict. Master is doing this for my own good. Changfeng knows that. Li Shangfeng smila tauquarli. His master's expression changed really quickly. Okay, now that we're done, let's go back. We'll leave the rest of the work here to the people behind us. Fairy Jiayue chuckled and heartlessly pulled Li Changfeng out. The others looked at each other, feeling helpless. Behind the crowd, a monk followed silently. It was Jingzhua. Abbot Huiyin also told Fairy Jiayue and the other person about Jingzhua, and the ancient god sect could accept Jingzhua. Ancient God Temple. Many mountain masters of the ancient god cult are here. The ancient god cult leader looked at the sound transmission jade slip in his hand and laughed. Great, great. I never thought that Li Changfeng is not only powerful in formations, but also has such extraordinary courage, which is really rare. Brother, what you said is absolutely right. Junior sister Jiyue is a disciple that can be of great use. Immortal Lord Liang also praised her without reservation. The ancient god cult leader pondered and said, they have made such a great contribution this time. Contribution points and spiritual tools alone may not be enough. Junior brother, what do you think should be the reward? Immortal Lord Liang's eyes turned. From what the leader said, he knew that he wanted to focus on training these 4 disciples. Brother, they're about to form their elixir, and they each have their own inheritance. Why not send them to the Tongtian Pagoda? If they can gain enlightenment there, their future path of cultivation will surely be smooth. You're right. How could I forget about the Tower of Babel? The leader nodded with satisfaction. My junior brother still understands me. Immortal Lord Liang did not expose him, but just watched his senior brother act silently. The peak master below looked at the 2 people singing the same tune, and his mouth twitched. You are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you playing strange stories for Chinese studio with me? Just train disciples. Why do you act like we would object? However, Yuesha Mountain and Chuanfang Mountain are indeed outstanding during this period. First, they won the Sect competition, and then helped Thousand Buddha Temple resist a powerful enemy. The 2 forces reached an alliance, and these 4 disciples made an indelible contribution. Damn it, they're all apprentices. Why are they so good? The others all looked unwilling. It is necessary to go back and practice more with my disciples. Otherwise, you will be outdone in the future. Several peak masters made up their minds that after returning, they would give their disciples more training and would cultivate a few masters no matter what. Otherwise, all the limelight will be stolen. What will happen then? Just when the ancient god cult was happy about the alliance. In a cave in Beixiang Mountain, a horrifying monster made up of countless corpses is slowly taking shape. The gathering of weird and evil auras greatly enhanced the monster's strength. Ji Buchang looked at the gradually forming evil spirit, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The resentment of millions of lives gathered together and merged with the evil spirit is really terrifying. Ancient God Sect. I want to see what price you will pay this time. Chapter 40, Sending a Flowing Cloud Shawl. Moon God Mountain, Chongfeng Valley. Li Chongfeng took out a lavender flowing cloud shawl from his storage ring. Master, this is a piece of protective gear that I have made in the past few days. It has a defensive formation engraved on it and contains soul-devouring demonic poison. You must always carry it with you. Li Chongfeng gave the shawl to Fairy Juyue and introduced the shawl's abilities. Fairy Juyue's eyes lit up, and she was attracted by the flowing cloud shawl. Not to mention that this shawl is a top-grade spiritual item. The appearance alone makes her love it. You have a conscience, but isn't it a bit bad to put poison in it? Li Chongfeng continued. Master, you have a very high level of cultivation. Ordinary things can't help you. I can only find another way to use some toxins that can hurt masters above the spiritual transformation realm. You said that this soul-devouring poison can hurt a master in the spirit transformation realm. Fairy Juyue showed surprise. I made this magic poison myself. I wanted to give it to Master directly, but I was afraid that Master might hurt himself, so I made this shawl. Li Chongfeng smiled and said, This shawl is made from the red dust sand from the Thousand Buddha Temple. I used the sun's true fire to melt the red dust sand, then crushed the spirit stone and blended it into the sand, and finally pulled it into silk and wove it into a shawl. In this way, the inside of the shawl can be engraved with array patterns, and then the demon poison can be hidden in the array patterns. Once the master is attacked, the array in the shawl will operate automatically, and the demon poison will track the attacker and will not hurt itself. Fairy Jiyue looked at her disciple in confusion. Chongfeng, do you know something? Li Chongfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he almost lost his balance. Master, please stop joking. What can I know? Fairy Bright Moon smiled and said, I'm just curious. With my current cultivation level, I have few rivals in the cultivation world. It's a bit strange that you suddenly gave me such a treasure. Master, you worry too much. You have raised me up, but I have never done anything for you. This is a gift from your disciple to you. Li Chongfeng chuckled and didn't want to get entangled any further. He had refined this batch of parts in the Thousand Buddha Temple, but at that time the two forces were discussing an alliance, so Li Chongfeng did not take them out. Now that he had returned to the ancient god cult, he sent the things out immediately. With this flowing cloud shawl, Fairy Jeyue's safety is at least guaranteed. At least it can withstand the opponent's fatal attack and keep the foundation intact. Fairy Jeyue casually hung the shawl on her body, which matched her purple skirt very well. The leader said that you have made great contributions this time. In addition to the 100,000 contribution points and top-grade spiritual weapons promised before, he also gave you a chance to enter the Tower of Babel. You must seize it. Tower of Babel? Isn't that a forbidden place of the divine religion? Can we go in? Li Chongfeng widened his eyes in surprise. Although he was outstanding in his previous life, he had never entered. I never thought I would have the chance to go in this life. Fairy Bright Moon took out a jade slip and said, This contains the information about the Tower of Babel. After you enter, practice well and don't waste your opportunity. Thank you, Master. Li Chongfeng quickly took it. Fairy Bright Moon smiled slightly, then turned and left. Her good apprentice made her a shawl, which was so beautiful that she had to show it off. At this moment, Fairy Jiyue felt like an old mother receiving a gift from her son for the first time. The Tower of Babel is the holy place of the ancient god religion and the foundation of the ancient god religion's inheritance. The reason why the ancient god sect has become a superpower in the world of cultivation is closely related to the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel can not only temper the will of practitioners, but also help people gain enlightenment through it. If a cultivator wants to improve his realm, he must seek his own path. Only by finding your own path can you become a truly strong person. It can be said that enlightenment is the beginning of a cultivator's true journey to immortality. There's a saying in the world of cultivation that the earlier you realize the truth, the higher your talent will be and the stronger your future will be. Among the older generation of practitioners, Fairy Bright Moon and Fairy Lord Hundredflowers can only be considered the second echelon, and they have attained enlightenment at the Golden Core realm. Immortal Lord Liang and Lord Ancient God are considered the first echelon, and they have attained enlightenment at the Foundation Establishment stage. The reason why they were able to attain enlightenment so early was that Tongxianda played a crucial role. Li Chongfeng looked at what was recorded on the jade slip and couldn't calm down for a long time. In his previous life, he was suppressed by Qian Xingxuan and others, and he did not succeed in enlightenment until he reached the nascent soul stage. If he had not received some opportunities, it would have been even more difficult for him to grow. Now that he is only at the foundation establishment stage, he has the opportunity to attain enlightenment, which was something he would never have dared to think about in his previous life. Senior brother Changfeng. A gentle voice was heard, and Jingjue stood not far away, waiting quietly. Li Changfeng collected the jade slips and said with a smile, "Sorry, I almost forgot about you." Jingjue showed no expression of sadness or joy and did not care about it all. "Senior brother, can you arrange a place for me to practice?" Jingjue asked. Li Changfeng smiled and nodded. Okay, you can practice in the cave next to me. There are many caves in my Changfeng Valley." "Thank you very much, senior brother." Jingjue bowed. Li Changfeng smiled and said, "Jingjue, you don't have to be so polite. Since we're in the same team, we will fight together in the future. If you keep being so polite, it will make people uncomfortable." "Brother, that's right," Jingjue responded, but his attitude did not change. Li Changfeng also knew that Jingjue had not yet recovered from the incident at the Thousand Buddha Temple, so he was not in a hurry. "Get ready and go to the Tower of Babel with me tomorrow. Here is the relevant information about the Tower of Babel. Take a look." "Senior brother, you want me to go?" Jingjue widened his eyes in surprise. He really didn't expect that Li Changfeng would let him go with him. "I said we are a team. We are all in. We will not leave you alone outside." Li Changfeng took a deep breath and looked at Jingjue seriously. "What happened in the past is in the past. If you really know that you were wrong, then practice hard and wait until the day comes when you can kill the person who deceived you." There was a flash of light in Jingjue's eyes, and there was a bit more respect in the look he gave Li Changfeng. It was the first time he felt concern from someone other than his master. As the eldest brother, all the disciples of Thousand Buddha Temple are in awe of him, so he doesn't have many friends. He had been practicing Buddhism since he was young, but was not well versed in the ways of the world, which was why he was deceived by Chang Sunjing. Li Changfeng's attitude towards him now made him feel very novel. "Thank you, brother." After a long silence, Jingjue clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Li Changfeng again. "I've told you so many times, don't be so polite. This is the last time." "That's right. Come on, I'll pick a comfortable cave for you. I will listen to you, senior brother." "Jingjue, don't be so tense all the time. Learn to relax." Chapter 41. The Forbidden Land of the Ancient Gods, Tower of Babel. Next day, Li Changfeng's team, led by Immortal Lord Liang, came to the forbidden area of Ancient God Mountain. "Boy, do you really want to let him in?" Immortal Lord Liang looked at monk Jingjue, who was standing beside him. The Ancient God Cult and the Thousand Buddha Temple have only formed a preliminary alliance, and it is not yet close enough to the point where they can even enter the forbidden area. Li Changfeng chuckled. "Uncle Master, he is no longer a member of the Thousand Buddha Temple. He is now in our team. I promised Abbot Huiyin. I can't break my promise, right?" Just make up your mind." Liang Immortal Lord snorted coldly and looked at Jingjue. "Little monk, my nephew values relationships and is willing to take you with him. But I have to say this. If you do anything to hurt them in the future, I will make you feel the pain of being burned by flames." Jingjue remained neither happy nor sad. "Don't worry, senior. Jingjue is not the kind of person who repays kindness with enmity." "That's better." Immortal Lord Liang snorted coldly and led everyone in. Although there are some ideological conflicts between the Thousand Buddha Temple and the Ancient God Sect, the other party's character is still trustworthy. Otherwise, the Ancient God Sect leader would not have allowed Li Changfeng and others to go. After walking a short distance, Li Changfeng felt his body sink, and his originally active true energy quickly became quiet. If his body had not been strengthened by the Primordial Chaos Sutra, he would have probably fallen. "Ah!" Chu Yulan screamed and fell to the side. Li Changfeng was quick to support her. "It's just that others are not so lucky." Pei Xian and Gu Yu fell flat on their faces, and even Jingjue was badly injured. Liang Immortal Lord smiled and said, "This place will imprison the true essence of practitioners, and the gravity is twice as strong as outside. You just need to slowly adapt to it." "Uncle Master, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Li Changfeng couldn't help but complain. "Old naughty boy." Liang Immortal Lord sneered. "Your master should have given you relevant information, right? If you don't read it yourself, what does it have to do with me?" The five people fell silent at the same time. "Junior brother, why are you okay? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Pei Xian couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng shook his head awkwardly. I practice a special technique, and my body is stronger than that of ordinary practitioners, so I can withstand it. No wonder. Pei Xian nodded suddenly. Brother's physical strength is comparable to that of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It is even stronger than the indestructible body of the Golden Buddha in the Thousand Buddha Temple. It is really surprising. Jingshua's face was full of envy. He has been honing his body since he was young, and he believes that no one of his peers has a stronger body than him. Now that he sees Li Changfeng, he knows that there are always people who are better than you. Liang Xianjun pointed to the mountain in the distance and smiled. Okay, I will take you here. Tangxianda is on that mountain. You can go there by yourselves. The 5 people's faces turned dark when they heard this. So you don't want to take yourself into the tower? This old guy just wants to laugh at us, right? The immortal Lord Liang chuckled, turned around, and left without explaining. The 5 people stood there looking at each other. It looks like we're still a long way off. Let's go first. Li Shangfeng Siga. He was no longer able to complain about his elders. There isn't a single normal person in the ancient god cult. Fairy Monarch of Flowers was known for his sharp tongue. Fairy Bright Moon was known for being difficult and willful. As for the immortal Lord Liang, he looks like a gentleman and gentle and refined, but his heart is darker than anyone else, and he is more ruthless than anyone else when he takes action. The 5 people were under double pressure and moved slowly towards the Tower of Babel. However, they were used to having true energy in their bodies, so they couldn't bear to walk such a long distance suddenly. As the saying goes, a horse that is too tall will die if it runs too high. They walked for half a day, but the mountains in the distance were still far away. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it today, so let's take a break first. Li Changfeng looked at the mountain not far away, then looked at the condition of several people, and decided to stop. At this time, the 5 of them were already sweating profusely. No one can endure climbing a mountain with a gravity twice as strong as the outside gravity. Isn't it said that this place can help people gain enlightenment? Is that how it helps? I can't even feel my true energy. How can I gain enlightenment? Pei Xian was filled with indignation, feeling that he had been cheated. Anyone who has climbed Mount Tai knows that you will be almost exhausted before you even reach the ticket office. This is how Pei Xian feels now. Enlightenment? Isn't it good for me to live a good life? Chu Yulan said softly, Junior brother, Master must have made some arrangement for us to come here, so don't think too much about it. When we reach the Tower of Babel, we will naturally gain something. Pei Xian nodded. He might not listen to other people's words, but Chu Yulan's words were particularly effective. Guyu looked around and asked, Do you feel anything is wrong? What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Li Changfeng stood up, but a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. We are back again. What? Everyone looked surprised. Only then did they realize that they had returned to the original starting point without knowing when. What's going on? Is it so tricky? I walked for a long time and ended up coming back. Pei Xian couldn't help but curse. Chu Yulan said softly, Junior brother, calm down. I don't think things are that simple. Since this is a place for enlightenment, some tests are normal. Jingzhua looked at them separately and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. You are so aloof. Pei Xian curled his lips and sat down on the ground. He didn't want to climb this broken mountain anymore. Gurgle. Suddenly, someone's stomach made a rumbling sound. Do you have anything to eat? Pei Xian touched his stomach. Without the support of true energy, they couldn't even practice fasting. Li Changfeng nodded and took out some food from the storage ring. Junior brother, how come you even have this? Pei Xian exclaimed in surprise. Li Changfeng looked at Jingzhua and said, It was Jingzhua. He read the introduction left by my master, which said that food needs to be prepared here, so I brought some more. I've also read the information my master gave me. How come I don't know? Pei Xian's tone suddenly became higher. Then he saw Guyu silently taking out food from the storage ring. Pei Xian and Chu Yulan looked at each other and already had the answer in their hearts. The Fairy Lord of Flowers must not have recorded this message. Jingzhua handed a steamed bun to Pei Xian. Brother, I prepared food for the 5 of us. Let's eat together. Thank you. Pei Xian swallowed, took the steamed bun, and started eating. Li Changfeng took out chicken legs and barbecue from his storage ring and handed them to Chu Yulan. Yulan, you should eat some too. Chu Yulan nodded, took the food, and started eating. Pei Xian saw this and immediately felt that the steamed bun in his mouth was no longer fragrant. Junior brother, can you? No. Chu Yulan refused decisively without waiting for Li Changfeng to speak. Senior sister. Shut up. Okay, Chapter 42. The road is long and difficult, but if you keep going, you will reach your destination. After the 5 people finished eating, their strength was restored a lot. How do you think we can get to the Tower of Babel? Guyu couldn't help but speak as he looked at the mountains in the distance. How about we try again? After Pei Xian recovered his strength, he felt that he was able to do it again. Let's try and see how far we can go this time. Chu Yuan also gave some suggestions. The 5 of them looked at each other and set out on a mountain climbing journey again. Another half-day passed. They came to the previous position again, but this time they did not stop, but continued to move forward. After walking for another hour, Pei Xian finally couldn't bear it anymore. No, I can't bear it anymore. Pei Xian disappeared from everyone's sight before he could finish his words. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, and in this moment of trance, they were sent back to the starting point again. Everyone showed shock on their faces. Obviously, you can't stop on this mountain trail. So this is the test of the Tower of Babel. Li Changfeng suddenly realized it. No wonder immortal Lord Liang didn't send them over. It turns out that the test had already started when they came in. Chu Yolan's eyes flashed with determination. The answer has been found. Now it's up to us. The other 4 also nodded. In the next few days, the 5 people began hiking. It's just that their physical strength is too poor, and when they can't help but stop, they will still be teleported back. However, they have not been without gain in the past few days. At least they have now adapted to the double gravity, and their physical strength has been greatly improved. Although they cannot use spiritual power, they can clearly feel the changes in their physical bodies. Junior brother, your body is much stronger than ours. Why don't you go first? When we are stronger, we will be able to pass through naturally. Yes, junior brother, there is no need for you to be dragged down by us. Pei Xian and Guyu looked at the mountains in the distance and couldn't help but speak. They could feel that Li Changfeng had the ability to make it to the end. I just stopped here to take care of them. Li Changfeng wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Chu Yulan. Changfeng, the Tower of Babel is a personal opportunity. If we cannot complete it, it is our problem. Don't give up the opportunity because of us. But, Chu Yulan said seriously, no buts. If you gave up this opportunity for us, we would probably feel guilty for the rest of our lives. Yes, brother, you should go first. Otherwise, we would rather withdraw than hold you back. Jingjua also spoke up. Li Changfeng looked at the 4 people, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the Tower of Babel. Li Changfeng nodded and finally agreed to the 4 people's suggestions. After a rest, Li Changfeng set out on the mountain climbing journey again. With him alone, the journey became much easier. In less than a day, Li Changfeng arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Changfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and took firm steps. Another 3 hours' journey passed, and it was getting dark. It was unusually quiet in the low bushes halfway up the mountain. Li Changfeng only felt that his feet were extremely heavy, and he had to use all his strength to lift his feet every time. Is it possible that I can't enter the Tower of Babel? Is it really possible for anyone to walk this long way? A feeling of powerlessness suddenly arose in Li Changfeng's heart. He is unable to climb up there with his current physical body, so who else in this world can do it? Just as this thought came to his mind, Li Changfeng's eyes blurred. When he looked around clearly again, he had returned to the starting point. Li Changfeng stood there in a daze, not coming back to his senses for a long time. What is going on? He clearly didn't stop, so why was he teleported back? Is this test aimed at the body or the spirit? For a moment, Li Changfeng was also confused. Junior brother, why? Why are you back? Guyu was the first to see Li Changfeng and couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng did not hide anything and immediately told everyone what had happened to him. After hearing this, the 4 of them fell into deep thought. It seems that the test of climbing the mountain is not just for the physical body. I didn't expect that there would be such a profound test in the ancient god cult's Tower of Babel. Jingjua pondered for a long time and couldn't help but sigh. You know, the 4 of them looked at Jingjua, their eyes full of surprise. Jingjua nodded. I have also read books other than Buddhism, and I have heard a saying, the road is long and difficult, but if you keep walking, you will reach your destination. If you keep walking, you will have a promising future. The 4 people had different expressions. Pei Xian looked confused and didn't know what it meant. Guyu seemed to be thinking about something. Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan both showed a look of realization, as if the mystery that had troubled them for a long time had finally been solved. Monk, what exactly do you mean? Pei Xian couldn't help but ask. Jingzhou smiled and shook his head without further explanation. Although he understood the mystery, it was extremely difficult to achieve this step. For some things, knowing is one thing, but wanting to do it is another. This is what is called knowing is easy, but doing is difficult. Brother, don't think too much. Let's just go. Li Changfeng did not give any extra explanation, but just gave Pei Xian a reminder. Of course I know I have to leave. It's been so many days. If I had given up, I would have gone back long ago. But this monk's half-sentences are really uncomfortable. Pei Xian looked displeased. Jingzhu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he smiled without saying anything. From now on, we will go our separate ways. Don't help each other, and don't be bound by others. Whoever can walk him will have his or her chance. Remember? Chu Yulan spoke lightly, with a tone that left no room for doubt. Li Changfeng smiled and nodded to show his agreement. Pei Xian refused to do so. Senior sister, you have the weakest constitution. If I don't take care of you, when will we be able to get there? Chu Yulan smiled and said, I am saying this to you. If you dare to help again, you will ruin other people's opportunities. After you leave, don't blame me for not recognizing you as your junior brother. When Pei Xian heard Chu Yulan say this, he waved his hands and said, I will listen to you, senior sister. I will just leave. After saying this, he still looked pitiful. Jingzhou smiled and said, although senior brother Pei Xian has learned a lot about how to treat people, I never thought that he still has a pure heart. It's really rare. Li Changfeng said with a smile, Master Baihua is not a thoughtful person. How can you expect his disciple to be thoughtful? Jingzhou smiled and nodded, looking at Pei Xian with more appreciation. Perhaps he is the first one among us to walk up to the Tower of Babel. Li Changfeng smiled and nodded. Maybe. Chapter 43. Breaking the Heart Demon. What are you talking about? Pei Xian was a little confused. How did I become the first person to climb the Tower of Babel? Jingzhou smiled and said, looking at my brother is like looking at a Bodhi tree, which is fascinating. Why a Bodhi tree? Can it be a poplar or a willow? Pei Xian felt puzzled. Aren't these two the most common ones? Bodhi tree? Never seen one. Jingzhou burst into laughter upon hearing this. Senior brother is indeed a wonderful person, truly indescribable. Pei Xian was stunned and didn't know what to say. It's very strange to be praised for no reason. Chu Yuan also knew what her junior brother was like, so she smiled and said, after daybreak, just keep moving forward, don't stop. Oh, Pei Xian responded and said nothing more. No words were spoken that night. The next day, 5 people set out on the mountain climbing journey. But this time, they didn't travel together. Li Changfeng and Jingzhou, who had the best physical strength, left first. Then came Gu Yu and Pei Xian, and finally Chu Yulan. At this moment, they truly embarked on their own path. On the Tower of Babel, the 4 of them, Fairy Monarch of Flowers, Fairy Bright Moon, Fairy Monarch of Fiery Sun, and Ancient God, stood on the top of the tower, looked at the 5 people who were moving forward, and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of you, Huiyin praised you as the most intelligent person. You could deduce the content of the test based on just a few details. You are really amazing. The ancient god cult leader admired Jingzhu's intelligence. Master Liang smiled and said, I am most surprised by Pei Xian. He actually has such a pure heart. I really don't know where junior brother Baihua found such a rough gem. The immortal Lord of Flowers raised his head proudly. Isn't it normal that I have the good fortune of the Chuanfeng Mountain? A blind cat catches a dead mouse. Fairy Jiaoyue sneered. The immortal Lord of Flowers was not annoyed and laughed. Don't worry about whether I'm a blind cat or not. I just happened to meet him. Fairy Jiaoyue was very angry. In this test, apart from Li Changfeng's physical body having the advantage, Guyu did not have any outstanding performance at all. This made her very unhappy. The ancient god cult master asked, Junior sister, who do you think can enter the Tower of Babel the fastest? Although I don't want to admit it, Pei Xian does have a slight advantage. Fairy Jiaoyue answered truthfully. I think Li Changfeng is still faster. Immortal Lord Liang gave a different answer. Oh, everyone looked over, their eyes full of surprise. None of them expected that Immortal Lord Liang would say it was Li Changfeng. Immortal Lord Liang smiled and said, only when you reach the middle of the mountain will you be tested for your conscience. Although Pei Xian is in a good mood, his body is too weak now, and he can't make it. Yeah, how could we forget this? Fairy Bright Moon's voice suddenly rose, and she looked at Fairy Monarch of Flowers provocatively. The corner of the flower fairy's mouth twitched. A good man does not fight with a woman, A good man does not fight with a woman. Just wait and see. In a few days, there will definitely be results. The ancient god cult leader smiled faintly and said no more. Whoever can enter the Tower of Babel will surely become the pillar of their ancient god religion in the future. Tower of Babel, halfway up the mountain. Li Chongfeng's vision had become blurred, and although his feet were still moving, they were almost reaching their limit. At this time, hallucinations appeared before his eyes. Qian Xingxuan, Fung Kvingxu, Chun Sanying, Chun Yingyu, Yin Xiangyu, Yibuhang. The scenes of these people suppressing him kept flashing before his eyes. Li Chongfeng, you are a waste. If it weren't for us, you would have a hard time staying alive. The Tonda League controls the world of cultivation for the sake of all living beings. What's wrong with you making a little contribution to the world? We're giving you the opportunity to help us out of pity for you. There are so many people out there vying to join us. You should be content. You can't be petty. You paid a lot, but you also got our protection. The voices of Qian Xingxuan and others echoed in his ears, which were exactly the inner demons of Li Chongfeng's previous life. Nonsense. In my previous life, I was blind and only believed what I heard. In this life, you can only be my stepping stones to the top. Li Chongfeng's eyes were cold, and pure murderous intent permeated his body. The scene in front of me also shattered at this moment. Li Chongfeng only felt that the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared, and his dormant, true energy became active. Here it is. Li Chongfeng stared blankly at the tall tower in front of him, his expression dazed. Congratulations, you've passed the test. The Fairy King of Flowers looked at Li Chongfeng with a smile. Chongfeng, are you okay? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. Junior brother? Pei Xian also looked concerned. Only then did Li Chongfeng realize that he was the last one to come up. Master, what is going on? Li Chongfeng couldn't help but ask. Fairy Bright Moon looked at Li Chongfeng distressedly. I should be the one asking you this. What kind of demons have you run into that have you been on this journey of self-examination for a month? I've been gone for a month. Li Chongfeng looked surprised. There is no concept of time in the illusion. Li Chongfeng only felt that a few minutes had passed, but he didn't expect that it was actually a month. Junior sister, don't ask any more questions. Now that Chongfeng has come out of this, I think the inner demon will no longer bother him. Master Liang spoke in a comforting voice. Fairy Jiyue had a murderous look on her face. It must be the work of the Tonda League. I had a good apprentice, but after 3 years under their command, his cultivation stagnated and his inner demons entangled him. If it weren't for Chongfeng's extraordinary talent, he would have been useless by now. I will never let this go. I will definitely kill those little bitches. Fairy Jiyue was on the verge of going berserk at this point. The child whom I had raised with my care since childhood was tortured into this state in just 3 years. This is something he can never accept. Junior sister, don't be impulsive. The 10,000 Demons Cave now supports the Heavenly Tao Alliance. If we take action, the cultivation world will be in chaos. The ancient god leader tried to dissuade him. I don't care whether the cultivation world is in chaos or not. If they dare to attack my disciples, they must be prepared to die. I am already merciful by not destroying the Tonda League. Fairy Jiyue was filled with murderous aura, as if she was about to tear a hole in the sky. Junior sister, you are right. I stand on your side in this matter. My ancient god sect has always emphasized the cultivation of thoughts. Junior sister, let's go to the Tonda League now and make that old man Jibuchang pay the price. The Fairy Lord of Flowers spoke up to express his support. Li Chongfeng has already been designated as his apprentice and son-in-law. Seeing his apprentice's son-in-law being bullied, how could he, as a father-in-law, not say anything and be worthy of his apprentice? This place must be taken back. Master, no way. Li Chongfeng hurriedly dissuaded him. Qian Xingxuan and the others have already colluded with the evil spirits. Although he is not sure whether the man is Jibuchang, he is definitely not a good person. Coupled with the incident at Beixiang Mountain, the current Tonda League is still very dangerous. Chapter 44, The Way of Wuji. What? You don't want your master to go either? Fairy Jiayue frowned. Li Chongfeng shook his head. Master, that's not what I meant. I'm naturally happy that you can help me vent my anger. But I'm about to enter the Tower of Babel, so even if you go, you have to wait for me to come out, right? Fairy Jiayue nodded slightly, and her expression eased a lot. Okay, Then you can gain enlightenment first, and when you come out of seclusion, we will go and kill Jibwuchang. I'll listen to Master. Li Changfeng nodded quickly. It's not that he doesn't want to go, but he really can't go. It is true that he gave the fairy Jiyue the Luyan shawl, but who knows if Jibwuchang has any other cards up his sleeve. Before he prepared enough cards, he would never let his master take risks. After all, Jiyue died at the hands of Jibwuchang in her previous life. We have to be on guard. The ancient god leader was relieved to see being persuaded. Well, since you have passed the test, go to the Tower of Babel. You can find your way inside. Thank you, Master. After the 5 people bowed respectfully, they walked into the Tower of Babel, the forbidden area of the ancient religion, where one can climb the mountain to cultivate the mind and enter the tower to practice Taoism. This Tower of Babel is a relic from ancient times and is also a complete divine weapon. It contains thousands of Taoist methods, and anyone who enters it can find his own way of practice. After the 5 people entered, they were instantly separated by the formation. Then countless Tao rhymes began to converge into the bodies of the 5 people. Under the blessing of these countless Tao rhymes, Li Changfeng fell into enlightenment. He knows so many things. The way of refining weapons, the way of formations, the way of refining poisons, the way of talismans, the way of refining pills, and the way of wind and thunder, and the way of picking stars passed down to him by the ancient god cult. As more and more Tao rhyme entered his body, Li Changfeng's mind became more confused. Get out of here! Li Changfeng shouted loudly, and all the Tao rhyme that had flowed into his body dissipated. The Chaos Wuji Sutra circulated slowly, and Li Changfeng felt his body begin to become lighter. Chaos. Infinity. Li Changfeng felt the power in his body growing stronger and stronger. Chaos is disorder, and this force is unpredictable. Knowing the white, keeping the black, is the model for the world. Being the model for the world, the constant virtue is unerring and returns to the infinity. The general outline of the Chaos Wuji Sutra kept ringing in Li Changfeng's mind. Invisible Tao rhymes actually came from his body. At this time, the Jade Emperor mirror on Li Changfeng's chest emitted a faint white light. It's him, yes, it's definitely him, the beginning of all things, the end of all paths, there's no mistake about it. Only their lineage can comprehend the way of the infinite, but the power of his bloodline. There was a hint of doubt in the Jade Emperor's voice. Li Changfeng had no idea that his enlightenment had alarmed the ancient god. At this time, he was still immersed in his own way. Time flies, and Li Changfeng and others never came out after their retreat. They were originally able to form a pill in 3 months, but now they were all immersed in enlightenment. 6 months later, a grayish-white light rose from the center of Li Changfeng's dantian. The already full liquid essence in the dantian slowly flowed. An array of Taoism began to come from the gray-white light. The originally full, true energy began to gather towards the center of the dantian. The powerful suction force gathered all the true energy around the gray-white light. As the compression continued, the color of the true energy began to change. The true essence that was originally the color of wind and thunder began to turn gray, as if it was dyed by that ray of Tao rhyme. After a moment, the grayish-white true energy began to emit golden light, and as the golden light flashed, it enveloped the grayish-white color. Li Changfeng's mind was shaken, and his consciousness finally returned. I am forming a golden elixir? Am I achieving enlightenment at the foundation building stage or the golden elixir stage? Li Changfeng felt conflicted. Yes, he has attained enlightenment. That grayish-white rhyme of Tao is his Tao, the way of infinity. Boom! Just when Li Changfeng was wondering what level of enlightenment he was at, a loud thunder came from the void. Terrifying calamity, clouds began to gather in the sky. You little bastard, I asked you to realize the truth, not to form an elixir. Get out of here right now. The ancient god cult leader rushed in cursing, picked up Li Changfeng, and threw him directly into the Changfeng Valley. I have to say, one has to be in the spear transformation realm to be able to travel between 2 places in the blink of an eye. Boom! As Li Changfeng left, Jiyun also rushed over. The situation in Changfeng Valley also attracted the attention of others. Many mountain owners came to watch the fun. When they found out it was Moon Goddess Mountain, they all showed a look of realization on their faces. Whether it is Li Changfeng or Guyu, they are both well known. It is only a matter of time before the Dan is formed. The aura came from Changfeng Valley. It seems to be senior sister Jiayue's last disciple Li Changfeng. Tian Lei Jinjuan looked at the square shape of Changfeng Valley, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Huode Jinjuan smiled and said, I heard that Li Changfeng went to the Thousand Buddha Temple not long ago and helped our two forces to reach an alliance. He should be in the Tower of Babel now, right? It seems that he has succeeded in enlightenment. Otherwise, he would not have formed the elixir directly. Fairy Ruoxue said with a smile. They were all very happy that the ancient god sect would have another talented disciple. My fellow junior brothers and sisters, you are in such a good mood. Fairy Bright Moon appeared in front of them at some point. Senior sister Jiayue. Everyone saluted. As mountain masters, Jiayue is at the spirit transformation realm, while most of them are only at the nascent soul realm. This is why heavenly thunder is called the true lord, and flowers are called the immortal lord. There is a realm of difference in between. Senior sister, your disciple is incredible. In less than a year, he has gone from building a foundation to forming a pill. I'm afraid that the ancient god sect has never had such a fast speed, right? Fairy Weak Water said with a smile. Fairy Bright Moon smiled and said, It's all his own hard work. I rarely care about him. I don't know if he can get through this golden elixir tribulation. Senior sister, don't worry. This is just a golden elixir tribulation. It should be. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a terrifying thunder exploded in the sky. The calamity clouds also gathered quickly. Is this a 100-mile calamity cloud? No, it's still rising. Tian Lei Jinjuan's face changed slightly, his eyes full of shock. The others were also frightened by the scene before them. You should know that the calamity clouds in the Jinan realm are generally only 10 miles long, and the stronger ones are only 50 miles long at most. But this is the first time I have seen one that is hundreds of miles away. Fairy Jiayue looked solemn and didn't know what to do for a moment. Junior sister. The immortal Lord Liang also rushed over at this time. When he saw the terrifying calamity clouds in the sky, his face turned ugly. Junior sister, how about interrupting Changfeng's tribulation? Immortal Lord Liang proposed a solution that was not a solution. If you want to interrupt the tribulation, you must shatter the Dantian. If you want to overcome the tribulation, it won't be that easy. Chapter 45, Swallowing the Calamity Cloud. Junior sister, Immortal Lord Liang couldn't help but speak. Need not. Fairy Bright Moon shook her head and refused, her eyes full of determination. The thunderstorm has stopped. This is actually 500 miles long. Lord Huode looked at the calamity clouds that covered the sky and the sun, his eyes filled with horror. Immortal Lord Liang frowned. Junior sister, the calamity cloud of 500 miles has already caught up with the nascent soul calamity. Can he withstand it? Able. Fairy Jiayue uttered a word with difficulty and looked at Li Changfeng steadily. Everyone was shocked when they heard what Fairy Jiayue said. It is already shocking that the Jindan can bring about a heavenly tribulation 500 miles away. Fairy Jiayue actually said that Li Changfeng could handle it. This is simply nonsense. But they didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Fairy Jiayue. Boom! The thunder tribulation was finally brewing, and a terrifying bolt of lightning came straight towards Li Changfeng. Cut! Li Changfeng shouted softly, and the natal flying sword in his dantian flew out and struck straight at the thunder. This time he did not use the Wind and Thunder 7 killing sword technique, but simply controlled the sword with the Tao. The way of Wuji is the beginning of all things and the end of all laws. What's there to be afraid of with just a mere thunder? Li Changfeng suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his heart, and the Chaos Wuji Sutra started running wildly. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into Li Changfeng's body at an extremely fast speed. Boom! As if sensing Li Changfeng's provocation, the heavenly tribulation became more and more violent. The thunder that was originally only as thick as an arm suddenly grew to half a meter thick. The power is more than twice as strong as before. Cut! Li Changfeng is still just one word. The natal flying sword has been wrapped in grayish white. Boy, you can't do this. This is not how the way of Wuji is used. The voice of the Jade Emperor came into Li Changfeng's mind. Senior, do you know how to use it? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Changfeng's eyes. The Jade Emperor said proudly, I am the Jade Emperor, the ancient emperor. What can I do? Please teach me, Senior. Li Changfeng couldn't help but speak. Have you forgotten the characteristics of the Chaos Wuji Sutra? The Jade Emperor reminded. The characteristics of the Chaos Wuji Sutra, the fusion of all things. Li Chongfeng's heart trembled, and he looked towards the calamity clouds in the sky, with a struggle in his eyes. The heavenly tribulation is a test from heaven to those who practice cultivation. It contains the power of heaven. Those who practice cultivation follow the will of heaven and earth and follow their own path. If you do not absorb the tribulation cloud, how much of this 500 Li heavenly tribulation do you think you can withstand? The Jade Emperor reminded softly from the side. Li Chongfeng only felt his heart tremble, and he woke up instantly. Heavenly tribulation is not a disaster, but a test. Since it is a test, we just need to get through it. As for the method, that doesn't matter, right? With this thought in mind, Li Chongfeng no longer hesitated and directly summoned back his natal flying sword. Boom! The moment the flying sword was withdrawn, it was directly swallowed up by thunder. Long Wind. Fairy Jiyue became very anxious upon seeing this and wanted to step forward to help. Immortal Lord Liang quickly grabbed Jiyue and said, "Junior sister, you can't go over there. If you go over there, the heavenly tribulation will sense it and become even stronger." But Chongfeng. Jiyue looked in the direction of Li Chongfeng. I saw thunder attached to Li Chongfeng's body, and as the thunder flashed, it actually merged with him. How is this possible? Can a human body withstand the thunderbolt? It's something I've never heard of or seen before. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They were all shocked by Li Chongfeng's actions. What they didn't know was that Li Chongfeng was even more shocked, because when he absorbed the thunder, a strong vitality was constantly repairing his damaged meridians. The injuries caused by the thunder were constantly recovering, and his physical body actually improved a lot. This is too magical. Where does this vitality come from? Li Chongfeng couldn't help but exclaim. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, "Under great terror, there will naturally be great opportunities. This chance of survival is a ray of hope given by the heavenly Tao." More guidance from seniors. Li Chongfeng laughed loudly, and the Chaos Wuji Sutra was running wildly, releasing his true energy. The calamity cloud seemed to be summoned by some force and actually smashed towards Li Chongfeng. Boom! The roar of thunder and lightning continued to be heard, and no other sound could be heard in the entire Moon God Mountain. He is devouring the calamity cloud? How is this possible? Junior sister, what kind of monster did you take in? He dares to swallow up the calamity cloud. The key is that he succeeded. Everyone was confused by Li Chongfeng's actions. I have seen people who could withstand the heavenly calamity head-on, but this is the first time I have seen one who could swallow the calamity cloud. As time went by, the calamity clouds covering 500 miles began to decrease rapidly. The golden elixir in Li Chongfeng's dantian also turned purple, and thunders were moving back and forth in his dantian. An hour later, the calamity clouds in the sky were completely swallowed up, and Li Chongfeng fell into enlightenment again. Fairy Jiyue casually released a barrier to protect Li Chongfeng in the middle. "Everyone, I'm afraid my disciple won't be able to wake up for a while, so everyone please disperse." Fairy Jiyue immediately ordered them to leave. Tianlei Jinjuan laughed and said, "Congratulations, senior sister, for getting such a good disciple. We will leave first." Okay. Fairy Jiyue nodded lightly and watched everyone leave. Immortal Lord Liang looked at Li Chongfeng in the barrier with an inexplicable look. Just now I said I wanted to stop him from overcoming the tribulation, but he ended up swallowing the tribulation cloud directly. It's outrageous. Junior sister, I have something else to do on the mountain, so I'll leave first. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. The immortal Lord Liang was too embarrassed to stay, so he turned around and left. Fairy Jiyue saw everyone off, and her eyes fell on Li Chongfeng. "Good boy, you didn't bring shame to your master, but you were too naughty." Fairy Jiyue felt both happy and nervous. I was happy because of Li Chongfeng's strength, but I was worried because I was afraid that I would have nothing to teach him in the future. It's very contradictory. In a town southwest of the ancient god cult, Qian Xingxuan stood there with an indifferent expression. Broken arms and debris were everywhere around him. The entire town had turned into a dead city. Even the livestock were killed. Why? I've already come out of the demon cave. Why can't I erase your consciousness? Qian Xingxuan continued to devour the evil spirit, trying to completely erase the consciousness in his mind. But no matter how hard she tried, it was of no avail. That's not what you said when you wanted me to merge. Now that we've merged, you want to erase me. Qian Xingxuan, do you think it's possible? Feng Qingshue's voice came from behind her head, her tone full of resentment. I want her body, not your consciousness. Get out of here. Ha ha ha. Why do you have a right to occupy everything in the world? Who do you think you are? Now we are one. Unless you and I die, we can't be separated. Feng Qingxue laughed wildly and continued to torture Qian Xingxuan. No, it must be possible. You didn't disappear. It's just because you don't have enough evil energy. I want to kill more people. I want more evil energy. Qian Xingxuan's eyes were red, and she was completely crazy. Chapter 46. Changes in the Ancient God Cult. Mountains of flowers, green forests, and bamboo seas. What? There's not a single living thing within 100 miles? Isn't that the same as Beixiang Mountain? Chu Yulan looked solemn after hearing what the immortal Lord of Flowers said. Baiwa, Xianju nodded and said, judging from the other party's attack, his cultivation should be around the Golden Core realm. You have already formed a core, so it's time to go out for a walk. But junior brother Changfeng hasn't come out of seclusion yet. What will happen to him if we leave? Chu Yulan couldn't help but worry. The Fairy King of Flowers secretly sighed in his heart that it was too late to keep a girl when she grew up. Nothing has happened yet, and I'm already worrying about others. Don't think too much. He is guarded by your uncle Jiayue at Moon God Mountain. What can happen? Chu Yulan nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll go inform senior brother Guyu in Jingzhua. Baiwa, Xianjun reminded. Yulan, you are now in the Golden Core realm, which is different from the Foundation establishment realm. You need to take responsibility. Do you understand? Master, don't worry. I know everything. Chu Yulan nodded with a serious expression. According to the regulations of the ancient god cult, there are no dangers in the tasks before the Foundation establishment stage, and even if there are dangers, they are only mild. Things like what happened to the 1,000 Buddha temple only happen once in 100 years. But it is different in the Jindan realm. The cultivators in the Jindan realm have truly embarked on the path of cultivation. It is said that after swallowing a golden elixir, one will realize that one's fate is not determined by God. When one reaches the golden elixir realm, one has already escaped from birth, aging, sickness, and death, and life and death are no longer controlled by natural laws. These people are needed to maintain stability within the ancient god cult sphere of influence. This is also the most common group of people in the world of cultivation. Chu Yulan contacted Guyu in Jingzhua and took Pei Xian with her to the city in the southwest. The immortal Lord of Flowers looked at his disciples, leaving back with a worried look on his face. He always felt that this matter was not that simple. But he had more important things to do and had to stay on the mountain. Another half a month passed, and Li Changfeng slowly woke up. I felt very satisfied as I felt the power bursting out of my body. I can kill ordinary Jindan realm masters with my physical strength alone, right? This heavenly tribulation is really a great tonic. Come to Ancient God Mountain when you wake up. The voice of Fairy Bright Moon sounded in his ears. Li Changfeng did not hesitate at all, changed out his natal flying sword, and flew straight towards the Ancient God Mountain. When he arrived at the Ancient God Mountain, a faint evil aura was permeating the ancient temple. Li Changfeng frowned slightly. This scene was familiar to him. Isn't the 1,000 Buddha temple like this? Master. Li Changfeng walked into the hall. Several masters in the spirit transformation realm were sitting cross-legged on the ground, with painful expressions on their faces. Fairy Bright Moon said quickly, "Don't come over here. The evil spirit here will shake people's hearts. Your cultivation is too low and you can't handle it." Master, what on earth is going on? Li Changfeng was puzzled. It was fine before. How come it became like this in such a short time? 5 days ago, the seal beneath the ancient temple loosened, and when we discovered it, several demons had already escaped. Your uncle Liang and the leader have gone to reinforce the seal. We have to guard here while you go and kill those evil spirits. Fairy Bright Moon had a serious expression. Li Changfeng nodded. Master, don't worry, I'll go right away. Fairy Bright Moon said softly, Wait, keep this compass. It contains the evil spirits left by those evil spirits. It can help you find them as soon as possible. As he said this, he handed a compass to Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng nodded repeatedly. Master, I can set up a formation to help suppress the evil spirit. No need. Once your two uncles have strengthened the seal, the evil will naturally disappear. You must find the two evil spirits as soon as possible and don't let them massacre innocent people. Fairy Jiwei interrupted Li Changfeng's thoughts and gave him the task directly. Li Changfeng took a look at the flowing cloud shawl on Fairy Jiwei and was finally relieved after confirming that it had never been used. The Luyun shawl was fine, which meant that Master did not suffer any fatal injuries. Things are still under control. Master, I'm going. Li Changfeng bid farewell to Fairy Jiwei and flew straight out of the ancient god sect. Jiwei looked at the disciples leaving and breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, please don't get into any trouble. Bright Moon whispered softly. An array of moonlight diffused from his body. First came the ancient god temple, and then the entire ancient god mountain. Li Changfeng felt something and stopped suddenly. Master! Looking at the spreading moonlight, Li Changfeng's pupil shrank. This is the moon goddess sealing technique, a sealing technique that is performed with oneself as the center. There are only two ways to break the seal. One is that the person who seals the spell dies, and the other is that the caster releases the spell by himself after the sealed object dies or is eliminated. Master, Li Changfeng wants to return to the ancient god mountain to stop Fairy Jiwei. However, once this forbidden technique is put into practice, even those at the spiritual transformation stage will not be able to break it. Not to mention him now. Kill those evil spirits, and then go find Yulan. They went to the southwest half a month ago, and there's been no news since then. We must find them. The voice of Fairy Jiwei was heard, stopping Li Changfeng's actions. Master, what happened? Why did it turn out like this? Li Changfeng was puzzled. Isn't their ancient god, Sect, the most powerful force in the world of cultivation? How did it suddenly become like this? You don't need to know. We will solve it. Remember, after you find Yulan, protect her. Fairy Bright Moon spoke in a serious tone, leaving no room for doubt. Master, don't worry. I will definitely find Yulan. Li Changfeng assured quickly. Fairy Bright Moon nodded. Go. Take care, Master. Li Changfeng knelt down in the air, kowtowed 3 times, then stood up and left. Looking at the direction indicated by the compass in his hand, Li Changfeng's eyes flashed coldly. In a remote village outside the ancient god cult, human flesh is still delicious. After being sealed for so long, I can finally taste blood again. A monster with a dog's head and a human body was holding a baby's arm and gnawing on it. The cat-headed monster beside him nodded in agreement. I still prefer to eat adult organs. Children's organs are too tender and not chewy. After being sealed for so long, I must eat my fill this time. The dog-headed man's eyes were full of greed. Don't be greedy. After eating, leave quickly. People from the ancient god cult are not vegetarians. Mao Tu is a cautious person and knows the importance of things. Doghead said indifferently. What are you afraid of? The seal of the ancient god cult has loosened, and the masters of all the mountains are busy reinforcing the seal. Who can take care of us? Cathead was worried. They have many Jindan-level disciples. If they come to kill us, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand them. It's too risky for us to hunt here. Golden Core Realm? If they go to the Golden Core Realm, can they still be our opponents? If they dare to come, I will kill them. The dog-headed man threw the baby's arm in his hand into his mouth and started chewing it, with disdain in his eyes. Really? I want to see how you kill me. Li Changfeng's voice suddenly sounded, shocking the two men into breaking out in cold sweats. The two evil spirits looked at Li Changfeng hesitantly, wanting to confirm whether he had any helpers. Li Changfeng would not give them a chance. He summoned his natal flying sword and arrived in front of the two men in the blink of an eye. Before the dog could even open his mouth, his head was chopped off. Wind and thunder, 7 kills. Li Changfeng's eyes flashed with cold light. Purple lightning penetrated his body, and the flying sword turned and killed the cat's head. Escape. The cat head is not stupid and can kill the dog head easily. It is definitely not something he can resist. Kneel down. Li Changfeng spoke in a cold tone and flashed in front of Mao Tu. The power of thunder burst out and hit Mao Tu's shoulder hard. A scream was heard, and Cat Head's entire body was struck by lightning, and he was unable to speak. Li Changfeng said coldly, "What is going on with the ancient god cult? Tell us what you know, otherwise, you know the consequences." I said. The cat head was shaking all over from the thunder, and its eyes were full of fear. You know, they can fight against masters in the Jindan realm, but the young man in front of them can kill them easily, which shows how powerful he is. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, "What happened to the ancient god cult?" It was the evil god cult. They infiltrated and broke a hole in the ancient god cult's evil seal, so we escaped. Mao Tu answered quickly, fearing that he was being tortured. Li Changfeng asked, "Can the seal be repaired? Who is the undercover?" "The seal can be repaired. As for the undercover, I really don't know who it is." There was a flash of fear in the cat's eyes. Li Changfeng paused for a while. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Search the soul." Li Changfeng's hand pressed directly on the cat's head, and his true energy madly drilled into the cat's soul. Mao Tu's life quickly unfolded before Li Changfeng's eyes. It seems that this demon is also a coward who loves life and is afraid of death. Li Changfeng shattered the cat head's soul casually, and his face became increasingly uglier. He didn't get what he wanted. After looking at the needle on the compass, Li Changfeng flew up on his sword again. After killing more than a dozen demons in a row, the evil spirit on the compass finally dissipated. None of these demons know about the undercover. What went wrong? Li Changfeng frowned, feeling that he had overlooked something. "Never mind. Let's find Yulan first. If you can't remember, forget it. Find Chu Yulan, and then think of a way to resolve the issue of the ancient god cult." After searching the souls of these evil spirits, Li Changfeng finally understood the situation of the ancient god cult. It turns out that the ancient god cult, like the Thousand Buddha Temple, seals demons. It's just that the ancient god sect has more and stronger seals than the Thousand Buddha Temple. No wonder the two sides want to form an alliance. If the evil spirit really comes out, the cultivation world will probably become a living hell. Li Changfeng frowned. He never thought that danger would be so close to him. Boy, these evil spirits are relics from the ancient times. They cannot be easily dealt with. You will know more when you reach the realm of refining emptiness. The Jade Emperor's voice came, and he was used to it. Li Changfeng remained silent. His master was only at the spirit transformation realm, and the void refining realm was even above the spirit transformation realm, which he had never even seen. "Senior, is the ancient god sect in danger this time?" Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask. The Jade Emperor shook his head and said, "It should be fine. I have sensed a lot of powerful auras under the ancient god cult. With them here, the ancient god cult will not be in chaos." "Then I feel relieved." Li Changfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 47. I look back. Where is the shore? Southwest of the ancient god cult, Spring Stone City. Chu Yulan and the other three were fleeing in a panic. An evil aura permeated behind him, and a terrifying aura kept approaching. The 8 gods of Gochun, the value symbol. Pei Xian shouted loudly. His hand seals changed. A talisman appeared out of thin air and smashed heavily into the void. The surrounding space was shaking wildly under the influence of the talisman. The evil spirit that was about to catch up with them actually turned back at this moment. Damn it! How come they suddenly became so strong? They were obviously not as strong as us before. Guyu looked solemn. The ones chasing after them were none other than the Qian Xingxuan team. Half a month ago, Chu Yulan brought them here to investigate the evil spirits. When he arrived, the place was already in ruins. After some investigation, Qian Xingxuan's location was found. Originally, it would not be difficult for the 4 of them to kill Qian Xingxuan. But just when they were about to take action, Chang Yingyu and others rushed over. Then the attack and defense of the alien. Although the opponent was missing one person, their fighting power was stronger. Jingzhu doesn't know how to use the 4 symbols formation of Heaven's Will. So after the opponent sets up the formation, they're simply not capable of dealing with it. They have been hunted for 3 days and 3 nights. No, we can't go on like this. We're almost at our limit. Chu Yulan took everyone to hide in a mansion to discuss countermeasures. I will use mystical magic to stop them in a moment. You guys can try to escape. As many of you as possible can escape. There was a flash of determination in Guyu's eyes. Brother, you absolutely cannot do that. If you stay, you will surely die. Chu Yulan refused decisively. We can't care about so many things now. It's better for 1 person to die than for 4 people to die. Guyu's eyes were firm. He is where he is now, thanks to Li Changfeng. Chu Yulan is Li Changfeng's Taoist partner, so he naturally has to protect her. In this situation, he naturally stood up without hesitation. No, senior brother, my cultivation is the weakest. If anyone is to stay, it should be me. You can still avenge me in the future. Pei Xian also refused. Chu Yulan said in a deep voice, "Okay, stop arguing, listen to me, I'm a captain, I'll stay." No, senior sister. If you die, junior brother Changfeng will go crazy. Pei Xian refused decisively. Amiba, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm the one who deserves to die, so I'd better stay. Jingzhua chanted the Buddha's name, looking as if he had seen through life and death. None of you can leave. Qian Xingxuan's sinister voice was heard. A giant tentacle slammed into the room they were in. The four of them dodged quickly. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the house collapsed instantly. The four were knocked back several meters by the aftermath of the attack. I'm going to fight you. Pei Xian was furious. His hand seals changed, and 2 talismans fell down with a bang. Tung Snake! Tying! Pei Xian shouted loudly, and a vast force descended, killing the tentacle monster. This is the unique skill of Emperor Go-chan. After reaching the Jindan stage, the 3 of them were already able to display some of the great emperor's inheritance. Chu Yulan summoned the flying sword, and her hand seals kept changing. Shake the power of heaven. Guide it with the sword. 9 heavens divine thunder. Obey my command. The Yin soldiers are borrowing the road to the 9 netherworld. The 6 paths are rotating. Obey my orders. At this time, Guyu also put his inherited secret method into practice. 3 terrifying forces fell towards the tentacle shadow at the same time. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. The tentacle monster that originally had the upper hand was instantly submerged. Dead. Pei Xian fell to the ground weakly. He was completely exhausted now. Careful! Just when they thought the tentacle monster was defeated, a flying sword flew straight towards them. Jing Shui shouted loudly, and the cassock on his body grew longer in the wind, instantly protecting the 4 people in the middle. Sizzle. With a slight sound, the cassock was torn apart by the flying sword and stabbed straight towards Jingzhua. Clang! There was another soft sound, and a huge Buddhist bell appeared in front of Jingzhua. It was the protective magic weapon that Huiyin gave him before leaving. Monk, I didn't expect you to be more resilient than them. Qian Xingxuan and the other 3 walked out from the smoke and dust, their eyes full of mockery. Jingzhua put his hands together and said, Ba, donor, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back and don't be stubborn anymore. Ha! Turn around? I'm turning around now. Can you see what I am? Qian Xingxuan laughed loudly and turned his neck 180 degrees. Feng Qingshua's face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It scared them all. Feng Qingxua laughed at the horrified crowd. I'm turning back now, monk. Where is the shore you mentioned? Ba. Jingzhua was also quite frightened. This guy doesn't play by the rules at all. How do we deal with such an evil thing? My master never taught me that. Tell me, why didn't Li Changfeng come? Chang Yingyu looked at the 4 people with resentment. They have blamed everything on Li Changfeng. In their opinion, if Li Changfeng continued to support them and provide them with resources for cultivation, they would not have fallen to their current state. The reason why they didn't kill the 4 people directly was that they wanted to lure Li Changfeng out. My junior brother Changfeng is still in seclusion and won't be able to come out for a while. If you want to harm him, forget it. Guyu looked at the 4 people angrily. He could not tolerate anyone who wanted to hurt Li Changfeng. Okay, let's go into seclusion. If he's too weak, it will be too boring for us to play with him in the future. Just like you, we haven't had enough fun yet, but you're already exhausted. Jean Xiangyu giggled, but her laughter was so strange that it made people feel creepy. Since we already know about Li Changfeng, they're useless. Just kill them. Chang's son Jing glanced at the 4 people indifferently, raised the flying sword in his hand, and killed them. Jingzhua circulates his true energy to block the attack. But 4 people attacked at the same time. How could he stop them alone? After 3 strikes, Jingzhua also fell to the ground seriously injured. Damn it! I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Pei Xian roared loudly, his eyes full of unwillingness. You will not become a ghost. After you die, we will eat your soul and make you unable to be reborn forever. Chang Yingyu burst into laughter, her eyes full of madness. For flying swords slashed towards the 4 people quickly. Ding dang! The sound of bells was heard, and Qian Xingxuan and the other 3 felt their souls tremble. The flying sword also fell uncontrollably. Swoosh! A flying sword flashed with thunder and pierced straight through Qian Xingxuan's body. Ah! Qian Xingxuan screamed, and her body began to twist wildly. Chang Yingyu and others also recovered from the influence of the soul-calming bell at this time. The one who took action was Li Changfeng, who arrived in time. Junior brother. Everyone looked excited, but soon their joy of escaping danger disappeared and was replaced by full of worries. Junior brother, run away, they are targeting you. Guyu spoke up to remind him, hoping that Li Changfeng could escape. Don't worry, brother. They are nothing to worry about. Li Changfeng came up to the four people, fed them the Guyuan pill, and then looked at Qian Xingxuan and others. Li Chang, how dare you appear in front of us? Qian Xingxuan twisted her body, but made two voices. Li Changfeng frowned slightly. He naturally recognized Feng Qingshua's voice. How did you become like this? It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, the mission of the 1,000 Buddha Temple wouldn't have failed, and we wouldn't have become one. Qian Xingxuan and Feng Qingxua spoke at the same time, their tone full of resentment. You have fallen into depravity. What does it have to do with me? You want to kill me? Do you think I should stand there and let you kill me? Li Changfeng smiled coldly. These two were still so self-righteous. Chapter 48 returned to the ancient god cult. Li Changfeng, you bastard, we took such good care of you, but you treated us like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Jin Xiangyu spoke in a stern voice. Li Changfeng sneered. Take care of me? What are you taking care of me for? Tell me yourself. Jin Xiangyu was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Li Changfeng sneered. You've told so many lies that you believe them yourself, right? For 3 years, I gave up my own cultivation to provide you with resources, and in the end, you guys robbed me of my foundation building items. You're taking care of me? Ridiculous. Qian Xingxuan said coldly. There's no point in saying more. After devouring his soul, we can still make further progress. Listen to senior sister. The other women spoke up and attacked Li Changfeng directly. Ding ling. A soft sound was heard, and the soul-calming bell shook in the void. When Li Changfeng first arrived, he had already sacrificed the soul-calming bell. Protect your soul. There's something strange about this spiritual weapon. Qian Xingxuan reminded, turning away the evil energy to protect himself. But Li Changfeng would not give him a chance. He changed his hand seals, summoned his natal flying sword, and transformed it into a stream of light to kill the four people. The sun is really hot. Get up. Li Changfeng shouted loudly, and the true fire of the sun in his body surged up and transformed into 2 fire dragons that surrounded the 4 people. Form a formation. Qian Xingxuan shouted loudly, and the 4 of them formed a formation again, and the tentacle monster emerged. Li Changfeng, however, did not want to fight. He called back his flying sword, dragged Chu Yulan and the other 3 up, and quickly fled away. With the use of the Jinghong technique, the 5 people's speed reached the extreme. By the time Qian Xingxuan and the others broke through the sun's true fire, Li Changfeng had disappeared. Damn it, he escaped. Chang Yingyu looked at the empty ruins angrily. No rush. This is the place of the ancient god cult. There are countless living beings here. As long as we slaughter them here, they will definitely come back. Chang Yingyu looked like he had everything under control. Madness, Qian Xingxuan scolded. The reason why we can chase them and fight them is because they didn't form a formation. Didn't you find that all 5 of them have already formed a pill? If they recover and use the battle formation again, do you think we still have a chance of winning? The 3 of them fell silent after hearing this. We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave first. The matter of the ancient god cult will not end like this. We have plenty of opportunities to kill Li Changfeng. Qian Xingxuan had no intention of staying any longer and turned around and left. Looking closely, the sword that Li Changfeng had given her before had been completely restored. 100 miles away, Li Changfeng took the 4 people and hid in a cave and fed them healing pills. Junior brother, it's a good thing you arrived in time. Otherwise, the 4 of us would have been dead. Pei Xian laughed heartily. He was very happy to have survived the disaster. Guyu sighed and said, I didn't expect that even after we reached the dance stage, we still couldn't be their opponents. Brother, don't be discouraged. They are evil cultivators, so it's normal for them to improve quickly. But next time we meet, we must kill them. Li Changfeng comforted Guyu. That's right. We can't keep these 4 people any longer, especially Qian Xingxuan. She's too weird. We've seriously injured her more than once before, but she was able to recover quickly, as if nothing had happened. Chu Yulan added from aside. Li Changfeng nodded. Everyone recover first. We also have a battle formation. It shouldn't be difficult to defeat them. For 3 consecutive days, several people spent their time recovering from their injuries. During this period, Li Changfeng went out several times to investigate the situation and found that Qian Xingxuan and others had already left. However, they killed quite a lot of lives, which had some impact on the reputation of the ancient god cult. Damn it, they actually got away. We can't just let this go. When I return, I will make my master kill the Tonda League and destroy them. Pei Xian spoke angrily. A pure-hearted person is the most outspoken. He was almost killed this time, so naturally he wanted revenge. Li Changfeng's expression froze. He had not yet told everyone about the ancient god cult. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Guyu saw that Li Changfeng's expression was not right and couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng hesitated for a moment and said, something happened in the church. Something happened? Pei Xian raised his eyebrows, somewhat unbelieving. What is the ancient god sect? It is the most powerful sect in the entire cultivation world. Not to mention the more than 360 mountain masters. The few masters in the god transformation realm alone can shock the entire cultivation world. With a lineup like this, what could go wrong? Li Changfeng did not hide anything and told others that the seal had been broken. Brother, this is not funny at all. Pei Xian looked solemn. This was worse than he had imagined. Li Changfeng explained, when I came out, Master used the moon god sealing technique on ancient god mountain. I think I don't need to say more. No, I don't believe it. I want to go back. Pei Xinxiang stood up quickly and no longer thought about revenge. Li Changfeng looked at Chu Yulan. She was relatively calm, but her face didn't look very good. Let's go back first. Maybe we can still help. Li Changfeng spoke softly. Chu Yulan nodded silently, but her brows furrowed even tighter. Li Changfeng said softly, don't worry, nothing will happen. Chu Yulan nodded slightly, still silent, as if she had suffered a huge blow. The 5 people have now recovered, and they are flying on their swords at an extremely fast speed, and they are soon back to the ancient god sect. Everyone stood in front of the ancient god mountain, and a huge circular seal covered the entire ancient god mountain. The usually bustling ancient god mountain is now extremely deserted. Where are the people? Where are all the disciples? Pei Xian grew up in Gusen Mountain. Looking at the dead silent Gusen Mountain, he felt very sad. I've seen the memories of those evil spirits. The mountain masters of each mountain have dismissed all their disciples. The ones who can stay are masters above the Jindan realm. They have always gone to repair the seal. Li Changfeng gave an explanation. Nowadays, there are no disciples below the Golden Core realm in ancient God Mountain. Junior brother, who is guarding the seal of our moon God Mountain. Guyu seemed to remember something and couldn't help but speak. Li Changfeng shook his head. Perhaps it was senior brother Yusan, or it could be senior sister Yuhua. They're both masters of the nascent soul realm. Guyu glanced at Chu Yulan and said, Junior sister, take junior brother Pei Xian to Chuanfang Mountain first, and Jingzhou should follow. The Buddha's light has a strong inhibitory effect on evil spirits. Okay. Chu Yulan nodded, turned, and walked towards Chuanfang Mountain. Guyu looked at Li Changfeng and said, Junior brother, you can repair the demon sealing diagram, so I think you can also seal this place, right? I'm not sure, but I can try. Li Changfeng shook his head and didn't dare to say anything. Last time he relied on the Jade Emperor's methods, and now he didn't know whether the Jade Emperor had responded or not. If you do it yourself, you may not succeed. Chapter 49, Killing the Traitor. Guyu did not force it. Let's go and have a look first. If it doesn't work, we can think of other ways. Li Changfeng nodded, and the two of them quickly headed towards the Moon Temple. As soon as I arrived outside the temple, I could clearly feel the evil energy emanating from it. Who is coming? A vigilant voice suddenly came from a hall. Senior Sister Yuehua, it's me and Changfeng. Guyu answered quickly, fearing that the senior sister inside would attack them later. What are you doing here? Why don't you leave? Yuehua's voice came from the hall, and her tone was more anxious. Li Changfeng frowned. Senior sister, we are here to help. Let's come in. Having said that, he walked straight into the hall without waiting for the other party to respond. Stop! A scolding came from a man's voice. Brother Yusan? Guyu paused, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. When Li Changfeng heard the voice in the hall, his face turned cold. Junior brother, we are fine here. Leave as soon as possible and go outside to seek help. Yuehua's voice sounded a little anxious, as if she was trying hard to suppress something. Li Changfeng and Guyu looked at each other, nodded slightly, and quickly rushed into the Moon Temple. Boom! As soon as the two rushed into the hall, a terrifying evil spirit suddenly erupted. Fortunately, The two of them were well prepared, and while the hand seals changed, the star-picking hand were slapped out at the same time. The evil spirit was suppressed, and the scene in the hall appeared around the two of them. Yuehua fell to the ground at this time and barely sat up. A sword mark on her abdomen was clearly visible, and bright red blood was constantly flowing out. Her breath was weak. Next to him was a man in a black robe, exuding a strong, evil aura, and the sword in his hand was stained with blood. This person is none other than their third senior brother, Yu-san. What are you doing here? Go away quickly. He is a spy of the evil cultivator. Yuehua Lixing scolded, very dissatisfied with the two's actions. Li Changfeng looked solemn. Senior sister, do you think we can leave in this situation? What else can we do if we don't leave? What can you two little brats in the early stage of the Golden Core realm do? Yu-san looked at the two of them with disdain. Yue-san, master treats you well. Why do you do such a thing? Guyu asked harshly. You, the famous and upright Sects, always ask for reasons for everything you do. I am an evil cultivator. Isn't it normal for evil cultivators to do bad things? Just like when I destroyed your cultivation. A smug smile flashed across Yu-san's eyes, and he looked very arrogant. Li Shangfeng frowned. He only knew that Guyu was injured, but he didn't know that Guyu's injury was caused by Yu-san. It's you. Guyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. During the years he was abandoned, he was looked down upon and experienced almost all the humiliation in the world. If he hadn't spent all these years trying to find the murderer, he would have probably committed suicide. Li Changfeng reminded softly, Brother, calm down. He is in the nascent soul stage. Be careful. If Yuehua wasn't injured, you three might still be my match, but now. Yu-san smiled contemptuously and looked at the three people playfully, as if he was admiring the struggle of an ant before its death. Junior brother, you still have a chance. You go first, and I will kill this man. Guyu's voice was full of determination. Now, it is no longer a matter of the ancient god cult, but more of his personal grudge. Brother, if we work together, our chances of winning will be better. Li Shangfeng raminda softly. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you could be my opponent? Yu-san felt amused as he looked at the two people who were negotiating with each other. Li Changfeng said coldly, You will know if you try it. Court death. Yu-san looked at the calm and composed Li Changfeng, and his face darkened. Jingle. Just when Yu-san was about to take action, the soul-calming bell swayed gently above his head, captivating his heart. Yu-san was caught off guard and lost his mind. Guyu and Li Changfeng have been working together for a long time and have already made preparations. The moment the soul-calming bell was cast, the sword in his hand had already slashed towards Yu-san. Puff! With a slight sound, Yu-san's head was thrown out and rolled several times on the ground. Soon a fist-sized white ball flew out. It looked exactly like Yu-san. It was Yu-san's nascent soul. Kill! Guyu's hand seals changed, and the flying sword turned and cut Yu-san's nascent soul into two pieces. Only then was Yu-san considered completely dead. Yuehua stood there in a daze, unable to react for a moment. She had never dreamed that this would be the result. Li Changfeng casually summoned the soul-calming bell back and put it into his dantian. Go! Li Changfeng casually summoned a ball of true sun fire and lit it on Yu-san's body. The fire was raging, instantly turning Yu-san's body into ashes. Bah! This bastard got away with it. Guyu took a breath, with a hint of unwillingness on his face. He had suffered many humiliations over the years and was naturally unwilling to accept that he had not been able to torture the other party. However, Yu-san's cultivation was one level higher than theirs. If they could not kill him with one strike, they would be the ones to die. Li Changfeng came to Yuehua, took out the healing pill, and fed it to her. Senior sister, how is Yueshan Mountain now? The seal has loosened a bit. I have reinforced it. The injuries on Yuehua's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luckily, you came in time. If it was a little later, Yue-san would have killed me, and the seal would have been broken. I see that the evil energy is still spreading. What's going on? Guyu frowned as he looked at the evil energy floating out from the void. Yuehua said softly, The seal of the Moon Temple is in the void. If the seal is loosened, the evil energy will naturally spread. Once the leader and others repair the seal inside, the evil energy will naturally disappear. No, there's something wrong with this seal. Li Changfeng's gaze fell to the north of the Moon Temple. That is where the Moon God is worshipped at Moon God Mountain. However, at this time, the moonlight on the Moon God statue had disappeared and was replaced by a thick demonic aura. Li Changfeng turned his true energy and slapped the statue of the moon god. Junior brother, you are crazy. That is the statue of the moon god. Yuehua hurriedly stopped him. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, Sister, the problem with the seal lies in this moon god statue. If it is not changed in time, there will be endless troubles. No, the moon god statue is the faith of my moon god mountain. If you destroy it, Master will kill you. Yuehua still refused. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, Brother, do it. Upon hearing this, Guyu used the star-picking hand without hesitation. Yuehua wanted to stop it, but was stopped by Li Changfeng. Boom! After a loud bang, the statue of the moon god exploded. As the moon god's statue shattered, a ray of light shone through the window behind the statue. The moment the light appeared, the evil spirit on moon goddess mountain miraculously disappeared. The seal has been restored. Yuehua looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Li Changfeng explained, When the moon temple was built, there should have been no statues, right? How do you know? Yuehua asked in surprise. Ancient books record that when the mountains were first built, there were indeed no statues of gods. These were all added by later generations. Could it be that? Yuehua thought of a creepy thing. Chapter 50, Repairing the Seal. Who proposed to build this statue? Li Changfeng quickly grasped the crux of the problem. It's the heavenly demon lord of Demon God Mountain. Yuehua suddenly remembered something. This statue was made 50 years ago. It was said that it would be bad to have no statue in the temple, so it is placed here for aesthetics. At that time, the mountain masters also felt that without the gods to worship, it would not be conducive to gathering the disciples, so they left the statues. Unexpectedly, hurry, let's go to Demon God Mountain. If we go there to play, something bad might happen. Li Changfeng quickly reminded. But just after they took a few steps, Li Changfeng suddenly stopped. What's wrong, junior brother? Yuehua asked curiously. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, Let's go to Chuanfang Mountain first. If we can get Master Baiwa to help, our chances of winning will be greater. After saying that, he used the Jinghong technique and quickly chased in the direction of Chuanfang Mountain. Yuehua and others followed closely behind, but their escape skills were obviously not as good as Li Changfeng's. After a few breaths, Li Changfeng could no longer be seen. Chuanfang Mountain. The fairy king of flowers continuously transferred his true essence into the seal. Behind him were several nascent soul stage disciples. By this time, they were all sweating profusely. Chu Yulan kept feeding Guyuan pills to everyone to restore their true essence. Master, let me do it, Chu Yulan said softly. Baiwa Xianjun shook his head. Shut up, your master is not dead yet. You want to use my apprentice's life to repair the seal with these evil cultivators? They are not worthy. As he spoke, the speed of transferring his true energy became faster. Chu Yulan advised, Master, if you continue like this, you will die, and then I, too, will be doomed to be sacrificed. That's for the future. I can't watch my disciple, whom I raised with my own hands, die. The eyes of the fairy king of flowers were red, but the true energy in his hand did not hesitate at all. Senior sister, please stop making trouble. If you have the time, go get some Guyuan pills. Senior sister Qiuju interrupted Chu Yulan and asked her to help get the pills. Pei Xian and Jing Zhuo looked at the scene in front of them, their eyes full of helplessness. They wanted to help, but given the current situation, they were simply unable to help. Yulan, I found a way to repair the seal. Li Changfeng's voice made everyone's eyes light up. The fairy lord of flowers turned his head and saw that Li Changfeng had already put away his flying sword and came into the hall. Changfeng, why are you here? Chu Yulan's expression changed slightly, and her originally firm eyes loosened a little. Li Changfeng looked at the people who were still reinforcing the seal and said, Uncle Master, I have a way to reinforce the seal. What nonsense are you talking about? If you have a solution, why don't you do it now? The fairy lord of flowers almost stamped his feet when he remembered this. Li Changfeng nodded, summoned his natal flying sword, and directly smashed the statue of the fairy of flowers. You little bastard, what are you doing? The immortal king of flowers became furious upon seeing this. Just the next second, a soft light poured in from behind the statue, and the seal that was originally in danger was miraculously restored. This is... Immortal Lord Baiwa looked at the scene in front of him in shock and gradually stopped transferring his true energy. Is it okay now? Qiuju looked at the scene in disbelief. The problem that they had tried every possible way to solve was solved by Li Changfeng with just one sword? "What's this operation?" Li Changfeng explained. "Uncle Master, the light behind the statue is to replenish the power of the seal. The statue blocks the light, and the seal will naturally loosen." I see. No wonder the seal of the entire ancient god cult loosened at the same time. The fairy king of flowers showed a hint of realization. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and fell backwards. Chu Yulan quickly supported Baiwa Xianjun. "Master, are you okay?" Baiwa Xianjun waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I just overexerted myself. Let me rest for a while." "Uncle Master, what are you doing?" Li Changfeng looked solemn. He originally thought that the condition of the fairy king of flowers should be similar to Yuewa's, but he didn't expect him to be so weak. The immortal lord of flowers said without paying attention to his own situation, "These are my direct disciples, 3 of whom are masters of the nascent soul realm. Take my token and go to the mountains to smash those statues." "Uncle Master, that demon god mountain." Li Shangfim Fronath. "The heavenly demon lord of Demon God Mountain has already reached the great perfection of nascent soul realm. I'm afraid he will be difficult to deal with." "It's okay. The masters of other mountains will take action. You can just go." The fairy lord of flowers also knew Li Changfeng's concerns and gave a solution. "Thank you for your advice, master." Li Changfeng took the token and flew out with 3 nascent soul realm masters. The first place they went to was Liang Mountain, then Tianxing Mountain, Huoshan Mountain, and Leishan Mountain. After a circle, the seal of the entire ancient god cult was gradually restored. In the sealed space of ancient god mountain, the ancient god cult master and Liang Zhen frowned and said, "Brother, do you feel that the seal is gradually recovering?" "Brother, we have been busy for so long. It is right for it to recover gradually, right?" Immortal Lord Liang looked tired. It has been more than 10 days since the seal was loosened, and they have not had any rest for more than 10 days. "No, there must be a problem. The seal is recovering faster than we can repair it. Stop for a moment." The ancient god leader soon discovered that something was wrong. Immortal Lord Liang stopped and looked at the seals around him. A powerful sealing force is continuously gathering towards the ancient god mountain. "What's going on? It seems like the seals of the mountains have been restored. How could this happen?" At this time, Immortal Lord Liang also discovered something was wrong. "Let's go out first. There's something weird in here." The ancient god cult leader grabbed the Immortal Lord Liang and flew outside. When they came out, they saw Fairy Bright Moon performing the moon god sealing technique. Liang Immortal Lord quickly reminded, "Junior sister, the seal is being restored. Please stop for a while." Fairy Jiayue looked confused. She had already prepared herself for martyrdom, so how come she was suddenly fine? Although she was confused, Fairy Jiayue still trusted her senior brother very much and quickly lifted the moon goddess's seal. As the sealing spell was lifted, the evil energy in the surroundings began to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Senior brother, the seal here still doesn't work." Fairy Jiayue looked solemn. The ancient god cult leader shook his head. "We can clearly feel the seal recovering down there, and there are fewer demons and evil spirits appearing, but this seal?" They were also confused for a moment. "Brother, sister." Just when the 3 were confused, the voice of the fairy king of flowers came from outside. The 3 of them were stunned. Wasn't the immortal lord of flowers repairing the seal in Baihua Mountain? How'd he get here? The immortal lord of flowers had only recovered half of his true energy, but when he sensed that the moon goddess's sealing spell had been lifted, he hurried over. "Junior brother, what is going on? How did the seal suddenly recover? Could it be that Yulan has already?" The ancient god cult leader's expression changed slightly, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Baiwa Xianjun shook his head and said with a smile, "This is all thanks to Changfeng. If it weren't for him, our seal would have been completely broken." Changfeng, Fairy Jiayue was stunned. She thought that Baiwa was the one who did it, but she didn't expect that it was his apprentice. Chapter 51, Demon God Mountain Seal Crack. What's going on? The ancient god leader was a little confused. The fairy lord of flowers did not explain further and slapped the statue in the middle of the ancient god sect. Boom! With a loud bang, the statue in the center of the ancient god cult was instantly blown to pieces. A soft light shone through the rear window. As the light entered, the seal that had been loosened was miraculously restored. This junior brother, how did you do this?" The ancient god cult leader was completely stunned. This method is simply amazing. Baiwa Xianjun looked at the confused eyes of the ancient god cult master and felt so happy. Brother, what you said, isn't it enough to have hands? Brother, tell me quickly what's going on. The immortal Lord Liang had a look of delight on his face. This method was simply too cool. The immortal Lord Baiwa felt that he had done his job well, so he explained, this was discovered by that kid Changfeng. Then he told Li Changfeng about his discovery. After hearing this, everyone showed a look of sudden realization. Li Changfeng is truly the treasure of our ancient god sect. Not only is he good at formations, but his observation skills are also very meticulous. A disciple like him must be trained with emphasis. Yes, Changfeng definitely played an indispensable role in the ancient god cult ability to escape this disaster. Immortal Lord Liang and the ancient god cult leader spoke one after another. Fairy Bright Moon raised her head. Of course, don't you see whose disciple he is? Junior sister, you don't have these methods, right? The immortal Lord of Flowers couldn't help but complain. Do I need you to remind me? Fairy Jiayue had a gloomy expression on her face. She raised her hand and took out a long moonlight whip and lashed it towards Fairy Monarch Baiwa. Junior sister, I just said that. Don't get excited, I was wrong. The Fairy King of Flowers had not yet recovered his strength, so he naturally could not withstand the attack from Fairy Bright Moon and quickly begged for mercy. But how could Fairy Jiayue let him go like this? The whip was... I swung my arm and whipped him. That scream. The sound lingered in the air for 3 days. The corners of the mouths of the ancient god Patriarch and the immortal Lord Liang twitched. Their junior sister's temper was getting worse and worse. But considering that he has a good disciple, well, I can only let the immortal Lord of Flowers suffer a little. This is the cheapest price. Boom! Just when the Fairy King of Flowers was being chased by the Fairy of Bright Moon and had nowhere to escape, a loud bang came from a distant mountain. Then a terrifying, evil aura spread from the mountain peak. Oh no, it's the Demon God Mountain. The pupils of the Fairy King of Flowers shrank, as if he remembered something. Baiwa Xianjun said quickly, this statue was suggested to be built by Tian Yao Zhenjun. I'm afraid the seal of Monster God Mountain has been broken. Let's go and take a look. The ancient god cult leader did not hesitate at all and flew quickly towards the Demon God Mountain. On the Demon God Mountain, Li Changfeng looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to finally repair all the seals of the ancient god cult. But when he finally arrived at the Demon God Mountain, he was still 1 step too late. Ah, we are finally free. Ancient god cult, you sealed us for so long, but you finally let us escape. A thick evil aura enveloped the entire Demon God Mountain, and countless evil figures walked out from the cracks in the void. Tian Yao, are you crazy? These demons will bring disaster to all living things. Why are you doing this? Lord Tianlei looked angrily at Lord Tian Yao, who was standing outside the Demon God Mountain. Tian Yao smiled coldly. Tianlei, I have always said that you are stupid, but you are still unwilling to admit it. Haven't you recognized the reality yet? I'm a demon you are talking about. As soon as he finished speaking, evil energy emanated from Lord Tian Yao's body. Li Changfeng slowly retreated, with a Jade Emperor mirror in his hand. Senior, can the seal here be repaired? The Jade Emperor's lazy voice came. The seal of the ancient god cult was reasonably cast by the gods back then, and it is not so easy to be damaged. But the current situation is not very optimistic. Li Shangfen azitata. The Jade Emperor waved his hand and said, don't worry. As long as you destroy the statue in the Demon God Hall, the seal in front of you will be restored in an instant. Do you really think that an evil cultivator in the nascent soul realm can break the seal set by the gods? Li Changfeng was speechless. Now the entire Demon God Mountain was occupied by evil spirits. It was simply a pipe dream to get the statue. It's not that easy. Tian Yao, you betrayed the ancient god cult and fell into depravity. Today I will kill you and clear your sect. The hand seals of Lord Tianlei changed, the power of thunder burst out, and he killed Lord Tian Yao directly. Kill! Lord Tian Yao waved his hand, and the unsealed demons rushed towards the ancient god sect in all directions. All disciples, listen up and slay the evil spirits. Lord Huda spoke in a stern voice and rushed out first. A melee suddenly broke out. Seeing this, Li Changfeng no longer held back. As his hand seals changed, The demons died under his sword one after another. Junior brother, form a formation. Guyu's voice came from outside. 3 figures quickly came to Li Changfeng's side. Roar. Hold head high. As 2 roars were heard, the azure dragon and the white tiger took their positions and pounced towards the surroundings. Cry. The sound of birds singing was heard, and the phantom of the vermilion bird rushed directly into the group of evil cultivators with the true fire of the sun. The 4 of them already had the inheritance of the great emperor and had powerful attack power. After forming the formation, their combat power soared directly to the nascent soul realm. In addition, these demons have been sealed for many years, and their combat effectiveness had been greatly reduced. The 4 sacred beasts were like wolves among a flock of sheep and went crazy killing people. It's senior sister Yulan and junior brother Yulan. At this time, someone finally recognized Li Changfeng and others, and their eyes were full of surprise. They have only just broken through to the Dao Jinan realm, but they have such combat power. It's incredible. God will not destroy our ancient god cult. Junior brother Changfeng is so awesome. Senior sister Yulan is so awesome. Everyone shouted, their eyes filled with excitement. The mountain masters around them looked at the 4 people who were killing people in their surroundings with envy in their eyes. Why are my own disciples so outstanding? Boom! Another loud bang was heard, and another powerful evil spirit walked out from the void. The divine transformation realm. It's actually the divine transformation realm. At some point, a cry of surprise was heard, and Tian Leijianjuan was knocked back. Li Changfeng turned his head and looked. At the seal's exit, a huge tentacle was seen squeezing out from the crack. The power of the tentacles alone was enough to repel the mountain master who was at the nascent soul stage. The sky demon laughed loudly and said, "Now that Master Baizu has come out, you are done for. The ancient god cult is doomed to be destroyed. Court death." A cold shout was heard, and the ancient god cult leader walked out from the void. An ancient long sword emerged, then turned into a stream of light and slashed towards the tentacle. A mere demon in the god transformation realm dares to show his head. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the ancient god leader, and he actually rushed directly into the seal following the divine sword. Following closely behind him is Zhenren Liang. Junior brother Baiwa, junior sister Jiayue, I'll leave this to you. I'll deal with these bastards first. The ancient god patriarch gave some instructions and rushed in with the immortal Lord Liang. Boy, follow them in. I feel there's something good in this seal. The Jade Emperor's voice suddenly came, and his tone was somewhat anxious. Are there good things? Li Changfeng was slightly stunned. Before he could speak, the Jade Emperor mirror started moving on its own, dragging Li Changfeng towards the sealed entrance. Nima. Chapter 52, Ruthless Yuanchu. Before Li Changfeng could finish his curse, he was dragged by the Jade Emperor mirror and rushed into the sealed crack. Fortunately, the ancient god leader and the immortal Lord Liang who came in earlier had almost killed all the demons here. Otherwise, Li Changfeng would be in great danger on this trip. Senior, you are trying to trick me. Li Changfeng turned around and was about to go back. Are you kidding? Can you just come here casually? There is something in here that will be of great help to your future cultivation. Are you sure you want to go? The voice of the Jade Emperor came, causing Li Changfeng to pause. Li Changfeng hesitated. Senior, it's too dangerous in here. I'm only at the Golden Core stage. What are you afraid of while I'm here? The Jade Emperor said calmly. Senior, you have recovered? Li Changfeng was immediately excited when he heard this. As an ancient god, the Jade Emperor can kill all the demons in this sealed land with just a little power. The Jade Emperor said calmly, Of course I haven't fully recovered, but I still have 1% of my strength. I guarantee you'll be fine. Okay, then I'll listen to you, Senior. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng gave up the idea of leaving. Just kidding, there are good things in a personal bodyguard. It would be a waste not to take them. I feel the presence of an old friend here, but I don't know if he is still the same person as before. Jade Emperor's words shocked Li Changfeng so much that he was speechless. An old friend? Another ancient god? Or maybe he has fallen into evil. Are all the games you ancient gods played so exciting? Is it too late for me to regret now? 10,000 alpacas were galloping through Li Changfeng's heart. He seems to have the inheritance of the Wuji Dao in his hands. The Jade Emperor murmured in a low voice, causing Li Changfeng to stop his retreating steps instantly. Ahem. Li Changfeng coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Senior, since he's your old friend, I think he's also a righteous man and will definitely not associate with evil spirits. The Jade Emperor laughed jokingly and said, I can't guarantee that. It doesn't matter. With the senior here, I have nothing to be afraid of. Li Changfeng spoke with great righteousness. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to inherit the Wuji Dao. Although the Wuji Primal Chaos Sutra recorded in the Manual of Cultivation is powerful, it is just a manual after all. Kung Fu can improve your cultivation, but enlightenment requires one to explore on one's own. If he could have a senior to guide him, his path would be much easier. Go forward. The Jade Emperor gave Li Changfeng directions without any further explanation. The evil cultivators around him had almost been dealt with by the ancient God Lord and the immortal Lord Liang, so he was not in danger for the time being. Li Changfeng activated the breath-concealing technique, and his true energy was transferred to the ring in his hand. A hidden force obscured Li Changfeng, and his breath completely dissipated. The ancient God Patriarch and the immortal Lord of the Fiery Sun, who were still fighting not far away, paused. Brother, Changfeng's aura suddenly disappeared. Master Liang couldn't help but worry. The ancient God cult master said in a deep voice, we will talk about this later. First, kill the demon in the God transformation realm in front of us, and then go back to repair the seal. Immortal Lord Liang nodded, and his hands moved faster. After concealing his breath, Li Changfeng quickly rushed in the direction indicated by the Jade Emperor. As we go deeper, the strength of the surrounding demons becomes stronger and stronger. However, most of these demons are sleeping. Li Changfeng's heart trembled as he looked at the sleeping great demons. Among them were not only great demons in the spirit transformation realm, but also those in the refining void and harmony Dao realm. He even sensed the breath of demons in the Mahayana realm. Li Changfeng looked at such a dangerous sealed place and couldn't help but ask, Senior, these are all great demons. What happened back then? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. The Jade Emperor waved his hand and didn't want to say more. The corner of Li Changfeng's mouth twitched. It was probably because he was not strong enough. We're almost there, less than 100 miles away. The Jade Emperor gave a reminder. Li Changfeng's speed also slowly slowed down. Although he did not fly with a sword, the speed of his physical body was enough to allow him to travel 10 miles in an instant. Careful! Before the Jade Emperor finished speaking, a stream of evil energy came crashing down and rushed towards where Li Changfeng was. Li Changfeng dodged the opponent's attack with a flash. The Jade Emperor said in a deep voice, Kill. Okay. Li Changfeng nodded and took out the Jade Emperor mirror without hesitation. A vast and powerful force burst out and directly pierced through the attacking nascent soul, realm, evil spirit. I'll go. Li Changfeng's pupils shrank. A Jindan realm cultivator could instantly kill a Yuanying realm cultivator. Isn't this too outrageous? The Jade Emperor said calmly. What's there to be surprised about? I have already taken action. It is not difficult to capture a small nascent soul realm cultivator. Senior is mighty. Li Changfeng's brow sank. Yes, it was all thanks to the Jade Emperor. He thought about the power of the Jade Emperor mirror. Just when he wanted to move forward, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing Li Changfeng to tremble all over. Plop! With a dull thud, Li Changfeng finally couldn't bear the terrifying pressure and fell to his knees. It's really horrible. What is the matter with you coming here? An old and wary voice came from the void. It was the owner of this pressure. Yuan Shu, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still so boring. The Jade Emperor mirror flashed, and a man wearing a Nine-Dragon Emperor robe appeared and stood in front of Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng only felt the pressure around him suddenly eased, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's you. A man in a light blue Taoist robe walked out of the void, with a murderous look between his brows. The Jade Emperor looked at Yuan Shu, whose temperament had changed drastically, with a serious expression. It seems that you have also been betrayed. Also, could it be? Yuan Shu's face was solemn, and the hostility in his body became more and more intense. Who was it back then? Yuan Shu's voice became sharp again, and the murderous aura on his body spread unscrupulously. The sleeping demons were awakened by Yuan Shu's terrifying murderous aura and fled madly into the distance. Now that you're here, don't leave. A golden light flashed in Yuan Shu's eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and gently clenched it towards the void. Bang! The fleeing evil spirit exploded directly, as if it was crushed by a living being. Isn't this too powerful? Li Changfeng looked at the scene in shock. He took a rough look and saw that this grip killed at least hundreds of Mahayana demons. This is definitely a ruthless person. The Jade Emperor said in a deep voice, I want to know what happened in heaven after I left. Yuan Shu glanced at Li Changfeng coldly. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Calm down. He might be the descendant of that person. The Jade Emperor also saw Yuan Chu's intention and hurriedly dissuaded him. That person? Yuan Chu paused and looked at Li Changfeng again with a more scrutinizing look in his eyes. Li Changfeng stood there, feeling that his whole body was seen through. Come with me. Yuan Chu finally confirmed something. He waved his hand, and a force of space enveloped the two of them and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 53, Li Changfeng didn't come out. The ancient god sect leader who had just killed the evil spirit in the god transformation realm also felt the movement here from Li Changfeng. But he didn't dare to observe it too much and turned around and exited the sealed entrance. Senior brother, are we really going to ignore Changfeng? Immortal Lord Liang couldn't help but ask. The ancient god leader said in a deep voice, I want to take care of him, but we don't even know where he is. You saw the attack just now. Hundreds of Mahayana masters were killed. What can we do if we go there? Immortal Lord Liang was silent for a long time, but finally said nothing and turned to walk out of the seal. Demon God Mountain, sealed entrance. With the appearance of Immortal Lord Liang and the ancient god cult leader, Fairy Jiyue, and others gathered around them. Brother, where is Changfeng? Why didn't Changfeng come out? Fairy Bright Moon asked anxiously. The ancient god cult leader remained silent, while the Immortal Lord Liang had a solemn expression. What are you talking about? Where's my disciple? Fairy Jiyue spoke in a harsh voice, her eyes full of anger. Lian Xianjun shook his head. Junior sister, although Changfeng followed us in, we soon could no longer sense his aura. What do you mean I can't feel his breath? My apprentice is fine. How is it possible that I can't feel his breath? Jiyue became completely anxious upon hearing this. Chu Yulan quickly said, Uncle Master, calm down. Changfeng may not be in trouble. Fairy Jiyue looked at Chu Yulan in confusion. Chu Yulan did not hide it. Junior brother once refined a magic weapon that can conceal the aura. I think I concealed my aura. That means he's fine. Fairy Bright Moon calmed down a bit, but soon she remembered something. No. Why did he go in? Brother, what's in there? The ancient god cult leader did not hide anything and told the story of how that big hand had killed hundreds of Mahayana demons. After listening to the two people's description, everyone fell silent. Fairy Jiyue seemed to have lost all her strength and fell down helplessly. Immortal Lord Liang quickly supported her and said, Brother, I will take you back to Moon God Mountain first. The ancient god cult leader nodded, sighed helplessly, looked at the statue in the demon god temple, and slapped it with one palm, completely smashing it to pieces. Senior brother, the immortal Lord of Flowers couldn't help but speak. But as he watched the seal gradually heal, he finally fell silent. Chu Yulan and the others were silent as they looked at the seal that had completely healed. They all knew that once the seal was healed, there would be almost no hope for Li Changfeng to come back. Senior sister. Pei Xian looked at Chu Yulan who was standing there and called softly. Junior sister, I will be fine. Guyu came over from behind with a firm tone. Jing Zhua also echoed. Senior brother Changfeng is the most talented person I have ever met. I believe that he will be fine. He went in by himself. If he didn't have the means to protect himself, he would never be so reckless. As the two of them finished speaking, Chu Yulan's eyes became firmer. You are right. Changfeng never does anything he is not sure of. Chu Yulan's tone was firm. She was sure that nothing would happen to Li Changfeng. It's just that they believe it, but others may not. A catastrophe ended, but the person who saved the entire sect disappeared. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire ancient god cult became depressing. Tonda League. When Ji Buochang heard the news that Li Changfeng had disappeared, he shouted with joy. Good, great, the sky demon really didn't let me down. Although it didn't destroy the ancient god cult, it was enough to injure them severely. Ji Buochang laughed loudly. More importantly, Li Changfeng is dead. After Li Changfeng's death, the ancient god cult will lose someone to study the formation, and they will come to me. Then I can do something to destroy the entire ancient god cult. Qian Xuan knelt beside him. Master, may the evil god cult live forever. Ji Wuchang laughed loudly and walked outside. Sealed place. Yuan Shu led everyone to a remote courtyard, and the hostility between his brows had dissipated a little. Meeting old friends is a good thing for him who has been alone here for 10,000 years. Yuan Shu casually threw a green bean-sized pill to the Jade Emperor. 9 transformation golden pill. The last one. The Jade Emperor was not polite and threw the pill into his mouth. Although this elixir is not enough to make up for his consumption over 10,000 years, it can restore half of his strength. After partially recovering, he can do more. Yuan Shu looked at Li Changfeng and asked, "Are you practicing the way of Wuji?" Li Changfeng nodded quickly. Yes, Senior has noticed it. Very superficial. Yuan Shu glanced at him and complained lightly. The Jade Emperor chimed in. Without anyone to guide him, it's not easy for him to comprehend the way of Wuji on his own. He is very different from his ancestors. Yuan Shu gave another evaluation. The Jade Emperor was speechless. A person like him doesn't appear once in a million years. Let alone him, even you and I. Who can compare with him? Yuan Shu snorted coldly. Tell me, what happened back then? Why did you, the great Jade Emperor, never come back? The Jade Emperor smiled bitterly. Back then, we, the 4 Imperial Guardians, went down to the mortal world to slay the demons. The Jade Emperor Mirror Spirit betrayed us, and 3 of us died. I used myself as a guide to seal the Jade Emperor Mirror, and was only saved by this young man not long ago. So the fall of heaven had nothing to do with you. Yuan Shu frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Heaven has fallen. The Jade Emperor was shocked. The Taiwei star is shattered, the Chaos Gate is opened, the Heaven Palace falls, and the Ragnarok of the gods. Yuan Shu looked up at the sky, his eyes full of helplessness. Where are Uni and the others? The Jade Emperor seemed to remember something and couldn't help asking. Yuan Shu said calmly, I tried my best to hold back the evil spirit and let Uni take the child to the origin place. Yi Tianzuan will take care of them. That's good, that's good. The Jade Emperor then breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Uni and the child are alive, the person in front of him will not go berserk. You came to me because you wanted to go out. Yuan Shu looked at the Jade Emperor curiously. The Jade Emperor nodded. I want to go to the upper realm to take a look. Yin Chu shook his head. No need to look. The upper world is mostly occupied by demons. Apart from the ancient god religion and Buddhism, only the sword pavilion that rose later still has the strength to fight. Where are the people in heaven? The Jade Emperor couldn't help but ask. Yuan Chu said calmly, most of them have fallen. Dongjin, Dongxian, and Dongshan led the crowd to support the ancient god cult, attempting to revive the fallen ancient gods. The Jade Emperor frowned even more tightly. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Li Changfeng was confused as he listened. After a long silence, the Jade Emperor looked at Li Changfeng and said, Yuan Shu, he has the way of Wuji, and perhaps he can inherit your legacy. My legacy? I'm afraid the 3 realms won't allow my inheritance to survive. If it weren't for his wife and children, he would never have entered the 3 realms again. Chapter 54, Kung Fu, Metaverse. The 3 realms do not allow this inheritance to exist. Li Changfeng's blood boiled after hearing Yuan Chu's words. Is this level of sophistication so high? Jade Emperor looked at Li Changfeng's inexperienced look and smiled faintly. If it were someone else, it might not work, but if it were him, it might work. Yuan Chu shook his head. I am already immortal. I don't need a disciple to inherit. Then haven't you thought about how to get out? The Jade Emperor grasped Yuan Chu's sore spot with just one sentence. Yuan Chu was silent for a long time. Why do you think he can take me out? The Jade Emperor chuckled and said, Of course he can't do that. Don't we have you? Yuan Chu sneered. You old man, why didn't I see that you were so calculating back then? Li Changfeng couldn't help but speak up. 2 seniors. What exactly do you 2 mean? I don't understand. Yuan Chu looked at Li Changfeng again and fell silent again. The Jade Emperor said helplessly, It was Yi Tianzuan who sent you out of the 3 realms back then. If you want to leave now, you have to find someone else to take you out. Now Yi Tianzuan is in the heart of beginning, and we can't contact him at all. Why are you so persistent now? Yuan Chu said coldly, When I followed Yi Tianzuan away, Yi Tianzuan was already a golden immortal, and his inner world had already blended yin and yang and gathered the 5 elements. What about him? You want me to put everything I have on him? Do you think it's possible? The Jade Emperor's expression froze, looking a little embarrassed. Li Changfeng was also speechless. Daluo Jingxian. He had never heard of this realm. The strongest in the world of cultivation is to transcend tribulation and become an immortal, or the Daluo Golden Immortal, which sounds very far away. Is this really a realm that humans can achieve? Yuan Shu said calmly. Jade Emperor, I know you feel sorry for that person, but he is not that person, understand? Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor stood there in a daze and did not speak for a long time. Li Changfeng also understood what the other party meant at this time. He didn't want to teach him anymore. Senior Yu Huang, since Senior Yuan Shu is unwilling to accept me as his disciple, we don't have to force him. Let's just go. Li Changfeng is also a decent man, and being persistent is not his style after all. The Jade Emperor seemed to be awakened, his brows furrowed. I'm afraid we can't get out now. What? Li Changfeng was stunned. You didn't say that when you came in. Yuan Shu explained. The entrance to the seal has been closed. Senior, this is not what you said when you came in. Li Changfeng suddenly became anxious. He doesn't want to stay with these evil cultivators for the rest of his life. The Jade Emperor stood there awkwardly, looked at Yuan Shu, and was speechless for a moment. Yuan Shu said calmly, the Jade Emperor also has good intentions. He wants me to accept you as my disciple, and then practice with me for a few years, and then you can leave this place naturally, but Yuan Shu didn't continue speaking, but the result was obvious. Li Changfeng stood there in a daze. Isn't this just going to kill him? Senior, do you think I still have a chance? Li Changfeng showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Yuan Shu smiled faintly. I will teach you a bodybuilding method. If you can practice it to a small degree within 5 years, I will accept you as my disciple and pass on my skills to you. How do you think? Li Changfeng nodded quickly. Okay, please teach me the skills, Senior. Yuan Shu raised his finger and lightly touched Li Changfeng's forehead. Li Changfeng only felt a hidden technique entering his sea of consciousness. After reading it carefully, his eyes turned towards Yuan Shu with shock. Yuan Shu smiled slightly, enjoying Li Changfeng's look that seemed to show he had never seen the world before. More seniors. After a brief shock, Li Changfeng knelt down on the ground and bowed deeply to Yuan Shu. If nothing else, this step of the technique alone is worth Li Changfeng's kneeling. The reason is simple. This body-refining technique is simply too powerful. This technique is called metaverse. Although the name is simple, and it is not even a skill, let alone a sutra or a method, the content made Li Changfeng feel uneasy for a long time. The early stages of the Yuanjia Kung Fu are divided into tempering the body, refining the storage, 3 flowers, concentrating the mind, gathering the yuan, and breaking the realm. After reaching the realm of breaking, a small world can be formed in the body. After the small world grows up, it can generate world power. When the enemy fights against you, it is equivalent to fighting against the whole world. This shows how powerful this technique is in the later stages. Yuan Shu stood still, watching Li Changfeng kowtow to him 3 times, and then said, I will give you 5 years. If you can condense the 3 flowers on the top of your head, I will pass on my teachings to you and give you a great opportunity. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely not let you down. Li Changfeng stood up and walked to the side. 5 years was not a short time, but he was not willing to waste any time. He found a quiet place, sat cross-legged, and began to practice according to the metaverse exercises. The Jade Emperor looked at the practicing Li Changfeng and smiled faintly. Why are you doing this? If he can't practice, will you really not pass on your teachings to him? Yuan Shu glanced at the Jade Emperor calmly. Jade Emperor, do you think I am a cheap person? If you want my inheritance, you must accept my test. Otherwise, it is better to have nothing than to have something bad. The Jade Emperor was speechless and felt terrible. Then he turned his gaze to Li Changfeng. Boy, you have to practice hard. If you can't pass the test, even I will have to stay here. The Jade Emperor prayed silently, hoping that Li Changfeng could achieve success as soon as possible. Otherwise, the 3 of them would really have to stay here with Yuan Shu. When Li Changfeng began to practice, the ancient god sect also began drastic reforms. The entire ancient god cult has entered a state of war preparation. All the masters in the Lianshu realm and Fanshu realm who were in seclusion were awakened. Even some of the legendary old guys were awakened. Although they didn't know who the enemy was, they could not tolerate the seal being broken this time. Combined with the feedback from Chu Yulan and others, Qian Xingxuan and others were listed as key targets of attention. Ji Yue and Baiwa Xianjun went to Tonda League, but gained nothing. The residence of Qian Xingxuan and others has been deserted, and the Tonda League has announced that they will be expelled from the sect. Just get rid of yourself completely. Ji Yue originally wanted to lose her temper, but was stopped by the immortal Lord Liang and ultimately did not take action. At least the current Tonda League is still seen as a reputable and upright sect by outsiders, and they cannot just tear each other apart. In the cave of Beixiang Mountain, Ji Buchang looked at the strange creatures that were constantly gathering in front of him and said, "Baby, please bear with it for a while. You are still too weak now. The masters of the ancient god cult have already been dispatched. You can't go now." Woo woo woo. The strange creature made up of countless corpses kept whimpering. Ji Buchang quickly comforted him. "Don't worry, it will be at most 5 years. As long as the cultivation world is stable for 5 years, those old guys will go into seclusion again. By then, you will also be able to reach the great perfection of the spiritual transformation realm, and those people will definitely not be your opponents." Woo-woo. Weird whimpered twice again, and finally retreated back into the depths of the evil spirit. Chapter 55. 5 Qis returning to the origin. Sealed space. Li Changfeng continued to absorb the spiritual energy around him. His body was shining with light, and the Wuji Dao continued to cleanse his body. "Open!" Li Changfeng shouted softly, and 5 rays of light lit up on his body at the same time, then continued to flow, forming a closed loop. As the light flickered, Li Changfeng's physical strength continued to increase. Is this the 5 Qis returning to the origin? It's really magical. I didn't expect that there is such a mystery in the human body. Li Changfeng sighed in his heart and admired Yuan Shu even more. In the past 2.5 years, it took him half a year to complete the body tempering, and he thought everything would go smoothly afterwards, but he was wrong. He spent the next 2 years refining his treasures. The so-called refining and storing is to temper the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs belong to the 5 elements and represent the power of the 5 elements. According to the records in Metaverse, the human body is a huge treasure, and the root of this treasure lies in the internal organs. Once the 5 internal organs are opened, the practitioner's strength will undergo earth-shaking changes, especially after the 5 Qi converge into one. The 5 elements will be born, and a self-circulating cycle can be formed in the body, and the physical body will be improved every moment. It is definitely the pinnacle of bodybuilding techniques. After 2.5 years, Li Changfeng finally cultivated his 5 internal organs to the level of 5 Qis converging to origin. He was confident that he could defeat a Yuanying realm expert with just the strength of his physical body. If the opponent gets close, even a master in the spirit transformation realm may be able to kill him. He originally wanted to continue practicing the 6 internal organs, but the 6 internal organs are more difficult to open than the 5 internal organs. In order to condense the 3 flowers on the top of his head as soon as possible, he finally decided to put it aside for the time being. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. Yuan Shu looked at Li Changfeng's 5 stars and nodded with satisfaction. "You don't have the help of the 5 elements. It's rare for you to make such progress in your practice." "Master, I have the true sun fire. Why don't you let me use it?" Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask. Yuan Shu smiled and said, "Silly boy, the true fire of the sun can burn everything in the world. Although you have absorbed it, your heart cannot bear it. You should improve your realm first, and you'll have a chance in the future." "Well, thank you, Master." Li Changfeng nodded and continued to practice. After 2.5 years of practice, Yuan Shu has begun to recognize Li Changfeng. After all, he was a genius who had built his foundation for half a year. Even though the metaverse was difficult to practice, he had cultivated it quite well. The Jade Emperor looked at Yuan Shu's excitement and laughed. "Yuan Shu, you had this attitude before. Where is your previous aloofness?" Yuan Shu glanced at the Jade Emperor coldly. "If you keep talking, do you believe I will leave you here alone?" The Jade Emperor's mouth twitched. Okay, I brought my disciple to you, and he got the inheritance, but in the end, I became an outsider. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are no longer the same as before." Li Changfeng just smiled and said nothing. These two couldn't get along without bickering every day, and he had long been accustomed to it. After calming his mind, Li Changfeng immersed himself in cultivation again. The next realm is the Three Flowers realm, which is the legendary three flowers gathering at the top of the head. These three flowers refer to a person's essence, energy, and spirit. The body-tempering realm has already nourished Li Changfeng's qi and blood. After the 5-star circulation, Li Changfeng's blood essence is improving every moment. As for the final god, it is the primordial spirit. A cultivator will develop spiritual consciousness after reaching the golden core stage. As his cultivation deepens, the spiritual consciousness will combine with the nascent soul to transform into a young god, which is the so-called transformation stage. The practice method of Yuanjia is very simple. It uses qi and blood to open the 5 internal organs, uses the 5 internal organs to nourish the essence and blood, and uses the essence and blood to nourish the yuanshan. Li Changfeng carefully felt the power in his body. The power after the 5 qis converged into one was beyond his imagination. Even though his own strength has reached the golden core realm, he can clearly feel that the power in his 5 internal organs is not weaker than his golden core at all. It even surpasses the golden elixir by a lot. Li Changfeng turned the power of the 5 elements and extended it upward towards the spine. In the Yuanjia martial arts, the spine is also called the pillar of heaven. The power of the 5 elements goes up along the spine, which is to temper the pillar of heaven. The primordial spirit resides in the Niwen palace at the end of the spine. The stronger the pillar of heaven, the stronger the soul. In a sense, if Li Changfeng could achieve the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, he would definitely not be weaker than a master in the spirit transformation realm. Ancient god cult, demon god mountain. Chu Yulan was wearing a light green silk dress and sitting quietly on the stone table. Her long hair, like a waterfall, swayed in the wind, and her delicate face was unusually peaceful. Senior sister, do you really want to be the master of the demon god mountain? Pei Xian walked over with an anxious look on his face. Chu Yulan nodded. Yes, I will wait here for him to come back. Senior sister, it's been 2.5 years, junior brother Changfeng. Pei Xian wanted to persuade his senior sister, but the words could not come out of his mouth. During these 2.5 years, he had already reached the great perfection of the golden core realm, while Chu Yulan's cultivation was even faster, having already reached the nascent soul realm. The scene of Chu Yulan's tribulation was also grand. She carried the 100 miles of tribulation cloud on her shoulders. Now his strength is already considered among the strong ones in the ancient god sect. The fairy lord of flowers wanted him to go to the back hills of Chuanfang mountain to practice, but she refused. The first thing she did after breaking through the nascent soul stage was to establish her own mountain sect and become a master of the demon god mountain. Everyone knows the purpose, which is to wait for the person who didn't come out 2 years ago. Junior brother, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Tell master that I failed his expectations. Chu Yulan spoke softly, still looking at the place where the seal cracked 2 years ago. She hoped that one day, that handsome figure would emerge from the crack. Junior brother Pei Xian, you haven't been here for a long time. We must have a good drink today. Guyu walked out of the hall. Ever since Li Changfeng disappeared 2.5 years ago, he has never returned to Yuesha Mountain. Of course, Jingzhua also stayed. It's not that Pei Xian is not ambitious enough, but he's being trained to be the next mountain master and has to go back. Pei Xian saw the 2 people coming out and smiled. Brother, you are about to pass the nascent soul tribulation. Aren't you going to return to Moon God Mountain? Guyu looked at the seal and said with a smile, After I pass the tribulation, I will come to Monster God Mountain. You're coming too? Pei Xian raised his voice, his face full of disbelief. You know, Guyu is the only person in Yueshan Mountain who possesses the ancient god's inheritance. If he leaves, Fairy Jiyue will be worried to death. Master has agreed. Guyu smiled faintly, looking very happy. Brother Pei Xian, have you encountered any new things during your recent outings? Jingzhua saw that Pei Xian was a little disappointed, so he changed the subject. Pei Xian also became interested after hearing this. Yes, the Tonda League and the 10,000 Demons Cave have formed an alliance. The leader of the Sword Pavilion was attacked and seriously injured, and 10 Yuanying Realm Masters died. What? 10 nascent soul Realm Masters died. Jingzhua was shocked. This is definitely news that will shock the world of cultivation. Pei Xian said in a deep voice, Master and Uncle Liang have already taken people to the Sword Pavilion. Preliminary prediction is that the attackers are from the 10,000 Demons Cave. The Heavenly Tao Alliance cannot be ruled out. Chapter 56. 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head. These 3 flowers. The cave of 10,000 demons. The 3 of them were stunned. They have long known that the Tonda League and the 10,000 Demons Cave are birds of a feather, but if they take action against the Sword Pavilion, it would be a big deal. Amitabha, it is such a turbulent time. Jingzhua chanted the Buddha's name and couldn't help but sigh. Pei Xian pursed his lips and said, Master wants to form an alliance with Jianga this time and take over the 1,000 Buddha Temple, so as to restrain the Heavenly Tao League and the 10,000 Demons Cave. That being said, Jianga may not listen to us. Guyu couldn't help but speak. There might be room for negotiation with other forces, but Jianga is a people who would rather break than bend. It is not easy to cooperate with them. Jian Pavilion has been targeted. If they don't form an alliance with us, they will face the combined forces of the 10,000 Demons Cave and the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the future. Can they handle it? Pei Xian couldn't help but worry about Jianga. This is not your business. Have you forgotten what happened 2.5 years ago? We may not even be harmonious internally. How can you still care about other things? Chu Yuan nodded at Pei Xian, thinking that he was also worrying too much. These Jin Dan and Yuanying realm masters might be considered masters in small sects, but to the major superpowers in the world of cultivation, they are really nothing. After all, in a confrontation of that level, the spirit transformation realm is just a threshold. Senior sister, are you really not going back? Pei Xian looked at Chu Yuan aggrievedly and wanted to make a final effort. Chu Yuan shook her head. Go back. Come visit me often if you miss me. Pei Xian nodded helplessly, took a deep look at Chu Yuan, then turned and flew towards Chuanfang Mountain. His mission this time was a complete failure. There is no time in cultivation. 2 years passed in a flash. Jianga finally did not agree to the alliance with the ancient god cult, but still thanked the ancient god cult for its kindness. They recruited back all the disciples below the nascent soul stage. The masters of the refining void realm and the fusion realm all came out of retreat early. Afterwards, a fierce battle broke out between Wanma Cave and Jianga at the airport. Both sides suffered losses until the Tiandao Alliance took action, and Jianga was completely at a disadvantage. In order to avoid causing greater casualties, Jianga decided to close the mountain and not go out. However, the tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. The 10,000 Demons Cave and the Tiandao League joined forces to attack Jianga. Finally, the 1,000 Buddha Temple and the ancient god family took action at the same time to suppress the matter. The world of cultivation has temporarily returned to peace after 2 years of fighting. Abbot Huiyin of the 1,000 Buddha Temple and the ancient god sect leader simultaneously invited Jianga to join the alliance. This time, the leader of Jianga finally put aside his proud pride and agreed to the 3-party agreement. The 3 parties established space teleportation arrays in each other's sects. If a similar situation happens again, they will be able to arrive at the first time. In the sealed space, the 5 energies were rotating in Li Chongfeng's chest, and thunderous sounds continued to come from his spine. The entire spine continuously emits a silvery white light, which is a manifestation of the bone marrow being tempered to the extreme. The blood is like a tide, and the bones contain thunderous sounds. This is the manifestation of the body being tempered to the extreme. Now, Li Chongfeng shouted softly, and the sound of thunder rolled upwards. The void above his head shook slightly, and 3 flower buds appeared above Li Chongfeng's head. These are the 3 flowers on the top that have not yet been fully developed. At this time, a silvery white pond below the 3 flowers was constantly supplying power to the flower buds. Not far away, Yu Huang and Yuan Chu were playing chess, and they would glance in Li Chongfeng's direction from time to time. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly. It seems that we are not far from leaving. If it's still early. He still has a lot to do after the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head. Yuan Chu curled the corners of his mouth without saying a single good word. The Jade Emperor smiled and asked, "Have you prepared that thing?" Yuan Chu glared at the Jade Emperor fiercely. "I knew you were plotting against me." The Jade Emperor said helplessly, "You didn't give that thing to his ancestor back then. Otherwise the 3 realms would not have fallen to this point." "Blame me?" Yuan Chu sneered. What did the survival of the 3 realms have to do with him? He wished the 3 realms would break apart so that he could leave and find his wife and children. The Jade Emperor smiled awkwardly. The affairs of the 3 realms really had nothing to do with Yuan Chu. Buzz! Just as the two were talking, a loud bang suddenly came from Li Chongfeng's position. The flower bud on Li Chongfeng's head began to sway. The flower buds suddenly blossomed with the rhythm of the swaying of the wings. Done. The Jade Emperor laughed and walked towards Li Chongfeng. Stop. Yuan Shu hurriedly grabbed the Jade Emperor with a serious expression. What's wrong? The Jade Emperor looked puzzled. Look at his petals. Yuan Shu looked solemn. With a wave of his hand, a powerful barrier enveloped Li Chongfeng. I saw the lotus flowers above Li Chongfeng's head were in full bloom. Each one was different. The flower in the middle has 24 kinds of bloom: red flowers, green leaves, and white lotus roots. As the red flowers sway, a mysterious power emerges. The lotus on the left is crimson with 12 petals and is completely red. A gorgeous red fire is burning on the lotus. On the right is a lotus that is completely black. Although it also has 12 petals, it has no lotus leaves or lotus roots. This flower is deep and dark, but the aura it exudes is full of tyranny and destruction. Jade Emperor, tell me honestly, who is this kid? Yuan Shu looked at the 3 lotus flowers in front of him and could no longer remain calm. Even Yi Tianzuan back then might not have such a powerful soul. After the 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, what appears is the original spirit of the first person, which is the most fundamental thing of this person. But the 3 lotus flowers condensed by Li Chongfeng were really too terrifying. I don't know either. I followed him because I was rescued by this guy. I really don't know. The Jade Emperor felt like he had gone crazy. How could he not know the magnitude of the cause and effect involved in these 3 lotus flowers? If he had known this earlier, he would never have dared to follow even if he was beaten to death. Yuan Shu said in a deep voice, "It seems that I have no choice but to go out. If I can't guide this kid well, I'm afraid he will be more terrifying than these evil spirits." The Jade Emperor shrank his neck and stepped aside. He really can't do this job. As he spoke, Li Chongfeng had already put away the 3 flowers on his head. Upon seeing this, Yuan Shu quickly dispersed the barrier. "Master, I did it. Li Chongfeng opened his eyes and shouted excitedly. The master once said that as long as he could achieve the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head, he would be able to leave here. He had been here for 4.5 years and was finally able to get out. I don't know what happened to Yuan and Master. Yuan Shu pinched it casually, and a fist-sized fruit appeared in his hand. Refine and absorb this. Put it into your dantian, and then you can leave. Li Chongfeng reached out to take it, but felt his hand sink, and he almost dropped it. He quickly adjusted his body and held it in his hands to prevent it from falling. Master, what is this? It's so heavy. Li Chongfeng couldn't help but ask. You have to know that his physical body is only at a small level now, and even someone at the spiritual transformation stage may not be able to withstand a punch from him. Even so, he still had some difficulty holding the fruit, which showed how heavy the fruit was. Chapter 57 Return. Silly boy, this is a good thing. It is the foundation for becoming a saint. The Jade Emperor couldn't help but complain, and his eyes looked into the distance with a little more smile. Although he said he was unwilling to give, he was already prepared. Li Chongfeng was shocked. Although the Jade Emperor did not say what this was, he knew what the foundation of becoming a saint was. In his previous life, he gave Ji Buochang the opportunity to become a saint. It's just that the old fellow Ji Buochang didn't have enough understanding, so he failed and ended up supporting the quasi-saint. Now he looked at the fruit in his hand again and felt that it was a little heavier than its original weight. Thank you, Master. Li Chongfeng bowed respectfully with a sincere attitude. Yuan Shu waved his hand. This is the foundation of practicing the Yuanjia. When you reach the realm of breaking, you will know the wonderful use of this thing. Li Chongfeng nodded, turned aside, and began to refine the fruit. The fruit, which was originally thought to be difficult to refine, actually entered Li Chongfeng's body directly. It's easier than you think. As the fruit entered his body, Li Chongfeng felt his entire body shake, and he fell into a deep coma. I don't know how long it took, but Li Chongfeng only felt as if something was taking root in his dantian, and the power spread throughout his limbs. Li Chongfeng's eyes were wrapped in silver-white light. When he opened his eyes again, the space around him seemed much clearer. Is this a layered space? Li Chongfeng looked at the layers of folded space in front of him, his eyes full of shock. He didn't expect that this fruit would bring him such a wonderful effect. He even saw the scene of Demon God Mountain through layers of space. At this time, Chu Yulan was sitting on the stone table under the pavilion, looking at the void in front of her, as if waiting for something. Yulan, Li Changfeng murmured in a low voice and wanted to step forward. Boy, don't go by yourself, take us with you. The Jade Emperor quickly interrupted Li Changfeng's actions. Yuan Shu smiled faintly, turned around, and entered the Jade Emperor mirror. The same was true for the Jade Emperor. After he entered the Jade Emperor mirror, he turned into a stream of light and stuck to Li Changfeng's chest. Okay, let's go out. Li Changfeng laughed and took a step forward, causing ripples in the space. The next second, Li Changfeng disappeared into the sealed space out of thin air. On the Demon God Mountain, Chu Yulan sat quietly on the stone table, still with anticipation in her eyes. Changfeng, it's been more than 4 years. When will you come out? Chu Yulan murmured softly, raised her jade hand slightly, and poured the wine in the white jade cup in her mouth. Ever since Li Changfeng left, she has become addicted to alcohol. After getting drunk one time, she saw Li Changfeng in her dream, and she liked this feeling ever since. From then on, the ancient god religion had an additional scenic spot. On the top of the mountain, in the pavilion, a beautiful woman was drinking alone from morning to night and only returned to her residence when she was drunk. The next day was the same. Pei Xian and the others had tried to persuade him, but to no avail. As the amount of wine decreased, Chu Yulan's eyes became blurred. He kept staring at the void in front of him, never stopping. The next second, ripples appeared in the space, and a man in a light blue robe walked out of the void lake. Yulan, Li Changfeng called softly, his tone full of excitement. Chu Yulan paused while drinking. My alcohol tolerance is really poor today. I got drunk after just 2 pots. I actually saw him. Chu Yulan laughed at herself and looked at Li Changfeng, who was walking towards her, her eyes full of attachment. He had seen this face appear in his dreams more than once, but he never expected to see it in real life. Yulan, why did you drink so much? Li Changfeng grabbed Chu Yulan's drinking hand, his eyes full of blame. This little girl, doesn't she know how to take good care of herself when I'm not around? Chu Yulan was slightly stunned, and feeling the warmth coming from her hand, her whole body froze. The next second, tears fell like broken pearls. You really are Changfeng. Chu Yulan leaned forward and hugged Li Changfeng, fearing that Li Changfeng would disappear in the next second. I am with Changfeng, Yulan. I am back. Li Changfeng's voice seemed to carry some kind of magic. Chu Yulan's heart, which had been silent for 4 years, began beating again at this moment. Great, great, great. Chu Yulan hugged Li Changfeng tightly and kept murmuring, tears falling like crazy. After crying for an unknown amount of time, Chu Yulan seemed to have used up all her strength and fell into a deep sleep in Li Changfeng's arms. Li Changfeng picked up Chu Yulan and carried her sideways, then walked out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, I saw Jing Zhuo and Gu Yu walking up from the bottom of the mountain. The two of them walked quickly, as if there was something important going on. But when they saw Li Changfeng, they all froze in place. Junior brother Changfeng? Gu Yu was the first to react, his eyes full of disbelief. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Senior brother Gu Yu, Jing Zhuo. Ba, fellow Taoist is indeed a man of great fortune. Jing Zhuo chanted the Buddha's name, clasped his hands together, and sighed. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Yulan is asleep. I'll take her to rest. Follow me. Gu Yu quickly spoke and took Li Changfeng back to Chu Yulan's residence. Li Changfeng wanted to put Chu Yulan down, but found that Chu Yulan was still holding him tightly. Gu Yu said softly, Junior sister Yulan has suffered a lot over the years. In order to wait for you, he sat alone on the top of the mountain for a whole day, and the wind, frost, rain, and snow never stopped. Li Changfeng looked at the person in his arms with heartache, and just held her tightly without letting go. Gu Yu said softly, Junior brother, you just came back, but... Senior brother Gu Yu, Changfeng just came back. Let him rest first. We could talk about the rest tomorrow. Jing Zhuo interrupted Gu Yu's words. Gu Yu was slightly stunned. Then he understood what Jing Zhuo meant and said with a smile, Yes, let's talk about it tomorrow if there is anything. Li Changfeng said gratefully, Then please go back and tell Master that I am back. Of course. Gu Yu nodded and followed Jing Zhuo out of the room. Outside the door, Gu Yu frowned. Why are you stopping me? This is related to Master Baiwa. We can't not talk about it. The immortal Lord Baiwa has been missing for 10 days. If something happened, telling fellow Taoist Yulan would be useless. Fellow Taoist Changfeng has returned now, and it is the right time to heal her heartache. If you wake her up, I'm afraid it will be bad for her state of mind. Jingjua also stated his reasons. Guyu wanted to refute, but did not speak. Just as he said, Chu Yulan had a very hard time in the past 4 years. She can't be left to bear everything alone. Tomorrow, after Junior sister Yulan wakes up, we will inform them. Guyu shook his head and turned away. Chapter 58, Human-Headed Centipede. The outskirts of Beixiang Mountain is the border between the ancient god Sect and the Tonda League. After a brutal massacre a few years ago, this place became a forbidden zone for all living things. The resentment in the sky continued to erode the vitality of this place, turning it into a dead place in just a few years. At this time, the fairy king of flowers was hiding in a cave. There were many scars on his body caused by sharp claws, and his breath was very unstable. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Damn it, this was definitely done by the Tonda League. These are the people who were massacred in Beixiang Mountain a few years ago. There is no mistake. The Tonda League has indeed degenerated into an evil sect. The immortal Lord of Flowers was burning with rage. Ah, roar! A burst of ghostly howling came from outside the cave, causing the immortal Lord of Flowers to tense up and quickly restrain his breath. Outside the cave, a huge centipede was hovering in the sky. Looking closely, it was not a real centipede, but was made up of countless human heads. If someone with trypophobia saw this scene, they would faint on the spot. The centipede's 100 legs are actually human legs spliced together. The centipede formed by piled-up heads kept making shrill roars. The sound was terrifying. I don't know how long it took, but the centipede finally left, and the fairy king of flowers finally breathed a sigh of relief. The sound transmission jade slip glowed with light, and it was the reply from Fairy Juyue and Immortal Lord Liang. The two have already set out from the ancient god Sect, and will arrive in an hour at most. Seeing this, the fairy king of flowers finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they could come in pairs, even if they couldn't kill the centipede, they could still escape safely. Demon God Mountain, Chu Yulan's room. Changfeng, Changfeng. Chu Yulan kept murmuring in her sleep, and held Li Changfeng's hands even tighter. Then he saw Chu Yulan tremble and suddenly wake up. When he saw Li Changfeng beside him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that yesterday's reunion was just a dream. Li Changfeng smiled softly and said, "You are not dreaming. I am really back. You said it was dangerous. Why did you just walk in without making a sound?" Chu Yulan's eyes were full of resentment. Li Changfeng gently held Chu Yulan in his arms. "I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time." Chu Yulan listened to Li Changfeng's assurance, nodded softly, and finally a smile appeared on her face. "Senior sister, are you awake?" Pei Xian's voice came from outside the door, interrupting the tenderness between the two. Chu Yulan's face was filled with resentment. "Pei Xian, if you don't give me a perfect reason today, I will beat you up or not." Pei Xian's mouth twitched. "Senior sister, I don't want to interrupt you and junior brother Changfeng, but the matter is urgent and I need you to go and take a look." As he spoke, Pei Xian handed a jade slip to Chu Yulan. Chu Yulan took the jade slip and her face darkened after reading its contents. Li Changfeng, who was standing by, also saw the content above and was shocked. "My master is gone?" Pei Xian nodded. "Master Jiyue and Master Liang just received the news, and they left a quarter of an hour ago." "Not good." Li Changfeng cursed inwardly. He had been practicing for the past 4.5 years and had completely forgotten about this matter. It was probably around this time in the previous life that the human-headed centipede appeared out of nowhere and damaged the foundation of Fairy Jiyue. "No, we have to hurry over, otherwise Master and the others might be in danger." Li Changfeng spoke decisively and flew away. Changfeng, Senior Uncle Jiyue, and Senior Uncle Liang have already reached the great perfection of the spirit transformation realm, so they should be fine. Chu Yulan comforted softly. Although he was worried about his master, he thought that nothing would happen with 2 people in the spirit transformation realm coming to rescue him. There's no time to explain. Catch up as soon as possible. Li Changfeng did not stay for too long, as he was afraid that Fairy Jiyue would be seriously injured if he stayed too long. Although the others didn't know what was going on, seeing Li Changfeng's anxious look, they hurriedly followed. Like the ancient boundary, Immortal Lord Liang and Fairy Jiyue hurried over, and were also shocked when they saw the huge centipede in the sky that was 100 miles long. What kind of evil spirit is this? It's so terrifying. What a huge sin it must have committed! The pupils of the immortal Lord Lai Yang constricted, and a strong murderous intent appeared on his usually gentle face. Ah, roar! The human-headed centipede also discovered the immortal Lord Lai Yang and the fairy Bright Moon at this time, and rushed towards them with a roar. Evil creature, die! Although immortal Lord Lai Yang sympathized with those who died, he also knew that if the human-headed centipede was not removed, countless people would be harmed. The immortal Lord Lai Yang summoned a flying sword with the true fire of the sun attached to it. Cry! A loud bird song was heard, and the flying sword of the immortal Lord Lai Yang turned into a black, three-legged crow, wrapped in the golden sun's true fire, and rushed towards the human-headed centipede fiercely. Fairy Bright Moon followed closely behind, star-picking handprint. I saw countless moonlight condensing and finally turning into a giant palm, killing towards the human-headed centipede. Boom! Roar! After a loud bang, the human-headed centipede let out a painful scream. But in the next second, the human-headed centipede rushed towards the two of them at an even faster speed. A strong evil and murderous aura merged and rushed towards the two of them. Retreat! Immortal Lord Lai Yang grabbed Fairy Jiyue and used the Jinghong technique to barely avoid the attack. The human centipede did not stop, but twisted its body and pressed towards the two of them. Form a formation. Immortal Lord Lai Yang and Fairy Jiyue looked at each other. Their hand seals changed, and a Tai Chi diagram spread out with the two of them as the center. Boom! Billowing smoke and dust rose up, and the human-headed centipede tightly wrapped the Tai Chi diagram in the middle. The two people's yin and yang formation was unable to restrain each other. Brother, this is not a solution. This centipede is too weird. Fairy Jiyue frowned. This human-headed centipede was truly beyond their understanding. Get rid of it first. Junior brother, Baiwa has probably sensed the commotion here. If the three of us join forces, we may be able to kill this evildoer. The eyes of the immortal Lord Lai Yang flickered, and he had to quickly deal with the centipede in front of him first. Fairy Jiyue nodded, took out the sound transmission jade slip, and began to ask questions. But the reply she got made her completely disappointed. Senior brother Baiwa is seriously injured and no longer has the strength to fight. What? If such a powerful demon is allowed to escape alive, who knows how many lives will be harmed? The immortal Lord Lai Yang had a gloomy expression on his face, and he seemed to be considering how to kill him. Just as the two were thinking, a heart-stirring roar was heard. The two of them only felt their souls tremble, and their movements slowed down a bit. The formation lost control briefly. Boom! With a loud bang, countless heads broke up the formation and pressed towards the two of them. Junior sister, be careful. Immortal Lord Lai Yang looked at the heads, rushing towards Fairy Jiyue, and quickly gave a warning. Just when Lord Lai Yang thought that Fairy Jiyue was going to be injured, a shrill scream came from the head of the person rushing over. The lavender-flowing cloud shawl on Fairy Bright Moon's shoulders emitted a dense purple mist. Anyone who came into contact with the purple mist retreated as if they had encountered their nemesis. Even the human-headed centipede moved its body and retreated into the distance. Chapter 59, Beheading. This, Junior sister, what is this? Immortal Lord Lai Yang widened his eyes in surprise. He thought he would return seriously injured this time, but he didn't expect that Fairy Jiyue had such a magic weapon. Fairy Jiyue also reacted at this time, looking at the flowing cloud shawl with tears in her eyes. Junior sister, Fairy Lai Yang didn't understand why Fairy Jiyue was like this. Jiyue said softly, "This was given to me by Changfeng. It is the only thing he left me. I didn't expect it to save my life today." Immortal Lord Lai Yang was surprised. He didn't expect that the things Li Changfeng, who was in the Foundation establishment realm, had refined could actually hurt a master in the spear transformation realm. What a good child. It would be great if he hadn't died in the sealed place. Immortal Lord Lai Yang couldn't help but think. Roar. The human-headed centipede had also recovered from the pain of the soul-eating poison. Although the soul-devouring poison caused great harm to it, it also aroused its ferocity. The violent, evil spirit enveloped it, and its original hideous appearance disappeared, replaced by a giant centipede transformed by the evil spirit. He's coming, Immortal Lord Lai Yang reminded. Fairy Jiyue also quickly put away her sadness and prepared herself for battle. The centipede roared and charged towards the two men, and its huge mouth formed by evil energy swallowed them. Countless human heads were flying in the evil energy, constantly attacking the two. Although they were able to use the yin-yang battle formation in actual combat, the breathtaking roar greatly limited their attacks. Next time I go back, I will definitely get a magic weapon to defend my soul. Immortal Lord Liang made a secret decision in his heart. In all these years, he has never felt so aggrieved when fighting. Boom! After repelling the centipede's attack once again, both Fairy Bright Moon and Fairy Lord Liang looked grim. Although they were confident that they could escape, they were afraid that they could not completely eradicate the human-headed centipede. Brother, sister, don't be stubborn. Just leave if you can't do it. At this time, the Fairy King of Flowers also heard the sound and rushed over. But now he is seriously injured and cannot display his full fighting strength at all. Roar! The human-headed centipede attacked again, rampaging. All the mountains that the human-headed centipede passed by were destroyed, and the three people kept dodging. Jingle! Just when the three didn't know what to do, the sound of a copper bell was heard. The evil spirit that was originally as real as a substance actually began to dissipate under the shock of the copper bell sound. The end of the extreme path. A cold voice was heard, and a sword light that pierced through the sky and earth flew from a distance, directly cutting the human-headed centipede into two pieces. Good! Immortal Lord Liang looked at the amazing sword and couldn't help but applaud. When Jiyue heard this voice, her face was full of disbelief. She looked up, searching for something. When he saw the figure in the light blue robe, he couldn't help but shed tears. Changfeng, it's my Changfeng. Jiyue covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from crying. But the tears flowed uncontrollably. It's like a mother who lost her child and sees her child appear in front of her. Only those who have experienced it know the feeling of losing and regaining. Immortal Lord Liang and Immortal Lord Baihua also saw Li Changfeng and showed surprise on their faces. How could he become so strong? Immortal Lord Liang couldn't help but speak. You know, even they are helpless against this human-headed centipede. Jingle! Another sound of copper bells was heard, and the human-headed centipede seemed to have been greatly affected by something. 100 cracks in space. Li Changfeng shouted again, summoned his natal flying sword, and disappeared from everyone's sight the next second. When it appeared again, it was already 1,000 meters away. The sword flashed and the space trembled. Every time a flying sword appears, the human-headed centipede will let out a painful roar. Uncle Master, Master, I have injured its spirit with the soul-calming bell. Hurry up and kill this evil creature. Li Changfeng spoke up to remind him. Fairy Bright Moon and Fairy Lord Fiery Sun nodded repeatedly and used their ultimate skills to attack the human-headed centipede without regard for their lives. The attack, which originally did not cause much damage to the human-headed centipede, was surprisingly effective this time. Without the resistance of evil and murderous spirits, the human-headed centipede was simply vulnerable. I didn't expect this soul-calming bell to have such an effect. It seems that attacking the soul is not completely useless. Immortal Lord Liang couldn't help but sigh. The reason why their previous attacks were not very effective was because this human-headed centipede was constantly using evil energy to repair itself. Now its soul is immobilized by the soul-calming bell and is unable to repair itself, so it can only wait for death. Even so, the three of them attacked at the same time, and the fight lasted for half an hour. When Jing Zhuo arrived, the fight between the three had just ended. But this evil energy in the air makes people feel very uncomfortable. Li Changfeng looked at Jing Zhuo and said, Monk, I'll leave this remaining evil spirit to you. Jing Zhuo nodded. It should be so. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Zhuo began to recite Buddhist scriptures. The Buddha's light spread and began to purify the evil energy around it. Li Changfeng looked at Fairy Jiyue at this time. My disciple is unfilial and made Master worried. Fairy Jiyue looked at her disciple with red eyes and could not bear to drop the moon whip in her hand for a long time. Master! Li Changfeng looked at Fairy Jiyue with red eyes, feeling mixed emotions. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Fairy Jiyue's voice was soft, no longer as arrogant as before. She's like a mother who loves her child. True Man Liang and Fairy Baihua both looked at this scene in disbelief. I couldn't believe that the Fairy Bright Moon, who was always unreasonable and never gave in, could have such a gentle side. At this time, Fairy Bright Moon had already come to Li Changfeng and said, "You have lost weight. You must have suffered a lot in the past 4 years, right?" "It's okay, master. Although I've lost weight, I've also become stronger." Li Changfeng looked at Fairy Jiuyue with a smile, indicating that he was fine. Jiuyue nodded and pulled Li Changfeng to her side. "Come on, tell master how you have been living these years and how you got out." Li Changfeng's expression froze. He smiled awkwardly and could only tell some lies. He only said that he had inherited the legacy of an ancient god in the sealed space and concealed the affairs of Yuan Shu and the Jade Emperor. It's not that he doesn't want to say it, but the two people in the Jade Emperor's mirror don't allow him to say it. After learning that her disciple had obtained the ancient heritage, Jiuyue was so happy that she dragged him to the immortal Lord of Flowers to show off for a long time. This made Li Changfeng smile bitterly. "My master is really competitive. Chafeng, we're all very happy that you can come back this time. We hope that you will continue to work hard and promote the ancient god sect." Immortal Lord Liang spoke earnestly, his eyes full of expectation. Li Changfeng chuckled. "Uncle Master, it is inevitable to promote the ancient god sect, but can you give me the reward I received 4.5 years ago first?" Immortal Lord Liang's expression froze, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Fairy Bright Moon looked unkind. "Humph, for years ago you thought my disciple was dead and gave him nothing. Now he's back and saved you two old fools. You won't turn your back on him, will you?" "How can that be possible, junior sister?" "Don't worry, I will definitely stand by your side this time." The immortal Lord of Flowers spoke decisively. Chapter 60, Inheritance Elder. It took Jingzhou a whole day to clear out the evil energy left by the human-headed centipede. Li Changfeng also used the true fire of the sun to burn the broken limbs of the human heads clean to prevent any further mutations. After doing all this, everyone returned to the Ancient God Cult. Ancient God Mountain, Ancient God Hall. The Ancient God Sect leader was extremely happy to see Li Changfeng return safely. During these 4 years, he had used up most of the formation insights he had learned from Li Changfeng. The growth of the art of formation has also slowed down, and I am worrying about what to do next. It's okay now. Li Changfeng is back, and the level of this formation can be accelerated again. Disciple Li Changfeng pays homage to the leader. Li Changfeng bowed respectfully to the ancient god leader amidst everyone's gratified gazes. The ancient god cult leader quickly stepped forward and helped him up. "My nephew, I am so happy to see you return safe and sound. Come here, hear the things I prepared for you." As he spoke, the ancient god leader took out a storage ring and handed it to Li Changfeng. Fairy Bright Moon took the gift first and took a look at the contents of the storage ring. She frowned and said, "Brother, my disciple not only saved our 3 mountain masters, but also helped with the sealing matter 4.5 years ago. Isn't this a little too little for you?" As she spoke, Fairy Jiuyue took out everything from the storage ring. After seeing the things, everyone frowned, because there are really not many of these things except for some common elixirs and refining materials. There's not even a single thing worth looking at. Liang Zhenren frowned and said, "Brother, even if our lives are worthless, Changfeng repaired the seal and saved the entire ancient god cult. It can't be just this little thing, right?" The corner of the ancient god leader's mouth twitched. "Look at what you said. This is just the daily necessities I gave him. The real reward is still somewhere else." "Somewhere else? Tell me what it is first. If it's not good, don't blame me, the junior sister, for not giving you face." Jiuyue was still relentless. The leader of the ancient god cult smiled mysteriously. "I plan to make Changfeng the inheritance elder of my ancient god cult. He can enter the inheritance place of the ancient god cult at will, and can study the ancient formations of the ancient god cult at any time." Inheritance elder? "Master, the inheritance elder is at least in the spirit transformation realm, but Li Changfeng is only in the golden core realm. Isn't it a bit arbitrary to do this?" The sky thunder fungus couldn't help but speak. Several other powerful mountain masters also started discussing and expressed dissatisfaction with Li Changfeng's appointment. Seeing this, Liang Immortal Lord smiled faintly. "Everyone, listen to me." After hearing what Lord Liang said, everyone stopped and looked in their direction. Liang Immortal Lord smiled and said, "When Changfeng saved us this time, he showed great strength. If anyone thinks he is not strong enough, just come out and try and you will know." Everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They all thought that Li Changfeng would be the immortal Lord Liang and the Fairy Jiuyue. and they were helping Li Changfeng build momentum. But now it seems that this matter has become more credible. Fairy Bright Moon said with a smile. A mountain master who is in the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm can also make a move. What? Even the divine transformation realm is okay. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. No one expected Fairy Jiayue to say this. If he loses between the spirit transformation realm and the golden core realm, he will be too ashamed to stay here in the future. Since no one is willing to help, let me try. Just as everyone was talking, a man in light gold warrior clothing walked out of the crowd. Is it Wu Ji? Why is he here? Everyone recognized the man in front of them at a glance. This man's name is Wu Ji, and he is the master of Wushan Mountain. His cultivation has reached the great perfection of a nascent soul realm. Although his realm is not high, his strength is very strong. Even a master at the spirit transformation realm would find it difficult to defeat him. His body is so strong that he can withstand the attacks of flying swords. Wu Ji looked at Fairy Jiayue and said, Senior sister, you won't mind if I take action, right? Fairy Bright Moon raised her lips and said, No, of course I don't have any objections. If it was another master of the spiritual transformation realm, you might still be worried, but for Wu Ji, she had no pressure at all. On the way back, Li Changfeng did not hide his strength and showed Jiayue and the others how strong his physical body was now. Ever since the power of the 5 elements reached the state of mutual generation, Li Changfeng's body has been getting stronger every moment. Especially after his spine was tempered by the power of the 5 elements. He could clearly feel that a certain power was awakening in his body. He once tried to cut his own arm with his own flying sword, but there was not even a scratch left. You know, Li Changfeng's natal flying sword is much stronger than others. Not to mention the power of the Chaos Wuji Sutra. Just say that during the Jindan Tribulation, Li Changfeng absorbed the power of the Heavenly Tribulation, and a lot of it was absorbed by his natal flying sword. Coupled with the nourishment of the sun's true fire and the tempering of the 5 elements, its power has definitely reached the level of a top-grade spiritual flying sword. Even so, it was impossible to scratch Li Changfeng's skin, which shows how strong Li Changfeng's body is. When Wu Ji saw that Jiayue had no intention of stopping him, his expression became confused. Is it possible that my nephew is really that strong? Wu Ji thought to himself and looked at Li Changfeng. We can't perform here. Let's go outside. As he spoke, he flashed and arrived in the sky outside the ancient god mountain. Li Changfeng bowed to everyone, turned around, and followed him out. The rest of the people followed closely behind. They all wanted to know what methods Li Changfeng used to stay away from home for 4.5 years. Above the ancient god cult, Wu Ji and Li Changfeng looked at each other. Wu Ji's eyes are mostly filled with exploration and testing. Li Changfeng was somewhat excited and eager to try. Boy, it seems you really want to fight with me. Wu Ji was amused by Li Changfeng's appearance. He is a person who can kill masters in the spirit transformation realm. I really don't know where Li Changfeng got the courage from. Uncle Master, don't underestimate me. I am very serious. Li Changfeng smiled faintly, with a hint of caution in his eyes. The next second, a terrifying aura burst out from Li Changfeng's body. As this momentum emerged, Wu Ji's eyes became serious. At this moment, he seemed to be stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, and the hair on his body stood up. This was his instinctive reaction to danger after years of physical training. This Li Changfeng's aura is so strong. This is no weaker than an ordinary master of the spiritual transformation realm, right? I think it's even stronger. Everyone who was originally enjoying the show noticed something different about Li Changfeng, and their expressions became serious. Junior sister, what's going on with your Changfeng? The ancient god Sect leader couldn't help but ask. He originally wanted to make a pie in the sky, and if Li Changfeng himself could not meet the requirements, the condition could be postponed. However, given the current situation, Li Changfeng had to take office directly. Fairy Bright Moon seemed to have seen through her senior brother's plan long ago. Senior brother, you have been very careful in your planning over the years, and we all admire you very much. But today, you made a mistake. My disciple is totally beyond your ability to predict. Chapter 61, Battle Against Bukit. The ancient god cult leader was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Li Changfeng and Wu Ji were ready to fight. The two of them rushed towards each other at an extremely fast speed at the same time. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the two men collided violently. Junior brother Changfeng is confused. The strongest part of that reckless man Wu Ji is his physical body. If you compare your physical body with his, this is... Before Tian Leijianjuan could finish his words, he saw an incredible scene. Wu Ji, who should have had the upper hand, was knocked away by Li Changfeng's punch. The battle that was originally thought to be evenly matched suddenly turned into a one-sided massacre. Bang! There was another loud bang, and Li Changfeng and Wu Ji collided again. But this time, Li Changfeng did not gain the upper hand directly. As the master of Wushan Mountain, Wu Ji knows that physical combat is not as easy as it sounds. The martial arts and close combat skills he mastered were simply beyond Li Changfeng's reach. Even though Li Changfeng's physical body was superior to his, in terms of fighting skills, Li Changfeng was definitely the one being completely defeated. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Ji's fist kept hitting Li Changfeng, beating him back step by step. Li Changfeng kept waving his fists, trying to fight back, but the opponent always dodged them cleverly. Silly boy, can't you use your brain? Just learn how he fights. Yuan Chu's voice came into Li Changfeng's mind, making his eyes clear instantly. After a few dodges, Li Changfeng also distanced himself from Wu Ji. The place where he was hit was a little sore, but after the power of the 5 elements circulated, it was completely recovered. Pervert, Wu Ji cursed in his heart. In this battle, it seemed that he was beating Li Changfeng, but he knew very well that if Li Changfeng became familiar with physical combat, he would have no chance of winning. Li Changfeng had many opportunities to make mistakes, while Wu Ji only had one. Once Li Changfeng takes the initiative in the attack, the battle will end quickly. Bang! After another muffled sound, the two men stopped moving at the same time. It's bad. Wu Ji cursed inwardly and wanted to admit defeat. But Li Changfeng did not give him a chance. He raised his elbow and hit him directly in the jaw. After a brief dizziness, he was met with a torrential rain of punches. Uncle Master, don't blame me. You hit me so hard that it hurt. If I don't return it, my thoughts won't flow, and it will affect my future cultivation. Li Changfeng spoke in secret, telling his own hardships. Wu Ji wanted to curse loudly, but he was beaten so hard that he couldn't breathe. Isn't this pure revenge? The people watching the fight were also stunned. No one had expected that Wu Ji, who was able to kill a person in the spirit transformation realm, would be pinned down by him, or in close combat, which is what he is best at. Changfeng, that's enough. Fairy Jiyue saw that Li Changfeng had almost vented his anger and spoke up to stop him. Okay, master. Li Changfeng looked like a good boy and flashed behind Fairy Jiyue. Wu Ji looked at Li Changfeng with a bruised face and nose and was extremely angry. This guy is so mean, he always slaps people in the face. Li Changfeng chuckled and pretended he knew nothing. The fairy of flowers on the side winked at him and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Li Changfeng's mouth twitched. His uncle-in-law was not only vicious in words, but also had a very evil heart. The ancient god cult leader stood up at this time and looked at the mountain masters with different expressions. Who is in favor of Li Changfeng being the inheritance elder, and who is against it? Everyone fell silent. No one objected. Are you kidding? Didn't you see that Wu Ji's face was disfigured? If anyone objects, Fairy Jiyue will directly take Li Changfeng to pay homage to the mountain, and they will not be able to see anyone there. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Okay, since no one objects, then it's settled. The ancient god leader smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. As he said this, he took out a token from the storage ring and handed it to Li Changfeng. Go back and recuperate first, then come to the ancient temple to find me in 3 days, and I will take you to the place of inheritance. The ancient god taught a word of advice. Yes, disciple obeys your command. Li Changfeng nodded, then followed Fairy Jiyue back to Moon God Mountain. Beixiang Mountain. Ji Buchang stood at the junction of the ancient god sect and the Tonda League with a dazed look on his face. Where's my centipede? Where's my centipede with a human head? Wasn't it hunting down the immortal monarch of flowers? How come it's gone? Ji Buchang continued to explore the surrounding situation. However, Li Changfeng used the true fire of the sun to scatter the opponent's ashes, and even the evil spirits here were purified by Monk Jinghua. Don't let the human-headed centipede die too cleanly. Master, we checked and found no trace of the human-headed centipede, but the soul tablet in the cave was indeed broken. Guo Qianfan reported respectfully, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. My human-headed centipede can kill even masters of the void refining realm. How can they, who are only in the spiritual transformation realm, be a match for the human-headed centipede? Ji Wuchang went completely crazy. He had raised this human-headed centipede for more than 5 years. This was the first time he released it, and it was killed immediately. Who can bear this? Master, we also received a message from the ancient god cult. Guo Qianfan looked at the sound transmission jade slip in his hand with an unpleasant expression. Ji Wuchang asked in a deep voice, "What news?" "It's about Li Changfeng." Guo Qianfan hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Li Changfeng? Was he sealed not long ago, more than 4 years ago? Ji Wuchang was slightly stunned, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Guo Qianfan said respectfully, "The ancient god sect has just received news that Li Changfeng has survived a great disaster, and his cultivation has improved to the point where he can rival a master of the divine transformation realm. He has also been named the ancient god sect's inheritance elder." "Asshole, what did you say?" Ji Wuchang couldn't believe what he heard. Guo Qianfan said softly, "Master, the ancient god cult also said that the human-headed centipede is—" "What is it?" Ji Wuchang asked, suppressing his anger. Guo Qianfan said weakly, "The ancient god cult said the human-headed centipede was killed by Li Changfeng." "Li Changfeng!" Ji Wuchang's rage completely erupted, and a powerful pressure far beyond the spirit transformation realm burst out. "It's Li Changfeng again. He was the one who constantly sabotaged my plans 4 years ago. I thought he was sealed and would die at the hands of those evil spirits." Jibo gasped and said, "I never expected that he would come back 4 years later and kill my centipede with a human head." "Master, should we proceed with the next plan?" Guo Qianfan reminded from the side. Ji Wuchang nodded and said, "Go and inform the 10,000 Demons Cave that the initial plan has failed and ask them to prepare for the next step." Guo Qianfan responded respectfully and turned to leave. Ji Wuchang said softly, "Go and inform Qianxing Xuan and the others to come out. They have been in the demon cave for so long. It's time to come out and get some fresh air." "Yes, master." Chapter 62, Back Mountain. 3 days later, Li Changfeng left Changfeng Valley and went straight to the back mountain of the ancient god sect. Unlike the forbidden area of the Tower of Babel, the back mountain of the ancient god cult seems unremarkable. There are no magnificent palaces and no stunning scenery. It's just a dense forest with intricate paths connecting various places. Back mountain entrance. The ancient god leader looked at Li Changfeng with a smile and felt more and more satisfied. "Inheritance elder, you are finally here." The ancient god leader came forward with a laugh. "Uncle Master, please stop making fun of me." Li Changfeng smiled bitterly. His current realm was indeed not high. The ancient god cult leader smiled and said, "I have already told Ting Liang and Jiao Yue about your situation. With your current overall strength, you're not much weaker than me. The young are indeed formidable." Li Changfeng smiled and did not refute. The ancient god cult leader said softly, "I heard from Jiao Yue that you're going to break through to the nascent soul stage." Li Changfeng nodded. "Yes, master. I will prepare to cross the tribulation in 2 days." Li Changfeng did not hide the fact that he had broken through to the nascent soul stage. With his current strength, the threat of the heavenly tribulation to him is minimal. He was even wondering if his practice of metaverse could be further advanced if he swallowed up the nascent soul tribulation. The ancient god cult master smiled and said, "Have you thought about what Dharma form you want to condense? There are many ancient formations in the back mountain, and there are more than a dozen 9-foot Dharma bodies. Would you like to consider it?" Li Changfeng shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, master. No need. I've already found my Dharma body, but I still need to prepare some things." "Okay, then there's no rush. The Dharmakaya is something that will only condense after the nascent soul is formed, so there's no need to rush." The ancient god sect came to Li Changfeng with a smile and walked towards the forest. Along the way, the ancient god leader asked Li Changfeng what he needed to condense his Dharma body and prepared to provide it to him. Li Changfeng was not polite and prepared 2 servings according to Jiao Yue's instructions. After the ancient god cult leader saw it, his expression changed slightly. "My nephew, although your thing is precious, my ancient god cult has quite a few, but there's one thing that is a bit difficult for me to deal with." "Oh." Li Changfeng was surprised. He really couldn't see anything that could make the ancient god leader feel embarrassed. The ancient god cult leader pointed to a name on the jade slip and said, "This is it, Golden Embryo Mist." Li Changfeng suddenly understood what was going on when he heard this. This golden fetus mist is not a kind of fog, but a spiritual object formed in the place that is shrouded in clouds and fog all year round. Although this creature has no consciousness, it is very spiritual, and it is not easy to catch it even if it is in the state of transformation. Uncle Master, after I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will go to the Mist Island on my own. You don't need to worry about it. Li Changfeng wiped the golden fetus mist from the jade slip. Seeing this, the ancient god sect leader quickly explained, "Nephew, Uncle didn't mean that. It's just that the cultivation world is in turmoil right now, and there really isn't enough manpower in the sect to go to Wuyin Island." Li Changfeng smiled and said, "Master, don't worry about it. This is something I should have found by myself. It is a great help for the sect to give me other things. How dare I ask for too much?" The ancient god sect was even more moved after hearing Li Changfeng's words. What a good disciple. He is always willing to consider everything for the sect. As the two walked forward, they finally stopped at a thatched hut. There is a thatched shed on the east side of the thatched house. Under the shed, several young men in gray linen clothes are playing chess around a wooden table. There were a bunch of go pieces on the wooden table, but looking at the situation on the board, the black player was about to lose, and the young man holding the black piece was looking at the board with a frown. The arrival of the two also attracted everyone's attention. The young man who was originally frowning raised his eyebrows. "It's Ruin You. You are here?" As he spoke, the young man stood up and walked toward the two of them. Old Qiyang, you're about to lose. Why are you just leaving like that? Stop right there." Before the young man had gone far, he was stopped by the opposing chess player. Qiyang smiled and said, "There's a new person here, so we have to catch up. We'll talk about playing chess later. Hey, you old thing." The chess player laughed and cursed without caring. Li Changfeng looked at the ancient god leader beside him in surprise. It was the first time he heard someone calling him by his name. The ancient god leader smiled and said, "They are all my elders. Don't be fooled by their young looks. Patriarch Qiyang is the master of your uncle Liang." Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng nodded quickly. "Greetings, elders." After practicing to the nascent soul stage, one can reshape the body and change it if one wants. Their appearance does not represent their real age. At this time, a woman in a light blue dress walked over from a distance. I never thought that my moon god mountain could have a male elder. It is really rare, but he looks quite handsome. He did not bring shame to my moon god mountain. When everyone saw the person coming, they all stopped. "Greetings to senior sister moon goddess." Everyone bowed. Okay. I'm here to see my granddaughter. You bunch of old guys, stay away from me." The moon goddess waved her hands as if to drive away a fly. Everyone smiled awkwardly and pushed it aside. Li Changfeng immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Li Changfeng, I pay my respects to Grandmaster Moon God." The moon god nodded in satisfaction and waved a gentle force to help Li Changfeng up. "My dear, how is Juyue? I haven't been out of the mountain for a long time, and I don't know what realm she is in." Li Changfeng said respectfully, "Master has already reached the great perfection of the spiritual transformation realm and is only one step away from the void refining realm. I believe he will be able to break through in the next few months." The moon goddess nodded. "Not bad, you didn't embarrass me, but your realm." The moon goddess turned her gaze to Li Changfeng again, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Ancient god cult leader Ruin You quickly spoke up. "Uncle Master, the seal loosened 4 years ago. In order to repair the seal, Changfeng stayed in the sealed space for 4.5 years, which delayed his cultivation." The moon goddess's expression also eased a lot after hearing this. "I see, but 4 years is not a short time, and you are still young. If you delay your practice because of this, it will be bad. Let the master take a look." As she spoke, the moon goddess had already placed her arm on Li Changfeng's shoulder. The moon goddess's true essence flowed into Li Changfeng's body, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. What a strong body! Even a spiritual weapon might not be able to break it. There was something a little weird in the look the moon goddess gave Li Changfeng. "Master, I encountered some opportunities in the sealed space, and my body became much stronger." Li Changfeng hurriedly explained. "Okay, very good." The moon goddess nodded in satisfaction. Li Changfeng's talent did not weaken as his body became stronger. On the contrary, his talent became even stronger as his body became stronger. Chapter 63, Nascent Soul Stage. Ruin You said softly, "Master, Changfeng has been recognized as the inheritance elder, Please send him to the inheritance place. The moon goddess nodded. In that case, then follow me. Having said that, he turned and walked back. Ruinyu signaled Li Changfeng to follow. Li Changfeng did not dare to hesitate and followed closely. The moon god explained, the responsibilities of the inheritance elders are simple, which is to maintain the operation of the inheritance formation and to maintain contact with the upper realm. Connection with the upper realm? Li Changfeng widened his eyes in surprise. The jade emperor mirror on his chest began to beat wildly. If Li Changfeng hadn't pressed him, he would have jumped out to ask questions. The moon god nodded and said, the inheritance of our ancient god cult was left by the ancient gods, and it is all in the inheritance formation. However, after years of use, the formation has also been worn out. The inheritance elders are responsible for maintaining the operation of the formation. Li Shangfeng's Mold Wisha. He said that the ancient god sect leader was not so kind and wanted him to be his slave. The moon goddess said softly, you don't have to worry. Since the inheritance elders are established for the purpose of inheritance, you will naturally benefit from it. What benefits? Li Changfeng couldn't help asking. The moon god smiled and said, you can view all the inheritances of the ancient god sect. If you find suitable magical powers and techniques, you can practice them directly without reporting them to the sect. There is such a good thing. Li Changfeng widened his eyes in surprise. That's a lot of money. Hurry up and ask about contacting the upper realm. The Jade Emperor couldn't bear it any longer. Li Changfeng nodded and looked at the moon god. Master, what's the matter with contacting the upper realm? You'll know when you get there. Moon goddess said lightly and quickly went deep into the forest. A quarter of an hour later, the two finally stopped in front of Stonewall. The moon god explained, this is the Tongtian Stonewall. If you cross the true essence, you can contact the upper world. The upper world will also contact the lower world regularly, and sometimes they will assign tasks. Just remember it well. Li Changfeng nodded and wrote down all the tasks. The moon god pointed to the wooden house nearby and said, this is also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire ancient god cult. You should cherish it. Li Changfeng quickly responded. After explaining some tedious matters, the moon goddess finally left the Tongtian Stonewall. Li Changfeng looked at the sky. Then at the time, I'm in good shape now, why don't I break through first? With this thought in mind, Li Changfeng no longer hesitated, flew up, and directly arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then he sat cross-legged in the air, and the energy in his body began to surge rapidly. The golden elixir in the Dantian began to melt like ice and snow, and drops of true essence turned into an ocean and fell under the Dantian. As the golden elixir melted, a fist-sized white baby that looked exactly like Li Changfeng began to appear. This is exactly Li Changfeng's nascent soul. Boom! A muffled sound was heard, and the back of the nascent soul turned into chaos. The dripping true essence began to be rapidly absorbed and refined. In the sky, rolling thunderclouds had already gathered. The nascent soul tribulation is several times more powerful than the golden core tribulation. The ancient god sect was shrouded in calamity clouds within 1,000 miles. The terrifying pressure from heaven and earth made the entire space tremble. Boom! Rolling thunderclouds began to gather. Li Changfeng's mouth twitched. Why are you in such a hurry? Is it a big deal to treat me to a meal? Li Changfeng complained and rushed directly into the calamity cloud. Feeling the calamity cloud, everyone who came to watch was shocked by Li Changfeng's actions. What is he going to do? Is he trying to kill himself? Old ancestor Qi Yin couldn't help but ask. Ruinyu said softly, Uncle Master, don't be surprised. Changfeng also survived his golden elixir tribulation in this way. Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard this. Damn, this young man. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, the 1,000-mile calamity cloud was completely swallowed up by Li Changfeng. Sizzle. The sound of thunder and lightning came from Li Changfeng's body, and arcs of electricity flashed continuously. After about half an hour, Li Changfeng finally calmed down the power of thunder in his body. In the Dantian, in the boundless chaos behind the nascent soul, thunder flashes from time to time with terrifying power. When a group of ancestors saw that Li Changfeng was fine, they turned around and left. They're all elders, and it is just a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, which is not worth their attention. Ruinyu followed Li Changfeng to the Tongtian Stonewall. Changfeng, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. Li Changfeng smiled bitterly. Uncle Master, you are a bit abusive now. Senior sister Yulan had already achieved a breakthrough a long time ago. I'm already considered slow. Ruinyu smiled and said, Okay, it's Uncle Master's fault. As he spoke, Ruinyu took out a stack of jade slips from his storage ring. These record the ancient god sect's existing inheritance secrets. Now that you have reached the nascent soul stage, you can learn all these secrets. Thank you, Master. Li Changfeng said gratefully. What he lacks most now are these means. After all, apart from the Wind and Thunder 7 killing sword and the star-picking hand, he really doesn't have any other moves he can show off. As for those battle formations, he always had to leave alone, and it was impossible for him to let Pei Xian, Gu Yu, and others follow him all the time. Being strong yourself is the bottom line. After seeing Ruinyu off, Li Changfeng began to look through the secret techniques on the jade slips. Blazing Sun Ghost Thunder, 100 Herbs Imperial Seal, Heavenly Silkworm Hidden. Li Changfeng excluded all the secret techniques. There's no way. Although these things are powerful, they're not suitable for him. He practices the way of Wuji, so it will take some time for him to find the secret technique that suits him. Fortunately, Li Changfeng was not as good as him. After reaching the nascent soul stage, the speed of cultivation will slow down. In addition to condensing the Dharma body, one also needs to comprehend the Tao. These require a huge amount of time. Otherwise, with the talents of Fairy Jiyue and others, it would be impossible for them to stay in the spirit transformation realm for many years. Sword Pavilion. Fei Chen looked at the woman in front of him with a gloomy face, feeling very unhappy. Feng Qingxue, when you left Jianghe that year, I told you that from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. What are you doing here today? Feng Qingxue looked at Fei Chen pitifully. Master, I already know I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. I really know I was wrong. Fei Chen's eyes were cold. That's not what you said when you deceived me. If it weren't for you, your master's wife wouldn't have been killed by the evil cultivator, and my son wouldn't have died in the womb. Feng Qingxue retorted. I just don't want to share master's love with others. What's wrong with me? I do this for you, master. How can you say that to me? He refuses to repent. Fei Chen's face was gloomy, and he stood up to attack Feng Qingxue. But just as he stood up, he stumbled and collapsed into the chair. You! Fei Chen soon realized that he had fallen into the other party's trap. Feng Qingxue smiled and said, Master, I loved you so much at the beginning, but you expelled me from the Sword Pavilion for someone else. If I hadn't been favored by the Heavenly Tao Alliance, I would have become someone else's plaything. How should I avenge this vengeance? What do you want? Immortal Lord Fei Chen forced himself to calm down. Ha 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 ha. I love you so much. Of course I want you to become one with me. Feng Qingxue burst into laughter, her face twisting constantly, sometimes turning into Qian Xingxuan, sometimes into Chang Yingyu. When Fei Chen saw this scene, he felt his scalp tingling. Chapter 64. 5 years, practicing secret arts. Tongtian Stonewall. Li Changfeng looked at the 5 jade slips in his hand, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The 5 jade slips respectively record 5 color divine light, 5 elements great escape, law of heaven and earth, 9 slashes of the primordial spirit, and 1 breath into 3 pure ones. These 5 techniques do not place much restriction on the practitioner's own Tao. They only depend on the strength of the Tao, not the attributes of the Tao practiced. As a practitioner of the Wuji Tao, these 5 techniques are the most suitable for Li Changfeng. Of course, the art of Fa Tian Xiang Di is similar to the nascent soul Dharma, but it was specially chosen by Li Changfeng for the sake of his own powerful body. It would be a shame not to use such a powerful flesh god power. Li Changfeng started his practice without any hesitation. My current escape technique is the shocking rainbow technique. There is no rush to practice the 5 elements great escape. I'd better practice the 5 colors divine light and the 9 slashes of the soul first. These 2 are the real killing weapons. Li Changfeng thought in his mind and began to browse the information on the jade slip. The 5-color divine light and the 9 slashes of the soul are relics left by the ancient great powers. The 5-color divine light is the innate magical power of the first peacock in the world. It can sweep away and break everything. Li Changfeng has 5 internal organs in his body, so he can achieve twice the result with half the effort in his practice. As for the 9 transformations of the primordial spirit, it is a magic weapon derived from the flying knife of immortal beheading in the ancient heaven. It is a technique that specializes in the primordial spirit and is definitely a powerful means of killing with one blow. As for the final transformation into the three pure ones, it depends purely on talent. Li Chanfeng does not hold out much hope. This is the exclusive magical power of the Taoist founder, and the only two people who have achieved it are Dao Tianzuan and Yi Tianzuan. Li Chanfeng didn't have much hope for this. In the next few days, Li Chanfeng was immersed in the practice of several secret techniques. Boy, your ancient god Sect's heritage is really profound. Even Yi Tianzuan back then could not learn all of these secret techniques. You really have incredible luck. Yuan Chu watched Li Chanfeng constantly practicing the secret arts and felt deeply moved. The Jade Emperor sneered and said, when Yi Tianzuan was still in the Golden Core realm, he already had an inner world. Compared with him, he is still far behind. Isn't it true that Chanfeng has my metaverse, which is better than his half-baked inner world? Yuan Chu still didn't care. Li Chanfeng asked curiously, Master, who is Yi Tianzuan you're talking about? And the one you're talking about is my ancestor. What do they do? The Jade Emperor smiled and said, this is a long story. Let me tell you. The Jade Emperor then recounted the past of the three realms. When the three realms were first formed, Emperor Jun, Lord of the Sun Star, established the Heavenly Palace. Later, the demons invaded, and the fallen demons led by Xing Tian led their people to attack the Heavenly Palace. Di Jun and others rose up to resist, and eventually severely damaged the demons, and the three realms were shattered. This is also the first era of the three realms, called the Era of Collapse. After the Collapse era, the collapsed three realms were forcibly repaired by manhwa and transformed into the 36 heavens. Each layer of heaven is a world of its own. The three pure ones led the Taoist immortals to fight against the demons and established the Heavenly Palace. Originally, they wanted Jiang Ziya to be the master of heaven, but in the end, Jiang Ziya's disciple Zhang Yuren got there first, which gave the demons an opportunity to take advantage. Afterwards, the demons and Taoists divided the three realms. Yi Tianzuan is the son of Emperor Jun. Back then, he fought alone against the two great demon gods, Quafu and Hui. In the end, he dragged Quafu to death and was also killed by Hui's arrow. Emperor Jun could not bear to see his son die, so he sent people to send Yi Tianzuan to the lower world. This is how the story of Yi Tianzuan's rise to power began. In the end, Yi Tianzuan became a saint, killed the demon ancestor, and reached an agreement with the demons. From then on, gods and demons coexisted in the three realms. This second era is called the Era of Gods and Demons. So, the demons are not bad people. Li Chanfeng couldn't help but ask. The Jade Emperor laughed and said, the demons are already part of the three realms, so there won't be any problems with the Heavenly Tao certification. Then what about these evil spirits? Li Chanfeng couldn't help but ask. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, this is what happened after Yi Tianzuan and the others left. Yi Tianzuan ruled the three realms for 180 million years and finally handed over the task of the Lord of the Three Realms to the Jade Emperor, who was later referred to as the Jade Emperor. Afterwards, he took his relatives and friends to the Heart of Origin. However, 10,000 years after Yi Tianzuan left, a group of strange creatures suddenly appeared in the three realms. They do not have demonic energy or immortal power, but a suffocating evil energy. They devour the lives of the three realms, attempting to integrate all things in heaven and earth into themselves. The Jade Emperor finally decided to mobilize the power of heaven to kill him. However, he did not expect that the opponent was too powerful. After a fierce battle between the two sides, the ancient god fell and the 36 heavens were shattered. 3 of the 4 great emperors died, and even he was seriously injured. Senior, you have said so much, but what about my ancestor? Li Chanfeng listened for a long time, but could not identify his ancestor. Your ancestor was a candidate for my next heavenly venerable. Back then, he monopolized the 5 evil emperors and killed them. If he hadn't saved his beloved, he wouldn't have died. After the Jade Emperor finished speaking, he fell silent. Yuan Chu added, in fact, he may not have fallen. With his strength back then, it would not be easy to kill him. The Jade Emperor smiled bitterly. Yuan Chu, please don't comfort me. Being besieged by more than a dozen great emperor colleagues, my state of mind is damaged. How can I not die? After hearing what the other party said, Li Chanfeng gradually fell silent. Feeling the instructions for cultivating the spirit in his dantian, his doubts deepened. The fact that he was reborn was incredible in itself, coupled with his mysterious ancestor. He strongly suspected that the instructions for cultivating the spirit in his dantian were left to him by his ancestors. Maybe I have to go to Meteorite Abyss again. Li Changfeng frowned and decided to go to Yun Xinyuan again after he became strong enough. Time flies, and Li Changfeng has been practicing on the Tontian stone wall for 5 years. During these 5 years, he not only condensed the 5-color divine light, but also cultivated the 9 slashes of the soul to the advanced level. It's almost time to go to Kirigakure Island. Once I obtain the golden embryo mist, I will be able to completely condense my Dharmakaya. Li Changfeng was very excited. Buzz! Just as Li Changfeng was about to leave, the usually silent stone wall suddenly began to tremble. Upon seeing this, Li Changfeng hurriedly channeled his true energy into opening the connection between the Tongtian stone wall and the upper realm. Soon, a huge picture appeared on the stone wall. The picture shows the interior of a hall shrouded in clouds and mist. At this time, a group of men wearing Jiangna clothes are standing behind a Taoist priest. Li Changfeng, the inheritor of the ancient god Sect, greets the seniors from the upper realm. Li Shangfeng saluta urievli. These are all from our ancestors. The Taoist standing in the front said softly, no need to be polite. First, inform your leader and ask him to go to the Sword Pavilion in the lower world to investigate. Not long ago, when the Sword Pavilion in the upper world contacted the lower world, no one responded, so they found us. Chapter 65, Proposal. After Li Changfeng understood the situation, he quickly sent a message to the ancient god leader. The ancient god Sect and Jiangna are now in an alliance. If something happens to Jiangna, they naturally cannot stand idly by. The ancient god cult leader also quickly sent a message to Jiangna, but received no response. The immortal Lord Liang was quickly sent out. 3 days later, immortal Lord Liang returned seriously injured and brought back a piece of news. The Sword Pavilion was occupied by evil cultivators, and all the disciples of the Sword Pavilion disappeared. In a short time, the entire cultivation world knew the news of the destruction of Jiangna. Li Changfeng also hurriedly passed the news back to the upper realm. When the Sword Pavilion in the upper realm received the news, it was immediately furious. You have to know that no matter when, the destruction of human tradition will lead to a fight to the death. Now, all the masters of Jiangna have disappeared. How can they tolerate this? Soon, the Jiangna in the upper world also made a decision. Send immortals to the lower world to seek revenge. Li Changfeng also relayed the matter to the ancient god leader. The ancient god cult did not have any objection to this. After all, in the upper realm, the ancient god cult and Jiangna were allies, so they had to provide help. Although Li Changfeng was surprised by what happened in Jiangna, he didn't care. Whether in his past life or this life, he had no contact with anyone from Jiangna except Feng Qingxue. After reporting the matter of going out for training, Li Changfeng temporarily handed over the task of inheritance elder to other people, and he came directly to the Demon God Mountain. When Chu Yulan learned that Li Changfeng had arrived, she hurried out to greet him. You still remember to come. There was a hint of resentment in Chu Yulan's eyes. Since Li Changfeng came out, he has not met Chu Yulan very often, so it is normal for Chu Yulan to feel resentful. Li Changfeng chuckled and hugged Chu Yulan in his arms. I just came out of confinement to see you, what? Are you still not welcoming? Humph, how should I know if you're lying to me? Just count it yourself. How many times have you come to see me in the past 5 years? Which time wasn't I the one who came to see you? Chu Yulan pinched the soft flesh on Li Changfeng's waist hard, like a coquettish little wife. Li Changfeng only felt a pain in his waist, but did not dare to resist. Seeing that Li Changfeng didn't dare to resist, Chu Yulan's anger subsided. How long will you stay this time? I plan to leave in 3 days. Li Changfeng said lightly. 3 days. Chu Yulan pursed her lips, but did not open her mouth to stop him. Li Changfeng gently held Chu Yulan's hand. I want to go out for some training and collect some materials for condensing the Dharma image. Do you have time to go with me? Go together. Chu Yulan was slightly stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect Li Changfeng to make such an arrangement. To be honest, they have been expressing their feelings for quite some time, but this is the first time they have gone out alone. I need to make some arrangements. You wait. Chu Yulan took a few steps back nervously. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Don't worry, we will leave in 3 days. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chu Yulan walked towards the demon god mountain, as if possessed by a ghost. But when she was halfway there, she realized that she didn't need to prepare anything, because she was the only one on Demon God Mountain. Li Changfeng looked like he was enjoying the show, which made Chu Yulan's pretty face turn even redder. You're still laughing. Chu Yulan snorted and turned to walk into the house. Yulan, Li Changfeng called softly. Chu Yulan stopped and looked over. Li Changfeng said firmly, Yulan, I have sent a message to my master, asking him to go to the foot of Chuanfeng Mountain to propose marriage. Let's become Taoist couples. Chu Yulan felt her heart skip a beat. She didn't expect Li Changfeng to suddenly make such an arrangement. Are you serious? Chu Yulan stared at Li Changfeng without blinking, fearing that she was hallucinating. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Actually, I wanted to do this 5 years ago, but I was about to break through at that time, and later I needed to stabilize my cultivation, so I kept putting it off until now. Are you willing? As soon as Li Changfeng finished speaking, he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze coming, and there was a soft and delicate body in his arms. Ido. Who else could this be but Chu Yulan? Li Changfeng raised the corners of his mouth and hugged Chu Yulan tightly. Li Changfeng was truly touched by this woman who had waited for him for nearly 10 years. Although their feelings were not as impulsive as love at first sight, the true love that grew over time was more unforgettable than a momentary impulse. On Baiwa Mountain, neither fairy monarch of flowers nor fairy bright moon were surprised by their union. However, as a master, Baiwa Xianjun still harbored great hostility towards Li Changfeng, who had snatched away his most proud disciple. Li Changfeng, my disciple is now the master of a mountain. If your betrothal gift is too little, she will be very embarrassed. If my disciple loses face, I, the master, will also be very unhappy. Do you understand? The fairy king of flowers had a cold face and looked as if he wanted no strangers to approach him. Li Changfeng took out 10 bottles of pills from his storage ring. Uncle Master, these are the pills I prepared. All of them are 5th grade top grade pills. 5th level or top quality? The immortal Lord of Flowers raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of disbelief. In the world of cultivation, elixirs are divided into 6 levels. Each level is divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. 5th grade elixirs are something that you can only come across by chance in the world of cultivation. After all, there are only 2 6th rank alchemists in the ancient god cult, and they are in seclusion all year round. Even the 5th rank alchemists of the Balian Alliance rarely sell them. Look at the 10 bottles of pills in front of you. Each one contains at least 10 pills. Hundreds of 5th grade top grade elixirs. Even if the ancient god Sect is a powerful family, it is impossible for them to produce so many at once. It's just so. The fairy king of flowers suppressed his inner ecstasy and nodded expressionlessly. As a future father-in-law, I can't lose my composure at this time. Li Changfeng took out a few weapons from his storage ring. These are the weapons I have refined during this period of time. They can barely be considered top-grade spiritual weapons and are also included in the betrothal gifts. Changfeng, wait a minute. Fairy Jeyue couldn't sit still anymore when she saw the betrothal gift in front of her. My own disciple has been to the secret realm twice, but isn't this price too much? Fairy Jeyue felt that she had prepared a lot of things, but when she saw her apprentice's things, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Which Taoist couple would get so many things? Chu Yulan also came over. Changfeng, we are a Taoist couple. There is no need for these. Yulan, you don't have to care, but I have to let you see my sincerity. Besides, these are just a drop in the bucket for me. Li Shangfen comforta souffli. His alchemy and weapon-making skills have already reached the pinnacle. If it were not for the limitation of his cultivation, he could have made even better things. So there was no pressure for him to take out these things. The immortal Lord of Flowers was completely stunned at this point. To be honest, as a master in the spirit transformation realm, he does have this value, but these things have completely exceeded his expectations. He originally wanted to embarrass Li Changfeng, but looking at the things in the hall, even someone as sharp-tongued as him didn't know what to say. Whose betrothal gift is so low? Chapter 66, Heading to Kirigakure Island. Li Changfeng's wedding was not a grand affair. Only the elders of the ancient god cult were invited to watch the ceremony. As cultivators, they no longer care so much about these worldly things. After burning incense and paying respects to heaven and earth, The ceremony was completed by paying homage to the fairy lord of flowers and the fairy bright moon. The immortal Lord Liang was originally going to watch the ceremony, but he was seriously injured and had to miss it. Fortunately, Li Changfeng left him a 5th-level healing pill, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Inside the cave, Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan looked at each other. The two of them became Taoist companions today and toasted many times to their elders, as well as to their fellow disciples. Both drank a lot. Li Changfeng looked at Li Chuyulan, whose pretty face was slightly blushing and felt hot all over. Chu Yulan pursed her lips slightly, her eyes full of tenderness, her pair of legs crossed together, deeply stimulating Li Changfeng's limited rationality. "Husband," Chu Yulan called softly, almost taking Li Changfeng's soul away. Under the influence of alcohol, Li Changfeng finally stopped suppressing himself. The candlelight flickered and the shadows overlapped. When love is strong, sweet voices are heard and ripples appear in the deep blue pool. The two of them tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time and became addicted to it. Plus Li Changfeng's extraordinary body. Therefore, the two people's plan to go out was postponed for one day. Overall, both of them are very satisfied. Day 5. Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan stopped their place on the sea. The thick fog in front of them revealed a looming murderous intent. Li Changfeng wanted to use his spiritual sense to investigate, but was obscured by the thick fog and could not detect anything. "This is Wuyin Island." Chu Yulan held Li Changfeng's arm, her eyes full of happiness after marriage. Li Changfeng took out the jade slip. It is said that Wuyin Island is a no-man's land, full of disciples who betrayed the sect and practitioners who were escaping from their enemies. Chu Yulan smiled and said, "What does it matter? We are here to look for something, and we have nothing to do with them. Who they are has nothing to do with us." Li Changfeng smiled and said, "That's right, let's go." As he said this, he took Chu Yulan and walked into the fog. The moment the two of them walked into the fog, Li Changfeng could clearly feel that his perception was blocked by an unknown force. "Changfeng, my perception seems to have disappeared." Chu Yulan was shocked. Li Changfeng said softly, "It's okay, this Wuyin Island is really magical. I think it's because of the mystery here that so many people hide here." Chu Yulan nodded slightly and had a deep understanding of the situation here. This place can block the detection of spiritual sense, so those who are being hunted can naturally hide themselves well. No wonder it has become a lawless area. Even if other forces come in, they may not be able to manage it well. As the two walked, the fog around them gradually dissipated, and a huge island appeared not far away from them. It is more like a continent than an island. This vast area is in no way smaller than the jurisdiction of the ancient god religion. As the two fell, the mysterious power that blocked their spiritual perception still did not disappear. Li Changfeng began to communicate with Yuan Chu in the Jade Emperor Mirror. "Master, do you know where this place is?" "I don't know. After the 36 heavens were shattered, many magical places were formed. I can't explain what's going on here." Yuan Chu shook his head to indicate that he didn't know what was going on. Li Shangfeng frowned. Even Yuan Chu didn't know about this place. It seemed that this Kirigikure Island was really not simple. The Jade Emperor said at this time, "Boy, Monk Huiyin said that the method of refining the 10-foot Dharma body was obtained from here. You might as well go and have a look. Maybe you can get the golden fetus mist you want." Li Changfeng nodded and took out the jade slip that Abbot Huiyin had given him before. After checking the direction, he flew straight towards the ruins. Half an hour later, the two stopped in front of a small town. Rather than being a small town, it is more like a gathering place for refugees. Because the houses here are not built on a large scale and there is no planning at all, everyone builds their own residence. Looking at the messy town, Li Changfeng couldn't help but frown. "Hey, where did this little kid come from? He actually brought a woman here? Is he here to bring warmth to us brothers?" An arrogant voice was heard, and a disheveled man in ragged clothes saw the two of them, walked over with a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes kept scanning Chu Yulan's body. "Court death." Li Changfeng's eyes turned cold, and he pointed his finger, and 5-color divine light rushed straight towards the other party. "Kid, this is Kirigikure Island, not a place where you can act wild." The man laughed and wanted to fight back, but he underestimated the power of the 5-color divine light. The man raised his sword, but before it could stabilize, it was cut off by the 5-color divine light. The 5-color divine light continued to move forward and directly pierced through the man's body. The powerful force of the 5 elements directly turned the man's body into powder. Li Changfeng shook his right hand lightly, and the five-color divine light returned to his body. So strong. At this time, everyone who heard the sound showed a look of horror. Li Changfeng looked at everyone and said, "We are new here, and we have no intention of making enemies. But if there is anyone who dares to provoke me, I don't mind making him disappear from this world." Everyone looked horrified when they heard this. They didn't expect that Li Changfeng, who looked so young, could be so cruel. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Li Changfeng took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring and said, "This is 500 low-grade spirit stones. I need something. Anyone who wants can come to me. I'll do it." "You bastard, do you think you can take this spiritual stone? Get out of here." "Senior, I have lived here for 10 years. I am familiar with everything here." "You've only been here for 10 years, but I've been living for 30 years. With the appearance of spirit stones, everyone began to scramble for them. Although there is spiritual energy on Kirigakure Island that can be used for cultivation, spirit stones serve as currency and can be exchanged for resources for breakthroughs, so they naturally compete fiercely for them. After all, there are no spirit stone mines on this Kirigakure Island. "Shut up, everyone!" A loud shout was heard, and a burly man walked out of the crowd. With a height of nearly 2 meters and 5 centimeters, he is as intimidating as an iron tower. "It's Chiekue." When the crowd saw the person coming, they dispersed and did not dare to stay. Li Changfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who came. Tai Kuei said in a muffled voice, "I was born here when I was a child. It has been 50 years. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I want these spirit stones." Li Changfeng nodded and then threw the spirit stone over. "Aren't you afraid that I will just take the spirit stones and leave?" Tai Kuei looked at Li Changfeng in confusion. Business has never been done this way on Kirigakure Island. Li Changfeng smiled faintly. "You could try." Chapter 67. Encounter with the people from Jiang'a. After hearing what Li Changfeng said, Tai Kuei's eyes became more serious. He heard the confidence in Li Changfeng's tone, and coupled with the power of the five-color divine light before, he finally did not leave. Tai Kuei said in a deep voice, "If you have any questions, just ask directly." Li Changfeng said softly, "We are here to look for the golden fetus mist. I want to know its information. I can buy it or search for it." Tai Kuei pointed to the highest peak of Wuyin Island and said, "The golden fetus mist is on the top of the mountain. That's where the island owner is. No one is allowed to go in. If you want the golden fetus mist, you can exchange it for resources. The price is very expensive." Li Changfeng nodded. "Second question, there was originally a relic here, but I see it is very quiet here. It seems that there is nothing there." "You were talking about the fully ancestral temple, right?" Tieta turned around and pointed to the edge of the town. "The ruins are right there, but this ancestral temple opens once every 3,000 years. Now there's still 1,000 years before the ancestral temple opens. You're here too early." Fully ancestral temple. Li Changfeng murmured in a low voice. He knew something about the ancient gods, but he had never heard of the name of this god. The Jade Emperor said softly, "If it is really the fully ancestral temple, then it should be correct. I didn't expect that after the 36 heavens were shattered, even this place would appear." Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask, "Senior, where exactly is this fully ancestral temple?" The Jade Emperor smiled and said, "The three great Taoists of Taoism are Yuanshi Tianzuan, Dao Tianzuan, and Lingbao Tianzuan. In terms of strength, the three are equally matched, but in terms of time, Yuanshi Tianzuan is the oldest." "Do you know why?" Li Changfeng responded. Yuanshi Tianzuan represents the Hunyuan period, which is the time when chaos was not yet formed, so he is the earliest. The Jade Emperor nodded and said, "That's right. Yuanshi Tianzuan represents chaos. Lingbao Tianzuan represents the initial separation of yin and yang, which is called Hunyuan, and Dao Tianzuan symbolizes the beginning of all things, which is also called Taichu. Because it was the Lord of Tao and morality who created all things, many people believe that the Lord of Tao and morality is the earliest existence." "But what does this have to do with Fu Li?" Li Changfeng was puzzled again. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, "Then do you know what the name of the three pure one's father is?" This, Li Changfeng was stabilized by the Jade Emperor. "These are things that happened before the ancient times, right? How could he know?" Yuanchu smiled and said, "Yuanshi Tianzuan started from chaos. Do you know his other name?" Li Changfeng nodded. "I know. The legendary Panga god is his predecessor." The Jade Emperor smiled and said, "Yes, but he did not come out of nothing. The person who existed before Pangu was called Fully Yuan Shi Tianzuan. He is invisible and formless, erratic, and omnipresent. We call him Tao. This. Li Changfeng was stunned after hearing what the Jade Emperor said, especially when I heard, Fu Li Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Isn't Fu Li the name of this relic? Master, is this relic really the legendary Tao? Li Changfeng felt a little unconfident. Even he felt that he could not control such a powerful relic. He is only at the nascent soul stage. So even if a Daluo Golden Immortal came, he might not be able to control him, right? Don't think too much. It will take another 1,000 years for this place to open. By then, your strength will be incomparable. Yuan Shu also noticed Li Changfeng's worry and comforted him softly. Li Changfeng smiled and nodded, finally breathing a sigh of relief. 1,000 years, with his memories of his past life, was enough for him to get those great opportunities. Changfeng, Chu Yulan called softly. Li Changfeng came back to his senses and realized that he was busy communicating with Yu Huang and others and had left Tiekue aside. Any other questions? If not, I'll leave. Tai Kue said in a muffled voice. Li Changfeng asked, what else do we need to pay attention to on Wuyin Island? Tai Kue pondered for a long time and said, the island master loves money. If you can afford the cultivation resources, it should not be difficult to obtain the golden embryo mist. However, a few days ago, a man with a sword came to the island. You may want to pay attention to him. Sword cultivator? Are you from the sword pavilion? Li Changfeng was stunned. He obviously didn't expect to meet someone from Jianghe here. Chu Yulan asked, besides those sword cultivators, are there any others? Tieta shook his head. I'm not sure, but there should be one. He seems to be fleeing here. Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan looked at each other, and a hint of vigilance flashed through their hearts. The fact that they were able to chase the people from Jianghe here shows that their strength is unfathomable. Thank you, Brother Tieta. I'm fine now. You can go. Li Changfeng bowed with a smile. Tieta also followed suit, bowed, and turned back to his residence. Li Changfeng and the other person discussed for a long time and decided to go meet the owner of the Kirigakure Island. After all, the golden embryo mist is a necessary item for Li Changfeng to condense his Dharma body. As for the people in the sword pavilion, they will help if they can, but if they can't, it's still time to escape. After all, not many people can catch up with Li Changfeng's Jinghong technique. The two of them flew in the air and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain of the Lord of Kirigakure Island. The mountain city here is more orderly. The houses are arranged more neatly. The residents are neatly dressed, and their strength is above the nascent soul stage. After paying the entrance fee to the city, the two found a room in a nearby restaurant and stayed there. They had just arrived here and were unfamiliar with the place. Even if they wanted to meet the island owner, it would not be easy. In the evening, Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan finished their dinner and left the restaurant. During the day, they asked the waiter about some of the situations and learned about the golden fetal mist. As a special product of Kirigakure Island, the golden mist has always been monopolized by the island owner. If you want to get the golden fetal mist, you need to participate in the auction held every 7 days. Once every 7 days. And if you want to participate in the auction, you need to bid on an item of extremely high value at the auction. At the very least, it has to be a 4th grade top grade elixir or above. After learning about this, Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan went to the auction without any hesitation. There were still 2 days until the auction, and they needed to finalize things today. Fortunately, Li Changfeng has a lot of stock, including several bottles of 5th grade top grade elixirs, which are perfect for auction. After seeing the 5th grade top grade elixir, the auction house readily agreed to allow Li Changfeng to participate in the auction. The two of them have accomplished their mission. But as soon as the two of them walked out of the auction house, they were attracted by a familiar figure. Immortal Lord Feichin. A hint of surprise flashed across Chu Yulan's eyes. You know, Immortal Lord Feichin is the elder of Jiange. How could he appear here? The two looked at the panicked Immortal Lord Feichin and finally caught up with him. If they hadn't encountered it, they naturally wouldn't care too much, but now that they have encountered it, they have to ask. After all, the upper realm is ready to send people down, so this news still needs to be reported to Jianghe. Chapter 68. The Strange Feichin Immortal Lord. After chasing for about half a quarter of an hour, the two finally stopped in a remote mountain stream. Who are you? Immortal Master Feichin stopped and looked at the two of them with vigilance. Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan were both stunned. How could Fachin, Immortal Lord, who used to be calm and composed, become so frightened? Senior, we are disciples of the ancient god cult. I am Li Changfeng, and this is my Taoist partner, Chu Yulan. Li Changfeng quickly stepped forward to explain that they just wanted to tell him some information, but didn't intend to interfere too much. Fachin, Immortal Lord, was obviously stunned for a moment, and looked at the two of them for a long time before he finally remembered something. You are really disciples of the ancient god Sect. I remember that you won the championship in the Sect competition a few years ago. Li Changfeng nodded. Senior, you finally remembered. Fachin, Immortal Lord, hurriedly asked. When did you come? What is the current situation of Jiang'a? The two looked at each other, both with surprise on their faces. Chu Yulan was surprised and asked, Senior, don't you know about the Sword Pavilion? Fachin, Immortal Lord's expression froze, and then he revealed a look of pain. I don't know. Li Changfeng frowned and said, Senior, I'm afraid there is no Sword Pavilion in the cultivation world now. This? Immortal Lord Fachin's expression froze for a moment, but he soon knelt on the ground in pain, his eyes full of regret. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Jiang'a wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Immortal Lord Fachin knelt on the ground in pain, his breath fluctuating. Li Changfeng asked, Senior, what happened in Jiang'a? Why are you the only one who came out? Fachin, Immortal Lord, was in agony for a long time, and finally spoke helplessly. It was Feng Qingxue. She became an evil cultivator and devoured the entire Sword Pavilion. I also escaped with great effort. In order to avoid being hunted down by him, I fled here. Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan looked at each other, both with suspicion in their eyes. You know, although Jiang'a's strength is not as good as that of the ancient god Sect, its strength is not weaker at all. Immortal Lord Fachin is just an elder. Although his cultivation is not low, it is still far behind the masters in the refining Void Realm and the Mahayana Realm. It was too strange that he was the only one who escaped. Senior, where do you live now? Do you need our help? Chu Yulan asked with concern. Fachin, Immortal Lord, shook his head and said, I am fine now. You don't have to worry about me. My injuries will heal soon. When I am well, I will leave and find a way to rebuild the Sword Pavilion. Then we won't bother you anymore. Li Changfeng nodded slightly. Immortal Lord Fachin turned around and fled into the distance, leaving only the two of them there. Changfeng, what do you think? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng shook his head. There is definitely something wrong with Immortal Lord Fachin, but we haven't determined what's going on yet, so it's hard to draw a conclusion. Chu Yulan suggested, how about sending a message to the Sect and asking them to send someone over? Li Changfeng shook his head. After all, this is not our Sect's business. There is no need to worry too much, and the people from the Upper Realm Sword Pavilion will be coming down soon. There is no need for us to interfere. His most important task now is to condense his Dharma body. There is no point in thinking about other things. After the two of them exchanged some words, they went straight back to the restaurant. The auction will begin the day after tomorrow, and they are not planning to leave for the next 2 days. With Li Changfeng's current worth, there is no problem in exchanging it for the golden embryo mist. It's a pity that although the idea is good, the reality may not give them a chance to live in peace. After Immortal Fachin separated from the two, he flew straight out of Wuyin Island. No message could be sent out from inside the Kirigakure Island, so Immortal Lord Fachin ran directly to the outside of the Kirigakure Island. Disciple, Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan are on Wuyin Island. If you want revenge, come quickly. After Immortal Lord Fachin finished his message, he returned to the Kirigakure Island. As for why the dignified Immortal Lord Fachin would transmit the message to the evil cultivator, the story cannot be explained in just a few words. Time flies, and the auction starts on time. Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan were arranged to stay in a private room. The auction here is very particular. In addition to the people in the hall, there are private rooms prepared for the auctioneers on the second floor. Firstly, it allows the auctioneers to conceal their identities, and secondly, it allows them to bid, which is quite humane. Dear guests, Kirigakure Island's weekly auction is about to begin. I will now introduce the items for this auction to you. A scantily clad woman walked onto the stage, twisting her seductive body. The eyes of the people in the audience turned towards the woman with increasing enthusiasm. It's Miss Yinro. I didn't expect that Miss Yinro would host the auction this time. It seems that the items to be auctioned this time are not simple. Yes, everyone knows that Miss Yunru's auction items are all genuine treasures. When everyone saw the person coming, they all showed anticipation on their faces. Yun-Ro smiled sweetly. It seems that everyone is very anxious. Yun-Ro's movements were charming, and her Cheongsam outfit outlined her alluring curves. The slits on the side of the Cheongsam reached the waist and hips, and when Yun-Ro lifted the hem of her skirt from time to time, her long legs looming within sight made countless male cultivators' blood boil. Blek. Yun-Ro looked at the already blushing crowd and smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, without further ado, today's auction items, in addition to the golden fetus mist that is unique to our Kirigakure Island, there are 2 other items that deserve your special attention. As she spoke, Yun-Ro walked to the 2 booths and said, the first item is a bottle of the 5th grade top-grade elixir, the spiritual transformation pill. It can not only repair the injuries of the Yuan Shun, but also help masters of the spiritual transformation realm to increase the strength of their Yuan Shun and prepare for a breakthrough in the spiritual transformation realm. It is a rare, top-grade elixir. 5th grade top-grade elixir? It's been a long time since something like this happened in Kirigakure Island. What a good thing. Everyone spoke up, their eyes full of fanaticism. Many of those present are masters at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and are only one step away from breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. If they have the help of the spirit transformation pill, breaking through will definitely not be a difficult task. The breathing of the monks below became heavier. Yun-Ro looked at the reactions of the crowd and smiled confidently. The next item for auction is the Sword Pavilion's inner door technique, the infinite sword technique. It can be practiced by anyone from the spiritualization realm to the nascent soul realm, without any restrictions. Miss Yun-Ro, it's just a sword technique. Is it worth introducing it so emphatically? Someone asked impatiently. Yun-Ro explained, my dear guest, this Wuliang sword technique is a cultivation method that can directly reach the powerful Mahayana stage. Do you still think it is useless? What? Reach the Mahayana stage directly? Everyone exclaimed when they heard this. What do independent cultivators lack the most? That is naturally a powerful technique. They are not the protagonists. They have to practice the skills to become saints. Most of the casual cultivators embark on the path of cultivation by chance, and it is already a blessing to be able to reach the nascent soul stage. As for the transformation of the spirit and the refining of the void, they couldn't even imagine it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here for decades without daring to go out. Chapter 69. Feichen Immortal Lord blocks the way. Inside the box, Li Changfeng and Chu Yulan looked at the infinite sword art on the stand with shock in their eyes. As allies of the Sword Pavilion, they all knew the power of the infinite sword art. This is the core skill of Jiang'a. Who has such courage? Etc. The 2 looked at each other and already had the answer in their hearts. As Yun-Ro finished her introduction, the auction officially began. But now neither of them was in the mood to watch the auction. Li Changfeng called the waiter over, said a few words to him, and then asked him to leave. Soon, Yun-Ro on the auction table was called down. Everyone was talking about this when they saw it. You know, once the auction starts, the host's departure will have a huge impact on the atmosphere of the entire auction. But fortunately, this person is Yun-Ro, and everyone can accept it. A few minutes later, Yun-Ro walked onto the stage with a smile on her face. Dear guests, due to some special reasons, we have decided to auction the Golden Embryo Mist in advance. For those guests who need the Golden Embryo Mist, are the spirit stones in your hands ready? Yun-Ro glanced at everyone, and her reaction was not very good. All of this was within her expectations. Yun-Ro glanced at the private room on the 2nd floor, her eyes dim and unclear. Everyone, the starting price of the Golden Embryo Mist is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid increase must be no less than 1,000. The auction begins. I'll give you 6,000. I'll give you 7,000. I'll give you 10,000. After a brief silence, everyone started bidding. Li Changfeng looked at the people fighting for the treasure below, his expression solemn. I will offer 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As Li Changfeng's voice fell, everyone on the field fell into a brief silence. 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. No matter where this is placed, it is a considerable fortune. Yun-Ro didn't expect Li Changfeng to offer such a high price. Although she knew that this distinguished guest on the 2nd floor was rich, she didn't expect him to be so rich. The distinguished guest on the 2nd floor offered 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? After a brief moment of shock, Yinro looked at the people in the audience. 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 time, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 2 times, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 3 times. Congratulations to this distinguished guest. The golden fetus mist is yours. Yinro spoke with a smile, her eyes full of excitement. As auctioneers, they get commissions. Even if it's only 1%, it's already 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For these casual cultivators, this is definitely a considerable income. Soon, the golden fetal mist was sent to Li Changfeng's room. Li Changfeng did not hesitate and directly put the golden fetus mist into the storage ring, then pulled Chu Yulan out. The reason why the auction house agreed to auction the golden embryo mist in advance was because Li Changfeng promised not to take the spirit stones from the auction of the 5th grade top grade elixir, even if it is given to the auction house. Otherwise, an auction house that puts profit above all else would not do something so unconventional. Changfeng, is it really that serious? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. They had communicated through telepathy before and felt that the matter was too unusual. They had just met the only immortal Lord Fachin of Jiangu the day before yesterday, and today the core skills of Jiangu appeared at the auction. It was hard for him not to think about it. It would be fine if the other party was just fleeing, but he even sold the Jiang's martial arts, which shows how desperate this person is. Now the other party recognized him, and the two sides met. If the other party really had bad intentions towards them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Changfeng's intuition told him that he could not stay on the Kirigakure Island for long. After Li Changfeng left Wuyin Island, he did not stop at all. He directly activated the rainbow transformation technique and flew towards the ancient god Sect with Chu Yulan. Don't think he is too sensitive. The world of cultivation is a place where the strong prey on the weak, competition is fierce, and killing for treasure is common. This Kirigakure Island is a lawless area, and even if they die here, the ancient god cult may not be able to find out anything. He would never take that risk. Junior brother Changfeng, where are you going? As soon as the two flew out of the town, they were stopped by a figure. The one who came was none other than immortal Lord Fachin. Senior, my husband and I have been out training for quite some time and are about to return to the sect. Senior, would you like to go back with us? Li Changfeng pretended to be calm, but he was already alert in his heart. If they could leave Kirigakure Island safely, the danger would be much less. But now that immortal Lord Fachin has stepped forward to stop us, it seems that leaving will not be so easy. Fachin, immortal Lord, showed what he thought was a kind smile. Nephew, your master and I are old friends. Since you are here, I must entertain you well. No need, senior. We have urgent matters to attend to. Chu Yulan quickly refused. Upon hearing this, Fachin, immortal Lord's eyes turned cold. You too, this is what you did wrong. I invited you to be my guest with good intentions, but you didn't give me face. Do you really think that I, Fachin, immortal Lord, have fallen on hard times? You even sold our sect's core skills. What else can you be but down and out? Fachin, I don't care about your Sword Pavilion's affairs, but you actually dared to block our way. You really don't know how to live or die. Li Changfeng is not a good-tempered person. When he saw that the other party dared to threaten him, he directly retorted back. He has now achieved some success in his magical powers, and although his cultivation is still at the nascent soul stage, his combat power is definitely not weaker than that of Fairy Jiyue. Being polite to the other party is just to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unfortunately, immortal Lord Fachin was obviously not going to let them go. How dare you insult me, you little brat? Immortal Lord Fachin was completely enraged by Li Changfeng's words. As his hand seals changed, countless sword energies gathered and attacked the two of them. Li Changfeng dodged and protected Chu Yulan behind him. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the 5-color divine light turned into a barrier, blocking all the incoming sword energy. Go! Li Changfeng shouted softly, and the divine light turned into a stream of light, slashing straight towards Fachin to kill him. Immortal Lord Fachin was shocked and couldn't believe that his attack was blocked like this. Looking at the incoming 5-color divine light, he quickly launched a defense. The strength of the spirit transformation realm was also fully demonstrated at this moment. The 5-color divine light that was invincible in the same realm was actually blocked by the opponent. Although the 5-color divine light caused a lot of trouble to immortal Lord Fachin, it was not easy to kill him. I'll help you. Chu Yulan no longer hesitated upon seeing this. She took out the emerald green flying sword, transformed it into a sky full of bamboo leaves, and flew towards Immortal Lord Fachin. Damn it, you two youngsters, don't underestimate me. Immortal Lord Fachin roared, and his attack was about to become stronger. Just the next second, a clear copper bell sound was heard, interrupted all his attacks. Chapter 70, Repel the Enemy. Ding dong. The sound of the soul-calming bell went straight into Immortal Lord Fachin's sea of consciousness. Li Changfeng seized the opportunity, flashed in front of the opponent, and pointed his finger into a sword, directly hitting the dantian of Fachin Immortal Lord. The Wuji Dao was put into operation, instantly sealing the true essence of Immortal Lord Fachin. Chu Yulan was also quick. She slapped Fachin Immortal Lord on the back of his neck with a palm knife, knocking him unconscious. Why don't you kill him? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, we have all seen Immortal Lord Fachin. Given his personality, he shouldn't be like this. I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding. He even sold his own core skills. How could there be any misunderstanding? I think he has lost his original intention. Chu Yulan has lived in the ancient god sect since she was a child, and she despises those who betray the sect the most. Li Changfeng did not make too many excuses. Let's go back to the sect first, and we will discuss other matters after the people from the Sword Pavilion descend to the world. You can't leave. Just as the two were about to leave, a figure walked out from the void, and lines began to spread in the void. It's a formation. Li Changfeng frowned, and when he saw the person coming, his expression became even uglier. Qian Xingxuan. Chu Yulan's face changed slightly, and she became several times more alert. Qian Xingxuan looked at the two alert people with a smug smile on his face. What's wrong? Are you surprised? I've been looking for you for a long time. Li Changfeng stepped forward and protected Chu Yulan behind him, fearing that she would be hurt. Since you are here, others should be here too. Let them come out. There was a flash of murderous intent in Li Changfeng's eyes. Although he had been in seclusion for several years, his hatred for Qian Xingxuan and the Tonda League had never diminished. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have destroyed the Tonda League long ago. Qian Xingxuan smiled faintly and turned her neck 180 degrees. Feng Qingxue's face appeared in front of the two of them. Junior Brother Changfeng, are you looking for me? Don't be so conceited. Junior Brother Changfeng is looking for me. Chang Yingyu's voice followed, and Qian Xingxuan turned his head back again. But this time, the face turned into Chang Sun Jing. Junior Brother Changfeng, who are you looking for? You. Li Changfeng was also shocked by the strange scene in front of him, which was completely beyond his understanding. Chu Yulan whispered, I forgot to tell you that when you saved us last time, she had already merged with Feng Qingxue. Now it seems that the five of them have completely merged. Qian Xingxuan's expression changed again, with a smile in her eyes. I have to thank you, Junior Brother. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get to this point. Assholes, you are willing to degenerate. What does this have to do with my husband? Chu Yulan hated to see these people slandering Li Changfeng. Husband? Have you already become a Taoist couple? Qian Xingxuan's face instantly turned into Feng Qingxue's, her eyes full of resentment. Feng Qingxue, don't be stupid anymore. Don't you know what you did to him? And the way you look now, do you think he will still have a good impression of you? Chang Yingyu's resentful voice came. Li Changfeng felt sick looking at Qian Xingxuan, who seemed like a neurotic person. Stop talking nonsense. Withdraw the formation, or you will be killed without a complete body. Li Changfeng's words were not polite at all, and the five-color divine light had already been pinched in his hand. Ha ha ha! You want us to die without a complete corpse? Li Changfeng, do you really think we are nothing without you? Today, I will let you see how powerful the five of us are when we combine together. Qian Xingxuan laughed loudly and rushed towards Li Changfeng quickly. There was a flash of murderous intent in Li Changfeng's eyes, and he finally saw it. Qian Xingxuan had completely devoured the other four. That's good. I originally had to kill 5, but now I only need to kill 1. This saves me a lot of time. Li Changfeng was not afraid at all. He summoned the 5-color divine light, which grew stronger with the wind. Within a few breaths, it had already enveloped Qian Xingxuan. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-color divine light began to shake violently. Obviously, after the 5 of them joined together, their strength was definitely not weaker than that of a master at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Soul-calming bell. Li Changfeng shouted softly and sacrificed the soul-calming bell. The soul-calming bell rang and enveloped Qian Xingxuan. However, the soul-calming bell, which was always effective, could only have a slight effect on her. It is no longer possible to make the other party lose consciousness. Li Changfeng, ever since our last fight, I have been on guard against your soul-calming bell. Now it is useless to me. Qian Xingxuan laughed loudly, and the attack of the sword in his hand became several times more fierce. Li Changfeng looked solemn. He immediately recalled the soul-calming bell and concentrated on launching the 5-color divine light attack. As the 5 elements circulate, the 5-color divine light becomes more and more powerful. The power of the evil god. Qian Xingxuan shouted loudly, and 5 tentacles flew out from behind him and fell towards the 5-color divine light, trying to shatter it. However, this 5-color divine light is a very powerful secret technique, and it cannot be broken so easily. Li Changfeng no longer stayed behind at this time, and his true energy quickly poured into the 5-color divine light. Boom! The 5 tentacles were broken in an instant. Qian Xingxuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible, it's only been a few years. How could you become so strong? You're obviously only in the nascent soul stage. How can you be our opponent? Li Changfeng sneered. Dead people don't need to know too much. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-color divine light came again, determined to cut Qian Xingxuan in half. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5-color divine light was actually beaten back. Li Changfeng, you're lucky this time. When we meet again next time, I will kill you. Qian Xingxuan shouted coldly, and a space portal appeared behind him. Want to leave? Did I agree? Li Changfeng's face was gloomy, and a divine light flew out from between his eyebrows and flew straight towards Qian Xingxuan. Ah! Qian Xingxuan let out a scream, as if he had been attacked by something horrible. Li Changfeng wanted to continue attacking, but the portal closed and teleported Qian Xingxuan out. As Qian Xingxuan disappeared, Chu Yulan also flew up. Changfeng, are you okay? Li Changfeng shook his head. Don't worry, I have 2 great secret techniques in my hands. They're no match for me. Qian Xingxuan screamed before he left. Was he seriously injured? Chu Yulan couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng nodded. I used the 9 slashes of the soul to injure her soul. It will take at least 3 years for her to recover. The next time we meet, I will separate their heads from their bodies. Chu Yulan smiled slightly, and then she felt relieved. After all, Qian Xingxuan's weird appearance was really scary. It's really uncomfortable to be constantly being thought of by such a monster. There's a saying that goes, I'm not afraid of thieves stealing. I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. If they could eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible, they would feel more at ease. Chapter 71. Fuli Yuanshi Dharma. Tonda League. In the underground secret room, a space fluctuation was heard, and Qian Xingxuan's body fell out from the void. Guo Qianfan hurried to the front of the mountain. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Looking at the unconscious Qian Xingxuan, Guo Qianfan's eyes were filled with panic. Ji Buchang also walked in from the side at this time, his eyes full of surprise. Didn't he go to deal with Li Changfeng? How could this happen? Is this a method of attacking the Yuanshin? That's not right. She has a magic weapon to protect her Yuanshin. How could she be injured like this? Ji Buchang looked at Qian Xingxuan, who was lying on the ground, seriously injured with a look of confusion. This is really weird. Guo Qianfan said anxiously, Master, let's think of a way to wake up senior sister first. Ji Buchang smiled meaningfully and said, It's okay. Although her soul is injured, it's not without benefits. Guo Qianfan was puzzled. Master, why? Ji Buchang explained. It is difficult for the 5 souls to merge. Although they can accept each other, their different experiences make it impossible for them to merge into one. Now that their souls have been severely damaged, if they don't merge, they will die. With the compatibility of their 5 souls, they will be able to completely merge within half a year. By then, their strength will not be weaker than that of masters in the fusion realm. There was a flash of surprise in Guo Qianfan's eyes. This was a blessing in disguise. Did happiness come too suddenly? Chief Jibo ordered, Take them to their rooms and take good care of them. Yes, master. Guo Qianfan nodded respectfully, picked up Qian Xingxuan, and walked towards her room. Ancient gods. Li Changfeng didn't know that the first time he used the 9 transformations of the soul, he created a powerful enemy for himself. After he obtained what he needed to condense the god of Dharma, He directly began to condense the Dharma image. Fully Yuanshi Dharma image. Li Changfeng murmured as rare treasures were absorbed into his body one by one. The nascent soul in the Dantian has stood up, and its small hands are constantly condensing the treasures of heaven and earth that have been absorbed. With the addition of rare treasures, the Yuanying's body began to emit a dim and incomprehensible aura. The mysterious power continued to wash over Li Changfeng's soul. Unconsciously, a cloud of celebration appeared above Li Changfeng's head, and 3 lotus flowers of different colors swayed continuously, preventing his soul from losing its direction. Yuan Chu looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that he could actually condense a 10-foot Dharma image. This luck is really against the will of heaven. The Jade Emperor smiled bitterly. I was ready to pass on the heavenly venerable Dharma to him, but who knew he would have such an opportunity? Speaking of the opening of the fully secret realm 1,000 years later, can he catch up? Yuan Chu couldn't help but ask. I think it's a bit risky. With his speed of cultivation, he will be able to ascend to the upper realm in 500 years at the latest. If he wants to come back by then, it will be a lot of effort. The Jade Emperor shook his head and did not hold out much hope. I still hope he can come back. That is a relic left by the great Tao. As long as he gets something, he can definitely fight against the heavenly Tao of this world easily. I think my goal of leaving the 3 realms will also be easier. Yin Chu still has his own plans. The Jade Emperor listened without saying anything. He really wanted to say that with the things that Yin Chu gave to Li Changfeng, if he cultivated them to perfection, it would be enough to challenge the heavenly Tao. If this is inherited from the great Tao, what? Are you really going to create the world? Even though he complained in his heart, the Jade Emperor didn't have the courage to speak out loud. As the two communicated, Li Changfeng's condensed Dharma image was about to be completed. At this time, a 10-foot-tall figure with 3 heads and 8 arms was sitting cross-legged in the Changfeng Valley. Each of the 8 arms holds a divine weapon. They are bell, axe, sword, jade pot, seal, bronze tripod, and magic mirror. Although these 8 things are just phantoms, one can still feel the terrifying pressure they display. As the condensation of the Dharma image was completed, the Jade Emperor mirror on Li Changfeng's chest seemed to sense something and turned into a stream of light and fell into the arm of the person holding the magic mirror. With the addition of the Jade Emperor mirror, Li Changfeng's appearance became more majestic. This Dharma image can actually use magic tools? This is too incredible. The Jade Emperor was shocked when he saw this scene. You know, most of the time the Dharmakaya is condensed for the purpose of displaying the magical powers of the Dharmakaya. Like his Jade Emperor form, his entire body can be as white as jade, and his defense, attack power, and speed can be increased several times. However, the fully Yuanshi Dharma image in front of him could control the Jade Emperor mirror, so he had to think about the function of the Dharma image. The Jade Emperor asked, "Boy, what is the magical power of your Dharma image?" Li Changfeng looked embarrassed and didn't know how to start for a moment. Yuan Chu said in a deep voice, "But is there something wrong with this Dharma image?" Li Changfeng shook his head. "No problem, but I feel a little bit. Is it too weak?" The Jade Emperor couldn't help but ask. Li Changfeng shook his head. "It's too strong, so strong that it's a little unreal to me." "Then tell me." The Jade Emperor had an impatient temper and could not bear it any longer. "It's a poem," Li Changfeng said helplessly. "Poetry? What poem?" They both spoke at the same time. Li Changfeng had no choice but to recite this poem. Why do you need to travel through the heavens to realize the truth? Everything is at your fingertips. Picking stars and playing with objects is forbidden in all directions, and the free and easy immortal is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. Yes, they both gasped at the same time. What a big tone. Li Changfeng said, "I only found out this after I condensed the Dharma image. This condensation method is not written in it." "Specifically, what functions does it have?" asked the Jade Emperor. Li Changfeng explained again. "First, I practice on my own. I don't need to practice the exercises at all. This Dharma image will circulate the chi for me." "Isn't this cheating?" The Jade Emperor instantly lost his composure. "You know, penance. The reason why the path of cultivation is difficult is because cultivation is boring. Now, this Dharma image can actually practice the skills on its own. What the hell is there for others to do?" Li Changfeng explained, "Don't get me wrong, Senior. He is just helping me to operate the 5th level chaos realm. I still have to practice the metaverse on my own. Tell me the next one. The Jade Emperor was too lazy to pay attention to Li Changfeng. Looking at his smug look, he knew that the boy was already very happy. Li Changfeng continued. The second one is enlightenment. It can help me quickly comprehend the avenue and increase the chance of sudden enlightenment. The Jade Emperor's face darkened, and he became envious again. Yuan Chu reminded. Next one. Li Changfeng smiled and said, the third one is used for fighting. You have also seen these 8 arms and 3 heads. In addition to being able to perform 3 magical powers, they can also use magic weapons to attack. It's just SOSO. You bastard. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Just SOSO. The Jade Emperor looked at Li Changfeng's smug look and couldn't help but want to slap him. Li Changfeng smiled and did not refute. After all, he had gotten a good deal, and it would be inappropriate for him to act nicely. Is the fourth one immune to all kinds of attacks? Yuan Chu asked the last question again. After hearing this, the Jade Emperor could no longer sit still and turned away. The Jade Emperor cursed and left the group chat. Chapter 72. Feichin Immortal Lord's Injury. Li Changfeng nodded silently. Yes, the fourth one is invulnerability to all kinds of attacks. All negative effects are excluded. As expected of you, you are the Fu Li Yuanshi Dharmakaya. With your 4 heaven-defying magical powers, there are probably not many people in the cultivation world who can hurt you now. Yuan Chu couldn't help but sigh. Li Changfeng shook his head when he heard this. He knew very well that even if he had a Dharma body in his hands, he could not be invincible. Although this Dharma body is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, it can still be harmed by direct attacks. Although these damages will be greatly reduced, we still have to take precautions. When I walked out of the training room, Chu Yulan was already waiting outside. You succeeded? Chu Yulan looked at Li Changfeng with joy. She could clearly feel the powerful aura coming from Li Changfeng. This kind of energy fluctuation is already infinitely close to that of a master in the realm of refining emptiness. Li Changfeng hugged Chu Yulan's slender waist and said with a smile, "It's successful. Shall we celebrate?" As he spoke, a pair of big hands began to wander over Chu Yulan's body. Chu Yulan blushed and gently slapped Li Changfeng's hand away, angrily saying, "Master and the others are waiting for you." They said it's about Immortal Lord Feichin. Immortal Lord Feichin? Is there any problem? Li Changfeng couldn't help but ask. Although what Immortal Lord Feichin did was strange, it definitely violated the rules of Jiang'a. Is there any need to hesitate about how to deal with him? Chu Yulan said softly, "I heard that Immortal Lord Feichin's soul was damaged, so there may be a turnaround for him." Li Changfeng nodded. "Okay, I'll go take a look." As he spoke, he gave Chu Yulan a gentle kiss on the mouth, then performed the rainbow transformation technique and left. Chu Yulan felt the remaining warmth on her lips and looked at Li Changfeng's back, her eyes almost tearing. Inside the ancient temple, the ancient god Sect leader and others were sitting nearby. Immortal Lord Feichin was imprisoned in the center of the hall, and all his cultivation had been completely sealed. Master, you are looking for me." Li Changfeng walked in from outside and bowed respectfully to the two of them. He is now an inheritance elder, and his status is equal to that of the mountain masters, so there is no need for him to perform too many formalities. The ancient god cult leader said in a deep voice, "There is something wrong with the soul of Immortal Feichin, which has caused his personality to change drastically. You are very good at alchemy. I wonder if there is any way to cure him." Li Changfeng was slightly stunned, then turned his gaze to Fairy Jiyue. Wonder whose idea this was. Fairy Bright Moon said disdainfully, "Don't look at me. It's your good father-in-law who spread the news everywhere after he got something. Now, the whole ancient god cult knows that you gave hundreds of 5th-grade top-grade elixirs as your betrothal gift." Li Changfeng's face was full of black lines. The Fairy King of Flowers is not only vicious, but also very deceitful. Can this father-in-law be replaced? The ancient god cult leader said softly, "Changfeng, those who are capable should do more work. This can be considered as a contribution to the ancient god cult. Don't worry, you won't work in vain. If you can cure it, I will give you 30,000 contribution points, plus a fairy sword from the Sword Pavilion." Are you serious? Li Changfeng's eyes lit up. The magic sword of Jiang'a is famous in the 3 realms. His Dharma image had just condensed, and it was time to replenish his Dharma image with magical tools. The Jade Emperor Mirror can be said to have replaced the defensive function of the mirror magic weapon. If a magic sword can be added, The attack power of the Dharma image may be greatly enhanced. With this thought in mind, Li Changfeng no longer hesitated. Okay, I'll take this matter. The corner of the ancient god's mouth twitched. He was really not polite at all. Master, I think you should leave this matter to Danshan Mountain. Elder Changfeng is still young after all. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult for us to explain to Jiang'a. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke, interrupting their conversation. Li Changfeng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man named Feng Lian, wearing an alchemy robe, walked out from the side. Li Changfeng frowned slightly, thinking that he was here to steal the business. Old Dan, are you itching for trouble? Fairy Jiayue said coldly, her eyes full of threats. Dan Shinxi's eyes flashed with fear, but when he thought of the immortal sword in Jian Pavilion, he insisted. Senior Sister Jiayue, I know you want to gain benefits for your apprentice, but you can't block our way, right? Yes, your apprentice is excellent, but you can't give him all the benefits. The people nearby began to murmur. Obviously, the benefits Li Changfeng had obtained from the ancient god sect during this period had made some people jealous. The ancient god cult leader's expression changed slightly, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Junior sister, how about this matter? The ancient god sect leader spoke slowly, still a little hesitant. Fairy Bright Moon said in a deep voice, What's wrong with this matter? Why should I give away the benefits that my apprentice has earned through his own ability to them? Fairy Bright Moon took a few steps forward and looked at everyone. My apprentice restored the seal of the ancient god cult and saved the entire ancient god cult, and was sealed for 4.5 years for this. I don't need to tell you what's inside the seal, right? What he has now is what he deserves. If you are jealous, just go and do it yourself. You have no ability, but you are still barking like a dog here. Do you really think my whip is vegetarian? Everyone looked at the angry Fairy Bright Moon and fell silent. Even the son of Dan couldn't help but take a few steps back. Jiayue was right. Li Changfeng's current identity and status were earned with his life, so they were indeed not in the right. Seeing that his master had almost finished speaking, Li Changfeng quickly spoke up. Master, please don't get excited. The uncles and uncles have no ill intentions. Uncle Dan Shinxi, how about we compete fairly? Changfeng, Jiayue looked at her apprentice unhappily. Can't you see I'm speaking for you? Li Changfeng gave Fairy Jiayue a reassuring look and pulled him back. When Dan Shinxi saw Fairy Jiayue retreat, he couldn't help but ask, How do you want to compete fairly, nephew? Li Changfeng smiled and said, Let's investigate Fachin Immortal Lord's condition together, and then come up with a treatment plan. In the end, we'll give it to whoever has the better plan. How do you think that works? The alchemy god laughed and said, Nephew, although I'm an alchemist, I have also made great achievements in medicine. Are you sure you want to compete with me? We have to try it. Otherwise my master will be angry. Li Changfeng smiled modestly and did not say anything absolute. The alchemy god glanced at Fairy Jiayue with fear. Senior sister, do you agree at this time? Fairy Bright Moon wanted to object, but in order not to arouse public anger, she could only nod and say, Since my disciple is sure, let's do as he says. Dan Shinzi was delighted to hear this and agreed. Although Fairy Jiayue is a bit domineering, she always keeps her word and never goes back on her word. With her promise, the matter was settled. Afterwards, the two of them circulated their true energy and began to investigate the situation of Immortal Lord Fachin. Poor Fachin Immortal Lord. He has unknowingly become the guinea pig of these two people. Chapter 73. Master, just eat them like candy beans. After some investigation, Li Changfeng took out a jade slip from his storage ring, formed his fingers into a sword, and began to write a treatment plan on the jade slip. Dan Shinzi was not to be outdone and soon followed. A few minutes later, the two exchanged jade slips. The pill god looked at the pill recipe on the jade slip with a look of disdain. He didn't think that Li Changfeng, a young man who had only practiced for 30 years, could have such a high level of accomplishment. But as time went by, his expression became more and more solemn, and finally his hands began to tremble in shock. How is it possible? If this elixir can be made, it must have reached the 6th level. Li Changfeng, are you kidding me? The face of the alchemy god was gloomy. Although he was known as a 6th-rank alchemist, he was unable to refine the elixir recipe in his hand. Could it be that Li Changfeng is already a 6th-level alchemist? The thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly rejected by him. Are you kidding me? How old is he? I'm afraid he can't even refine a 5th-level elixir? Yes, as an alchemist, Dan Shinzi never believed that Li Changfeng's betrothal gift was made by himself. Everyone looked at the somewhat out-of-control Dan Shenzi and came over. When they saw the recipe on the jade slip, they all gasped. Junior brother Changfeng, your recipe can certainly cure immortal Lord Feichin, but I'm afraid you can't make the elixir, right? The mountain master, who had been jealous before, spoke first. Li Changfeng gave the Dan Shenzi's recipe to everyone. Master uncles, please take a look at Master Dan Shenzi's recipe. I'm afraid this wouldn't be able to cure Feichin immortal monarch, right? The old face of Dan Shenzi turned red, and he retorted, my pill can at least relieve the injury of his Yuanshin, but your pill formula cannot be refined at all. Li Changfeng smiled and said, who said I can't make it? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then they burst into laughter. Junior brother Changfeng, I can understand that you are young and frivolous, but it is wrong for you to lie in front of so many elders. The ancient god cult leader couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Ahem, Changfeng, why don't we just forget about this matter? I'll let the people in the upper realm think of a solution for immortal Feichin's matter. No need, since no one believes me. I will just make the elixir in front of everyone. Is that okay? Li Changfeng spread his hands and looked at everyone. The crowd, who were originally laughing, suddenly fell silent. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Fairy Jiwa couldn't help but come closer and said, Changfeng, I know you want to save face for your master, but this 6th level elixir is not an ordinary thing. You don't have to push yourself to this extent. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Master, don't worry, I'm sure of it. Are you serious? Jiyue was also shocked at this time. When did my disciple become so powerful? The ancient god cult leader was the first to react. If that's the case, then don't delay any longer. I'll have someone send the materials over right away. Li Changfeng nodded in agreement. Soon, the medicinal materials were brought from the warehouse by the disciples. Soul refining grass, blood coagulating crystal, soul restoring liquid. A pair of rare treasures were placed in front of Li Changfeng. Dan Shenzi swallowed his saliva and said, Nephew, these things are very valuable. Don't waste them just because of your momentary anger. The materials used to refine the 6th grade elixir are all genuine treasures from heaven and earth, and any one of them is a priceless treasure. Li Changfeng smiled and said, Don't worry, uncle. Although these things are precious, they're nothing compared to my family's wealth. Are you kidding? He is the one who peeled off the walls of the Jade Emperor Palace, and he is still missing something? After all the materials were ready, Li Changfeng didn't waste any time and directly took out the alchemy furnace to start preparing to make the elixir. There! Li Changfeng then threw a ray of true sun fire into the alchemy furnace, and the temperature around it suddenly rose. Is he crazy? Is he refining the elixir? Upon seeing this scene, the god of alchemy stood up suddenly. The most important thing in alchemy is the temperature. If the temperature suddenly rises so high, it will be a burden on the alchemy furnace. How can you make the elixir? Li Changfeng smiled and said, Master, don't worry. My furnace is nourished by the true fire of the sun all year round. There is no such thing as a hot furnace. Nourishment by the sun's true fire all year round. Dan Shenzi seemed to have heard something unbelievable. What does this mean? Dan Shenzi, please explain it to me. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Dan Shenzi. The alchemy god explained. The alchemy furnace nourished by the divine fire can enter the alchemy state at any time, but it will put a great burden on the alchemist unless... Unless what? This time, even the ancient god leader couldn't help but ask. Unless this alchemist has mastered the control of fire to perfection. The corners of Dan Shenzi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Li Changfeng as if he was looking at a monster. At this time, Li Changfeng had already started refining the elixir. He threw rare treasures into the alchemy furnace one by one, and wisps of refreshing medicinal fragrance began to spread. This technique, this medicinal fragrance. The pill god sniffed the wafting fragrance of the pill and became completely dazed. He watched Li Changfeng's operation without blinking, his body shaking with excitement. Seconds, this is really amazing, this technique. Dan Shenzi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Dan Shenzi, don't speak half-heartedly. What's going on? The laymen standing by were all anxious. Seeing Dan Shenzi's excited look, they knew there must be something going on. But they can't understand. It's very infuriating. Shut up, all of you, and don't disturb me. Dan Shenzi cursed angrily, and then continued to watch Li Changfeng making the elixir. At this moment, he was really convinced. Li Changfeng was seen constantly changing his hand seals, and streams of true energy were injected into the alchemy furnace. After condensing the Dharma body, Li Changfeng's true essence increased again, and the 6th level elixir no longer put too much pressure on him. Combined, Li Changfeng shouted softly, clapped his hands, and his long hair moved without wind. The sun's true fire gradually cooled down, and the refined medicinal liquid melted into one, and finally turned into a dozen golden pills that flew into Li Changfeng's hands. Li Changfeng put the elixir in a jade bottle and handed it to Dan Shensi. "Uncle Master, can you check it?" The pill god finally reacted, stepped forward and snatched the pill. Looking at the patterns on the golden pill, his whole body trembled. 6th grade top grade, 6th grade top grade. I didn't expect to see the refining of 6th grade top grade pills in the world of cultivation. The god of Dan looks like a sealed demon. "Wake up!" The ancient god cult leader shouted softly. Dan Shensi's consciousness was shocked, and then he reacted. "Sorry, brother. I lost my composure." Dan Shenzi apologized quickly. The ancient god cult master smiled and said, "It's okay. How about this pill? This is a nourishing spirit pill, which is specially used to treat damage to the soul. It can also enhance the soul power of the cultivators in the spiritual transformation realm. With the help of this pill, it will be easy to enter the void refining realm." The god of alchemy explained the purpose of the elixir. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise when they heard this. Li Changfeng chuckled, took back the jade bottle, took out a pill, and put it into the mouth of Immortal Lord Feichin. Li Changfeng gave the remaining food directly to Fairy Jiyue. "A master, you can eat it first. If you don't have enough, come to me again. You don't have to save it for your disciple. Just eat it like candy." Fairy Jiyue had a huge smile on her face and looked at everyone with a smug look, like a villain who had succeeded. Everyone's mouth twitched. Sure enough, invisible pretense is the most deadly. Chapter 74, New Mission. At this point, everyone was completely convinced. They all had to admit that Fairy Jiyue's disciple was already the strongest in the entire ancient god sect in terms of alchemy and formations. The ancient god cult leader looked at Fairy Bright Moon, who was still showing off, and said, "Okay, junior sister, your disciple is indeed excellent, but the problems we are facing now are still huge. Let's wait and see." Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, and their eyes fell on Immortal Lord Feichin. They had investigated before and found out that Immortal Lord Feichin's soul had hurt Yu Jing, which was why his temperament changed drastically. Li Changfeng's Yangshan gallbladder can restore the injuries of the soul, which is just the right remedy. Time passes by little. Dan Shensi frowned and said, "What's going on? This is a 6th grade top grade elixir. How could it have no effect? Could it be fake?" Someone complained. "Impossible." Dan Shunzi shook his head decisively. Although he couldn't refine it, he still had the vision and would definitely not make a mistake. Li Changfeng took a few thousand steps and probed his spiritual sense in again. Soon, he felt the medicinal effect of the nourishing spirit pill. Outside the Naiwan palace of Immortal Lord Feichin, a barely detectable evil energy blocked the entry of medicinal power. "This nourishing pill has no effect at all." "I see. Break it for me." Li Changfeng smiled faintly and moved his true energy slightly to dispel the evil spirit. Without the obstruction of evil spirits, the medicinal effect quickly entered the Naiwan palace, and Immortal Feichin only felt his soul become clear. Then, passed out. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Changfeng chuckled. "Okay, it's done." The ancient god cult leader nodded and said, "You can go back first. I will send the stuff to you in a few days." Li Changfeng did not stay long and turned to head towards Changfeng Valley. Several mountain masters looked at Li Changfeng, who was leaving, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Fairy Bright Moon looked at the eager crowd and said with a smile, "I will arrange the matter of the nourishing spirit pill. You guys can prepare the materials. But let me make it clear first, I can only refine it for 2 days a month at most. The highest bidder wins." Senior sister, Great Righteousness. After expressing their gratitude, everyone went back to the mountain to prepare their things. The ancient god cult leader pursed his lips, feeling a little jealous. Now the status of Fairy Bright Moon in everyone's hearts seems to have improved a lot. Since the problem has been solved, I will leave first. I haven't seen my disciple Yulan for a long time. I have to go and see her. The Fairy King of Flowers stretched lazily and walked outside leisurely. Obviously, he was going to ask Li Changfeng for the nourishing spirit pill. After a cultivator reaches the spirit transformation realm, he needs a long period of time to nourish his primordial spirit. Pills like the spirit nourishing pill, which can greatly reduce the time required for cultivation, are very attractive to them. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of people coming to Changfeng Valley, and without exception, they all came to ask for medicine. Li Changfeng did not reject all of them, and still met some of the mountain owners' requests. As for those in the nascent soul stage, it depends on the relationship. If they are strangers, Chu Yulan will directly reject them. Changfeng, should we also consider taking in a disciple? Chu Yulan snuggled into Li Changfeng's chest. Li Changfeng was stunned. Why do you have this idea? You know, although Li Changfeng is an elder, he has not opened a mountain gate and is not allowed to accept disciples. Besides, Li Changfeng is only in his early 30s now. In a world of cultivation, this age is really too young, and it is not appropriate to accept a disciple. Chu Yulan said softly, "You are now famous, and Changfeng Valley also needs someone to take care of it. It will be much easier for you to accept a disciple." Li Changfeng shook his head. "No need. I will go to Tongtian Stonewall in a few days. I will build a cave there. You can come with me then." "You're leaving Moon Goddess Mountain?" Chu Yulan was surprised. Li Changfeng nodded. "After I condensed the Dharma image, my cultivation increased day by day, and I need to retreat for a period of time. Then there's no need to leave Moon Goddess Mountain. If senior uncle Jia Yuan knew." Chu Yulan couldn't help but dissuade him. Li Changfeng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Master already knows about it and has no objection." Chu Yulan didn't say anything more after hearing this. Fairy Jayuet didn't object, so there was no need for him to persuade her anymore. Anyway, they are a couple, so it doesn't matter where they live. I left some medicinal pills for senior brother Pei Xian and the others. Please take some time to deliver them to them." Li Changfeng seemed to remember something and reminded him. Chu Yulan smiled and nodded. Pei Xian and Gu Yu have also reached the nascent soul stage in recent years and have both condensed a nine-zhang Dharma image, and their strength has also made breakthroughs. They are all people who have inherited the legacy of the great emperor, so their fighting power is naturally extraordinary. "Junior brother, is Junior brother here?" While the two were talking, Pei Xian's voice came from outside. The two looked at each other, stood up, and walked outside. "Speak of the devil, and he will appear." When Pei Xian saw the two of them coming out, he hurriedly said, "Brother, my master asked me to tell you to go to the back mountain, saying that there is something important." "Go to the back mountain?" Li Changfeng was slightly stunned. "That's the place where the ancient god religion is passed down. What's the point of going there?" "Okay, I'll go right away. I left some things for you and senior brother Gu Yu, as well as some for Jingzhua. You guys use them first. I'll be back soon." Li Changfeng gave a reminder and quickly went to the back mountain using the actual rainbow transformation technique. In front of the Tongtian stone wall. When Li Changfeng came over, the stone wall that reached the sky had already been opened. At this time, Immortal Fachin was kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. After his soul recovered, he knew that he had done something irreversible. When everyone saw Li Changfeng coming, they also made way for him. The ancient god cult leader spoke first. "Changfeng, senior Jiange wants to go down to the world and needs to activate the Jiange formation. This time I called you here to let you take action." "Let me take action." Li Changfeng was also stunned. He is only at the nascent soul stage. With so many big guys here, it would be inappropriate for him to take action, right? "Yes, it's you." The moon goddess walked over from the side. Li Changfeng said with a bitter face, "Master, aren't you making things difficult for me? I will arrange 2 masters in the Lianshu realm and 1 in the Hadao realm to go with you." The moon goddess naturally knew what Li Changfeng was thinking. The people who can destroy Jianghe are definitely not simple people, and they also have to ensure Li Changfeng's safety. Immortal Lord Fachin also hurriedly said, "Nephew, you don't have to worry. In fact, the masters of the Sword Pavilion are not dead, but their perceptions are sealed. If they can be awakened, the Sword Pavilion will surely return to its former glory." "Sealed? What happened?" Li Changfeng was puzzled. Immortal Lord Fachin's face turned red, but he still told the story again. It turned out that Qian Xingxuan and others had taken advantage of his unpreparedness, ambushed him, and controlled him to massacre the entire Jianghe. Qian Xingxuan devoured all the disciples of Jiange. He originally wanted to devour him, but there was a protective sword energy left by an immortal in his body, which broke the opponent's control. This gave him a chance to survive. However, his soul was also damaged, and he was frightened by Qian Xingxuan. He didn't even dare to come to the ancient god Sect and fled directly to the Kirigakure Island. This is what happened later. Chapter 75, You've been lying to me all the time. The moon goddess said to Li Changfeng, I have seen the inheritance formation you have repaired in the past few years. It is much better than the one we repaired before. So you're going to the Sword Pavilion is a decision we made together. Li Changfeng wanted to refuse, but after changing his mind, he nodded in agreement. Immortal Feichen said gratefully, Master brother, don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. After this, I can let you choose any sword technique from the Sword Pavilion. How about that? Thank you very much, Immortal Lord Feichen. Li Changfeng nodded quickly. This is really an unexpected gain. You should know that the predecessor of Jiang'e was Yi Tianzuan's Tianjian Guard, and the skills they practiced were passed down by Lingbao Tianzuan. That is the most powerful swordsmanship in the three realms. Even if you get one of the sword techniques, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Li Changfeng looked at the ancient god cult master. Uncle Master, I came out in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Take me back to make some arrangements. How about we go tomorrow? That's great. The ancient god patriarch nodded. Although the moon goddess arranged 3 super powerful men, the ancient god cult leader, as the leader of the ancient god cult, must go as well. Also traveling with him were several masters of the spirit transformation realm who were the immortal Lord Liang. After all, it concerns the survival of Jiang'e, so they can't be careless. After Li Changfeng returned, he packed up the things in Changfeng Valley and brought Chu Yulan to the top of the valley. He took one last look at the place where he grew up and turned to head towards the back mountain. The next day, a group of more than a dozen people went straight to Jiang'e. Jiang'e is located in the mountains of Nanjun. The mountain roads here are rugged and sparsely populated, and the mountains are among the steepest in the entire world of cultivation. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter Jiang'e. Li Changfeng stopped above the ridge, looking at the sword-like peak, and couldn't help but think of a poem by a sword immortal. Above there is a high peak with 6 dragons circling the sun. Below there is a winding river with waves crashing against it. The dangers involved cannot be fully described in a few words. Everyone be careful. This is where I was ambushed last time. Immortal Lord Liang spoke up to remind him. Li Changfeng also quickly came back to his senses. The Dharma image in his body was ready, and he could start fighting at any time. Lord Liang, you still dare to come? It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. You brought so many people this time. Aren't you afraid that your ancient god sect will be destroyed? A dark red, evil aura flew out from the direction of Jiang'e, and a mocking voice was heard from it. The eyes of the fiery sun, Immortal Lord, flashed coldly. You are such a coward. If you hadn't attacked me first, how could I have been injured by you? Today I will let you know how powerful I, the fiery sun Immortal Lord, am. As soon as he finished speaking, fire shone brightly in the eyes of Lord Liang. He clasped his hands together, and a shadow emerged behind him, gradually solidifying. This is exactly the Dharma form of the Immortal Lord Liang, the Dharma form of the great Emperor Jinwu. It is one of the top 3 powerful Dharma images in the ancient god religion. Aha, I'm dying of laughter. What do you think you are doing? Fighting alone? Do you really think that my evil god cult is a vegetarian? The evil voice did not subside at all, but became even more arrogant. Li Changfeng turned his head and found that they were surrounded by countless evil spirits. Everyone be careful. There's an ambush. The ancient god gave a reminder and quickly summoned his own Dharma image. The rest of them took action one after another, and more than a dozen Ninjong Dharma images appeared in front of everyone. Changfeng, don't join the battle. I will ask a few brothers to take you to the Sword Pavilion and set up the formation first. As long as the immortals descend to the mortal world, these evil spirits will not be a concern. The Fairy Lord of Flowers reminded from the side. Li Changfeng nodded slightly, and his intention to summon the Dharma image also stopped. Soon, the battle between the two sides broke out. The Dharma image and the evil spirit were fighting against each other. Neither of them wanted to give in, and the entire Chuanling Mountains began to tremble. Wah! The powerful person in the fusion realm who was guarding Li Changfeng grabbed Li Changfeng and flew towards the Sword Pavilion. Immortal Lord Feichen and 2 other masters of the Lianshu realm followed closely behind. They all knew that Li Changfeng was the key to this battle. In a battle of this length, without overwhelming force, the casualties would inevitably be huge. So although the immortal Lord Liang and his men fought fiercely, they did not risk their lives. The four of them bypassed the evil spirits and soon arrived at the core of Jiang'a. Immortal Lord Feichin brought the two of them to the inner hall of the Sword Pavilion with ease. At this time, the place is filled with evil spirits and visibility is extremely low. Fortunately, they have spiritual sense to explore the way, so they can easily identify the direction. After passing through several corridors, the four stopped in front of an altar. Immortal Feichin said quickly, "This is the formation base that connects to the upper realm. Junior brother Changfeng, thank you for your help." Li Changfeng nodded. "Please go up and try to open the formation first. I want to see clearly what is wrong with this formation." Feichin Immortal Lord smiled bitterly and said, "This formation has completely collapsed. I'm afraid it needs to be rearranged. Nephew, you'd better act quickly. I'm afraid Liang Immortal Lord and his men won't be able to hold on for long." "Don't worry, Immortal Feichin. Since we dared to come here, we are not afraid of these evil cultivators. We still have allies." The master in the fusion realm spoke to comfort her. "This man's name is Kanyue. He is the senior brother of Fairy Jiuyue and the former master of Moon Goddess Mountain." Immortal Feichin was stunned when he heard this. "There are helpers? How come I don't know?" Song Yu smiled and said, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." As if to confirm San Yue's words, a loud bell sound suddenly came from the outskirts of Chuanling. Umipa! A Buddhist chant resounded through heaven and earth, and the golden light penetrated the evil spirit, enveloping the entire Sichuan Ridge. "Is this someone from the Thousand Buddha Temple?" Immortal Lord Feichin widened his eyes in surprise. Li Changfeng smiled and said, "My lord, we don't need to worry now." Feichin Immortal Lord had a trace of sweat on his forehead, and his expression became uneasy. "Nephew, since everything is fine, you should quickly set up the formation." "My lord, why are you so anxious to let me go up? Is there something waiting for me up there?" Li Changfeng asked knowingly. Kanyue and the other two refining Void Realm cultivators looked at Immortal Lord Feichin with a hint of amusement in their eyes. Feichin Immortal Lord's expression darkened at this time. "How did you find out?" Li Changfeng smiled and said, "In fact, you have hidden it very well. If I hadn't personally explored your Naiwan Palace, I wouldn't have found it at all." "Impossible. I covered it up very well at that time." Feichin Immortal Lord retorted in a deep voice. Li Changfeng smiled and said, "No, since that evil spirit was left by Qian Xuan, it won't be so easy for me to break it. Even if I break it, you won't be able to remain intact. So you have been lying to me from the beginning?" Immortal Lord Feichin was furious. Song Yu sneered. "If I hadn't lied to you, how could I have attracted so many evil cultivators? How could we and the Thousand Buddha Temple have dealt them such a heavy blow?" "I will fight you," Feichin Immortal Lord shouted and rushed towards the three people. Chapter 76. Severe Injury to the Evil Cultivator. Li Changfeng's hand seals changed, and a stream of true energy was awakened from the dantian of Immortal Lord Feichin. Almost in an instant, Immortal Lord Feichin's cultivation was completely sealed. "What did you do to me?" Immortal Lord Feichin looked terrified. Li Changfeng sneered, "What do you think? I have already discovered your problem. How can you not be prepared at all?" It turned out that after Li Changfeng realized that something was wrong, he secretly told the ancient god leader about it. The request to postpone the departure by 1 day was to give the ancient god cult time to prepare. As for the true essence of Immortal Lord Feichin, Li Changfeng never took it back. "Uncle Master, what should we do next?" Li Changfeng looked at the remnant moon beside him. Song Yu's divine sense swept over and said, "The battle outside is almost over. We can make plans after everything is over. Will there be any problem?" Li Changfeng was a little worried. Song Yu smiled and said, "The ancient god Sect and the Thousand Buddha Temple have each sent out half of their top combat forces. If even this cannot inflict heavy damage on them, then there's no need for our two forces to continue to exist." Li Changfeng nodded and finally felt relieved. About an hour later, the noise of the battle gradually subsided. This time, the two superpowers joined forces and dealt a heavy blow to the evil god cult with a devastating force. It can be said that they won a great victory. Song Yu smiled and said, "The evil spirits here will be purified by the people of Qianfu Temple. Let's go and bring the people from the upper world down." Li Changfeng looked at Feichin Xianjun standing beside him and said, "Uncle Master, what should we do with him?" Song Yu smiled faintly. "After all, he is from Jiange, and it is not easy for us to deal with him. Let's wait for the people from the upper realm to come down. Li Changfeng nodded and said no more, flying towards an open space with the waning moon. After landing, Li Changfeng took out a pile of spirit stone powder and a brush-shaped spiritual weapon from his storage ring. These were important materials for carving formations. The general formation is not so complicated. Powerful formation masters will refine formation diagrams according to personal needs and directly use the formation diagrams when fighting or using them. This is not only convenient, but also quick. But this time it's different. No one will carry the guiding formation with them. So Li Changfeng needs to engrave the array pattern on the spot. Li Changfeng transferred his true energy into the spiritual brush in his hand, dipped it in spiritual energy powder, and began to carve on the ground. The crescent moon on the ground has been processed and is very smooth, making it much smoother to carve the array pattern. About another hour later, Li Changfeng finally finished carving the array pattern. Then he took out the formation flags and spirit stones that had been prepared in advance. 2 and 4 are the shoulders, 6 and 8 are the feet, 3 on the left and 7 on the right, 9 on the head and 1 on the feet. The 8 formations of heaven and earth, the immortals and mortals, are connected. Li Changfeng inserted the formation flags one by one into the true eye, then placed the spirit stone in the designated position and changed his hand seals. Finally, a formation to communicate with the upper realm was completed. Seeing this, Kinhua did not stop and took out a mirror, communicating with the ancient god cult in the upper realm. "How are the preparations going?" asked the old Taoist priest. "Master, everything is ready. We can start." Kinhua nodded in response. The old Taoist nodded. "Get ready." Song Yu looked at the 2 masters of the refining realm next to him and said, "Let's do it together." The 2 of them nodded at the same time. Their hand seals changed, and their true energy flowed into the formation, activating it. With the influx of true energy, waves of violent spatial fluctuations began to spread. The formation flags began to fly rapidly under the infusion of spiritual energy and finally disappeared into the void. The next second, a huge space vortex began to emerge. The wind was howling wildly, and a huge suction force came from the vortex of space, and the surrounding rocks flew towards it. However, the space channel that had just been established was not stable. As soon as the rocks flew in, they were shattered by the force of space. Li Changfeng and the others were very powerful and were not affected. They just continued to transfer their true energy into the formation. In about a quarter of an hour, the space vortex gradually stabilized and turned into a space gate. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the portal in front of them expectantly. Sanyue smiled faintly. "As expected, you are praised as the disciple with the strongest formation. Changfeng, I really underestimated you." Li Changfeng chuckled. "Uncle Master, if you think I have contributed enough, please give me some more benefits after Senior Jingu comes to the lower world. I won't think it's too much." Sanyue's mouth twitched. This kid is really rude. At this time, the ancient god leader and others also rushed over. Looking at the completed space gate, they also smiled. "What's going on?" The ancient god leader looked at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng responded, "The formation has just been established. Although our exit is stable, it will take some time for the interior of the passage to stabilize. It will take about 10 days. Then let's wait. Where is Feichin?" The ancient god sect leader was looking for the figure of immortal Lord Feichin. Li Changfeng pointed at Feichin Xianjun, who was tied to a tree. "He's there." The suction of the space vortex was too strong, so we tied him up. Puff! When everyone saw the miserable look of immortal Lord Feichin, they burst out laughing. It's not his fault. At this moment, Feichin Immortal Lord's clothes were torn to pieces by the vortex of space, and he was tied up, so he really didn't have any dignity as an immortal lord. Li Changfeng, don't be so complacent. One day, the leader will kill you. Feichin Immortal Lord roared angrily. Li Changfeng shrugged and ignored it. The 2 of them didn't have much in common, so there was no need for him to waste time on a stranger. Song Yu looked at the ancient god cult leader. "Do you know why he became like this?" The ancient god cult leader shook his head. Before, the ghost spirit in his 3 souls was damaged, and it was normal for his desires to be out of control, but why it is not recovered now, I don't know. It seems that we have to wait for the seniors from the upper realm to come down first. Kinhua nodded helplessly. They still had high expectations for Immortal Lord Feichin, but now it seems that the expectations are no longer useful. 10 days later, in the back mountain of Tonda League, Ji Buichang's eyes were sinister. Who can tell me why the information sent back by Feichen was wrong? How to get into the Thousand Buddha Temple? Not long ago, Ji Buichang found that he could not contact the evil cultivators in Jiang'a. When he came back, he found that all the soul tablets on them were broken. After some investigation, it was discovered that the ancient god cult and the Thousand Buddha Temple had joined forces to destroy him. This was like a bolt from the blue for him. Guo Qianfan said respectfully, "Master, isn't it a bit too radical for us to take action now? How about we wait a little longer?" Wait? Wait for what? Wait for the ancient god cult to destroy us. Ji Buichang shouted harshly. Guo Qianfan analyzed, "Master, except for Qian Xingxuan, most of our Tonda League disciples are still positive. In the eyes of outsiders, we are still a famous and upright sect." Ji Buichang was slightly stunned. He had actually forgotten about this matter. Damn it, I'm so angry that I'm confused. With this status, what else do I have to worry about? I could just wait a few more years. After realizing this, Ji Buichang turned around decisively, and the evil spirit on his body quickly disappeared. "You stay here and guard her. Don't let her out for a while. I will take care of the rest." "Yes, master." Chapter 77, Zhou Shan Wants Revenge. After the space channel was completely stabilized, the people from the Sword Pavilion in the upper realm finally arrived in the lower realm. Also coming along was an old senior from the ancient god cult. Although the two sides are allies, neither of them feels comfortable with a super powerful person going alone to the world where their own sect is located. Of course, when we tell others, we are definitely going to help. The immortal who came down from Jiang'a was called Zhou Shan, and the immortal who came down from the ancient god sect was called Wan Yue. Because Li Changfeng is from Yuesha Mountain, Wan Yue, who ascended from Yuesha Mountain, became the one who went down to the mortal world this time. "Are you Li Changfeng?" Wan Yue has a peaceful face, and there is a crescent-shaped mark between her eyebrows, which is a manifestation of the ultimate practice of the moon god technique. Li Changfeng said respectfully, "Disciple Li Changfeng, I pay my respect to the Grandmaster." Wan Yue covered her mouth and chuckled. "You are such a boring child. When did Moon God Mountain become so old-fashioned?" Li Changfeng stood up awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. "Master, you still like to tease others." Kanyue looked at Wan Yue, his tone full of helplessness. Wan Yue chuckled. "My little Kanyue has already reached the fusion realm. It seems that in another 100 years, we will be able to meet in the fairyland. I don't want to go up." Kanyue raised her head proudly. Wan Yue came behind Kanyue with a smile, reached out and touched his head, looking like an elder caring for a younger one. Li Changfeng felt a chill when he saw this. As expected, among the powerful people in the ancient god cult, none of them are normal. This master who just came down is also a naughty old man. The ancient god cult leader coughed lightly and said, "Master, there are still things to do in the Sword Pavilion. Let's go back first." Wan Yue nodded. "Sorry, I haven't seen my disciple for a long time, and I forgot about the important things." Then he walked up to Zhou Shan and said, "Bring it here." Zhou Shan was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and took out a magic sword and a jade slip from his storage ring and gave them to Wan Yue. "I'm at Ancient God Mountain. Just call me any time if you have any problems." Wan Yue didn't bother to be polite with him. She said a few words and waved her hand. He then led everyone to fly towards the ancient god sect. Li Changfeng only felt himself being enveloped by a gentle force. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the main hall of the ancient god cult. The whole process only takes a few breaths. The power of the immortal is so terrifying. Li Changfeng felt emotional. Even though he had such a powerful escape technique as the rainbow technique, it was still no match for this great master. Wan Yue put everyone down, then handed the immortal sword and jade slip to Li Changfeng. "This is for you. This immortal sword can be integrated into your natal flying sword, and you can practice this sword technique on your own." Li Changfeng's eyes lit up. "Thank you, master." Wan Yue smiled and waved her hand. "I have heard about your story in the fairy world. You have great talent and many skills. You will be a pillar of the ancient god sect in the future. Practice well. I will definitely live up to my master's cultivation." Li Changfeng nodded repeatedly. After talking with Li Changfeng, Wan Yue went straight to Yueshun, Juyue, and others. At Juyue's signal, Li Changfeng returned to the cave not far from the Tongtian stone wall. When he came back, Chu Yulan was already in seclusion. After experiencing what happened on Kirigakure Island, she realized the shortcomings of her own strength. so she chose to go into seclusion. Li Changfeng returned to his practice room and looked at the jade slip in his hand with excitement. Tong Tian sword technique is the name of this sword technique. Lingbao Tianzuan also has a nickname called Tong Tian Jiaozhu. This Tian Tian sword art came from this. Li Changfeng did not hesitate at all and probed his spiritual sense into it. Countless pieces of information entered his sea of consciousness. As the sword technique was practiced, the jade slip in Li Changfeng's hand also shattered. This is a method used by the major sects to prevent the sword techniques from being leaked. Li Changfeng didn't care and kept practicing the contents of Tian Tian sword art in his mind. Time flies. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the third day. Li Changfeng scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Chu Yulan was still in seclusion, so he did not leave. He also needs to merge the immortal sword and his natal flying sword, which will take a long time. Ancient Temple. Zuoshan came to the ancient god sect again. Senior, do you want to go directly to the Tonda League? The ancient god cult leader was a little anxious. When people from the upper realm come to the lower realm, they're generally not allowed to take action unless it is a matter of life and death for the sect. Now that all the masters of the Sword Pavilion have been released, there is no danger for the time being. If Zuoshan really does this, it will probably cause a lot of trouble. Zuoshan said in a deep voice, I have searched Feichen's soul. This evil cultivator is simply not a human. The ancient god cult leader looked at the immortal Lord Liang standing beside him and remained silent. Zuoshan said in a deep voice, Do you know why Feichen became like this? Why? The ancient god leader blurted out. They have been looking for the reasons. Zuoshan said in a deep voice. After they used the evil spirit to control Feichen to slaughter Jiang'a, they took him to a demon cave and used the evil spirit to erode his soul. At the same time, they tortured him physically until Feichen was completely corrupted. Only then did they release him. Everyone gasped when they heard this. You know, monks practice hard all year round and have the most tenacious character. The fact that immortal Lord Feichen was able to cultivate to the level of transformation into a spirit shows how strong his character is. But even so, his Tao heart was still distorted by the torture. You can imagine how painful this experience was. Zuoshan said in a deep voice, I've already made up my mind about this matter. I came here just hoping Wanhua would not stop me. Senior, we don't want to stop you. But if you take action, I'm afraid you won't survive even if you return to the upper realm. The ancient god leader felt helpless. They were the ones who set up the teleportation array. So if Zuoshan caused any trouble, the ancient god cult would also have to take responsibility. Otherwise, if any sect in the world of cultivation brought in masters from the upper realm to cause trouble, wouldn't it be complete chaos? Zuoshan said in a deep voice, Fei Chun is my disciple. How can I tolerate his being abused like this? If I can't avenge my disciple, what's the point of me living? Everyone's heart trembled when they heard this. Is this senior the master of immortal Lord Feichen? Everyone in the ancient god cult chose to remain silent. Even Wanhua, who was always smiling, fell silent. It was a big deal for a master to avenge his disciple, and she had no reason to object. After all, everyone saw what immortal Lord Feichen did before and after. That's really miserable. Go ahead. At worst, I'll be punished with you when you get back. Wanhua gritted her teeth and decided not to stop it. Zuoshan bowed deeply to Wanhua upon hearing this. Li Changfeng didn't know about Zuoshan's decision. At this moment, he was immersed in the practice of Tong Tian's sword technique. In addition, the metaverse passed down to him by Yuan Shu. It has also reached a bottleneck. He is still one step away from the state of concentration. If he can successfully concentrate his mind, his soul realm will not be weaker than the state of transformation. Chapter 78. One Chi becomes 3 pure ones. The next day, Zuoshan broke into the Tiandao alliance with the power of an immortal. Then a war that reached heaven and earth broke out in the Tonda League. Ji Buchang, who originally wanted to continue hiding, finally couldn't help but take action. What shocked everyone was that after Ji Buchang used his evil energy, his strength was not weaker than Zuoshan at all. After a fierce battle between the two, most of the Tonda League was destroyed. In the end, Zuoshan had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, the Tonda League completely disappeared from the world of cultivation and was replaced by the evil god cult. After being exposed, Ji Buchang no longer cared about anything and directly exposed the affairs of the evil god cult. In addition, The 10,000 Demons Cave also announced a team, forming an offensive and defensive alliance with the evil god cult to compete with the Sword Pavilion and the ancient god cult. The situation in the cultivation world came to a stalemate again. Li Changfeng knew nothing about this and was immersed in his cultivation. The 3 flowers on the top of the head swayed, and an invisible force constantly washed the soul in the Naiwan Palace. At this time, Li Changfeng's 3 souls and 7 spirits began to condense with each other under the impact of the power of the 3 flowers and gradually became one. You know, even if a cultivator reaches the state of transformation, it is impossible for the 3 souls and 7 spirits to merge. Otherwise, Immortal Lord Feichen would not have only hurt Yojing's soul. As expected of the name Metaverse, this technique is simply too magical. Perhaps I can really cultivate to the point of becoming 3 pure ones in this lifetime. Li Changfeng was excited and began to guide the power of the 3 flowers to continue washing the 3 souls and 7 spirits. At the same time, changes began to occur in Li Changfeng's Dantian. In the Dantian, there was chaos behind the nascent soul, and below him, a sapling rose up unnoticed. The branches and leaves of the sapling do not droop loosely like those of other fruit trees, but are tightly curled up towards the center, as if nurturing something. Li Changfeng tried to explore,